I wish to share a few thoughts with the reader regarding the genesis of this book. As I have never tired of saying in the text, ancient Egypt was without doubt one of the greatest civilizations of antiquity, but it was not the only great one, and the latter never receive any credit or recognition from the Afrocentrists. Racism comes in more than one color. It is equally disturbing that the Afrocentrists have made race the paramount engine of cultural creativity and change. Therefore, any critique of their ideology would be grossly inadequate if at least some aspects of their racist arguments were not examined in later chapters. There are two scholarly books available on Afrocentrism in general and on Martin Bernal in particular, i.e., Mary Lefkowitz, Not Out of Africa, and Mary Lefkowitz and Guy McLean Rogers, eds, Black Athena Revisited. There were, however, two gaps in their otherwise excellent analysis, perhaps made inevitable because of the dubious character of the numerous claims made by the Afrocentrists. 1. The critics seem to have missed many of the factual and logical inconsistencies seemingly inherent in Afrocentrist writing, which, when summed, go a long way toward undermining their ideological case. 2. Equally, the critics appear to be disinclined to take seriously the Afrocentrist charges about Greek philosophy being the clone of Egyptian religious doctrines and to follow through with a thorough examination of each area of scholarly writing. No doubt the critics regard such Afrocentrist allegations as being preposterous, but such benign indifference thus concedes the intellectual field entirely to the latter and their access to collegiate audiences. I have taken the Afrocentrists seriously on this score, and such straightforwardness has had damaging results for their ill-conceived claims. A number of terminological questions have also dogged this scholarly enterprise. In the name of gender fairness, I have tried to be equitable in dealing with the women of ancient Egypt and Greece, as I hope chapters 21 and 22 will confirm. Nevertheless, it would have been clearly inaccurate to have talked about the men and women in the Greek or Egyptian governments or armies. There were a few influential Egyptian queens, with Hatshepsut being the most famous, but in Egypt, Greece, and most of the ancient world, women enjoyed only a minuscule participation in the activities of the power elites in their respective societies. There is the same kind of problem with the use of the term African in ancient times. The Afrocentrists claim that anyone and everyone born in Africa was black or Negroid. Such was not true, however, of those people living in the coastal regions of North Africa, including Egypt, so in most cases where racial identity needed to be recognized, I used black, Negroid, or Negrids and white, Caucasoid, and Caucasids, and surely African American is irrelevant for the time period in question. For the information of the reader, it is essential to make a crucial distinction between Afrocentrists and Africanists. Afrocentrists are extreme diffusionists who argue that Black Egypt and sometimes Black Africa was the sole intellectual catalyst for the development of most subsequent civilizations, no matter how geographically remote the latter may have been. Virtually all Afrocentrists are black, although there are a few white contributors such as Martin Bernal. On the other hand, Africanists are scholars who study the history, politics, culture, and society of the African continent or specialized regions thereof, just as members of such academic disciplines also concentrate on Latin America, Japan, China, Russia, or the Middle East. Africa was late in becoming a cynosure of scholarly attention, because for most of the area political decision-making was controlled by the European colonial powers, so decisions made in London or Paris were more important than those made in Dakar or Nairobi. The racial provenance of Africanists is far less important than their studied efforts contra postmodernism to achieve scholarly objectivity, where professional research should and must be constantly subject to the rigors of peer evaluation. I regret having used more direct quotations than is my stylistic wont, but I didn't want the various Afrocentrists studied to complain that I had not caught the true essence of what they were attempting to say about a particular topic. Let their own words indict them. This preface is formulated in the first person singular, but for the body of the text I have used the first person plural we for several reasons. 1. The latter usage was the style impressed upon my young mind during elementary school. 2. My teachers during those years made what still seems to me a valid argument, i.e., that the recurrent use of I is both unseemly and a sure sign of unrestrained egotism, and thus to be avoided as much as possible. 3. Martin Bernal has been criticized by scholars, example Emily Vermeulen, Black Athena Revisited, p. 273, for precisely just such an excessive employment of that pronoun, and a reading of his books and articles does suggest that he is overly taken with himself. Next, my use of we is frequently coupled with that of reader. In all of my books, I have always entertained the deep feeling that I was actually conversing with each reader, whether he or she agreed or disagreed with my arguments. Perhaps such feelings of personal conversation issue from an early attachment and affection for the dynamics of the true Socratic method, where several minds met in incisive deliberation. Moreover, I was simply following in the footsteps of one of my esteemed stylistic mentors, i.e., Will Durant, who ended his magisterial study, The Life of Greece, p. 671, with these sentiments: to those who have come thus far, thank you for your unseen but ever-felt companionship. Civilized discourse can ask for nothing more or less. Lastly, I wish to express my deepest gratitude to a special person, who has asked to remain anonymous, whose word processing skills, editorial knowledge, and patience made possible the publication of this book. While this gift was invaluable, its contributor should be exempt from any Afrocentrist barbs, as the intellectual content is mine alone. CLWWLYS_ Frivis, 42 Shifuis we OEEE on E13 and E Nitro 2 to 62 we 684 at OREAE is at AY, ES Harwap, my 74 we as Joe IAT equals Anas PE77 Aces A _. The alleged great conspiracy against ancient Egypt it is AI entries GYPT was the creative inspiration for most subsequent civilizations near and far. They have transformed cultural diffusionism into a new religion, with race as the tour de force of such creative inspiration. When the Afrocentrists are at their most expansive, the cynosure of such cultural originality is seen as issuing from all of Black Africa, but such additional baggage is fraught with all sorts of factual and historical difficulties, many of which will be addressed in later chapters. In his various writings, but principally his 2 volumes so far of Black Athena, B.A., Martin Bernal has stirred the scholarly cauldron with his persistent allegations that in all intellectual fields of endeavor the ancient Egyptians were the unique and omnivorous tutors of the classical Greeks. Compared to the intellectual poverty of most of the other Afrocentrists, Bernal is the far superior scholar of that group. His books are a pleasant scholarly challenge to the intellect, and his endnotes display a sense of first-class organization missing from the works of most of his ideological peers. But before moving on to specifics, perhaps some note should be made of the historical and normative ironies involved in the claim that Black Egyptians invented everything good, sweet, and beautiful in the world. The Afrocentrists have no monopoly upon exaggerated pretensions of cultural glory. Their allegation conflicts with the Nazi claim that Aryans invented everything, which conflicts with the Soviet claim that Russians invented everything, which conflicts with the Chinese claim that they invented everything, which conflicts with the Imperial Japanese claim that they invented everything, which conflicts with the Old Police Gazette claim that epileptics invented everything, which conflicts with the claim made by some gays that homosexuals invented everything. One of the most recent entrants in this competition of invention are the radical feminists. It is the contention of the latter that few names of women innovators are to be found in the history books because all of their expressions of genius were plagiarized either by their fathers, their brothers, their husbands, or their sons and thus advertised to the world as the productions of men. Little did Pope Julius II suspect that, in reality, it was Michelangelo's mom up there on the scaffolding painting the frescoes on the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel. 1. Before we get down to our own fundamental objections to Bernal's thesis about Black Egyptians being the cultural fount for all of the scientific and philosophical creativity evidenced in the ancient Mediterranean basin, we need to deal with one of the main supports for his entire intellectual edifice. Reference here is to his extensive claims for loanwords and language similarities and the derivation of Greek words from Semitic and especially Egyptian roots. Since so many of our references will be to volumes 1 and 2 of Black Athena, we will simply cite the pagination for notes to either volume in the text discussion. Thus many allusions to such claimed Egyptian roots of Greek terms may be found in BA 1, 38-72. We make no claim to any training in the areas of the classical languages in question. How much or how little of Bernal's claimed word derivations from Egyptian to Greek will be sustained by classical philologists will depend upon the many intellectual battles and studies likely to be generated by his thesis. All that we can do here is to include a few passing observations on this subject. In some autobiographical information in the preface to Volume 1, Bernal told his readers that originally he had trained in and had taught Chinese studies for almost 20 years, BA 1, 12, but that after 1962 and the heating up of the war in Vietnam, he turned his scholarly attention to Vietnamese culture. By 1975 and some kind of undefined midlife crisis, Bernal moved on to study of the Eastern Mediterranean cultures. According to our count, he claims some major fluency in the following languages: Chinese, Japanese, Vietnamese, a little Shishua, Hebrew/Canaanite, Phoenician, Greek, Anatolian, Hurrian, Coptic, Egyptian, Ugaritic, presumably Linear A and Linear B, BA 1, 13, 40-41, Armenian, Iranian, Lycian, Aramaic, Eblate, Akkadian, Hittite, BA 1, 55, Ionian, Ethiopic, Old Church Slavonic, Lithuanian, German, French, and Latin, BA 1, 58, and if mastering all of these languages were not labors enough, he asserts some considerable expertise in the history, culture, religions, mythologies, and archaeology of the whole Eastern Mediterranean, plus, we assume, maintaining a full teaching load in the Department of Government Studies at Cornell University. What all of this suggests to us is one of two possibilities: either Bernal has an 1.Q of 200, total memory recall, speed reading, and unlimited leisure time in which to master this mountain of information, or else he's skimming ice, using secondary sources and a few examples to justify his entire structure of claims. It is extremely difficult to believe that any one scholar could really find the time to assimilate and to understand such an enormous amount of extremely difficult material. If he had worked on this thesis for 40 years, then there would be greater credibility to his argument, but by his own admission, he didn't get interested in the Eastern Mediterranean until after 1975 and the first volume of Black Athena was published in 1987, and in the lengthy introduction to that volume, BA 1, 1-73, he had already sketched summaries of the arguments to be presented in volumes 2 and 3 when they were completed. Perhaps the cliché applies, that when something sounds too good to be true, it probably is. 2. At least initially, our primary questioning of Bernal will relate to his scholarly methodology. He made some very interesting admissions, assertions, and assumptions, which seem to gravely weaken his hypothesis. For example, one of the definitional terms which he frequently used to describe the alleged Egyptian source for a Greek name, practice, institution, or deity was plausible or plausibility, BA 1, 8, 18, 19, 40, 47, 50, 51, 57, 63, 64. Plausibility in his usage had to bear a tremendous traffic. Much of his entire argument hinges on just how plausible are his alleged connections between Greek and Egyptian words, and that projected close linkage may be more in the eye of their formulator. In passing, J. Jasanoff and Alan Nussbaum had this to say about Bernal's word games between Egyptian and Greek. Our judgment, then, is that Bernal's claim to have uncovered hundreds of viable Greek, Egyptian and Greek Semitic etymologies is simply false. We doubt that he has discovered even one such etymology that is wholly new. Certainly there are Semitic and Egyptian borrowings in Greek, but they are, as standardly believed, relatively few in number and with some conspicuous exceptions on the Semitic side late in date. There is a curious contradiction of tone and spirit in his book on this issue of plausibility. In the introduction to Volume 1, Bernal acknowledged that he was an outsider or amateur writing on a subject far removed from his original field of study, BA 1, 3-4, 73. He then proposed that the scholarly debates on the Greco-Egyptian relationship should not be judged on the basis of proof, but merely on competitive plausibility, BA 1, 8. In general, we would say, fair enough, but then we read the rest of his book. Each reader will have to make his or her own personal evaluation of this point, but to us, a strong case can be made that as Bernal warmed to his subject, plausibility went out the window and it was replaced by the dogmatic certainty of the true believer. A scholarly treatise was gradually transformed into a religious gospel. 3. There is something curious and instructive regarding Bernal's discussion of himself as the outsider versus the professional historians, philologists, and archaeologists with whom he so vehemently disagrees. Before giving the reader the gist of his argument, notice needs to be taken of some of the damaging admissions he made about his own abilities and work. One person could not possibly have covered all the many fields involved in writing Black Athena, BA 1, 16. In these volumes I cannot and therefore do not attempt to prove that the Aryan model is wrong, BA 1, 9. But, of course, he spent 450 pages of Volume 1 and 527 pages of Volume 2 of his book precisely trying to prove his case, when, as we shall see shortly, he has all sorts of methodological objections to the entire concept of proof. Regarding his alleged linkages between Greek, Semitic, and Egyptian words, he conceded that, on the other hand, the fact that phenomena can be easily imagined has nothing to do with the likelihood of their actual occurrence, BA 1, 47. And at the end of the introduction to Volume 1, Bernal declared that one of his objectives was to open up new areas of research to women and men with far better qualifications than I have, BA 1, 73. In the light of the rest of his books, all of his early self-deprecation sounds more like hypocrisy and hubris than it does of humility. Since he is a self-confessed outsider or amateur, Bernal's methodology is to denigrate and deny in advance any legitimacy to the scholarship of those historians, philologists, and archaeologists who do not agree with his position. He does initially concede that such amateurs can never have the control of detail gained so slowly and painfully by experts. Such outsiders lack a full understanding of the background complexities of a discipline and they tend to see simple-minded correspondences between superficial resemblances, BA 1, 4-5. If he really believed all of those just stated reservations, then he shouldn't have written Bla Ena. But then we come to his true feelings on the question of scholarly AS. Does not, however, are necessarily wrong, BA 1, 5. Voking the professionals, one logical weakness in noted. Bernal's formulae owing on to his for example 7 East out Foxto BA are too strong and unsound. In the debate between professional and amateurs, it would have been more accurate to have said, outsiders are not always wrong. His statum our reading of modern archaeology indicates very strongly that far more productive work has been and is being done by the profs. Ian by amateurs how one fact that an outsider may acally be right is no warranty TL satin at me 3 Ernal SAE so amateurs outwitting the myopic professionals are as follows, A. Heinrich Schliemann and the Discovery of Troy, B. The translation of Linear B script by Michael Ventris, an Anglo-Greek architect, BA 1, 5, C. Professor A. L. Wegener's proposal of the continental drift hypothesis around 1900, and, D. The fact that proposals by American populists in the 1880s and 90s to abandon the gold standard were denounced by academic economists of the time as completely unworkable, BA 1, 6. First off, 4 cases hardly constitute a statistically significant sample, especially given the number of professionals working in those fields. Regarding Heinrich Schliemann and the Discovery of Troy, the story is far more complicated than Bernal seems to think. Schliemann was an ambitious amateur in several fields, he had money, and he was possessed of a Barnum-esque ability for self-advertisement. Frank Calvert did virtually all of the excavating at the site of Troy, financed by Schliemann, and the latter captured the headlines and took all of the credit. Calvert had been studying possible sites of Troy in northwestern Turkey since at least 1853 and he did not meet Schliemann until the latter's visit to the Troad in 1868, he made an unfortunate deal with Schliemann to share with him all of his research on the location of Troy in return for Schliemann's financial support of the excavation. Schliemann may have been an amateur, but Calvert had already hit his stride as a competent archaeologist by 1860, he was respected as an authority on the archaeology and topography of the Troad and had identified sites for the British Admiralty for inclusion on their maps. He was a member of the Archaeological Institutes of London and Rome. He was a published author with at least 5 articles to his credit and more in gestation. His local knowledge, standing in the community, and command of ancient and modern literature on his subject augured well. For so, contrary to Bernal, the discovery of the real location of Troy was not the work of a gifted amateur, but rather that of a genuine professional, who, unfortunately, was short on funds for his research. Michael Ventris may have been an amateur, but he was not quite a lone researcher. His translation of Linear B was grounded on the previous vital work of Sir Arthur Evans, Dr. Alice E. Kober, and Professor Emmett L. Bennett, and in the actual decoding he had the collaboration of Bennett, the Greek scholar K. D. Christopoulos, and John Chadwick, a Cambridge philologist. All in all, that's quite a bit of professional assistance. Professor Alfred L. Wegener hardly qualifies as any kind of amateur. He was properly credentialed as a geophysicist and meteorologist degree if his professional peers did not immediately accept the possibility of his hypothesis. That rejection did not somehow transform him into a lucky and correct amateur. It was a professional debating fellow professionals. Finally, Bernal's allusion to the American populists, academic economists, and the gold standard indicates nothing more significant than that he was attempting to work beyond his scholarly depth. The gold standard was neither right nor wrong. Its evaluation depends upon the reader's personal view of inflation, government-manipulated money supplies, and budget deficits on the one hand and of monetary discipline, restrictions on private and governmental spending, deflation, and possible unemployment on the other. The populists wanted cheap money and inflation in order to pay off their debts for pennies on the dollar, while the creditor classes wanted their loans to be repaid with currency having a stable purchasing power. Perhaps Bernal was just skimming when he came up with these 4 examples of alleged brilliant amateurism. There is also something understandable but also somewhat unconscionable in Bernal's efforts to defame the scholarly credibility of the professionals in the disciplines concerned here. In his own justification of his outsider status, he claimed that professionals within a discipline are conditioned to be narrow-minded, unquestioning, passive authoritarians and bigots who are congenitally unable to perceive or imagine any possibilities beyond the absolutely cramped limits of their own specialty. BA 1, 3-5. The professionals, Bernal declared, are the guardians of the academic status quo and have an intellectual and often an emotional investment in it. BA 1, 5. Of course, the bit about intellectual and emotional investment in a particular view applies with equal or even more vigor to Bernal's commitment to the Black Egyptian thesis, as evidenced by his resort to the emotionalized charge that the scholarly community rejects his view because of a prevailing racist paradigm. And surely Bernal has amply demonstrated his own intellectual and emotional bias against all other civilizations and peoples, save the Egyptians, the Phoenicians, and the Chinese. He then raised the legitimate question as to who is to judge the scholarly veracity of the work of a constructive outside radical innovator, obviously Professor Bernal, and that of a crank. BA 1, 6. In Volume 1, Bernal made many references to intellectual cranks. He did not define the elements which go to make one an intellectual crank, but we got the feeling especially in Volume 1 that he felt that his own work was skating perilously close to the edge of being intellectually cranky, and that potential status did not make him feel comfortable. Who is to judge? Well, first, Bernal told his readers that naturally, the first group to be consulted should be the experts. They have the knowledge necessary to assess the plausibility and use of the new ideas. BA 1, 5. Sounds good, until he moved on to his denunciation of professionals for being the unthinking guardians of the academic status quo. As his colleague at Cornell University, Professor John Coleman put it, the former's antipathy to experts may be due to the fact that Bernal's work has been almost universally rejected by Egyptologists, archaeologists, linguists, historians, and other scholars best acquainted with the material evidence. Bernal's real and preferred judges for the claimed value of his theory are definitely not the experts or their expertise. The work of the constructive innovator is to be distinguished from that of the crank ultimately by a lay jury which will have to rely on its own subjective or aesthetic judgment. BA 1, 6. Leaving it to the subjective and aesthetic judgment of a lay jury is surely excusing his theory from the discipline of any scholarly standards, other than those pecuniary in nature, i.e. if Bernal's books sell, then that lay jury must like them. As to the composition of that lay jury, it is interesting to learn that Volume 1 of Black Athena won the Socialist Review Book Award in 1987, that it was welcomed by the left, and that is provided propaganda ammunition to black racists, with whom Bernal sides. BA 2, 17, XXII. In the preface to Volume 2 he claimed that the cool or hostile reception to Volume 1 by much of academia and the national news media in England and America was due to the racism which has permeated liberal thought as well as that of obvious bigots. BA 2, XXI. Poor soul. Finally Bernal's lay jury deserted him in his hour of need. My other mistaken prediction was that the cultivated lay public in Britain and America would rally to my cause. BA 2, XX. Bernal is a naive Rousseauan if he actually thought that the average non-fiction reader in either country would get exercised in any fashion over whether or not the Greek Athena was in actuality derived from the Egyptian goddess Neith. BA 1, 51, which, by the way, John Coleman, whose specialty is classics at Cornell, said that most of Bernal's derivations from the Egyptian are highly implausible. Degree and from personal conversations, we can assure Professor Bernal that any Greek or Greek American would rather die than concede that there might have been a black anything in his distant ancestry. There is one final puzzle here. Why did Bernal posit the substantive dichotomy for his lay jury as between the innovative outsider and the crank? Beating out a crank in the court of lay opinion is, to us, a Pyrrhic victory. Since Bernal certainly has confidence in the intellectual quality of Black Athena, why didn't he challenge his lay jury to decide between the efforts of the creative amateur and the close-minded professionals? They are his real opponents. Perhaps he didn't fully trust the accuracy of the vox populi when the chips were down. For Bernal made quite a fuss about what he called archaeological positivism, which he defined as the belief that interpretations of archaeological evidence are as solid as the archaeological finds themselves. BA1, 9. His condemnation of such positivism is also heaped upon what he calls the argument from silence, which he tends to state in exaggerated form, BA1, 9. We cannot speak for the archaeologists, but the argument from silence is a legitimate application of the scientific method to archaeology or to any other research discipline seeking to qualify as a recognized science. Undoubtedly, Bernal doesn't like archaeology or the archaeologists because so many of them refuse to buy his theories and because they demand hard, physical evidence for any purported Egyptian colonies in Greece, etc. The argument from silence is a valid part of the scientific method if it is framed something like this: the claimed truth value of any hypothesis remains low so long as there is little or no physical evidence to support it. Every hypothesis, theory, or law always remains tentative. New evidence from the laboratory or the field may add or subtract credibility for the specific hypothesis. In that form, archaeologists have every right to demand solid proof from each other and from admitted amateurs like Bernal, and if at least for now the argument from silence works against him, that is his problem and not that of archaeologists, however much he may cover them with unfounded vituperation. It should be noted in passing, that for all of his strictures against the argument from silence in Volume 1, BA1, 13, 16, 310, 325, 395, 426, 428, 430, in Volume 2 he was quite willing to utilize that argument when it happened to suit his ideological purposes, BA2, 20, 135, 146, 150, 163, 164, 166, 390, 391, 403, 424, 427, 432, 436, 438, 459 to 60, 463, 467, 485 to 86, 489 to 90, 499. 5. The central organizing device for Black Athena is Bernal's examination of what he called the ancient model, the Aryan model, which, for some reason, comes in three sizes: regular, broad, and extreme, and his proposed replacement of the latter by a revised ancient model of the place of Greece in ancient and Western history. According to Bernal, the ancient model was essentially introduced by Herodotus and his histories, BA1, 76, and that it was the more or less accepted ancient Greek and early European view of Greece's cultural relationship with the Semitic and Egyptian East, until it was overthrown in the 18 and 19% centuries by European racist scholars who supposedly viewed with extreme repugnance any notion of Egyptian or Phoenician influence upon the early Greeks, BA1, 2. The extreme Aryan model, according to Bernal, culminated in the racial supremacy, Nordicism, and anti-Semitism of Nazi Germany, BA1, 387 to 99, 437, but that while its assumptions were weakened by the defeat of the Nazis in World War II, most professional scholars still work within the framework of a more discrete version of the broad Aryan model, BA1, 37. Bernal's connection of the extreme Aryan model with Nazism is interesting and warrants a brief footnote. Alfred Rosenberg was the official racial philosopher of the German National Socialist Party, and in his well-known book, The Myth of the 20th Century, he did treat of the racial composition of ancient Greece. In brief, the early Hellenic tribes did form, in Rosenberg's view, a genuine Nordic aristocracy, but gradual miscegenation from the Semitic East had thoroughly destroyed the Nordic or Indo-Aryan character of the ancient Greeks. Thus, at least, the principal Nazi ideologists did not identify any continuing Aryan model of classical Greece with their own racial view of the world. Several aspects of the models will be treated below. For now we will merely express a certain amount of puzzlement regarding Bernal's formulation of both the ancient model and his preferred revised ancient model. Some of the comparisons and differences between the three models relate to his claimed revised dating of several important events in Crete or Greece. Example: the Aryan model has the alphabet being introduced to the Greeks about 800 BCE. BA1, XXXII, while Bernal's revised model would have it occurring sometime in the 15th and 14th centuries BCE, BA1, 432. For our purposes, such chronological differences are not at the heart of the matter. To our reading of history and of Bernal, we would have assumed that the revelation or concession to recognize AEAE Greeks had had a great admiration for Egypt, and that many Greeks, such as Pythagoras and Plato, had traveled there to study, much as many 19th-century Americans who wished advanced knowledge of science and medicine went to German universities for such instruction. The Egyptians, but also the Sumerians and the Babylonians, were in advance of the Greeks in terms of the sciences and mathematics, so those less knowledgeable naturally tended to borrow ideas and techniques from those who were at the time more knowledgeable. That was the progression of knowledge as Americans imitated Europeans and Japanese later copied from us after World War II. The flow of scientific and technical information to Japan and its subsequent challenge to America for world economic leadership should give Bernal pause for reflection when he claims that the Greeks were merely the copyists and the blind transmitters of resplendent Egyptian learning. Initial imitators can become first-rate creative innovators in their own right. Volumes 1 and 2 of Black Athena are a war of authorities, a small minority counted by Bernal as supporters of his theory and a large majority who totally disagree with him. Whether we are examining ancient, modern, or contemporary scholars, obviously there is some room for disagreement because most of Bernal's argument stands or falls on comparative interpretations of words, myths, symbols, cults, etc. One of his prime objectives is to eliminate the Aryan model and to replace it with what he considers to be the much more accurate revised ancient model, BA1, 442. Part of our puzzlement relates to what we would term the conclusion to both the ancient and the revised ancient models. The latter is alleged by Bernal to agree with the former, that there is a real basis to the stories of Egyptian and Phoenician colonization of Greece, in the first half of the second millennium, and they are agreed that Greek civilization is the result of the cultural mixtures created by these colonizations and later borrowings from across the East Mediterranean. BA1, 2. He made numerous assertions that in all of the sciences, mathematics, medicine, philosophy, and theoretical politics, the Egyptians were the unique creative source with some ancillary assist from the Phoenicians, and that the Greeks were nothing more than the passive transmitters of this enormous corpus of supreme wisdom to Europe and to the world. BA1, 24. 26, 31, 37-38, 69-71, 93, 100, 104, 108, 118-19, 140-41, 143, 145, 153. Before we pass on to our major response here, it should be noted that he also claims that most of Judaism, BA1, 146-50, 384, most of Christianity, BA1, 135, 145, 162, 164, 176, 191, 258-59, and much of Islam, BA1, 146, are merely reworked statements of the ancient Egyptian religion, BA1, 140-41. The paramount problem with Bernal's interpretation of either the ancient or the revised ancient models is what he omits. Supposedly, the Aryan model is wrong because it is far too lopsided in alleging that the Greeks had little or no foreign inspiration for the genesis of their civilization. That's a fair criticism, and we are led to believe that the revised ancient model will correct such excesses. Our reading of Greek history suggests the reality of such early borrowing from various foreign sources, but it also indicates quite clearly that the Greeks were genuinely and magnificently creative in their own right. Bernal told his readers that the objective of his research was to correct one scholarly wrong, but what he did was merely to reverse it, complete with black racism as well. For within 522 pages of text and notes in Volume 1 purporting to be an accurate and corrected view of Greek civilization, the only recognition that he is willing to accord to indigenous Greek genius is that in the second millennium the Proto-Greeks had ships, BA1, 375, and that while the vast majority of Greek mythological themes came from Egypt or Phoenicia, it is equally clear that their selection and treatment was characteristically Greek, and to that extent they did reflect Greek society, BA1, 489. Now that has to be blindness and bias. Bernal accused Shelley of having embraced an uncritical and overly emotional Hellenomania, BA1, 291, i.e., excessive admiration for everything Greek, especially in its classical formulation. However, the self-same criticism can be legitimately directed at Bernal's even more uncritical, excessive, and overly emotional attachment to everything even remotely touched or tainted by ancient Egypt. By our count he made at least 67 affirmations to the effect that the Egyptians had invented everything and influenced all subsequent events and cultures, including the Olmecs in Mexico, BA1, 486, but then he declared that many people were now agreeing with him that Greek scientists and philosophers had learned much of their science and philosophy in Egypt, BA1, 438. There is a crucial quantitative and qualitative difference between the Greeks being mere transmitters of Egyptian knowledge and the fact that some of them may have visited or studied in Egypt. Students have been going away to foreign universities for centuries and after a while returning home to utilize, refine, modify, improve, or reject the knowledge so learned abroad. Bernal may not like it, but his admission allows the Greeks to have done much of their own learning and thinking and thus to have transformed such ideas in their own creative ways. Bernal is a university teacher. Is he really going to tell his readers that none of his students have ever taken the information imparted in his courses and then vastly improved upon it in their own ways? Michael Grant summed up very nicely this productive character of Greek culture when he commented on their art, architecture, literature, philosophy, and religion, that while absorbing what the Near East had to offer in all these fields, the Greeks continued to make everything that they took over into something astonishingly different and original. Bernal sets much store by what the ancient Greek writers said about the alleged relationship of their country to Egypt. We come away with the feeling that he would be delighted to have the Pope canonize Herodotus. For now, we simply want to note his ambiguous handling of Plato vis-a-vis his claims for Egyptian omniscience. According to Bernal's interpretation of Plato's dialogues, Plato admitted an ancient genetic relationship between Egypt and Greece, BA1, 22, although Bernal is unclear if the reader is to take genetic literally, and that Plato had modeled his guardians on the Egyptian priesthoods, BA1, 25. Bernal also maintained that Plato and several of the other ancient notables had learned the doctrine of the immortality of the soul from Egypt, BA1, 7071. Citing a story in the Timaeus, Bernal recounted that Solon, on a visit to the city of Sais in the western Nile Delta, was told by an aged Egyptian priest that the goddess Athene/Neith had created Athens 9,000 years before and Sais 1,000 years later, and that the Hellens were intellectual children because they had no traditions or science, which is hoary with age, BA1, 107. Degree in Philebos and Epinomes. Plato went into more detail on Thoth as the creator of writing, even of language and all science, BA1, 106. Reference was made as well to the Phaedrus, where Socrates relates that the god Thoth of Naucratis invented many arts, such as arithmetic and calculation and geometry and astronomy, but his greatest discovery was writing, BA 1, 106. Bernal also quoted Plato's Menikenos regarding the alleged colonizations of Pelops, Cadmos, Aegyptos, and Danaos of much of ancient Greece, BA 1, 108. All in all then, if we believe Bernal, Plato is one of the Greek writers who seem to confirm the former's Egyptian hypothesis. We reserve the right to consider the uniqueness of Plato's philosophical system in a later chapter. For now we will merely propose some of the weaknesses in Bernal's handling of Plato's ideas. First of all, in dealing with the story of Solon and the old Egyptian priest in the Timaeus, 9,000 years before Solon would make the founding of Athens by Athene/Neith about 11,500 years ago and thus 10,500 years ago for Sais. Such grossly exaggerated numbers for the alleged antiquity of either city should be enough, in itself, to invalidate the story of shared Greek-Egyptian origins. Moreover, such a tale of ancient wisdom, records, and sciences are exactly what one would expect from a chauvinistic priest committed to tending the real or alleged materials in the sacred archives of his cult. But Bernal failed to round out the other important details of the story. Athens and the Athenians may have had a cultural relationship with Sais, but Socrates tells us that Athene received the seed of Solon's race from the earth and Hephaestus, the Greek god of fire and metalworking. That would suggest an ancestry indigenous to Greece if Plato is to be believed. Since Bernal thinks so highly of the testimony for Egyptian creativity and greatness contained in the Timaeus and the other Platonic dialogues, it is very instructive to notice the story's description of the victorious struggle of Athens to save the rest of Greece, the eastern Mediterranean, and Egypt from the mighty military invasion of the armies of Atlantis to the west. According to the old priest, all would be allies, which, by definition would also have included the Egyptians, deserted Athens in the hour of peril, yet she alone defeated the forces of Atlantis, and then she generously liberated all the rest of us who dwell within the pillars of Heracles. For all of which is certainly no tribute to the army of Egypt. And then the old priest rounded off his commendation of Athens by declaring that she was preeminent in courage and military skill, and was the leader of the Hellenes, italics added, And by definition, the Hellenes were not Egyptians whether black, brown, red, or violet. What Socrates said in the Phaedrus is not nearly as helpful to Bernal's cause as he would like his readers to think. Socrates does give Thoth credit for the invention of numerous arts and sciences, but most importantly, the use of letters. Bernal, however, neglected to tell his readers the consequences when Thoth went to consult the greater god Tamus, called Ammon by the Egyptians, as Thoth wanted Ammon's approval for all of the Egyptians to use his new arts. Ammon approved of some of them, but he also disapproved of others, and it would take a long time to repeat all that Tamus Ammon said to Thoth in praise or blame of the various arts. Bernal makes overly much of the great cultural value of Egyptian writing, but Ammon had nothing but scorn for it. Plato has Ammon reprove Thoth and his invention of letters in the following manner: the specific which you have discovered is an aid not to memory, but to reminiscence, and you give your disciples not truth, but only the semblance of truth. They will be hearers of many things and will have learned nothing, they will appear to be omniscient and will generally know nothing, they will be tiresome company, having the show of wisdom without the reality. Degree thus, if Plato is to be believed, he had nothing but disparagement for Egyptian writing. Bernal's reference to Philebus may be disposed of very quickly. Socrates, Philebus, and Protarchus are debating the comparative value and nature of pleasure and wisdom. Socrates does inject that some god or divine man, who in the Egyptian legend is said to have been Thoth, developed the art of grammar or letters. The dictionary definition of legend is a story coming down from the past, especially, one popularly regarded as historical although not verifiable. Registered we leave it to each reader to decide how much credence to extend to an unverified story, especially when Plato inserted it merely as a passing incident in a much more complex argument totally unrelated either to Egypt or to writing. Bernal also utilized highly selective fragments from both Menikenos and Epinomis to substantiate his claim of the Egyptian invention of the sciences and writing and of Egyptian colonization of ancient Greece. First of all, he's guilty of sloppy scholarship in attributing both of those dialogues to Plato, although a consultation of Bernal's notes indicates that he couldn't quite make up his mind whether Plato or one of his pupils had composed them. Benjamin Jowett, in his graceful translation of the dialogues, argued that the Menikenos was probably written by Plato, but one cannot be certain of that fact, while he rejected the Epinomis completely as a product of Plato's authorship. Whether or not Plato actually composed both pieces is irrelevant, unless we remember Bernal's emphasis upon Plato's alleged veracity regarding all things Egyptian. What is important here is what he does with the two dialogues. He used Menikenos to bolster his theory of Egyptian colonization of Greece, BA 1, 108, but it isn't for another 203 pages that he completed the reference to that dialogue. It is only in criticizing the German philologist, Karl Friedmuller, and the latter's use of the whole quotation as an attack upon the ancient model, BA 1, 311-12, that we have a chance to see its larger meaning. In the actual dialogue, Socrates does admit that some of the other Greek tribes may have been the descendants of Pelops, Cadmos, Aegyptos, and Danaos, but not the Athenians, for we are pure Hellenes, uncontaminated by any foreign element. Degree the logical commandment here, which Bernal violated, is that if he is going to claim on page 108 of Volume 1 that Plato was making truthful statements about Egyptian colonization of Greece, then he has to accept the rest of the statement about the Athenians being uncontaminated by Egyptian blood because it is all in the same sentence. As was cited above, Bernal used the Plato of the Epinomis to confirm that the Egyptians invented writing, language and all sciences. Here again, as in Manichaeus, his faulty methodology is the same. In one section, Plato is the quintessential truth-teller, but in the very next section he is alleged to be falsifying the real historical record in order to appease some unjustifiable Greek nationalism or racism, because Plato then stated and let us note, that whatever the Greeks acquire from foreigners is finally turned by them into something finer. Asterisk. We would say that the practical, aesthetic, and certainly the psychological problem lies not in the psyche of the author of Epinomes, but rather, with greater probability, in that of the author of Black Athena. The Greeks surely made changes and improvements in what they had inherited from others, and it is only Bernal's unreasoning idolatry of everything Egyptian that prevents him from extending cultural credit where it is quite legitimately due to the Greeks. 3 items need to be mentioned briefly before we move on to other topics. First, Bernal recruited the formidable authority of Aristotle, to the effect that Egypt was the most ancient nation in the East and that the Egyptian priests had created the mathematical arts, BA 1, 108. Later in Volume 1, BA 1, 261, Bernal made a critically important admission regarding Aristotle. The reader will recall that Bernal claims that Pythagoras, Plato, and virtually all of the philosophers of the ancient world were nothing more than the pupils and copyists of Egyptian wisdom, but then on page 261 of Volume 1 he conceded that it is true that nothing like Aristotle is attested in Egyptian thought, and that small but vital confession regarding Aristotle's independence of thought gives one something to ponder, i.e., how many of the alleged pupils of Egypt were actually developing their own ideas with little or no Egyptian inspiration. Probably many more than Bernal is willing to admit. Second, on pages 330 to 331 and 20 of Volume 1, Bernal stated, I also want to emphasize that the ancient and Aryan models are not necessarily mutually exclusive. In fact, for much of the 19th century the two coexisted in what I call the broad Aryan model. This held that the early Greeks, who emerged as the result of Indo-European conquest of the pre-Hellens, had been conquered again by Anatolians and Phoenicians, and the latter left significant cultural traces. I myself argue, in my revised ancient model, that there may well have been early invasions or infiltrations by Indo-European speakers into the Aegean basis before the Egyptian and West Semitic colonizations, italics added. With all of those admissions by Bernal, what is his problem? He may have been reluctant to use the term, but Indo-European speakers means Aryans and that means that they were in Greece before the Egyptians and the Phoenicians, so whatever alleged cultural traces may mean, the Indo-Aryans were there first. Moreover, why didn't the purported Anatolians leave any cultural traces in Greek areas? Third, Bernal used the terms colonization and colonies with a certain carelessness. There are vital social, political, cultural, and racial differences between one people colonizing an area and merely establishing colonial control there. The English colonized much of North America and thereby brought about a substantial transformation of the area's racial, cultural, and language identity. Far fewer of them formed essentially the senior administrative class in India, and thus they had far less impact on that country and people. Focusing more on the racial aspect, Carlton S. Kuhn had much the same thing to say about would-be colonies of Arabs, Kashmiri, and Spaniards. Kuhn noted that once a race has become established as the principal population of a region, it has a tendency to stay there and to resist the genetic influences swept in by later invasions. For Bernal was willing, as was pointed out, to concede that there were Indo-European, Aryan, invasions or infiltrations from the north into Greece during the 4th and 3rd millennia, BA 1, 20, 330 to 31. That would mean that any later Egyptian or Semitic colonies would have had little racial effect on the native Indo-Aryan population. Kuhn continued, less than 1,000 years ago the Arabs had a city near Amoy on the China coast, complete with minarets and bazaars. Thousands of Arab men must have impregnated Chinese women, yet today there is little if anything about the Fukinas to show it. Kashmiri traders live, marry local women, and die in the cities of Tibet, and Spaniards by the thousands have settled in the Andean Altiplano, but today Tibetans and Indian are as Mongoloid as ever. Even if we grant the claim that there may have been some Egyptian or Phoenician presence in Greece, we have to ask Bernal, how many Egyptians and Phoenician seer elite wieldy ne repermer influences or cultural borrowings, but that would hardly have made Greece the mere cultural reflection of Egypt. Both Pierre Montet and Donald B. Redford report that Greeks were not unknown to early Egypt. Those Greek tourists would have been the first to acknowledge that Egyptian civilization was really something to see, but it is equally reasonable to assume that whatever ideas and impressions they might have brought GYPT would not have transformed Greece into the cultural colony of Egypt. 6. As was indicated by his selective employment of Plato and Aristotle, Bernal relied heavily on the ancient Greek sources, but particularly on Herodotus, BA 1, 19, 52 to 53, 72, 75, 98 to 100, and 1. Just how reliable are Herodotus and some of the other Greek visitors to Egypt? It is true that Herodotus does affirm that the Greeks had borrowed 12 of their gods first named by the Egyptians, and he went on to relate many wondrous things about the Egyptians. Some measure of caution is, however, in order regarding Herodotus's reliability and credibility. Bernal argued that early writers are much more to be trusted regarding Greece and Egypt than are modern scientific historians over the last 150 years, because the best of the earlier writers were self-conscious, used the test of plausibility, and tried to be internally consistent, BA 1, 8. By comparison, the scientific historians of the 19th and 20th centuries have been unable to give formal demonstrations of proof or establish firm historical laws, BA 1, 8. It is hypocritical for Bernal to demand that his opponents must produce ironclad proof for their claims, while he and his sources have to meet a test no more stringent than that of plausibility. Whether or not full, because Bernal's bias case is 6 sour grapes vis-a-vis modern Hitachi issues in the fact that most of those dealing with Egypt and Greece do not agree with his thesis, and that can be embarrassing for any would-be pioneer. Most historians do not aspire to the formulation or confirmation of any historical laws. At this stage in historical knowledge, the best we can hope for are regularities of behavior, which surely do not evince the certainty of laws. Most philosophies of history and their proffered laws are fashioned by philosophers, not by professional historians, so Bernal was actually panning the wrong group of scholars. Finally, when it comes to comparing hypotheses and supporting corroboration, we will match Spengler to Bernal any day in the year. Whether we are talking about Herodotus or any of the other Greek tourists, whom Bernal cited as authorities for his AE, we must pomove that such Vive and Itus were copyright parroting within a strange writing they could neither undei trim tretin atetanive crassius die ecol, ars on rete are reliant here. Margaret A. Murray is especially important here because Bernal considered her to be one of the few scholars before the 1960s to take Egypt seriously, BA 1, 266. The Greeks are responsible for many of the modern ideas concerning the Egyptian system of writing. With their genius for misunderstanding anything outside the narrow limits of their own small country, they ascribed mystical meanings to a script they could not read, and gazed with awe at the strange signs sculptured on temples and tombstones. The Egyptian guides, like guides in every country, exploited this weakness of the Greek tourists, with the consequence that a farrago of absurdity has been handed down through the centuries and is still current. Asterisk how much of that farrago of absurdity has been spoon-fed by Bernal to his readers. Ted had much the same thing to say about the Greek tourists, and he, like Murray, is an admitted Egyptophile. The information on Egypt collected by the classical writers was obtained by word of mouth only, none of them could read either the hieroglyphs or the cursive writing. Their material was supplied by Greek-speaking Egyptians, or by Greeks who had settled in Egypt and who had a smattering of the language. Even a specialized work, such as Horapollin's study of hieroglyphs, contained too many biased, or totally inaccurate interpretations to be of any great help. The latest work on ancient Egyptian history remed this tendency to misinformation by the Greeks and to disinformation by their Egyptian guides. During the reign of Psammetichus I, this period also saw the appearance of a professional body of Egyptian interpreters guided intellectuals around the great shrines, particularly those among which was the sanctuary of the goddess Neith at Sais. The Greeks were thus provided with a set of variously distorted factum to trace their own history back to the ancient semi-mythical power by which they had become so fascinated. Their descriptions of Egyptian culture were characterized both by unbridled enthusiasm and by a distinct sense of uncertainty when they were confronted by customs of which they invariably misunderstood the origins. Degree additional quotations are available, but these should suffice. Their summed impact on Bernal's argument would seem to be that all of those ancient Greek sources allegedly confirming the Egyptian parentage of Greek culture may not be nearly as accurate as he claimed them to be. Given the language and reading problems, combined with the equally vital question as to whether or not the Greek tourists ever got real access to the old temple and governmental archives, it is highly unlikely that Herodotus, Pythagoras, Plato, etc. ever received any real information about the so-called secret wisdom Bernal loves to tout so much. All of the scholarly problems mentioned above by our trio of Egyptologists may be readily discerned in a reading of Herodotus. He made a whole collection of statements sorthifict, taled me to Isahiod registered said. And they read to me from a papyrus. Herodotus was thus quite honest, that he was completely dependent upon Cuba Hyazetape Ner Uid or hosts told him about Egyptian government, religion, and culture. At least two motivations were probably at work among his Egyptian source persons, i.e., national pride and superiority, and with the priesthoods a desire to preserve the valuable, esoteric wisdom of their particular cult. No matter how respected the visitor might be, he was still the foreigner, and as the old Egyptian priest had told Solon, the Greeks, from the Egyptian perspective, were just a bunch of cultural neophytes. So on all of the above grounds, it is hard to believe that they would have revealed any of their deepest secrets to such outsiders. Herodotus made two interesting admissions which affect both the reliability of the Egyptians and his own credibility. First, he said, now the Egyptians, before the reign of their king Psammetichus, believed themselves to be the most ancient of mankind. Such ethnocentrism is natural enough, but Herodotus' statement means that what the Egyptians thought about their real or claimed antiquity was simply popular belief, tradition, myth, opinion, or legend. What is vital is that it was simply a widely held myth, and as such it could be wrong, as might be much of the so-called ancient information he received. Bernal sneered at the traditional wisdom of the Greeks to the effect that they represented a completely indigenous civilization, BA 1, 101-2, but he accepts equal naivete when expressed by Egyptians as if it was the gospel truth. Second, Herodotus later declared that such as think the tales told by the Egyptians credible are free to accept them for history. For my own part, I propose to myself throughout my whole work faithfully to record the traditions of the several nations. Italics added. Bernal would probably aver that statement could be interpreted in several ways, but surely one credible rendering of it would be that he was simply reporting the stories and legends of the Egyptians and other peoples, and that it was up to the determination of each reader to decide what he or she will or will not accept as being truthful. One might say that he was writing less as a historian and more in the spirit of a cultural anthropologist. The latter in his or her professional ethic is required to investigate the traditions, beliefs, myths, and chronologies of specific peoples, but he or she need not take them as being fact statements. The corpus of such beliefs merely represents what a people credit to be a part of their past. It need not be a record of actual events, and this provisional character attends to what the Egyptians told Herodotus just as much as it does to any of the other stories he heard, especially when he informed us that I am under obligation to tell what is reported, but I am not obliged to believe it, and let this hold for every narrative in this history. Bernal wanted his readers to accord absolute credence to everything Herodotus may have said about the relationship of Greece and Egypt, but the latter's own professions urge us to retain a major degree of incredulity. The utility and credibility of Herodotus, and the other Greek sources, to Bernal's effort is further compromised by the facts that he himself admitted that his prized Greek sources may not always have been correct and that other scholars have pointed out so many weaknesses and errors in Herodotus, particularly where he was reporting events before his own time. For as was suggested in his treatment of Plato, whenever his ancient sources disagree with Bernal, it is never because of honest scholarly differences of interpretation. In the case of his usually favored Greek authors, where they diverged from his reading of the situation, it was due either to conformist pressure from their communities or else to Greek pride and racism. BA 1, 44. Numerous modern scholars have noted Herodotus's many errors and exaggerations, among them Will Durant Ift, above, Pierre Montet, Margaret Murray, degree Michael Grant, EERI Hopper degree registered Nicholas Grimmel, and John Coleman. 10 degrees. All of this is not to disallow the usefulness of Herodotus his work, but and merely the more moderate function of questioning if Herodotus is testy. Moni will bear the scholarly weight Bernal wished to impose upon it. We don't believe it will sustain such heavy traffic. 7. Bernal employed basically 5 methodological arguments, which, if accepted by others, tend to preclude any kind of honest discussion and test of his hypothesis. Some of his contentions have already been broached above, but now we must give each of them a more detailed examination. First and paramount is his assertion that the Egyptians created everything of value in religion, science, mathematics, writing, and theoretic politics, BA 1, 22, philosophy, BA 1, 24, medicine, BA 1, 93, education and schools, BA 1, 104, astrology and magic, BA 1, 150-51, mysticism, BA 1, 152-53, and the arts, BA 1, 153. It is not our intention to diminish in any way the legitimate cultural greatness of Egyptian civilization, but only to remind Bernal that it was only one of several centers of ancient learning and letters. The ancient Egyptians, contrary to Bernal and the other Afrocentrists, had no monopoly on genius. For all of his unending bombast and exaltation of everything Egyptian, Bernal did make an unusually interesting admission, i.e., few scholars would contest the idea that it was in Mesopotamia that what we call civilization was first assembled. BA 1, 12, and that the great extent of Mesopotamian influence, evident from late pre-dynastic and first dynasty remains, leaves little doubt that the unification and establishment of dynastic Egypt, around 3250 BC, was in some way triggered by developments in the East, BA 1, 15. Michael Grant made a very pertinent observation regarding cultural creativity in Egypt and Greece and intercultural traffic. At all events, Egypt, from about 3400 BC onwards, was being transformed very rapidly, and the influences which caused the transformation were Asian. In fact, the country became in some measure an outlying branch of a common East Mediterranean culture. Yet it also impressed upon its borrowings a distinctive stamp. Egypt, that is to say, accepted very many of its institutions from Asia but then modified them radically, a classic situation in Mediterranean lands and one which was destined to reappear in Greece, italics added. For all of their genius, the Egyptians did not originate all of the multifarious aspects of civilization, although the general tenor of Black Athena definitely inclines toward that conclusion. Professor Elias J. Bickerman would remind Bernal that not only had the Sumerians, in all likelihood, invented writing before the Egyptians did, but by 3300 BC, when writing began, the Sumerians already used sailboats, wheeled vehicles, and animal-drawn plows. They invented the first industrial machine providing continuous rotary motion, the potter's wheel which spins the clay as the craftsman shapes it. From Sumer this device invaded the whole Old World. For additional illustrations of the numerous cultural and technical achievements of the Sumerians, Babylonians, and Assyrians, the reader is referred to Joan Oates's book, Babylon registered, and to H.W.F. Sags's The Might That Was Assyria. Whatever limited recognition Bernal might be willing to grant to non-Egyptian sources of cultural production on pages 12 and 15 of Volume 1, he nullified those modest grants throughout the remainder of the book. There is no genuine willingness to acknowledge the independent accomplishments of other civilizations with the possible exception of the Chinese, BA 1, 161, but they seem to be acceptable to him because they were so isolated from the rest of the world that they in no way interfered with his alleged Egyptianizing of Europe. Apparently, Bernal saw no greatness in Sumer, Babylonia, Assyria, Persia, or India. His denial of any positive cultural role for those civilizations is due to two more of his methodological arguments, which will be mentioned now and later. Second, his standard contention that the rejection of an Egyptian monopoly on greatness is due to a gigantic, millennia-long conspiracy of scholars from many countries, and third, that there are hidden historical forces at work, which Bernal usually identified as racism and Western imperialism, working to minimize the enormous and exclusive cultural prominence of Egypt, Phoenicia, and China. Beginning with Sumer, Bernal claimed that since the Sumerians were not Semites, anti-Semitic scholars in the conspiracy were able to maintain their general tenet that Semites were essentially uncreative, BA 1, 338. Professor Bickerman certainly had a very high regard for the talents of the Sumerians, but judging by his surname and the fact that he was a professor of Jewish history at the Jewish Theological Seminary *, is Bernal going to tell us that Jewish scholars were also part of the conspiracy? So strike out Sumer. But then we find out that all Semites are not really created equal. To Bernal, only the Phoenicians counted, with no credit to the Bamanaans and Assyrians even though they were a hodgepodge of Semitic peoples. 4th Geshe Swans sp Sasoanid Semitic creativity, then began elements in Greek. And Irs Taansae Babylonians, in order to avoid ving the NNN, 1363, our own eating of their respective histories suggests that while the Phoenicians were probably the more effective carriers of culture and techniques around the Mediterranean basin, the Babylonians and the Assyrians plus the later Persians discovered more of the material which the former circulated. As to the Indians, Bernal asserted that in the 19th century the European conspiracy developed a passion for India and Sanskrit because they meant that Egypt could be replaced as the exotic ancestor of Europe. BA 1, 224, 227-30, 235, 253, 303. But here again we must demur, because conspiracy theory is not the same thing as cultural creativity. Taken in their respective totalities, Egypt and India were, without question, great civilizations, but of the two, if it is possible to compare them, we would have to award the palm to the Hindus. They come out for us the better in terms of scientific innovation, and surely Hindu philosophy was far more sophisticated, colorful, and insightful than was its Egyptian counterpart. It seems to be an inherent part of Bernal's methodology simply to ignore any great discovery or new philosophy originating in any of his unrecognized civilizations. That would seem to be either the essence of ignorance or of bias. But to recognize the eminence of any civilization other than that of Egypt might just incur the concomitant risk of conceding cultural and scientific originality to the Greeks. We are going to suggest a much simpler explanation for the alleged shift in Euro-American archaeological interest from Egypt to other civilizations than the conspiracy posited by Bernal. First, judging by the vast number of archaeologists working in Egypt for the last 130 years and the numbers of concomitant studies of Egypt they have produced, we would argue that there has been no loss of scholarly interest in ancient Egypt. Besides the vast numbers of natives and tourists, there is little space to accommodate many more archaeologists. Second, there are so many more civilizations needing investigation. Is Bernal really going to claim that scholars should only study Egypt to the exclusion of all else? 8. It's all one gigantic racist conspiracy. Bernal's conception of a multinational conspiracy operating across the centuries to deny the unprecedented abilities of the Egyptians makes all of the other conspiracy theories seem like merely childish fairy tales. The essential doctrine of the alleged conspiracy was announced early on by Bernal as being that true history was initiated only by the Greeks. BA 1, 26. Question to Bernal: in what other ancient civilization, including Egypt, is there any systematic historical writing to equal that done by Herodotus and Thucydides? There is none, absolutely none. According to Bernal, the coalition of Kabbalists included ancient Greeks, Christian apologists, white racists, romanticists, classical scholars, and imperialists. BAI, 27, 29. For example, still believed that the Phoenicians. The conspiracy reaches back to ancient times, finding expression in the writings of Thucydides, Isocrates, and even Aristotle. Its enduring core was and is a two-step movement to elevate the Greeks and to defame all other neighboring peoples. Thucydides drew a rigid distinction between Hellene and barbarian, and his whole work was a paean to the uniqueness of Greek achievements. Even the destructive ones. BA 1, 102. There, in a nutshell, is that dastardly Aryan model of Greek history and culture, long before the term Aryan was ever coined. Bernal needs some enlightenment. It is virtually a law of cultural anthropology that almost all ancient peoples, including those practicing cannibalism, considered themselves to be civilized and all outsiders to be uncouth barbarians. Degree such cultural and ethnic condescension was second nature to the Egyptians, who applied the term vile in all periods of their long history to characterize foreign peoples. In Bernal's eyes, Thucydides had the temerity to sin twice against his beloved Egyptians: first, by daring to assert that the Greeks had manifested many cultural achievements independent of any outside source, and, second, that he omitted any mention of the alleged colonization of Greece by Egyptians or Phoenicians. BA 1, 10. According to Bernal's interpretation, Thucydides made a conscious decision to exclude any credit to the Egyptians because of Greek cultural pride and extreme chauvinism. BA 1, 102. Much the same type of indictment was leveled at Isocrates and Aristotle. Isocrates was guilty of passionate xenophobia. BA 1, 104. Aristotle's sin lay in the charge that he considered the Egyptians to be mostly bandy-legged and snub-nosed. BA 1, 212. And that he dared to propose a theory of climatic determinism to explain and justify Greek superiority. BA 1, 28, 202. And Politics, BK 7, Chapter 7, 20-35. Frank M. Snowden, Jr., in his book Blacks in Antiquity, proposed the contrary interpretation that by explaining racial differences as the consequence of differing climates, the Greeks and Romans attached no special stigma to color, regarding yellow hair or blue eyes a mere geographical accident, and developed no special racial theory about the inferiority of darker peoples qua darker peoples. Now there was something very curious in the way Bernal handled the supposed Hellenic racism of those three founding fathers of the grand conspiracy against Egypt. Bernal saw them as exemplars of passionate xenophobia and chauvinist pride. There is, however, another way of reading them which can be documented in Bernal's own book. All of them did make some kind of positive reference either to the Phoenicians or to the Egyptians, Thucydides the least, BA 101, Isocrates, BA 103-4, and Aristotle the most, BA 108-9. One may therefore view them as prideful racists and nationalists, or one may equally well conclude that while giving due scholarly credit to the Egyptians, they were simply defending the cultural creativity of their own society. One might be even so bold as to assert that especially Isocrates and Aristotle were far more fair and objective scholars than is Bernal, because they were at least willing to acknowledge their intellectual debts to the Egyptians, while Bernal's Egyptomania repressed any form of legitimate tribute to Greek greatness. One final point on Aristotle. When Bernal was using Aristotle as a witness for Egyptian wisdom, he quoted the latter's metaphysics that Egypt was the cradle of mathematics because the caste of priests were given great leisure, BA 108. It is a standard item of Bernal's methodology and other Afrocentrists when they deal with Egyptian sciences, mathematics, etc. to claim that the Egyptians not only started or invented every art and science, but also to make the subtle insinuation that their output in each scholarly category was the consummation as well. Because, if by ideological definition, the Greeks added absolutely nothing to the sciences and mathematics, then what arrived in Renaissance Europe had to be intellectual products finalized by the ancient Egyptians. What Aristotle actually said was that the Egyptian priests began some of the branches of mathematics and that in no way precludes its various branches from being improved and expanded by the Babylonians, the Greeks, the Arabs, and the medieval Europeans. Here Bernal's fourth methodological truism may be introduced to help explain the age and breadth of the supposed conspiracy, i.e., that everyone else is wrong about Egypt's role vis-a-vis Greece save, of course, a few persecuted, and his story illusion has to be a combination of dogmatism and sus7 Pishan Tha is either a fool, a dupe, or an unregenerate adversary. For all a thesis seems one to be the criterion for deciding who is a true scholar and who is some kind of unperceptivist. T is now time to essay at least some of his claimed instances of the conspiracy in action. A. The burning of the Great Library in Alexandria in 390 CE at the instigation of the local Christian bishop was not just aimed at destroying a repository of Greek pagan literature, but more specifically at the works of Egyptian wisdom it contained. It is virtually impossible that in 390 CE our sources say 391. There were any Egyptian language books in that library, whether written in hieroglyphs, hieratic, or demotic. A few copies of the books by the Egyptian priest, Manetho, may have survived since Ptolemaic times, example his History of Egypt, Egyptiaca, but they were written in Greek, so they would have been examples of the erudition of Manetho and thus not of the purported secret wisdom of the cultic temples. B. Much of Hermes Trismegistus as the sage and epitome of Egyptian and Oriental wisdom, BA 145. And Hermeticism is meant to have been the inspiration for all manner of counterculture scholars down through the ages. However, St. Augustine, Bernal declared, set out the orthodoxy for all of Christianity until the 18th century that biblical knowledge came before in both priority and importance Hermetic Egyptian knowledge, BA 146. C. Giordano Bruno was burned at the stake by Roman Catholics, Bernal stated, because he believed that Hermeticism preceded and transcended Christianity, BA 159, while Calvinists, such as Lambert Dano, were supposed to be equally opposed to the Egyptian secret wisdom, BA 159-60. However, we can find no mention of the doctrine in John Calvin's Omnibus/Institutes of the Christian Religion *, and it contains barbs aimed at everyone. Similarly, Kenneth Scott Latourette in his comprehensive A History of Christianity made brief mention of Hermeticism as a counter-cult competitor to early Christianity, but one appealing only to a small minority among the educated well-to-do within the Roman Empire. He made no indication that either Protestants or Roman Catholics were concerned about it during the Reformation. This may be in the eye of the beholder, but our impression is that Bernal has grossly inflated the alleged appeal of Hermeticism, because, as we will see later, most of his ideological cards are riding on it as the surviving corpus of the Egyptian secret wisdom. All of the above illustrates the fifth aspect of Bernal's conspiracy theory. Whatever adversary groups may state, declare, or publish as their esteemed values, purposes, and objectives are not likely to be their real intentions and goals, because their real aims are always disguised. Therefore, public discourse may never be taken at face value, save, of course, for what Bernal has to say. D. Bernal's treatment of Isaac Newton is interesting, i.e., Newton was a great admirer of the Egyptians as scientists up to the first edition of his Principia Mathematica in 1687, BA 167, but in his later years he argued that Egyptian civilization dated to no earlier than the time of the Trojan War, BA 168. That all may or may not be accurate, but what is curious are Bernal's other charges against Newton. Claiming that Newton had been frightened by the political and social implications of the so-called Radical Enlightenment, BA 251, Bernal maintained that Newtonianism was not merely scientific, BA 175. Newton was concerned with the threat to his conception of physical order and its theological and political counterparts, a divinity with regular habits and the Whig constitutional monarchy. The threat was of pantheism, implying an animate universe without need for a regulator or even a creator, BA 127. Anyone with a whiff of theology would know that an omnipotent and omnipresent God encompasses // and that animate is something of a misnomer vis-a-vis pantheism because it is far too material and physical to serve as a defining predicate of deity. An omnipresent God is an eternal and universal self-conscious ness of its innumerable spiritual dimensions, some of which we qua observers take to be material facets because of our limited perceptions. Contrary to Bernal, a pantheistic God is always a self-generating creator and regulator immanent in the materio-spiritual unity. Certainly, Newton had political and religious views and values, as does anyone who examines the world. It is straining it to argue that his physics was the foundation for his politics. For Hobbes, yes, because he made mechanics the centerpiece of his political system, but not for Newton. To be unkind to Bernal, it should be pointed out that Newtonian physics, whatever political motivation it did or did not manifest, has stood the test of time and repeated scientific experiments, something which cannot be said for the pseudoscience and occultism of ancient Egyptian religion or Bernal's cherished Hermeticism. While it is true that Einstein's work modified some aspects of Newtonian physics, at present, Newton's laws form the basis for applied science and engineering, *4 while Milton A. Rothman concluded that Newton's law of gravity was a magnificent achievement, not merely in the final result but also in the creation of new thinking methods. Bernal also claimed that Newton promoted experimental techniques to retrieve the wondrous Egyptian or Hermetic knowledge which the Greeks and the Romans had failed to preserve. BA 1, 24, 157, italics added. The last part of Bernal's statement is, indeed, confusing to us, because the whole tenor of his complaint and that of his Afrocentrist colleagues is that all of the sciences and philosophy passed on from Greece and Rome were solely the productions of Egyptian genius, so how can he quibble that they failed to preserve any of the sacred wisdom? We will examine the alleged Egyptian or Hermetic knowledge below, but for now we would merely point out that its emphasis on tradition, mysticism, and secrecy are not the stuff of creative science or of the empirical method. It is highly doubtful that in 100 years anyone will be at all interested in either Hermeticism or Black Athena, save, perhaps as historical curios. Even Turgot and the physiocrats were in on the eternal conspiracy. Is no one untainted by treason to Egypt? Bernal blamed Turgot and the physiocrats. The Egyptians and the Chinese were perceived as having been mathematicians, philosophers, and metaphysicians. Unfortunately, in both civilizations these sciences had been sapped by superstition and priestly dogmatism. Bypassing China, certainly a solid case could be made that Turgot and the physiocrats were right and that it was precisely superstition and priestly dogmatism which drained away Egyptian creativity. Bernal himself admitted that the Egyptian priests were characterized by notorious conservatism and chauvinism, BA 1, 72, 137, 199. Those two factors are open invitations to cultural and intellectual stagnation. George Sardin, who surely was very sympathetic to Egyptian scientific creativity, concluded that at first the growth of Egyptian science, and later its very life, were stopped by the combination of political with religious obscurantism. Copyright, F, since Bernal has such antipathy for all professional scholars and scholarship, this ideological revulsion naturally tends to extend to organized universities as well, especially continental European schools. G6 Tringen can well be considered the embryo of all later modern, diversified and professional universities, BA 1, 215. Göttingen University was founded by George II, King of England and Elector of Hanover in 1734, and Bernal saw the institution as a conduit for all manner of racisms, including that of John Locke and David Hume, BA 1, 202-4, 215. While Bernal conceded that those German professors insisted on high academic standards and detachment, consciously or unconsciously, they were motivated not by legitimate scholarly concerns, but rather by ethnicity, racism, Europocentrism, and nationalism, BA 1, 215-16. Apparently, in his view, none of the intellectual output of those universities could ever be genuinely objective and honest. We wonder, if according to Bernal's lights, Oxford, Cambridge, Harvard, and Cornell were and are similarly fueled? This congenial suspicion on Bernal's part tends to be a standard characteristic of all conspiracy advocates. Many of those European professors may well have valued the achievements of Greece more highly than those of Egypt, but it seems to be inherently impossible for Bernal to confess that they could have been honest scholars deriving their conclusions from the limited evidence as each of them understood it. Göttingen was founded in 1734. Champollion's magisterial translation of Egyptian hieroglyphs did not even begin to open Egyptian writing until after 1832, with systematic Egyptology not even on the academic horizon until the 1860s and later. European intellectual concentration on Greece during this period was largely inevitable, because numerous Greek and Latin literary masterpieces had been available since the Renaissance, but until Egyptology began to hit its stride, what could European scholars really say about ancient Egypt, save that it had some very impressive funeral monuments? The scholarly orientation of such European professors would seem to be much more a case of human finitude than it does of any grand skullduggery. As Egyptology developed in and after the 1860s, Bernal once again saw the fine hand of the conspiracy at work, BA 1, 273. Once again we see the alleged conflict between the professionals and the more daring and insightful amateurs and heretics as Bernal called them. As Bernal's conspiracy theory would inevitably conclude, there were no formal debates between the two groups, because the professional Egyptologists would never wish to dignify the claims of the upstarts with any formal recognition. For any readers who may have tuned in late, Bernal obviously identified with the heretics, who were mathematicians, surveyors, and astronomers, few of whom gained any fluency in Egyptian, BA 1, 273. Bernal himself supplied sufficient refutation of these 19th-century heretics when he informed his readers, as noted above, that most did not know Egyptian, that they lacked the discipline and sanctions of formally organized academic knowledge, that they sometimes slipped into religious fantasy, and that the Egyptian achievements in mathematics and astronomy led the heretics to the belief that the pyramids contained divine prophecies. BA 1, 273. His 19th century heretics were largely composed of crackpots. It would seem that Bernal is known by the company he keeps. H. The American archaeologist, Rhys Carpenter, won over the classicists, according to Bernal, to the idea that the Greeks had gotten the alphabet around 720 BCE. From a Phoenician colony on the Syrian coast, and that therefore any alleged Phoenician settlements in Greece would have been small-scale, transitory, and of no real cultural or racial impact on the Greeks. BA 1, 395-96. Bernal claimed that between 1938 and 1973 there was no real challenge to Carpenter's conclusions. The extreme Aryan model was fully established, and it was no longer tolerable for a scholar to suggest that there had been any significant Egyptian or Phoenician influences on the formation of Greece. Anyone who now did so was if possible expelled from the academic community, or at least labeled cranky. BA 1, 398-99. It should be noted that now Bernal was reduced to asserting significant Egyptian or Phoenician influences, italics added. Influences, even significant ones, hardly convert Greece into the cultural satellite of Egypt or Phoenicia. There is also a minor methodological paradox issuing from Bernal's description of Professor Carpenter. Bernal was forever telling his readers that only outsiders can really see the new theories or developments in any scholarly discipline. BA 1, 5-6, yet it was one of his stock criticisms of Carpenter's conclusions to call him an avowed outsider to Greek epigraphy. BA 1, 395. Perhaps Carpenter was simply utilizing all of those prophetic insights and mystical intuitions in his datings which Bernal suggested are the natural equipment of all outsiders. Bernal can discern the alleged suppression of ancient Egypt even in the clouds of fantasy. Any competition, contention, or conflict involving Western countries seems to be open to transformation into a modern echo or extension of the supposed age-old opposition to pharaonic Egypt. For example, today, all the old Christian hatred of Islam has been revived and turned against Arabs. And Islamic Iran is portrayed in diabolical terms. BA 1, 104. First, the Iranians do not consider themselves Arabs, so his purported analogy is not symmetrical. The quarrel was largely between one Western country and one Muslim one, and America has enjoyed quite good relations with Morocco, Tunisia, Egypt, Jordan, and Saudi Arabia. Second, he has conveniently omitted the repeated attempts of Muslim armies to conquer Christian Europe since 711 CE, and those hostile incursions certainly were not expressions of friendship. Third, we fail to see any relevance between any ad hoc tensions between specific Western and specific Muslim countries and Bernal's theory about alleged relations between Greece and Egypt. Frankly, he's taken leave of all historical logic. We could go on and on, but we close this section with a simple observation: it is utterly beyond belief that over the centuries so much trained, high-powered brain power could be as in error on Greece and Egypt as Bernal declared them to be. Are we really to believe that so many different scholars were all part of some kind of international intrigue to discredit the Egyptians and to elevate the Greeks? Most of those scholars appear to have been persons of goodwill, and it would seem that the reason Bernal spent so much time questioning conventional wisdom, BA 1, 11, and archaeological positivism's demands for factual proof is that he wanted to discredit in advance their complaints about his methodology and conclusions. 9. Everyone else is wrong on Egypt and Greece except Bernal and a few other enlightened souls. Such dialectical opposites are simply an inevitable feature of strongly held beliefs. Our quarrel with him here has nothing to do with his conviction that numerous scholars are professionally wrong in their respective views on the Egyptian-Greek relationship in ancient times. What is unseemly is Bernal's repeated use of personal insinuations against scholars who stand in disagreement with his hypothesis. Here we are interested only in his attitudes and his argumentative methodology. Hopefully, in something less than 1 million words we can illustrate such attitudes and methodology as he characterized his opponents and his allies. Bernal naturally criticized the pro-Hellenists and praised the pro-Egyptians. We have not examined the biographies of all the authorities whom he has named on both sides of this issue. It is acknowledged in advance that some of the criticism and some of the praise may well be deserved by the recipients. The point here is that his application of both is an inherent part of his methodology, and that the disparagement of adversaries and the adulation of friendly sources was obviously irrelevant to the debate at hand. This is an intellectual debate and not a popularity contest designed to propagandize his readers. Beginning with the pro-Hellenists and pro-Arianists, we will strive to spare the reader's interest and endurance by simply naming the antagonists and their alleged iniquities as charted by Bernal. Mention has already been made of Thucydides and his temporal chauvinism, which Bernal felt was typical of the Greeks after their wars with Persia. From this time on, one finds varying degrees of hatred and contempt for barbarians among most Greeks. BA 1, 102, and it was such prideful nationalism which caused Thucydides to omit altogether the legends of Egyptian and Phoenician colonization in Greece. BA 1, 102-3. Isocrates embraced a passionate xenophobia. BA 1, 104. Richard Bentley, 1662-1742, the first writer to spell out the theological and political implications of Newtonian physics, was the hated and tyrannical master of Trinity College, Cambridge. BA 1, 194. The 18th century classicist, Samuel Musgrave, led a disreputable life and was a shallow scholar. BA 1, 211. The greatest champion of Greek youth and purity in the mid-18th century was the German Johann Joachim Winckelmann, who was a hard-working and obsessional man, BA 1, 212. He was also a homosexual with a lifelong appreciation of Greek homosexuality, BA 1, 213. Are we to believe that gays are thus precluded from being careful scholars? Johann Gottfried Herder, 1744-1803, a German philosopher and romantic, championed the German and Greek languages because of their superior ability to express feeling, but he was obsessed by language, BA 1, 226. We have been told that there is a videotape in which Bernal is interviewed about his hypothesis and in which he referred to himself as being a language junkie. If that is what he said about himself, isn't that merely a modern slang way of saying that he is obsessed by language? Moreover, ancient Greek and modern German would have far more definitional nouns, action verbs, and descriptive adjectives and adverbs than would have been available in ancient Egyptian, so, of course, both of them could describe many more nuances of feeling. In terms of romantic linguistics, 18th-century German scholars entertained extra-European fantasies which were always fixed on Asia, while apparently the extra-European fantasies of the English and the French were fixed on Egypt and Ethiopia, BA 1, 243-44. Charles-François Dupuy, 1742-1809, wrote The Origin of All Cults, which claimed that Christianity had arisen from the misunderstood debris of Egyptian astronomical religious allegory, BA 1, 250-51. This assertion distressed not only crude reactionaries and critical apologists for Christianity, but also ex-President Adams, who was obsessed by Dupuy. Bernal granted that the famed Egyptologist, Gaston Maspero, 1846-1916, might be a political liberal and an heir to the Enlightenment in his fairness to the ancient Egyptians, but he still revealed his racist colors when he could not place their civilization on the same cultural level as that of the Romans or the Greeks, BA 1, 259-60. Is it really racism to say that culture A is not equal to culture B? There would be all sorts of normative and empirical factors involved in that equation totally unrelated to racial comparisons. Of Dr. Adolf Erman, 1854-1937, Bernal wrote that while he later became the doyen of German Egyptology, BA 1, 262. Erman's attitude of condescension towards the ancient Egyptians was notorious among Egyptologists, and he was also guilty of extremism, racist attitudes, scorn for Egyptian achievements, and the mouthpiece of Western imperialism, BA 1, 263. For a short, but much more balanced evaluation of Erman's views on Egyptian civilization, the reader is referred to John Manship White's introduction to the 1971 reprint of Erman's Life in Ancient Egypt. Robert Wood was merely a romantic dilettante, who wrote his essay on the original genius and writings of Homer in 1775. As to Friedrich August Wolff, 1759-1824, he was a classical philologist writing on Homer, but Bernal considered his scholarship to be rather shallow, BA 1, 284, and his simple-minded approach has dominated the practice of most history and classics ever since, BA 1, 286. Cano Thirlwall was a 198th century Anglican bishop who wrote an 8-volume history of Greece published in 1835-1844. Bernal told his readers, however, that Thirlwall was terrified of Welsh radicals and that he had almost frantic apprehensions of the French menace, BA 1, 323. If we believe Bernal's description, Thirlwall did all sorts of liberal deeds, but in his secret heart of hearts, he remained a romantic and a counter-revolutionary. For the rest of his life, Thirlwall continued to combine this principled liberalism with unpleasantness to all around him, apart from children and pets, BA 1, 322. Surely someone who is kind to children and pets cannot be all bad. As with all of Bernal's name-calling, we fail to see any intellectual relationship between such biographical vituperation and the quality of the scholarship produced by the person so vilified. In criticizing Thirlwall's denial of Egyptian colonization in Greece, Bernal declared that this systemic racism shows how easily ideology can transcend mere facts, BA 1, 326. Clearly, that indictment applies equally well to Bernal's own views. There is an interesting litmus paper test here as it might apply to Bernal. If a confidential survey was conducted of all of Bernal's former students at Cornell and Cambridge, his faculty colleagues at both universities, friends, enemies, and neighbors wherever he lived in England and America, one has to wonder just what kind of scurrilous accusations it would uncover. No person and especially no teacher is universally loved, especially when that teacher is the proponent of a highly controversial set of ideas, combined with a considerable amount of self-admiration indicated throughout his book and symbolized so succinctly by his continuous and copious use of the first person, singular pronoun in its text. Even more flowery is Bernal's language for the much smaller band of scholars who in one way or another, or in one degree or another, seem to support his Egypt über alles thesis. We have the distinguished archaeologist T. Spyropoulos, BA 1, 1838. Peter Tompkins wrote a boldly titled Secrets of the Great Pyramid, while the Afro-American scholar G. M. James composed the fascinating little book Stolen Legacy, which made a plausible case for Greek science and philosophy having borrowed massively from Egypt, BA 1, 38. Regarding the Egyptian god Thoth, Professor Marvin Pope wrote about him in his authoritative commentary on Job, BA 1, 143-44. Jean Sesnick is either the great 20 degrees century historian of pagan survivals in the Renaissance, BA1, 145, or else he is the leading 20th century scholar on pagan survivals in antiquity, BA1, 157. The German Jesuit and Christian Hermeticist, Athanasius Kircher was one of the most influential intellectual and cultural figures in 17th century Rome, BA1, 164. Missy M. Butler, an early 20th century literary historian, wrote a great book about the tyranny of Greece over Germany, BA1, 299. The great classicist Professor Momigliano, who towers over the history of classical studies, is always eager to dissociate his discipline from Romanticism and German nationalism, BA1, 299. Max Duncker was an eminent German ancient historian who wrote in 1880 supporting the hypothesis of the Phoenician settlements in Greece, BA1, 363. Victor Berard was a great French scholar, BA1, 367, a man of extraordinary energy and determination and boldness, BA1, 377, 380, who beautifully summarizes the main theme of Black Athena, BA1, 378. Robert Brown was an independent scholar, BA1, 370. Presumably, scholars are only adjudged to be independent if they agree with Bernal. Wilhelm Dürpfeld was a brilliant architect and surveyor, while Eduard Meyer was the great polymath, BA1, 386. Hans Jensen was the broadest alphabetic scholar of the 20th century, BA1, 397. Then we have the great American scholar William Foxwell Albright, doyen of Semitic studies, and William Culican, in a strikingly bold work stressing the importance of the Phoenicians, BA1, 409. George Thomson seems to have been a classicist, a Marxist, and great, BA1, 409. Cyrus Gordon and Michael Lister are both self-consciously Jewish, but they are both outstanding Semitists, BA1, 415-16. In terms of epigraphers, Joseph Navet wrote path-breaking articles, BA1, 428, while Frank Cross evidenced boldness, BA1, 430. Before we leave Bernal's collection of supporting experts, there is a curious paradox about many of them. It boils down to nothing more radical to our way of thinking than the fact that they did not agree 100% with Bernal's view. They are a number of independent scholars who over the years may have changed their respective minds, developed more mature views, or responded to new information. How their changes of heart or changes of orientation affected Bernal's argument was evidenced by his disgruntlement that they could have been so right at one time or on one subject and yet have become so wrong at a later time or on another topic. In our 8 years of research for this book, we have yet to find two authorities in the same field who were in complete agreement on everything. Perhaps their differences of opinion with him are merely another indication that even fairly sympathetic witnesses make up their own minds and that for them, Egypt was not always the cynosure of all learning as Bernal would like his readers to believe. For example, Edward Gibbon evidenced such a Bernalian slide from grace and rectitude. At age 15 he wrote a historical essay on the age of Sesostris, BA1, 170, only to repent his youthful admiration for things Egyptian at age 43 years, BA1, 185. In 1763 the brilliant Abbé Barthélemy concluded all sorts of wondrous things about the Egyptian language and Egyptian colonization and civilizing of Greece, BA1, 171, but by 1788 he had soured into thinking that the Greeks just might have had a marked cultural creativity of their own, BA1, 186. Francis Yates, writing in 1964, said many useful things about Hermeticism and Neoplatonism, BA1, 155-56, but Bernal was quite unhappy with the fact that she made frequent remarks to the effect that the Hermetic corpus contained huge historical errors, BA1, 158, a conclusion he ascribed to a lack of intellectual courage. Bernal could not accept the possibility that Yates might genuinely disagree with the Hermeticists and that her objections were sincerely held. In 1901 Professor James Henry Breasted had said all of the right things about the priority and superiority of Egyptian religion and philosophy to things Greek. However, by 1912 Breasted had traitorously declared that the ancient Egyptians did not possess the terminology for the expression of a system of abstract thought, BA1, 264. Both Dr. Frank Stubbings, BA1, 410-11, and his student, Dr. Ruth Edwards, BA1, 424-26, served Bernal's ideological needs by accepting the probability of Hyksos and Phoenician influences on Greece, but they argued that they had had very little lasting impact on Greek culture. There are other of his turncoat experts, but only Cyrus Gordon and Michael Lister will be mentioned. Both scholars are Semitists who see large-scale contact between Greece and the Semitic East, but they committed the sin of neglecting the alleged contributions of the Egyptians, BA1, 37, 416-21. The last curious contradiction to be cited relates to the Freemasons. As will be discussed later, Bernal considered the Freemasons and the Rosicrucians to be the philosophical heirs of the secret wisdom of the ancient Egyptians. However, for all of their reverence for everything Egyptian, Bernal conceded that in the 18th and 19th centuries, especially in Europe, the Masons were often racists involved in the African slave trade, BA1, 242, and that like the rest of the European upper and middle classes, Masons were much more taken up with the prevailing Hellenomania, BA1, 268. Where was the secret wisdom when it was most needed? Perhaps this lack of positive moral influence on the Masons tells us that the alleged Egyptian secret wisdom never really existed, or that it was not bequeathed to Hermeticism and its heirs, or that it never contained any genuine moral message, save the ego-centered salvation of an elite minority. Why the illusion of Egypt's secret wisdom? In the preface to Volume 2 of Black Athena, Bernal acknowledged the fact that his father had been a well-known communist, BA2, XX. A book reviewer had cited his father's Marxism as a major inspiration for the views expressed in Volume 1, to which Bernal replied, "I think there is something in his argument in that I have been heavily influenced by my father. However, this has been more by the general features of his thought, his broadness of historical vision and sympathy for the underdog, than by the specifics of his Marxism, BA2, XX." The first part of his conclusion may well be true, but he may have been far more influenced by his father's dinner-table Marxism than he realized. Volume 2 was published in 1991. In 1992 Bernal wrote an article for the Learned Journal, /Cis on the origins of Western science. Except for his ubiquitous use of the pronoun I, Bernal the person is almost invisible in his books, but he made one interesting revelation in the /SCS article regarding a presumed tension in familial relations, as his opening sentence in the first paragraph, Bernal professed, "I spent the first 50 years of my life trying to escape from the shadow of my father, John Desmond Bernal, and hence, among other things, from science and the history of science." A Freudian would find much food for thought in that statement. There was absolutely no need for such a filial disclosure. Article and book introductions are usually the breeding ground for clichés and platitudes, but his announcement would make that Freudian have to wonder just how much of his truculence toward the pro-Hellenists was actually SWB Rosa contention with the lingering shade of his famous father. Regarding any Marxist influence, on the macro level, Marxism claims that all social development is due to the great, covered forces of history, while on the catechistic plane it clearly operates as a conspiracy interpretation of events. Both views, of course, dovetail and both find expression in Bernal's worldview. Surely, 35. It should be amply evident to any of his readers that he perceived a conspiracy operating all around him. That is the primary theme of Volume 1. The conspirators seek to silence him by neglect and disparagement. We wonder if Bernal had to suffer 157 publishers' rejection letters on Black Athena, and, of course, the schemers have sought to deny the primacy of Egyptian genius and creativity. In Bernal's modified Marxist view, the collision of the corrupt bourgeoisie with the pure-hearted proletariat is merely transformed into the millennial plot of the Hellenists against the eternal claims to greatness issuing from every pore of Egypt. Probably the great forces of history dogma of Marxism surfaces in Bernal's claim that European imperialism and white racism were the REA/motivations in any scholarly evaluations of Egypt, Phoenicia, India, and China, BA1, 234-37, 270, 288, 314, 357, 370, 380, 382, 403. It is not disputed that European imperialism and white racism were factors influential in the last 300 years of world history. The problem with the great forces of history theory lies in confirming if, when, and how such forces actually moved specific people to action. Bernal's predicament here is particularly acute because he saw the whole thrust of those great forces to be in the direction of minimizing the importance of Egypt in ancient history. Our reading of the situation is the one suggested above, i.e., that in the last century and a half scholars have discovered that there are many other new and more exciting sites and cultures calling for investigation. One and now for the centerpiece of Bernal's entire argument, viz., the vaunted wisdom of ancient Egypt, which he alleged, has vivified all subsequent Mediterranean and European civilizations. With all of the fanfare trumpeted by his book, it's a pity that he neglected ever to really tell his readers in any detail the exact nature of that great corpus of superior knowledge. Oh, he gave them a lot of names, but very little substance or description. Black Athena is essentially a litany of claims that ancient Egyptian knowledge was the creative source of Greek philosophy, religion, science, language, literature, and political institutions, BA1, 120. Similar inspiration from Egypt was also claimed for Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, BA1, 128-30, 145-50. Moreover, contrary to 1,000 history books, the Renaissance was not really sparked by the rediscovery of classical Greek learning, BA1, 151, but rather by a great admiration for the Oriental profusion and obscurity of the Neoplatonists' writings, and a passion for Egyptian and Oriental mystery, BA1, 152. Bernal gave his readers a lot of assertions of Egyptian originality, inspiration, and superiority, but then they were treated to such vacuous admissions as, "I also hope, at some time, to work on the transmission of Egyptian and Phoenician science, philosophy, and theoretic politics by the Greek founders of those subjects, most of whom studied in Egypt or Phoenicia, BA1, 22. The professed validity of his whole argument turns upon a detailed exposition of the exact nature of that superior Egyptian wisdom, but its delivery to the scrutiny of friend and foe alike is left to some distance sometime in the future. Such is definitely not good, reliable, or responsible scholarship. From what can be gleaned from Bernal's peregrinations, Egyptian knowledge may be divided into three major categories: first, the sciences and mathematics; second, magic and occultism; and third, the religions of the country. An Egyptian contribution in the first area is not in question, although Margaret Murray did vastly overstate the case when she declared, "For every student of our modern civilization, Egypt is the great storehouse from which to obtain information, for within the narrow limits of that country are preserved the origins of most, perhaps all, of our knowledge. In Egypt are found the first beginnings of material culture, building, agriculture, horticulture, clothing, even cooking as an art, the beginnings of the sciences physics, astronomy, medicine, engineering, the beginnings of the imponderables law, government, and religion," italics added. For all of her enthusiasm for all things Egyptian, it should be noted that she was only affirming that those various branches of knowledge had had their beginnings in Egypt, and not that the ancient Egyptians had somehow sent finished products into the world for all time. It would also be our conclusion that several of her alleged firsts for Egypt, example building, agriculture, clothing, and some sorts of medicine, law, government, and religion, were concurrent developments in many other parts of the world. The Egyptians made important contributions to the sciences and mathematics, some of which will be discussed in a later chapter. For now, the only caveat here would be that some of the experts consider the contributions of the Sumerians and the Babylonians to be superior to those conceived by the Egyptians, example in mathematics and astronomy. The fundamental and apparently irreconcilable difference between Bernal and his fellow Afrocentrist ideologues and those other scholars is that the latter are willing to entertain the quite reasonable idea that while many Greeks were excited about studying in Egypt, they eventually went home and utilized their own intellectual powers to expand on what they had learned abroad and to be creative in their own right degree. Probably the greatest handicap for both the Egyptians and the Mesopotamians was a kind of operational formalism. Each area, but especially Egypt, had worked out a successful strategy for societal survival. It was the essence of logic and rationality to stay with winning formulas. Don't fix what isn't broken. Compounded with such cultural sufficiency was the mystery and monopoly of the written word. Both Egypt and Mesopotamia were highly centralized, bureaucratic societies dependent upon literate elites and mountains of records. The scribes in both countries had a paramount interest in retaining their power, status, and wealth based upon shared literacy. Once a new idea or practice was committed to writing, it very quickly assumed the sacred status of eternal truth. Successful practices tended to obviate any intellectual curiosity about the fundamental nature of material reality and thus why the practices did seem to work. And our research suggests agreement with Bickerman's conclusion, that as far as the written sources go, science in our, that is in the Greek, sense did not exist in Mesopotamia or generally in the ancient Near East, which, of course, included Egypt. Second, magic and occultism, central to Egyptian wisdom, according to Bernal's interpretation, was the belief in and the practice of magic in its many forms. He argued that the wisdom of Egyptian religion was transmitted to the Greeks and to Western culture in three philosophical or occult forms, namely, Neoplatonism, Gnosticism, and Hermeticism, BA1, Chapter 2, with the last named being the most extensive, influential, continuous, and purely Egyptian, BA1, 145-46, the various forms of occultism embraced by Hermeticism, and apparently enthusiastically endorsed by Bernal, included alchemy, BA1, 133-165, astrology, BA1, 125-28, 133, 137, 146, 151, 183, magic, BA1, 133, 141, 146, 151, 154-55, 161, 163, 165, 193-94, mysticism, BA1, 134-35, 152-54, 163, 148, 275, and numerology, BA1, 117-18, 154. The importance of magic to Hermeticism is attested by two scholars of the subject, viz., Garth Thowden, Degree and Francis A. Yates. Yates is especially relevant here because of Bernal's praise for her as an intellectual rebel, a pioneer in the study of Renaissance Hermeticism, and as a champion of heresies of all sorts, BA1, 25, 158. Our commentary here is brief. Each reader must decide for himself and herself regarding the utility and efficacy of magic in all of its forms. It cannot be denied that all sorts of scholars have noted a close relationship between magic and religion. For our part, if Bernal wishes to celebrate magic as the quintessence of his vaunted Egyptian wisdom, then we will be overjoyed to leave his belief undisturbed. Magic won't solve the myriad economic, social, environmental, and military problems now confronting the world. If magic is the secret wisdom of ancient Egypt, then it is a currency fit only to be spent by fools. The fact that various persons in later generations in Western civilization may have studied, practiced, won and prized Hermetic magic only proves that Hermes a gene for gullibility. We are very proud of the achievements of Western civilization, contrary to the present trend of leftist breastfeeding in that regard, but we certainly wouldn't cite alchemy, astrology, magic, mysticism, and numerology as the centerpieces of Western cultural and technological greatness. Bernal's valuation of such magical knowledge tells us far more about him and his canons of judgment than it does about Egyptian creativity. Third, Egyptian religions, were the religions of Egypt the repositories of the secret wisdom? For starters, mention needs to be made of the exaggeration asserted by some students of Egypt that an awareness of a moral conscience and of distinctions between right and wrong first developed in Nilotic society. Their ethical standards were high, and though like all other nations on the face of the earth they did not always attain to the standard set, at least their actions showed that they lived up to their ideal more consistently than their neighbors and contemporaries, and even those peoples who came after them whom one would therefore expect to be more civilized. Certainly, considerations of interpersonal and intergroup moral relations long predate the rise of ancient Egypt. Wherever groups of Homo sapiens came to consciousness of themselves, their interpersonal behavior engendered crypto-moral questions and solutions for moreover, it would be extremely difficult to define for specific persons and peoples just when their mores became morals if for some of them their mores ever achieved that more cognizant status. There are probably hundreds of millions of people today whose moral inventories are far more stocked with the customs of their communities than they are with any rationally selected and implemented moral principles. The most that we will grant here is that the Egyptians and the Babylonians may have been the first peoples to write about good and evil actions, especially as personified by their respective gods. The so-called wisdom literature or moral discourse, but it is hardly that. The surviving samples were definitely by and for the ruling class after all, they were the only ones who were literate. The various instructions were simply catechistical precepts to be learned by rote, usually as part of writing exercises in the scribal schools. Such moralistic drill was and is probably a part of the cultural process of every society, but it does not constitute true moral discernment and decision-making. If anything, their inculcation had little relevance for the poorer classes, and if anything, their volume would suggest that the Egyptians were not nearly as moral as some of the Egyptologists would like us to believe. For any societal group naturally accustomed to moral practice, the absence of systematic indoctrination would be more instructive and confirming than would be any vast corpus of propagandistic and stroke copyright is usually cited as examples of insightful. The wisdom literature and the tomb inscriptions regarding the conduct of the deceased in life were much more in the way of formalistic incantations than they were heartfelt expressions of moral culpability and remorse. Margaret Murray instanced chapter 125 of the Book of the Dead, where at the trial of his soul before being admitted into heaven, the dead man recites all of the sins which he has not committed during his time on earth 7 but all of those grandiose allegations of innocence are nothing but empty platitudes. Stalin could, in good conscience, just as easily have had all of those moral claims inscribed on his tomb. The stele and tomb inscriptions of the kings and the nobles are little more than bombastic propaganda. Registered are we or the king so naive as to believe that the latter would have actually expatiated in detail about all of their follies, crimes, and failures for their gods to hear? To take the stele and tomb inscriptions at face value is surely to invite distortion and misconceptions about the lives of their authors. Pierre Montet concluded that the wisdom literature was largely overrated, not precious jewels of wisdom, but merely imperatives that tradition should be respected. As to the much celebrated pyramid texts, those writings consist of a collection of spells designed to provide the king with everything he might need, to help him to overcome hostile forces and to make life easier for him in the other world. Lastly, Montet maintained that while the various Egyptian cults, divinities, and priesthood certainly had emotionally satisfying myths, rituals, and prayers, they did not preach any particular moral code, and ancient Egypt offers no example of a priest reproaching a pharaoh with having committed an injustice, in the way that the high priest rebuked David 7. H.W.F. Sagg supported Montet here, that all of the pompous claims to a righteous life written on the tomb walls were not ethical codes at all. They were merely magical spells to ensure that the deceased gave the correct answers to the afterworld judges about his conduct on earth, and nothing mattered but the correct recitation of the spells, whether or not the answers corresponded to how the deceased person had lived was irrelevant. Once again we are back to the platitudinous formalism so central to all Egyptian religion. Is this the pretentious secret wisdom Bernal claimed as Egypt's bequest to the Western world? From top to bottom, the Egyptian cults were essentially cost-slash-benefit operations, heavily dependent on magic as the solution to all situational dilemmas. Point 2. The cost-slash-benefit function is clearly not unique to Egyptian cults. Fear, awe, frustration, vulnerability, desire, retribution, and adoration are the Nia Broth 24, Acharaili Fave Protection, Priv G5. E. Magic and of religion. Mophis in a deeply uncertain world. In a then that persons should it offers prayers, sacrifices, ritual performances, or self-abnegation, and the deity responds with favors of all kinds here or in the hereafter. The simple points to be made are that the Egyptian cults functioned exactly like their counterparts in other parts of the world. There was no blinding revelation of some esoteric truth theretofore unknown to the human mind. The second point would merely argue that for all of their officious protestations, the ancient crew probably no more moral than any other extant civilization. Thr more than enough surviving records to indicate that they had more than their share of crime, even by some of the sacrosanct priests. Degree the evidence would suggest that tomb robbing was as big an industry as tomb building. Fundamental to Bernal's whole intellectual edifice is his claim that Egyptian religion was a twofold organization of knowledge and symbolism. The zoolatry and apparent superstition of Egyptian religion were merely an allegorical veneer for the masses. The priests and or those who had been initiated, knew that in reality the zoolatry and fantastic myths concealed deep abstractions and a profound understanding of the universe. BA 117, which included an immortal realm of being which was especially manifested in numbers, geometry, and astronomy. BA 118. This same twofold arrangement was characteristic of the purported philosophical descent and secret wisdom, i.e., Hermeticism, Neoplatonism. BAE 32, the Essenes, BA 1, 146, and Jewish Kabbalism, BA 1, 149. Through education and moral and religious exercises the enlightened few could approach the good, the first cause, that was hidden to the masses who saw nothing beyond a demiurge, BA 1, 132. We are skeptical that either the Egyptian or the Hellenistic masses would have had the faintest idea as to the meaning of the term demiurge, unless it was clearly defined as a generic synonym for God. There are any number of problems inherent in his position. Is he correct in his interpretation of Egyptian religions? Because, contrary to his assertion, there were numerous Egyptian cults and their respective gods, with differing creation myths, which rose or fell with the fortunes of royal tastes and patronage. Was the worship of Thoth as universally important in ancient Egypt as he maintained, BA 1. 139-44? Is Bernal accurate in his claim that Hermeticism et.al. were really the later sub-rosa expressions of the mystic dimension of Egyptian religion? Let us begin with the methodological difficulties intrinsic in the notion of a secret, esoteric level of knowledge reserved for a few initiates. Bernal seemed to believe that Thoth/Hermes was the paramount source of the secret knowledge, BA 1, 141-44. The Egyptians had a great number of gods and goddesses, each degrees es. We cult with its own exclusive priesthood. 7. It is the organizational logic of priesthoods, secret societies, transrational ideologies, craft guilds, and labor unions to avow that each of them is the sole custodian of some kind of cryptic and mysterious knowledge. There would be no point in their existence or in their social prestige and emoluments if their learning was available to everyone. Luther may have proclaimed that all Christians are priests and all priests are Christians, but that is not a sentiment with which the papacy would concur, any more than the American Medical Association would affirm, everyone his own physician. Bernal mentioned Plato's dialogue, Timaeus, which recounts the story of Solon's visit to the temple of Neith in the Nile Delta and the disdainful old priest who tells him that the Greeks historically were only children, BA 1, 107. That incident would confirm that all of the various priesthoods asserted that they each had a corpus of alleged secret wisdom, and it would thus further suggest that the priests of Thoth had no monopoly on such occult knowledge. What sort of secret knowledge was any temple priesthood likely to possess? Many Egyptologists write of the almost fanatic conservatism of Egyptian society, and even Bernal conceded that the Egyptian priests manifested a notorious conservatism and chauvinism, BA 1, 137. Such inveterate traditionalism would inevitably encourage standardization and rigidity within each cult. Obdurate priesthoods would naturally produce inflexible collections of prayers, incantations, rituals, hymns, mysteries, and mythologies, all of which would be deemed sacred material to be executed to the letter by each generation of communicants and then passed on to posterity completely inviolate. Medieval scholasticism AR times clearly approached such intellectual aridity, but at least some vigorous currents of controversy surged through its otherwise inert mass. After all, St. Thomas Aquinas's writings suffered an official condemnation by the Bishop of Paris in 1277, before they got him elevated to sainthood in 1323. Christian Platonists argued with Christian Aristotelians, Augustinians, and Averroists, Dominicans and Franciscans, realists and nominalists, and papal imperialists with secular monarchists. It is impossible to imagine even a scintilla of that philosophical debate and stimulation among the Egyptian priesthoods, because, like good polytheists, they all inclined toward a live and let live attitude registered. And since their respective esoteric myths were their prized possessions, it was unlikely that such knowledge would have been ventilated for public discussion even by rival savants. All of this suggests that what the Egyptian priesthoods possessed were not great collections of prescient wisdom awaiting only to be embraced by humankind to provide its spiritual liberation from the crises of our times, but rather assortments of clerical formulae, dull as dishwater, to be recited endlessly because for such sacred castes, form became everything. Actually, Bernal made a paramount admission in this regard which, in effect, nullified his entire argument for any secret Egyptian wisdom in any form. Here, we are interested in the remains of institutionalized Egyptian religion and their survival on the fringes of Orthodox Christianity from 150 to 450 CE. Furthermore, the groups we are concerned with tended to believe that divinity could be reached individually or in esoteric sects, for which a rigorous and mystical initiation was necessary. One of the key elements of this was fearsome oaths of secrecy. These groups also tended to be hostile to explicit writings or publication, believing that true wisdom could be imparted only directly by the teacher to the disciple, in isolation and over a long period. They were convinced that it was difficult to describe the ineffable in words, let alone in writing, and they insisted on the importance of mystery. It is extraordinarily difficult to describe them and, even if it were possible, it would be a fundamental betrayal of their thought to make it comprehensible. Nevertheless, it is necessary to outline some general patterns, BA 1, 130-31, italics added. Bernal was, of course, referring to Hermeticism, Gnosticism, and Neoplatonism as the supposed intellectual and spiritual heirs of the ancient Egyptian secret knowledge. With a confession like that quoted above, it is utterly inconceivable that he could then go on and insist with so much confidence that the three-sided doctrines were, in fact, the inheritors of the alleged cultic wisdom. It would seem to us that mystical initiations, oaths of secrecy, avoidance of writings and publication, covert verbal instruction, ineffable ontologies, and ongoing Kabbalism impose virtually insurmountable barriers to any trustworthy evidence that the three doctrines do embody the purported ancient wisdom of Egypt. It is not really proof of anything that the Greek and Roman devotees of the three doctrines should have claimed to possess the divine learning of venerable Egypt. In that age of occultism, mythology, and magic, Such assertions spelled influence, status, prestige, and money. So we are left with Bernal's admissions that not only can the modern student not be really certain of the normative and metaphysical principles of the three schools, but even more important, we cannot place much confidence in their allegations of an immutable connection with the ancient Nilotic priesthoods. If we were judging a debate between Bernal and his critics on Black Athena, we would have to rate his concession above as a mortal wound to his argument. The next problem relates to his contention that the Egyptian religion contained the twofold levels of knowledge. As was indicated above, each called proba. Bly had a corpus of ritual sayings considered to be both sacred and secret by its priests, but dare we think that in this day of political correctness, that those sayings probably came closer to being mumbo-jumbo than they did to being divine revelations. But the problem here is that Egyptian religion may actually have been threefold. The divine status of each pharaoh seriously complicates Bernal's position. Reference is made to Margaret Murray's examination of Egyptian religion, and the reader is reminded that Bernal considered her quite sound on that so vital subject, BA 1, 266. The pharaoh was a god-king in a way and degree that would have made the Japanese emperors envious. The king was all-powerful because he was God, he was king because he was God. To his subjects he was the incarnation, the living embodiment, of the god of any district he happened to be visiting, he was their actual god in living form. The divine birth of the pharaoh was a dogma insisted upon at almost every period. If it is realized that the pharaoh represented three of the chief actors in the Osirian drama, some of the confusion disappears. He began his career as Horus the child, who grew up to be Horus the protector of his father, and he ended as Osiris the occupier of the throne who is finally killed by Setik and rises from the dead, and finally, that the king was begotten before heaven or earth existed, before men existed, before the gods were born, before death existed. For if allowance is made here for a wee bit of royal hyperbole, the religious status of the god-king poses a major difficulty for Bernal. In a very literal sense, the king was the divine incarnation of every god in the Egyptian pantheon, if Murray's explanation is correct. Therefore, it would be logical to expect that all of the cultic priesthoods would have been in a rigorous competition to share their secret wisdoms with the god-king, especially in his grand funerary preparations. One would expect that the walls of his burial chamber would be covered with expositions of the secret knowledge, because who better to share it with than the god himself? The logic of this view is fortified if we remember that only the dead pharaoh would ever see it as he passed into the afterworld. No vile non-gods were ever supposed to see the interior of the royal tomb after the god-king was interred. So what exalted disclosure of majestic wisdom has been uncovered on the tomb walls and the holy papyri? There is no revelation of divine apperception, no esoteric window by which to perceive ultimate reality, and no brilliant flashes of scientific, mathematical, and philosophical knowledge. The illumination of the royal tombs is precisely what one would expect of a highly traditional religious formalism, i.e., hymns, magical charms, prayers, petitions, and spells, all concerning the entry of the departed king into life eternal and his assumption of the godhead of Osiris, degree. If the numerous priesthoods did not share editions of their secret knowledge with the serial incarnations of the great Egyptian gods, what made Bernal think that every Turing Greek was somehow initiated into the most profound wisdom of the cultic temples? There are other problems as well. Both Pierre Montet and Margaret Bunsen attest that several of the major gods and goddesses involved sacred mysteries, but since they were staged each year as public religious plays in many Egyptian towns, it is difficult to see just how those mysteries would thereby qualify for the designation of secret wisdom. Degree priests in all religions love to populate their verbal universe with all sorts of mysteries, because such usage enhances their professional prestige. Roman Catholicism has retained much more of its Mediterranean religious heritage than has Protestantism. Catholic priests say that it is a divine mystery as to how wine and host are transubstantiated into the body and blood of Christ by a priest during Mass. Transubstantiation is simply a verbal exercise which one may believe or not. Catholic priests simply believe that something happens to the wine and the host because in the realm of ideas everything is possible. Such priests have no secret knowledge about the alleged transformation and there is not hidden crypt under the Vatican housing secret books detailing the mystery process. Egyptian religion had the same sort of mundane mysteries and Egyptian priests were actually as ignorant as were the laity of any preternatural operations. Magic also had a unique function in Egyptian religion not duplicated in the major monotheisms because Egyptian gods were seen as being capricious, i.e., they could harm or reward suppliants as a matter of divine whim. And it is to ancient Egyptian magic that we should look for the origin of the idea that the magician could constrain the gods to do his will by abuse and threats. In the first place, the magician's potential power was to be considered to be unlimited, certainly equivalent to that of the gods, once he had learned the formulae by which the divine powers that pervaded the universe could be bound and loose. Such was the logical corollary of the Egyptians' belief in the dynamism of words and spells. Ritual purity was essential to the magician's success, but personal, ethical purity was deemed irrelevant, italics added. Degree whatever the alleged composition of the secret wisdom, Garth Fowden raised certain important methodological problems for any real or alleged transfer of Egyptian sacred wisdom into what later became Hermeticism. The problems would mainly apply to the Hellenistic period, but aspects of them on the Egyptian side could easily have reached back to the troubled reigns of Psammetichus I. Nico II, and Amasis * registered which would easily predate Plato's visit or even Pythagoras' sojourn. In a word, Greek merchants, tourists, and mercenaries gradually became a serious cultural irritant to the religious and nationalistic sensibilities of their Nilotic hosts, and the latter reacted somewhat predictably by a systematic effort, especially in the areas of religion and art, to immunize their society to the exotic ideas of the foreigners. Such a process of isolation was definitely accentuated after Alexander's conquest, until this desire to preserve the original purity of Egyptian culture eventually reached a state of stagnation. The priests hid themselves away in sterile research into the rituals, adopting a concern for detail and complexity that came perilously close to Byzantinism. Asterisk. Such was the intellectual womb from which the alleged riches of Hermeticism supposedly issued. In brief, Thouden argued that the Egyptians responded to the Greeks with a profound sense of cultural superiority and disdain, degree which most of the Greeks reciprocated in their own way, proud of their Greekness and the beauty of their language, with both sides very slow to appreciate the ways of the other. The Egyptians, priests or scholars or magicians, what should we call them, believed that they possessed sacred religious texts written in the equally sacred hieroglyphic script. For them, the latter was almost as holy as the former. Given the long-term exclusiveness of both peoples in Egypt and the condescension of the priests, it is difficult to believe that whatever arcane wisdom the Greeks may have received as pupils was not deliberately distorted by their Nilotic teachers. It would have been the height of stupidity and sacrilege to have shared any of the cultic treasures with the vulgar aliens. We find the same discernment in the Corpus Hermeticum 16, where Asclepius declared, Hermes often used to say to me, that those who read my books will think that they are very simply and clearly written, when in fact, quite on the contrary, they are unclear and hide the meaning of the words, and will become completely obscure when later on the Greeks will want to translate our language into their own, which will bring about a complete distortion and obfuscation of the text. 4. Which, of course, leads to the inevitable question, that if the above be in any way true, how can Bernal be so sure that what he considers to be the peerless wisdom of Egypt is really the genuine article? Who knows? Maybe its real meaning and expression remain yet hidden in the bowels of the temple ruins, forever the monopoly of the ancient gods or the ghosts of the past. 2. Hermeticism will be examined later. For now, we shall conclude the section on the alleged radiating influences of Egyptian religion with some comments on two of Bernal's more cosmic-sized claims, i.e., the so-called Memphite theology, although cosmogony would be more accurate, and its reputed influence on Christianity and Akhenaten as the putative fountainhead of monotheism in Judaism and Christianity, BA 1, 384. Let es a little bit 0 al, it is a daunting task to attempt to analyze that particular document within something as complex, multi-sided, and contradictory as the religious cults of ancient Egypt. As polytheists, the Ors felt comfortable with contradictions in their pantheon and cosmogonies *4, but those complexities and contradictions make it a treacherous venture to attempt to distill from that blend ste nat monotheism. LL Erd Benayatu, he. 25d Nasty, Shabakot, c. 716 to 702, claimed to he oai, and eaten pa s sometime about 710 BTMEM is and in or Eservit's sacred message, he had it inscribed on a stone monument. The latter was eventually recovered and it was translated by a capable but overly enthusiastic Egyptologist named James Henry Breasted, 1865 to 1935, who proclaimed that several Greek philosophical concepts, such as nous and logos, could be clearly defined as having thus been of Egyptian inspiration. Bernal spoke with that air of absolute certainty, which seems to characterize his entire theory, when he simply affirmed as if all of the experts concurred that the Memphite theology dates back to the 2, 4 or 3% millennium, BA 1, 140, and that the idea that Te had created the world through the agency of his heart and his tongue degree was the real origin of the notion in the Gospel of John that in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. Bernal's suggestion is, of course, that when the early Christian apologists were elaborating their Christology, and they declared Jesus to be the incarnation of the Logos, they were merely echoing the seminal ideas of a pervasive and long antecedent Egyptian theology. There are at least 3 important questions regarding the Memphite theology. First, was it as central to Egyptian religion as Breasted and Bernal seemed to think? Second, is it really as ancient as Bernal would like his readers to believe? Third, what are its internal characteristics and contradictions? First, the Memphite creation myth was hardly wanting for sibling rivals. Leonard H. Lesko, a professor of Egyptology at Brown University, discussed at some length several theologies and cosmogonies which had enjoyed wide popularity. Besides the Memphite version, Lesko mentioned the Heliopolitan cosmogony, the Hermopolian myth, the Heracleopolitan story, the Theban or Khonsu cosmogony, Akhenaten's theology, the Ramesside myth of the destruction of humankind, chapter 175 of the Theban recension of the Book of the Dead, and the Book of the Ways of Rosetta *, and for good measure, John Baines added that Akhenaten's father, Amenhotep III, had initiated a solar cult of his own focused on the centrality of Amun, which his son later replaced with the worship of Aten. Leonard Lesko certainly considered the Memphite theology to be important and interesting for a modern reader because it was a possible antecedent of both Judaism and Christianity, but it would seem to us that he found chapter 175 of the Book of the Dead to have far more theological attraction. It answered some very important eschatological questions and it promised the believer after his death a blessed state, peace of mind, a beatific vision, a lifetime of millions of years, a place of repose in the desert, a son as successor, punishment of one's enemies, and the eventual destruction of the created world. Registered. Probably every temple and priesthood had a differing if sometimes overlapping creation myth, each of which was presumably as imaginative, inspiring, insipid, or dull as that expounded in the Memphite tale. Consistent with the variety of creation myths was an equal abundance of creator gods, each of whom had his own unique method of generating the world. Second, is the Memphite theology really as old as Bernal so airily asserted? Among other things, he took James Breasted's excited affirmations of Egyptian philosophical priority at face value. Bernal made it sound, BA 1, 140, as if there was a settled scholarly consensus regarding the antiquity of the Memphite document. Our reading of the sources suggests just the contrary. The interpretation of and the debate over the age, meaning, and influence of the Memphite theology has actually become something of a cottage industry among interested scholars. Some of those Egyptologists, who in one way or another, doubt the antiquity and authenticity of the Memphite theology would include the following: F. Jung, Donald B. Redford ** degree H.W.F. Sags, H. Keys trademark registered H. Junker, and Siegfried Morenz. Professor Lesko also has some reservations about both the age of the Memphite document and the theological ideas it expressed. Degree. It was Miriam Lichtheim's verdict that yet another example of the desire to use the prestige of the past for the benefit of the present is the so-called Memphite theology. Inscribed on the Shabaka stone. In this work King Shabaka of the 25th dynasty alleges to have copied an early work which he had found in worm-eaten condition. The claim, along with the strongly archaizing language of the text, misled generations of Egyptologists into assigning the composition to the Old Kingdom. It is a work of the 25th dynasty. Copyright. Consider the political, military, and religious situation in Egypt circa 710 BCE. When King Shabaka supposedly found the old record. The 25th or Nubian dynasty began in 747 BCE with Pianki, who mounted a concerted drive from the south, so that by 720 he was legitimately styling himself King of Egypt. Copyright. Nubia had long been an Egyptian colony, protectorate, military buffer, or trading partner trademark, and it certainly had absorbed much of Egyptian culture and a quasi-Egyptian identity. The conquering Nubians saw themselves as not only the political saviors of their much venerated Egypt, but even more importantly, as the dedicated renovators of Egyptian religion and cultural values from the depths to which they had been carried by the immoralities of the Libyan rulers of the 22nd and 23rd dynasties. The Nubians, perhaps because of their relative remoteness in the south, entertained an utterly archaic and fanciful vision of what constituted Egypt. Their religious and cultural views were characterized by devotion, literalism, solemn, conservative piety, and straight-laced fundamentalism. Degree. King Pianki was especially noted for his personal devotion to the cult of Amun and for his determination to re-establish the revered old cultural and religious order in Egypt, and his successor, Shabaka, was equally zealous to attain those goals. So what we have between roughly 720 and 663 B.Cli is a ruling elite of military victors, cultural rustics, and religious enthusiasts. The other important set of players regarding the Memphite theology were the priests of Te and Amun as well. Judging by the extensive temple-building programs of all of the Nubian dynasts, Degree. All of the major priesthoods in Egypt had vested interests in the vast favors available from the rulers from the south. We won't be so crass as to suggest that the priests merely viewed the Nubian kings as dupes ready and eager to be deceived. Psychological motivations, particularly as they operate within the political process, are usually multiple and complicated. However, we are willing to propose that the priests were realists when it came to politics and that they took a long-term view of their corporate survival and success. The Nubians were then the rulers of the country, with enormous rewards to confer upon those who served them. Such, of course, was not unique to the 25th dynasty, for over many centuries a modus operandi had gradually evolved between incumbent kings and specific cultic priesthoods. No doubt the royal gifts of land and slaves to the priesthoods were due to a combination of piety and gratuity. Religion was, after all, the glue that held Egypt together, but also the priests acting for their particular god could reciprocate by enhancing the religious legitimacy of the reigning monarch, as in the case of the priests of Amun and Thutmoses III. Moreover, in the long and sometimes turbulent history of Egypt, the prestige, status, and power of specific gods and, likewise, their serving clearties were inclined to fluctuate significantly. The changing status of the gods tended to relate directly to the politics of the ruling dynasty and the major city which served as its urban power base. In some cases the king may have imposed himself upon a particular religious system and its mythology, but in other cases the priests scribes who authored the religious texts voluntarily affirmed the king's divinity for one reason or another and incorporated him into their religions by formulating and propagating the myths as they did. Italics added. 4. It could very well be that such sacerdotal expediency characterized the priests of Te just happening upon the long-lost cosmogony which they then presented to King Shabaka. After all, it surely is no accident that the text describes Shabaka as the son of Te, and that he is joined with Te and all of the other gods. The Memphite priests had a major corporate interest in attracting the royal support of Shabaka and, as suggested above, a long tradition existed among all of the priesthoods of adjusting their doctrines to suit the reigning powers. Of course, the priests of Te probably consulted old documents and legends in the temple archives. But that would certainly not be either the first time in Egypt nor the last time in the history of organized religion that priests modified religious doctrines or rules to please the secular powers. Siegfried Morenz, who wished sincerely to believe in the authenticity of the Memphite document, sadly conceded that it may well contain late insertions of new material. For this reason one has some misgivings that this splendid piece of testimony may be of late date, perhaps even compiled under the influence of theological doctrines about the relationship between the god and his image. Such an interpolation might well have been made by the theologians of the Shabaka text themselves, who copied the badly mutilated text in a classicist spirit, in such a way that it was finer than before, i.e., in the prosaic language of modern times, with all kinds of distortions. Third, What are the internal characteristics and contradictions of the theology? In what is essentially introductory, the text states Leonard Lesko translation, then His Majesty copied this writing anew in the house of his father to, he who is south of his wall. His Majesty had found it as that which the ancestors had made but which was worm-eaten. JT was unknown from beginning to end. Then His Majesty copied it anew, so that it is better than its state formerly, italics added, dot. Degree Merriam-Lichtheim translated the italicized sentence that the document was so worm-eaten, that it could not be understood from beginning to end. Clearly, the introductory statement was false when it claimed that the king himself found and copied the text. From time immemorial, the royal inscriptions ascribed to the king everything beneficial and commendable, including nice weather, the inundation of the Nile, and the fertility of the herds. Obviously, the priests in the temples composed the various religious texts, degree and not the gods or the kings, whatever the priests might later affirm. Therefore, the cosmogonies were the composite products of many minds, with all sorts of partialities, interests, and interpretations. Morens cautioned us earlier about the part where the king made the text finer or better than it had been before, but there is that second curious statement. If we take Lichthium's interpretation, that is prima facie confirmation that the Tahite priests radically augmented what was left of the text before they gave it to King Shebekha, i.e., they filled in all of the empty blanks. Lesko's translation posed a different kind of problem. Before becoming a creator god, Ptah was simply a localized town god supreme in his own district, while sometime in the Old Kingdom he emerged as the patron deity of the arts. So he was known and locally worshipped in Memphis long before the discovery of the Memphite theology in 710 BCE. His extended worship would have entailed a long-established priesthood, temple, and temple archives. How then could it be that the Memphite theology had to wait so long before being discovered by Shebekha? Are we really to believe that the priests of Ptah did not know the contents of their own temple library? Its absence from the public religious culture, prior to 710 BCE would suggest its non-existence prior to that date. Much is made by those who support its antiquity that the theology was composed in archaic language. What would be more appropriate for priests or physicians registered than the continued use of an obsolete language, in order to emphasize their erudition, enhance their prestige, restrict access to their knowledge, and thus to expand their emoluments? Moreover, Redford cited several sources to the effect that obsolete usages and models in art, script, religion, and society had already begun to be employed during the 23rd and 24th dynasties, italics added, asterisk. So that the presentation to the pious and equally credulous Nubians of old, worm-eaten texts, written in archaic Egyptian, would all have seemed quite natural and to be expected. At this point, Bernal would probably make his habitual objection, that while the text did date back 2 or 3 millennia, since it was obviously a part of sacred cult wisdom, it had therefore been known only to a tiny inner circle of priests. But such an excuse answers itself. If it was so sacred to the cult, one would think that generation after generation, select senior priests would have been charged with its safekeeping and preservation. Its worm-eaten condition shouts that for centuries it was utterly unimportant to anyone in the priesthood. Moreover, if it was so secluded, it is difficult to see how the writer or writers of Genesis could ever have been influenced by the document in any way whatsoever. In passing, it might also be noted that Morens discussed at some length the various methods by which later generations of priest scribes made significant changes and insertions in such sacred documents. Trademark. If there was anything to the Memphite statement prior to 710 BCE, there is thus no reason why it might not have been reworked and improved several times over before it eventually came to Shebekha's attention. H.W.F. Saggs likewise noted that the Memphite theology had in his view the character of a religious mystery play, in which scenes from ancient myths were enacted, but because of its noticeably disjointed textual organization, he concluded that it was composed in the 1st millennium BCE and not in the 3rd degree 3. The Memphite theology may actually be a cut-and-paste job, with portions originating in different periods. That part where Ptah is called Tahijanan or Tutanan, the earth god, and that Ptah/Tahijanan thus made every work and every craft, the action of the arms and the going of the legs, * all sounds quite rudimentary and / or simplistic, as would befit popularizations for public religious festivals. If any part of it did serve as a religious play for public consumption, that would shoot down any claim that it somehow contains secret knowledge, plus it would put pay to any modern notions harbored by James Breasted and Martin Bernal that it was the fount from which issued all manner of Greek philosophical and Christian theological abstractions. Any portions which served as the script for religious performances for the masses would be absolutely prosaic, to say the least. The words would all be literalisms, they would have had about as much theological sophistication as a Virgin Mary statue. Ptah would have been seen as an actualized, living being, probably as humanized as some of his statuary representations. His heart, tongue, mouth, teeth, lips, eyes, ears, nose, fingers, and semen registered would be as visible and as personified as the Judaic-Christian God was deemed to be a white-bearded old man walking in the Garden of Eden in the cool of the day. The language describing Ptah is what one would expect of an elementary, almost copybook effort to define the source for creation. It is literal, material, human, personal, and prosaic. It is far more logical that those who wrote the text actually saw Ptah in humanized form, and that while Ptah's heart and tongue may have been metaphors for his mind and speech, the priests saw him more as a concrete being performing specific and singular acts of magical creativity than they did as some undefined and undefinable cosmic omnipresence. Bernal would reply, as would be expected, that such common description was merely the way the priests explained a theological mystery to the unlettered. That is a possibility, but it is far more likely that the wording was an inherent part of the mental universe shared by people and priests. Where is the textual evidence containing the recondite edition of the Memphite theology revealing all of the supernatural furniture in some sublime realm of pure being? All that his readers got from Bernal were repeated assurances that such revelations exist somewhere, probably in the Emerald City in Oz. His nearest brush with evidence was that in his On Isis and Osiris Plutarch had claimed that cultivated Greeks believed that Egyptian religion had the supposed two levels of information, one version for the masses and one for the initiated elite, BA 1, 117-18. What is strange is that the priests of Ptah present that noble theological document to King Shabaka as a reverential indication that they salute him as the most recent incarnated god-king, to whom all secret priestly knowledge should be available, yet the king received only the pedestrian version brimming with simple-minded banalities. Contrary to Bernal's fantasies, the fact that the God King was given the prosaic edition is concrete evidence that there never was any superb metaphysical version. Writing of the religious evolution of the Egyptian gods, which would, of course, include the David P. Silverman affirmed that as the legends, myths, and stories surrounding the forces/powers/beings developed, so did the anthropomorphic associations. These portrayals represent a highly developed system that had long before been concretized and anthropomorphized. The depictions shed little light on the origins of such ideas, being so far removed from them in time. Registered degree James Breasted, 1865-1935, and Kurt Sethe, 1869-1934, were the educational products of 19th-century Western universities, which would have required a thorough knowledge of classical Greek and Latin, combined with a familiarity with the Greek classics, which would inevitably have included Plato and Aristotle. This is a bit of pop psychology, but then Freud did it all of the time and became famous, but we would like to suggest that they found the Greek philosophical concepts in the wording of the Memphite theology because they already had them in their intellectual baggage when they arrived in Egypt. Some of the early Egyptologists manifested a marked tendency to become captivated by ancient Egypt. It was surely a great civilization, but if interest is gradually transformed into intoxication, there would be a mighty impulse to read only the best and the magnificent into that culture and all of its works. Isn't such intoxication with Greece precisely Bernal's major criticism of many classic scholars? And Bernal is equally infatuated with pharaonic Egypt. Breasted, Sethe, and Bernal were eager to discover sophisticated Greek philosophical concepts in the primitive language of the Memphite theology. We would like to have put them all to a simple test. Would they have extended the same degree of credence to the creation stories, myths, and miracles associated with Christianity, Judaism, Islam, Hinduism, Buddhism, Taoism, and Shintoism, plus the Greek, Roman, Germanic, Norse, and other early mythologies? For some of them, maybe, but for others, they would probably have scoffed that they were nothing more than myths or fables. That all may be true, but those same too apply to the contents of the Memphite theology. Terms equal derailing to consider that there's some degree to an influence story and, however, edited, not tan kasi yn iopolitan and for whatever antecedents might I not have said, is the central figure in the Memphite theology, but as we will see, Bernal had no real interest in /im. In a rather illogical and convoluted fashion, Ptah is the androgynous creator of all of the other gods, yet in some inexplicable fashion he is able to use the gods, Adam, Horus, and Thoth, as his physical agents to evoke all of the gods which, by definition, would include the assisting trio. God does, indeed, work in mysterious ways. To further complicate matters, Ptah, Adam, Horus, and Thoth also had differing roles and functions in other Egyptian myths and cosmogonies. Initially, the myth is quite straightforward. Ptah is the supreme, unique, and sole author of all of the other quite clearly subordinate gods. The heart and tongue of Ptah are central to his creative mission. The heart was seen as the seat of Ptah's mind, a traditional Egyptian belief, while his tongue was the instrument of his divine utterance which commanded the lesser gods to come into being. At this point there are two separate sequences within the same paragraph. One has Adam as the agency of Ptah's heart and his tongue, while in the other Horus is the agency of Ptah's heart and Thoth is the agency of his tongue. Bernal had absolutely no interest in the roles played by Ptah, Adam, or Horus in the Memphite doctrine. Thoth monopolized his attention, apparently because Thoth was the Egyptian god of wisdom and of the sacred writings, BA 1, 139, 141, and under his Hellenized names of Hermes or Hermes Trismegistus he was the alleged divine source of the Corpus Hermeticum, which is supposed to be the repository of all of the secret and sacred wisdom of Egyptian civilization and the central theme of Volume 1 of Black Athena. On page 141 of Volume 1, Bernal made the following affirmation regarding Hermes Trismegistus, aka Thoth: as father of the gods and the supreme intellect he could be the hidden god, as activating intellect or act of speech he could be the demiurge, as communicator the creation Lalelioi. He could be the Holy Ghost linking and separating the other two. We have read the Memphite theology scores of times in several translations, and all that we can say is that Bernal's set of claims for Thoth is absolutely nowhere to be found in its text. For is the father of all of the other gods including Thoth, and the latter is merely an instrument of Ptah's divine will. There is another question regarding Bernal's understanding of the theology. Also on page 141 he declared that Thoth's role in this Memphite cosmogony was as the heart of Ptah, Ptah's tongue being Horus. All of our sources for the Memphite document attest that Horus was the heart, mind, while Thoth was the tongue. It makes no sense for Horus to be the tongue of Ptah plus Adam as well in that role, because the tongue was for the expression of divine wisdom, which came quite clearly within Thoth's jurisdiction and competence. Bernal may wish to celebrate Thoth's role in the Memphite creation story, but Ta is the center of everything. If we leave out of account the operational problems cited above, Horus and Thoth are merely emanations from and agencies of a far superior deity. It is Ta's creation, not that of Thoth. Breasted and Bernal make much would one dare say a mountain out of a molehill, out of Ta's tongue being the inspiration for the Platonic and Christian logos. However, the notion of a divine utterance was not unique to the Memphite myth. The Egyptians envisioned a different creator god as the preeminent figure in each version of the mythodom, Amun, Ta, Num, the Aten. Before creation could take place, however, three powers had to be present, all of which together represented the energy necessary for the creation: Hu, divine utterance; Hika, magic or divine energy; and Sia, divine knowledge. Registered Silverman's observation would thus suggest that Thoth had no monopoly on speech as a vehicle of creation. And while Bernal was pumping for the priority of Thoth/Hermes, we would be derelict not to mention by way of comparison the long-term importance of the goddess Isis. In the Osirian cycle, she is the wife of a god and the mother of one. Isis is supposed to have civilized Egypt with her king husband, teaching agricultural techniques and medicine to the people. She was the greatest of all the Egyptian goddesses, and some of her titles included Mother of God, Lady of Heaven, also the Mistress of Magic, the Speaker of Spells. The latter epithets are both instructive and relevant when we consider how fundamental magic was to the development of Hermeticism. Perhaps Bernal owed far greater recognition to Isis on that score. Along the same line, he celebrated Thoth as the unique god of writing, but in the Memphite text of the Isis Aretalogi, Isis played a more prominent role. Jointly with Hermes, I have invented the signs for writing, 93 sacred ones and those of the vernacular. Perhaps it would be a fair way to close this aspect of the discussion of the Memphite theology to quote Leonard Lesko's appraisal of all of the Egyptian creation myths: the cosmological notions that have been presented were just that, notions. Taken together they do not constitute a definitive cosmology or a carefully reasoned or argued system. They are suggestions or speculations, sometimes clever, often contradictory, always whetting our appetites for more. Degree 4 we can live with that verdict. 4. Ast the Egyptian religion, Na the alleged monotheism of Akhenaten. There is a certain amount of circumspection in Bernal's admiration, but the salutary case for Egypt is still there. The king had established Ai set on the sun disk. Albeit the effort was short-lived. It was a product of the indigenous Egyptian mind, but the existence of a monotheism in the 14th century BC in a neighboring country made it altogether natural to derive the Israelite form from there, BA 1, 383-84, and, of course, if it was the source of Judaic monotheism, that would have made it the ultimate fount for that of Christianity. There are, however, with Bernal's whole scenario. Margaret Nsr into a national god of Egypt following the expulsion of the Hyksos. The fortunes of Amun vastly improved with those of his city as Thebes again became the power center of Egypt with the victorious early kings of the 18th dynasty. The conquests of Thoth Holmes raise onto the position of supreme god of the known world. Amun was thus the god of gods, lord of lords, king of kings, and king of the gods. It would assets noon logical Chiloni ko Uamir effect, carry any germs of monotheism back to Palestine, they would have gotten there. Inspiration from the primacy of Amun rather than from the brief and troubled incumbency of, or that matter from Ta of the Memphite theology. It is true, of course, that Amun enjoyed only a very august henotheistic priority among Egyptian gods, but henotheism also characterized a long period in the development of Yahweh. Degree as Roland Emerson Wolfe pointed out, however, henotheism was a normal transition between polytheism and genuine monotheism. A chief god may gradually become the sole god. Moreover, it is difficult to believe that a practical people like the Hebrews would have been in any way positively impressed by Akhenaten's religious experiment and the religious and social turmoil it produced before and immediately after his death. Registered as has been pointed out several times, BA 1, 22, 75, 98-100, Bernal is a stickler for the alleged reliability and accuracy of the ancient writers on Greece and Egypt, at least when they chanced to support his thesis. He quoted Hikateos Heka. Tias of Abdera, a 4 CE at the leadership of Dinos and Waedshik not far from me utterly uninhabited. The colony was headed by a man called Moses, BA 1, 109. Bernal also mentioned the old belief that the Jews as a people, or Moses as a man, had learnt their religion in Egypt, BA 1, 384. Redford dated the ejection of the Hyksos at about 1555 to 1550 B, the time of the Israelite Exodus. It is extremely difficult to see how Moses or any of the Hebrews so involved could have enraged A.E. Nina 335 BCE. Or by ++4 the Collegy. Bernal's only interest in Hecataeus' statement was in its alleged support for his claim that Dinos and Cadmus had colonized portions of Greece, but he included the mention of the Jews led by a man called Moses. If Hecataeus is factually correct about the timing of Moses, then Bernal was all wrong on the influence of Akhenaten and the Memphite theology on the departing Hebrews. If Hecataeus is in error as we think he is, then that error raises a crucial question of his historical reliability for Bernal's cause, but it also raises a question if all of the ancient writers are as reliable and accurate as Bernal would have us believe. Next, Margaret Murray pointed out that at the beginning of ancient Egypt, a kind of Mabitel Matenel trademark Warkoimon li Inec hen per every village or district, one god or goddess had supreme jurisdiction, degree, but, of course, taken collectively, Egypt was still the essence of polytheism. Similarly, Pierre Montet cautioned his readers that genuine monotheism was not intended when Egyptian prayers or hymns spoke of God is all-powerful or God gives life to the man who loves him. The singular form of God was simply the form of address to the particular deity whose help or favor was being solicited. A devout Egyptian could well invoke the assistance of several gods for relief of the same problem. He alluded, by way of example, to a nobleman who died during the reign of Amenemhat, 1929 to 1895, asking at least 25 gods for their help as he passed to the afterlife. Apropos of our comments on breasted and Sethe probably reading Greek philosophical conceptions into the Memphite theology, Montet commented that, in actual fact, the impression of monotheism comes from modern translations. 1 degree. The conclusion of this section and chapter will rely heavily upon Donald B. Redford's book, Egypt, Canaan, and Israel in Ancient Times, particularly as it relates to the claim that Akhenaten's self-invoked monotheism had to be the inspiration for the religious views of Moses and the Hebrews of the Exodus. It is. However, Redford's contention that such a historical scenario was highly unlikely, and he offers several arguments to support his case. A. In terms of factual data, Redford concluded that the geographical and topographical information disclosed in Exodus 1-14 could have been no earlier than the set period, 7th to 6th centuries BCE. Degree asterisk he personally favored the 26 trademark dynasty. Degree. B. The birth of Moses is a part of the birth of the hero stories which had wide circulation in antiquity and which were not specifically Egyptian in Ori 104 in. C. The Egyptians kept copious records, particularly of their monarchs, but there is no mention of the loss of a king and his army in the fashion cited in Exodus 14:531. D. It was Redford's generalized view that the alleged Hebrew exodus from Egypt was probably a very nebulous reconstruction of an ancient and highly idealized Canaanite folk memory of the expulsion of the Hyksos, which had very early become a part of the origin legends of all Semitic peoples in the Near East. 6. E. It is easy to point to aspects of activity, such as universality, divine sonship, justice, and messianism in both Israelite and Amarna belief, but these are so widespread in all ancient religions, including the normative religion of Egypt, that to posit specific contact is quite misleading. Degree F. The 13th century BCE is the traditional time slot usually assigned to Moses. Akhenaten may have proclaimed a doctrine which might loosely be termed monotheism, but it enjoyed but a very brief duration of about 10 years and an even more severe geographical and social restriction to the royal family and its immediate entourage at Amarna. Degree 8. Joseph Castor was quite disparaging. In fact, Akhenaten's monotheism was Breasted's particular hobby horse, which that scholar continued to ride to the end, and which has been glibly repeated by pot-boiling popularizers who had never even read a translation of the hymn to the Aten. We know today, however, that Akhenaten was much influenced by the ancient cult of Ra at Heliopolis, and that he revered other deities, notably Thoth. This is not monotheism, and the theory of Akhenaten's monotheism is not held by any serious scholar today. At this point, Redford was simply content to emphasize that during and long after the Amarna period there was no Mosaic monotheism among the Hebrews. Degree G. Perhaps one of the most significant emotional and intellectual differences between the Hebrews and Akhenaten during that period was that the former were working out a deeply felt faith while the latter was elaborating an equally earnest doctrine. Or perhaps more accurately, Akhenaten's own personal devotionals, with the king empowered by Aten to engage in a universal pedagogical function for his divine father. 2. Only Akhenaten had Aten in his heart, and only the king as Aten's divine son understood the latter's power and purpose for the world. It is difficult to imagine how a royal successor could ever have fulfilled Akhenaten's divine role. H. As a personality, the sun disk Aten is a pale cipher, arousing little response in the worshipper. On the other hand, Yahweh is a wrathful, vengeful God prone to violent outbreaks of temper, but also capable of compassion and forgiveness, very much in keeping with the class of Canaanite deities. 4. For good or ill, Yahweh was a personal God relating directly and frequently to his people, but the Egyptian people had no direct or special relationship with Aten. Degree J. The Hebrews and their God had a unique covenant or contractual relationship, and, as a powerful, righteous Lord, he demanded adherence to a strict moral code. Aten, on the other hand, does not seem to have had any specific moral precepts or demands, other than those which had long before become traditional in Egyptian society. Degree the determination of right and wrong, if felt necessary, would have been the right and function alone of Akhenaten or any genuine son. King as successor. Athenism replaced possible moral interaction among social groups and the redressing of wrong with the assertion that wrong did not exist, and hence there was no need for the sort of practical religion that had previously been normal. K. Athenism was in a very real sense, a cold, intellectualist construction. Both Silverman and Redford affirmed that no colorful or satisfying myth surrounded either the creation or the activities of the sun disk. Registered such a deficiency is not characteristic of Yahweh. A reading of the Old Testament clearly indicates that he was much more interested in the detailed supervision of the Hebrew people than he was in running the universe, or was that view a touch of hubris upon the part of the OT writers? Redford went into great detail concerning the comparative possibilities of the high cults, possible loanwords, religious symbolisms, and idiom, hymns, poetry, and psalms, etc., to which the reader is referred. He could not, however, be Ndiaye Dursus Pace Ot in the worldview of the Hebrews, except perhaps 40-odd loanwords in the Hebrew vocabulary. Degree it is his general conclusion that whatever traces of Egypt may be found in ancient Israel were filtered through several cultural and geographical steps involving Canaanite and OE Phoenician intermediaries. All in all, there is extensive evidence to suggest that neither Athenism nor the Memphite theology had any genuine consequences for either Judaism or Christianity. Let us conclude with one historian's estimation of the import of Akhenaten's religion. The essential novelty of his theology was the doctrine that he alone knew the god and was its sole image on the earth. Akhenaten and his family prayed to the sun. Its rays blessed them. His subjects prayed to him. The reform was not monotheistic but egocentric, only its intolerance was monotheistic. Allahs. 3. Egyptian religion and Hermeticism. In the late Roman world there were many pagan religious movements and cults, but of the lot only 3 merited even a moment of Bernal's attention. They were Neoplatonism, Gnosticism, and, of course, Hermeticism. He was cool toward Neoplatonism because it was obviously Greek and unquestionably inspired by Plato, although it was conceived by subsequent generations of his philosophical disciples. For Bernal, Gnosticism suffered the liability that it was infused with varieties of Christian thought. BA 1, 134. Pride of place was earned by Hermeticism, in Bernal's view, because he saw it as the most devout incorporation of the secret and superior Egyptian religious knowledge. T was to him the corpus of occult wisdom which passed primarily into the intellectual atmosphere of the Roman world and beyond that into Western culture, apparently largely identified with and infusing Freemasonry and Rosicrucianism. BA 1, 25-26, 161, 165, 173-76, with a dash of Mormonism. BA 1, 268. We must burden the reader with a number of direct quotations from Bernal regarding Egyptian religion and Hermeticism, because, taken together, they greatly weaken his entire argument. The idea of the writings of Thoth is an ancient one and it is probable that such writings existed by the late 2 trademark 4 Millen. Niam. However, the Hermetic corpus, as it now survives, seems to represent Egyptian religion in crisis and to contain Iranian and Mesopotamian concepts. It is therefore unlikely that there are any texts from before the first Persian invasion in 525 BC. BA 1, 144, italics added. What is questioned is the antiquity of the Hermetic texts and of the figure of the sage Hermes Trismegistos. BA 1:139. Bernal claimed that the writings of Thoth were already current in the Is dynasty. BA 1, 139, but he did concede that although the dynastic version may bear very little resemblance to the later Hermetic corpus, believe scholars are 61. Too hasty in their denial of any connection with the latter. BA 1, 139, italics added. That admission alone is quite enough to sink Bernal's entire enterprise. It is not so easy, however, to draw clear lines between the traditional worship of Thoth, his allegedly Iranian or Hellenic cult in the Hellenistic period and the philosophy of the Hermetic texts. BA 1, 139, italics added. Furthermore, there are indications that at least a proto-Hermeticism existed well before the 24th century AD. BA 1, 134. Whatever a proto-Hermeticism might mean. In addition, everyone agrees that Hermeticism contained Greek, Judaic, Mesopotamian, and Egyptian influences. BA 1, 134. It is possible and indeed probable that there were considerable Mesopotamian influences on Egypt long before the 6th century BC. These must have intensified during the Persian occupations, and it was probably during these occupations that most Zoroastrian influence came in. BA 1, 137, italics added. Furthermore, the undeniable similarities between the Hermetic texts, the works of Plato, and the Platonic sections of the New Testament can easily be explained in terms of a common descent from late Egyptian religion and the Phoenician, Mesopotamian, Iranian, and Greek ideas current throughout the East Mediterranean during this period. BA 1, 162-63, italics added. And finally, in commenting on the Renaissance's alleged intoxication with all things Egyptian, Bernal declared that there had been a respect for Egypt and the East, an admiration for the Oriental profusion and obscurity of the Neoplatonists' writings and a passion for Egyptian and Oriental mystery. BA 1, 152, italics added. An alternative reading of the Greco-Renaissance connection will be offered below, but for now the reader's attention is called to several crucial concessions made by Bernal. First, there were all sorts of religious and cultural influences on Hermeticism and the late classical period besides those of ancient Egypt. Second, the corpus Hermeticism probably bears little ideational resemblance to whatever writings may have been attributed to Thoth by the ancient Egyptians. Third, the alleged proto-Hermeticism prior to the 2nd century AD offers more confusion than clarity. Fourth, the blurred relations if any between the traditional worship of Thoth, his alleged Iranian and Hellenic cults, and the philosophy of the Hermetic texts would certainly argue against any dogmatic assertions about concrete connections and historical continuities between all of those beliefs and practices. All of the above illustrate one of Bernal's signal methodological weaknesses, i.e., to make some cosmic-size claim about Egyptian greatness or wisdom and then simply to move on in his discussion without giving the reader much or any real documentation for that assertion. For example, he alleged that Egypt was the mother of all science, religion, philosophy, and letters because some of the early Greek writers ascribed such greatness to the Egyptians, as everyone knew Plato, Pythagoras, and Orpheus had taken their ideas from Egypt. BA 1, 118, 106, 122. The whole of the first volume of Black Athena should have been devoted just to the substantiation of that allegation, but it wasn't. Obviously, the appropriate starting point for an examination of the validity and relevancy of the Hermetica to Bernal's thesis is the god Thoth. Much of what was said above about the diverse and conflicting creation stories and creator gods applies here. His whole argument for the authenticity and learning of the Hermetica depends upon a direct connection with the religious centrality of Thoth within the Egyptian pantheon and sapience of the latter's purported corpus of writings, although Bernal's admission cited above that the Thoth texts may bear very little resemblance to the Hermetica, BA 1, 139, clearly inflicts mortal injury to his entire case. For Bernal's argumentative purposes, Thoth seems to be the only Egyptian deity that counted as the god of wisdom, creator of the world, inventor of mathematics, magic speech and writing, and the weigher of the souls of the dead. However, his alleged primacy is challenged by all of the other powerful creator gods and their equally resplendent and contradictory creation myths. And surely the divine creativity of Thoth could be equaled by that of the deified Nile in the beautiful hymn to the Nile, which unquestionably was the source of all life in Egypt. In addition, Erik Iversen, a Danish Egyptologist, was willing to grant a generalized support to the notion that the Hermetica was genuinely grounded upon some of the doctrines of Egyptian religion, but, unlike Bernal, Iversen's paramount candidate for that inspiration was the Shabaka text, i.e., the Memphite theology discussed above. Iversen's arguments for the Egyptian/Hermetica linkage will be considered below. For now, mention is made of his position simply because based on the Memphite document * he accorded preeminence to Te as the supreme, primordial creator god and not to Thoth. If Bernal can assert that his abbreviated case for a Thoth-Hermetica connection proved its validity, BA 1, 139-41, then Iversen made a far more substantial and scholarly pleading for Te as the fountainhead of the Hermetica. We hold no brief for either deity in this question, but if Te is the original source, then that cripples Bernal's claims for the great wisdom of the writings of Thoth. The writings or Book of Thoth represented a veritable plethora of volumes alleged to have come directly from the hand of the god himself. One ancient source cited their number as being 20,000 and another expanded the figure to 36,525, while Clement of Alexandria, 150-220 CE, an early Greek Christian theologian, listed 42 fundamental books of Hermes believed by the Egyptian pagan priests to be grounded on the writings of Thoth. Of course, the Egyptian priests and their records were given to a combination of exaggeration and ignorance, as when the priests of Neith informed Solon during his visit to Sais that the latter had been founded 8,000 years before while Athens was 9,000 years old. Herodotus was told by the priests that 341 generations or circa 11,340 years separated the first king of Egypt from the end of the 25th dynasty registered, and that the warrior caste in Egypt consisted of a total of 410,000 regular troops, when the best estimates place the size of the New Kingdom army at between 20,000 and 25,000 soldiers. So it seems safe to conclude that 20,000 to 36,525 books of Thoth was purely nationalist propaganda. Obviously, the writings of Thoth were the handiwork of earlier generations of Egyptian priests. They were hard-laid tables of stone, written with the finger of God, Exodus 31:18. Modern scholars generally concede that any actual texts of the writings of Thoth, aka temple priests, have either disintegrated with time or else their dusty remains have not as yet been discovered. The absence of any genuine copies further weakens any claimed Thoth/Hermetica connection, if the former collection was as voluminous and as widely circulated in temple libraries as was asserted by the ancient Egyptians, especially when we consider just how much of Egyptian literature did survive. It is instructive that Clement of Alexandria assured his readers that of the 42 books he listed, the 36 non-medical volumes contain the whole philosophy of the Egyptians as expressed in their religion. All facts considered, Clement's count of 42 total books sounds much more plausible than does 20,000 to 36,526 books, especially when we examine their subject matter below. If the Hermetica is supposed to be the pure distillation of all of the secret wisdom of the Egyptian priests, as Bernal asserted, then the priests didn't have all that much profound knowledge to convey to anyone. Plato, Aristotle, Augustine, Aquinas, Calvin, Hobbes, Spinoza, Kant, and Hegel are light years ahead of the cryptic but simplistic message of the Hermetica. The views of Garth Fowden on the real or imagined linkage between Thoth and the Hermetica are particularly germane here for two reasons. First, his book, The Egyptian Hermes, A Historical Approach to the Late Pagan Mind, is a very scholarly, comprehensive, and readable exposition of this particular question, and pagination references to it will be logged in the text. Second, in his preface to the 1993 edition, Fowden took note of Martin Bernal's great dependence upon and utilization of Hermetism to establish Egypt's chronological priority and preeminence to Greece, and although Bernal pushes the evidence very hard in order to make his point, I do not in principle dissent from his political approach to the Hermetica and to the wider question of Hellenism's identity and influence. 13. The nature of Fowden's alleged agreement with Bernal is a bit of mystery to us. The latter is already well reported in these pages. If anything, Fowden's analysis of the Hermetica goes a long way toward invalidating most of Bernal's argument. Fowden was doing nothing more radical than attempting to depict reciprocal cultural interaction between Greece and Egypt in classical times, 167-68, that the various Hermetic discourses were composed by many different persons at different times and places, 96, during the 1st to the 3rd century CE. XXI, XXII, XXIV, 11, that Hermetism was only one of a number of non-elite currents of thought which drew on Greek philosophy, XXIV, and that by that time what relics survived in the temples of Egypt were a bewildering multiplicity of doctrines already in circulation, 63. Fowden did see some feasible and or tenuous points of contact between the existing Hermetic documents and the conjectural writings of Hermes Thoth mentioned by Clement of Alexandria and the catalogue of sacred books inscribed on the inner wall of the Temple of Horus at Edfu possibly sometime between 140 and 124 BCE. 57. The temple was dedicated to the god Horus and not to Thoth, but Fowden assumed that the texts listed might be attributed to Thoth as lord of the emanations of Re. 58. However, David Silverman did observe that the temple at Edfu was dedicated to Horus and only he was in residence, while his co-author, Leonard Lesko, commented that the vast main temple and its surrounding wall are covered from top to bottom with scenes and texts dealing with Horus, his myths, and rituals. Thoth was not mentioned by name at Edfu and everything centered on Horus, which would suggest that the former, if present at all, occupied a very minimal role in temple affairs. Whichever listing we consult, what does it indicate regarding that purported corpus of secret wisdom which Bernal would have us glorify? The subjects addressed gave new meaning to the term prosaic. Temple planning and inventory. Staff organization, decorating the temple, magic spells of all kinds, astrology of all sorts, religious sacrifices, temple feasts, magical formulae to protect the king in this life and the next, cultic myths regarding Horus and Seth, priestly training, medical texts, hymns, and prayers, spells for averting the evil eye, priestly prosai. Zion's, geography of the Nile, and in Clement's inventory, something on cosmography, 57-59. The Pontifical Institute of Medieval Studies in Toronto would never publish any of the above as theological literature. Cosmography is not synonymous with either cosmogony or cosmology, and there was no indication in either listing that any of the clerical books were dedicated to either of the latter subjects. Ritual invocation of the gods does not constitute cosmogony or cosmology. Whatever cosmographical writings actually contained, they would be as near as we get to any genuine theological concepts, but mention of them only appears in the days of Clement's Roman Egypt after centuries of that country's exposure to Hellenism and Neoplatonism. Rather than being secret wisdom, it all sounds more like the ritual and organization of any commonplace bureaucracy, albeit here an ecclesiastical one. Now it is time to consider Fowden's perceptions of any real or imagined linkages between Egyptian religious writings and the Hermetica. 1. By the time of Roman Egypt, it was still possible for Greeks and autochthonous Egyptians to gain some minimal acquaintance with the traditions of the old cultic priesthoods. 65. 2. However, at the same time a long and eventually fatal process of deterioration had been steadily at work among the priestly custodians of the ancient religion, care for their documentary expression, and of clerical knowledge of the hieroglyphic script, which was as important to pharaonic culture as were the doctrines themselves. 63-65. 3. Fowden distinguished between the technical Hermetica and the philosophical Hermetica. The former deals with the Hermetic sciences of magic, witchcraft, alchemy, and astrology. 65-68. He said that among the Egyptians, Thoth was also considered the patron of magic and that the Greco-Roman world viewed Egypt as the mother of magicians. 65-66, so there is probably a discernible cultural continuity between the magic practiced in the temples and that resided in the technical Hermetica. 67. 4. He noted, however, that for centuries afterward, it was a standard practice for divers magicians, astrologers, and alchemists to assert that their arcane knowledge issued from the brow of Thoth/Hermes, even if no genuine resemblance could always be attested. 66-68. 5. The ancient Egyptians had some knowledge of alchemy, but Fowden ascribed the bulk of the Hermetic texts in that area ultimately to Babylonian and Greek inspiration. 67. 6. Much the same story applies to Hermetic astrology and Egyptian astronomy. Fowden went so far as to declare that we have no records that the ancient Egyptians made astronomical observations. 67. Otto Neugebauer, in his book, The Exact Sciences in Antiquity, confirmed Fowden's pessimistic evaluation of Egyptian astronomy during the long pre-Ptolemaic period. Whatever the ancient Egyptians may or may not have discovered about genuine astronomy, Fowden affirmed that while the astrological texts of the Hermetica may have contained some Egyptian star lore, Greco-Roman astrology was much more indebted to Greek and Babylonian sources. 67-68. 7. In short, the evidence for substantial continuities between the Egyptian priestly literature and the technical Hermetica is patchy, not surprising in view of Egypt's successive exposure to Babylonian influences at the time of the Persian supremacy, then to the Greek world as a result of Alexander's conquest. 68. 8. Moving on to the so-called wisdom or instruction literature of Egypt, Fowden noted that examples of that genre range all the way from the Old Kingdom down through the Roman period. 68. Some of the examples did disclose a reverence for Thoth. 69. As well as the other major gods, but their general tenor is practical not religious. Example: do not talk falsely with a man, it is an outrage to the god. Degree: such maxims are more cultural catechism than they are obtuse metaphysics. While Fowden was willing to grant that there were some parallels between the wisdom literature and the philosophical Hermetica, LH 68-71, he saw no close or direct connection. In short, the outlook of the Instructions, though pious, is this worldly, ethical, social, that of the philosophical Hermetica, Gnostic, contemplative, individualist. 70-71. 9. By way of illustration, Fowden quoted some of the maxims from the instruction of Ankshishong: the owner of the cow is he who is able to run, or man is even better at copulating than a donkey, his purse is what restrains him. 69. If such be the secret wisdom of ancient Egypt, Bernal would do quite a bit better with reruns of Laurel and Hardy. 10. Fowden concluded that the wisdom literature, by the time the Hermetica came to be written, was simply one of several literary varieties evidencing cross-cultural inspiration drawn from Platonism, Stoicism, the Jews, and Babylonians, 71-73, and not uniquely related to Thoth or the Hermetica. 11. If we read Fowden correctly, he also averred that the philosophical Hermetica was directly influenced by the Platonic dialogues and the philosophical diatribe form as developed by the Cynics, 72. The suggested directionalism of that intellectual flow of ideas would connote to us that perhaps the Platonists, the Cynics, et al., just might have had some original insights and doctrines of their own creation and thus something more than mere rote recitations of prepackaged Egyptian wisdom as Bernal and the other Afrocentrists would have us believe. 12. Unlike Bernal, we are quite ready to concur with Fowden's notion of extensive and reciprocal cultural commerce between Greece and Egypt long before and during the composition of the Hermetica. As a practical spiritual way, Hermetism was a characteristic product of the Greek-speaking milieu in Egypt described in the first part of this study, though the Coptic translations show that some at least of the literature was eventually also made available to Egyptians who did not know Greek. 213. The next crucial question relating to Hermeticism involves the dating of its composition. Bernal obviously sought to date the Hermetica as early as possible, thereby firming up his claim for a direct relationship between it and the books of Thoth. He was particularly eager to discredit the textual criticism of the Hermetica made by Isaac Casaubon, who in 1614 published his research that the alleged writings of Hermes Trismegistus could not be the genuine writings of any ancient Egyptian sage because they were not mentioned by Plato, Aristotle, or any of the other main pagan authors, and also because of the late Greek style and vocabulary employed in their composition. We will discuss Casaubon below when we examine Renaissance Hermeticism. Bernal's main chronological efforts to early date the Hermetica proceeded as follows. There are references to the writings of Thoth in the Book of the Dead. He argued that the Egyptian name Thoth, thrice greatest, has been found at Athena in Upper Egypt from the early 34th century BC, while Hermes Trismegistus dates from demotic texts at Zakhtara from the early 2nd century BCE. In addition, Plutarch and Clement of Alexandria referred to the writings of Hermes, BA 1, 139. This dating effort is one of the crucial junctures for Bernal's entire argument, but it is disturbingly short on both descriptive and evidential details. 1. Bernal's references to the writings of Thoth in the Book of the Dead and an obscure allusion to the 19th dynasty are absolutely meaningless, especially if we recall the lists of the 42 books of Hermes cited by Clement of Alexandria and inscribed at the Temple of Horus at Edfu. If ancient Egypt had had a national telephone system, the overly zealous priests would have assigned all of the town and city telephone directories to the ever-sagacious writings of Thoth. 2. As to his two dates, he did nothing more than cite his endnote, for the Esna inscription, CMT and Peter Chain, 1975, pages 7-10. For Zakhtara, C. Ray, 1976, p.159. See also Morenz, 1973, p. 222, BA 1, 465. His sources must have given some factual details regarding the alleged Egyptian development of either the Thoth thrice greatest or the Hermes Trismegistus, and it was thus incumbent upon Bernal to convey such information to his readers, particularly the verbal and textual context in which the two names were supposedly used. It is instructive that Garth Fowden included all of those sources in his bibliography, but he stated that the title Trismegistus was not verifiably applied to Hermes until texts written in the 2nd century CE, although he was willing to concede that it may have been used in Egypt before that time. 216. Cicero claimed that the Greeks had 5 different versions or generations of Hermes, so it would seem logical that there would be a popular tendency to rank the diverse versions as to their mythical power and glory. 24. Both Thoth and Hermes within their respective religions had multiple duties and powers, and among other responsibilities, both were associated with the moon, medicine, and the realm of the dead. 23. Hence it was very easy for Greek settlers in Egypt to equate Thoth with their own god Hermes. Our problem here, which Bernal did nothing to solve, is not why the Greeks would call Hermes thrice greatest, but rather the far more puzzling one, as to why devout Egyptian priests would add that suffix to Thoth. The latter was one of their most powerful deities, and given his several functions within the Egyptian pantheon, the extension thrice greatest was far more a restriction of his divine power than it is an amplification. Far more information from his sources was crucial here. This is simply a logical assertion, but the 24th century BCE date for Hermes Trismegistus suggested some kind of subtle Greek influence. Early O century dating for Thoth thrice greatest would still be quite clearly within the period of Ptolemaic dominance, and its usage, even by pious Egyptian priests, suggests at least some kind of convoluted Greek influence. Since the Esna temple was quite clearly constructed during the Greco-Roman period, registered perhaps some of its priests correctly perceived that all cultic largesse was dispensed by the Greek overlords in Alexandria, so some religious mollification might well prove rewarding, especially since the resident Greeks were so eager to identify Hermes with Thoth. It also seems logical that to the temple priests at Esna and Edfu their geographical remoteness was a clear indication that they were at the bottom of the Egyptian religious pecking order. It might ameliorate their situation to curry favor with the foreign king. Our analysis may be completely in error, but Bernal did absolutely nothing to deal with such confusion. 3. Bernal cited Siegfried Morenz as one of his sources here, but Morenz had quite a bit to say about Egyptian religion which contradicted the former's ideologic pretensions. There is a particle of truth in the statement of Clement of Alexandria that the Egyptians had 42 sacred writings by Hermes, Thoth, insofar as these texts, which include geographical and medical works among others, constitute the entire range of material available for the education of priests, italics added, dot. Degree the 42 books of Hermes and the several serialized ranks of priests cited by Clement tell us quite a bit about the alleged range and omniscience of both the sacred Egyptian wisdom and its priestly custodians. Each clerical officer was supposed to memorize his special section of the books. First, 42 books does not sound like an adequate education for a class so important in ancient Egypt. Second, it reinforces the utterly static image of the Egyptian conception of knowledge, i.e., once committed to writing it became sacrosanct and therefore the essence of a suffocating conservatism. The quest for new knowledge required then and requires now some kind of stable, objective record of what is so far known in a particular field, and objective records usually books which can become available to all interested students. In a genuine quest for new knowledge, the records in each subject area should become antiquated every 5, 10, or 30 years by more accurate and insightful acquisitions of new knowledge. The books of Hermes or Thoth were frozen into inviolable relics of the sacred past. Third, Bernal had a great regard for Morens's scholarly work on Egypt, BA 1, 433-34, but it should be noted that in regard to the 42 books of Hermes/Thoth, the most that the latter would grant was that there was only a particle of truth in Clement's statement about their nature. For Brian Copenhaver published his new translation of the Corpus Hermeticum and the Asclepius in 1992 along with abundant annotation, and he generally agreed with the late dating of the original texts. Degree in relation to the question at hand, he stated that the Greek name Hermes corresponds to the Egyptian Thoth, a god known through the whole history of Egyptian religion but remarkably popular in the Ptolemaic period, from which era around 168 to 163 BCE come the first known records in the Egyptian language of an epithet of the type 3 times greatest applied to Thoth. An Egyptian translation of the Greek Trismegistos, thrice greatest, has been identified from around 200 CE, but the single Greek word itself occurs only in the 2nd century CE and after, while the 3rd century BCE usage cited by Bernal depended on a heavily reconstructed text. Copenhaver's comment brings us back to the point made earlier that as it stands, Bernal's 34th century BCE dating of Thoth thrice greatest is far too much surrounded by confusion to be convincing. He needed to inform his readers just how and if the Egyptian language term for Thoth actually had a direct, solid connection with the Hermetica, which, of course, he didn't do. For example, any OT Jewish use of the term Messiah has no necessary relationship to any much later appropriation of the term and concept by Christian writers. Bernal needed to clear up this confusion. 2 additional authorities eagerly cited by Bernal for an early dating were Joseph Kroll and Flinders Petrie, who did their work on Egyptology before 1923. Kroll's views are pretty much outdated, and his attempt to formulate a homogeneous Hermetic synthesis is generally rejected by most contemporary scholars. Petrie's writings on Egypt seem to date between 1883 and 1923, when he ceased all excavations there after a dispute with the Egyptian government, to move on to far less productive efforts in Palestine. Degree Flinders Petrie was, without question, one of the most colorful and brilliant of all the modern students of ancient Egypt, but he was also self-educated, eccentric, uninhibited, humorous, dogmatic, parsimonious, impatient, and a confirmed workaholic. For he was certainly the father of systematic archaeological excavations in Egypt, but as with most great pioneers, he displayed an unfortunate rush to generalize about his as yet limited factual evidence. For Bernal, Petrie was vital because in a 29-page journal article in 1908, BA 1, 553, he asserted, in Bernal's words, that the Hermetica was composed between the 6th and the 4th centuries BC, BA 1, 162, and that at least some passages from the Hermetic texts must date to the Persian period, and that the crisis of Egyptian religion began in this period, BA 1, 138, italics added. Notice that Bernal has Petrie claiming that only some of the texts allegedly date to the 6th century BCE. Granting all of Petrie's brilliance, what do later Egyptologists say about his larger views of that ancient society? His admiring student and disciple, Margaret Murray, affirmed that Petrie's 2 limitations were his want of knowledge of the ancient Egyptian language and his rather unsympathetic attitude towards the Egyptian religion. Degree Michael A. Hoffman observed that the renowned Professor Petrie was famous for scores of hasty and incomplete annual publications, 2 degree, and such intellectual carelessness seems to have been the obverse side of his otherwise systematized excavation techniques. How can we be sure that Petrie's 1908 article on dating some of the Hermetica to the 6th century BCE was not one of those hasty and incomplete publications? The French Egyptologist, Professor J. Leclant, writing in 1974, believed that it was retrograde to have recourse to authorities who were today completely outdated, such as Lepsius or Petrie, while Garth Fowden noted that Bernal revives Flinders Petrie's long-forgotten dating of parts of the Hermetic literature as early as the 6th century. Bernal argued that Petrie's claims for early dating parts of the Hermetica had been ignored solely because of the machinations of the Aryan racist conspiracy, BA 1, 138, but a far simpler reason would be that they had been superseded by more recent and relevant research on that subject. For example, Edwin M. Yamauchi, a student of Gnosticism, cited and concurred with the conclusions of C. Calpe, 1961, C. H. Dodd, 1968, S. Petterment, 1967, J. E. Menard, 1968, W. Scott, 1924 to 1936, A. J. Festigier, 1944 to 1954, A. D. Knock, 1945 to 1954, and J. Monk, 1962, that the Hermetica dates between the 1st and 4th century CE. Finally, if Bernal was going to claim gospel veracity for Petrie's scholarly assertions, is he also ready to accept Petrie's theory that on the eve of the dynastic period, Egyptian governmental organization was set in motion by a conquering master race from Mesopotamia? Degree let us subpoena Bernal himself as a witness against his thesis. On page 134, BA1, he quoted M. W. Bloomfield on the origins and authorship of the Hermetica. Scholarship has veered from one extreme to the other on this question of the Egyptian elements of Hermeticism. The Bloomfield quotation was taken from footnote 4, page 2 of Francis A. Yates's book, Gers, Anno Bruno and the Hermetic Tradition. Bernal gave no indication that he considered Bloomfield to be a hostile source. However, it would have been very enlightening to his readers if Bernal had used the rest of Bloomfield's statement. Regarding the Hermetica, Bloomfield declared that these writings are chiefly the Egyptian Neoplatonists, who were greatly influenced by Stoicism, Judaism, Persian theology, and possibly by native Egyptian beliefs, as well as, of course, by Plato, especially the Timaeus. They were perhaps the Bible of an Egyptian mystery religion, which possibly in kernel went back to the 2nd century B.C. Italics added, degree. The importance of Bloomfield's conclusion is that he saw the flow of most of the ideas in the Hermetica from foreign sources, with Neoplatonists acting as the fundamental interpretive catalyst, with perhaps some grounding in Egyptian beliefs. That view is not all that much different from the position taken by Garth Fountain, 3637. It is also instructive that Bernal chose to ignore completely the most important portion of Bloomfield's statement on Hermeticism, especially when it was staring him in the face as he read Yates's footnote. Whatever notions may or may not have been originally drawn from Egyptian sources, the Hermetica was inescapably infused with the language, the structure, the conceptions, and the values of Neoplatonism, which was without any doubt the dominant force in 3rd century philosophical thought in Alexandria, and pagan and Christian thinkers alike were immersed in it, often in a common context. Degree. The Gnostic scholar, Karl Rudolph, made the same point regarding both Gnosticism and Hermeticism, i.e., they were really unthinkable without the philosophical platform of Neoplatonism*. We have about 52 years of reading and rereading and loving Plato's dialogues, plus 8 years of reading and rereading the Egyptian creation stories and the Hermetica for this book, and it is our studied judgment that there is nothing like the Hermetica in any of the Egyptian religious literature. There are numerous examples of Neoplatonism in the pages of the Hermetica, but one will suffice to demonstrate its philosophical origins in Greek thought. But the energy of God is mind and soul, the energy of eternity is permanence and immortality, of the cosmos, recurrence and counter-recurrence, of time, increase and decrease, of becoming, quality and quantity. Eternity, therefore, is in God, the cosmos in eternity, time in the cosmos, and becoming in time. For Bernal's by now tired response would be that Neoplatonism drew its illumination from Plato and that he, in turn, had merely repeated the secret wisdom of Egypt, BA1, 106-08. For now, we will merely note that both Platonism and Neoplatonism were light years ahead of anything we have read by an Egyptian hand when it comes to intellectual sophistication. It would be extremely useful if Bernal would disclose the content of the Egyptian sacred wisdom, but if he writes 2 or 20 books, he's always going to be evading such a needed revelation of that vast corpus of hidden knowledge hidden so well by the ancient Egyptian priests that even he cannot retrieve it. So all that we get is a lot of double talk, but at least Bernal's double talk is phrased considerably better than is that produced by Ivan van Sertima's core of Afrocentrists. 6. Bernal's argument here begins with the alleged books of Thoth/Hermes and ends with the 92 pages Copenhaver's translation of the Corpus Hermeticum. However, both Siegfried Morens and Garth Fountain elucidate the numerous textual injuries suffered by both the Hermetica and Egyptian religious documents over many millennia which corrupt their meaning and reliability. Our concern here applies to all of the religious literature, but especially to the alleged writings of Thoth. We are talking about large numbers of scribal copyists working in numerous temple scriptoria up and down the country across many centuries, if not millennia. Human frailties and foibles must also have been the constant companions of those scribal priests. Mistakes, errors, omissions, changes, and additions must have been frequent in all of those copies, particularly when it is remembered that not all of those cultic scribes would have been dedicated solely to Thoth. Meanings of the sacred texts were modified from cult to cult and from cosmology to cosmology, from distortions due to language evolution over long periods of time, and also deliberate insertions of new passages to serve altered religious or priestly interests. *. Garth Fountain made the same points in relation to all of the later texts ascribed to Hermes, among them the technical Hermetica. Many of our texts have been repeatedly remodeled over many centuries by people who seem to have regarded divine pseudonymity as compensating for any degree of editorial license. 2. In the early Christian centuries all over the Roman Mediterranean, there were countless pagan magicians, seers, philosophers, priests, and young Greek students who sought to make their spiritual or financial fortunes producing manuscripts attributed to Hermes Trismegistus. 2, 7-10, 165, 178, 181-82, 187. Leonard Lesko summarized very well the whole problem of changing documentary meanings when he affirmed, "It is often discouraging to find that translations of the edited texts of the pyramid's inner chambers pyramid texts, coffin interiors coffin texts and the papyri called the Book of the Dead contain some grammatically and lexicographically lucid passages interspersed with what can be described only as gibberish. The ancient Egyptians themselves had considerable difficulty understanding their texts, as is demonstrated by, for example, the widely differing interpretations preserved in the glosses appended regularly to chapter 17 of the Book of the Dead. If some of the ancients were so sure of their individual interpretations and others were unsure enough to the many possibilities, modern interpreters cannot expect some single, yet to be discovered document to provide the key to unlock all mysteries. Italics added. Degree The relevance of all of the above is that Bernal saw in the mysterious and unavailable Book of Thoth the magic key to unlock the wisdom of old Egypt, when, in fact, it is surely futile to assert that whatever ideals and ideas may be enclosed in the Hermetica were derived from such a flexible and fluid corpus of writings as the ancient cultic documents. What edition of the book or books of Thoth actually contain the real version of the secret wisdom of Egypt, in the event one or more editions should eventually be uncovered? The last section in this chapter will be devoted to the arguments made by Eric Iverson in his book, Egyptian and Hermetic Doctrine regarding any possible connection between the Hermetica and the religion of ancient Egypt. As we have done with other authors, reference pagination will be cited in the text as EHD. 1. As was stated above, Iverson believed that the Hermetic affiliation with Egyptian religion was grounded almost exclusively upon the Memphite theology. Therefore all of our earlier examination and criticism of the claimed validity of that inscription applies here to Iverson's usage. 2. And thus not Thoth, is the central creator god for Iverson's linkages, and that crucial shift in dramatis personae would be enough in itself to invalidate Bernal's case for the Thothian illumination of the Hermetica. 3. We pointed out above that Bernal's only real interest in the Memphite theology was to emphasize subtly perhaps that while Te created the world, Thoth was really the divine symbol and essence of such creative power. BA 1, 140-41. Iverson, for his part, identified Adam as both the demiurge, EHD, 12. And the logos in his capacity of the cosmic heart of Te, EHD, 12, 15, 24. Such being the case, there is thus no need for Thoth and hence his lack of paternity for the Hermetica. 4. Iverson did acknowledge that there were several differing cosmologies, each with its own unique creator god, EHD, 7-9, 14, 19, 23-24. Besides Te, he named Re, Adam, Ammon, Horus, and Khnum. He also recognized that the creator gods were localized to rival religious cities, such as Heliopolis, Hermopolis, Memphis, and Thebes, EHD, 7, and that in each case, example Te, the effort of each cultic priesthood was to raise its particular deity to the commanding position of the universally recognized god of the state, EHD, 7-8. Each cultic priesthood would not have been eager to acclaim a rival deity, cult, and city as having mythic priority. Several creator gods also meant that the Memphite theology had no monopoly on loyalty, wisdom, or creativity. 5. If Te was the creator god and Adam was his demiurge in the Memphite theology, Iverson also conceded that other cosmic pairs were supposed to operate depending upon the myth and the cultic center, Ammon and Re and Harakt, Re and Adam, Te and Re, Khnum and Re and Suchos and Re, EHD, 14. The multiplicity of creative pairs is additional confirmation of cosmological and clerical rivalries and a correlative tendency for each priesthood to view its pair as being supreme. The paired partners would also suggest that Re was far more important than either Te or Thoth. 6. Te was said to emerge from none, the primordial waters of darkness, EHD, 8. The existence of some kind of preconditional status would argue for a hierarchy of gods somehow immanent in a chaotic materiality. That might be an adumbration of some kind of differentiated pantheism, but it is quite different from the transcendent God of Christianity, as when St. Thomas Aquinas observed of the infinity of God, that the fact that the being of God is self-subsisting, not received in any other, and is thus called infinite, shows God to be distinguished from all other beings, and all others to be apart from him, much as, were there such a thing as a self-subsisting whiteness, the very fact that it did not exist in anything else would make it distinct from every other whiteness existing in a subpect the primordial waters of darkness would, of course, elicit the inevitable sophomoric query, and who then created none? Iverson did confess that in some of the other texts, none was deemed to be the original creator god, thus demoting by a major degree Te, Adam, Horus, and Thoth. 7. Iverson accepted the fact that the Hermetica was composed between the 1st and the 3rd century CE. EHD, 26, and judging by his endnotes, he concurred with A.D. Nock and A.J. Festagir in that regard, EHD, 62 and 113 and 111. Any endorsement of Festagir's views on the Hermetica placed Iverson at odds with Bernal, BA 1, 134-35. 8. Iverson observed that Renaissance Hermeticists like Marsilius Ficino, 1433-1499, believed that Hermes Trismegistus was more wise than either the Hebrew prophets or the Greek philosophers, but that the publication of K. Saban's brilliant text-critical revision of the text changed all of that and that as a consequence Hermeticism went into eclipse, EHD, 27-28, italics added. Brilliant is not Bernal's preferred description for K. Saban's late dating of the Hermetica. 9. Iverson, EHD, 28, and Bernal, BA 1, 134, recount Reitzenstein's early, 1904, conclusion in his Poimandres that the Hermetica was largely of Egyptian inspiration, but that by 1926 to 1927, he had reversed himself, to focus on Iranian origins. According to Iverson, and what Bernal neglected to mention, we can find no bibliographical references to any work by Reitzenstein in either volume of Black Athena, while Garth Fowden cited 3 works, 232, Reitzenstein alleged the Memphite theology as the primary inspiration of the Hermetica, EHD, 28, and that would suggest and not Thoth. 10. Iverson was willing to accept that there might be some validity in Flinders Petrie's notion that there was an Egyptian basis for the Hermetica, but the former also acknowledged that Petrie was wrong in dating them to the time of the Persian conquest, EHD, 29. Petrie's allegations of an early dating for the Hermetica were the only aspects of the former's work which interested Bernal, so Iverson's conclusion that in that regard, Petrie was in error places in question the usefulness of the latter to the author of Black Athena. 11. At this point we encounter the paramount linkage problems for any alleged connection between Egyptian religion and the Hermetica. Iverson recognized some of them and we will raise others. The writings of Thoth were presumably from the viewpoint of the Egyptian priests part of the religious mysteries. For example, Thoudon quoted Iamblichus in this regard, that all things remain perfect and whole, because the mysteries of Abydos are never revealed. Degree Siegfried Morens confirmed this traditional operation of priestly concealment. One of the problems here is the one already discussed as to why the cultic priests should have been willing to share their innermost secrets with outsiders, but the other problem relates to a lack of organizational inheritance, i.e., the Egyptian clerics represented highly organized, structured bureaucracies, while the Hermetic learning circles were small group experiences of study, meditation, instruction, and fellowship, culminating in a one-to-one mystic communion between master and student. The Hermeticists knew nothing of the special priesthoods, cult places, and ceremonies that were essential to the conduct of the mystery religions, 149, and the circles usually dispersed when the teacher either died or moved on. It is strange that if there had been any actual direct communication and tutelage between the temple priests and the Hermetic authors, that the latter did not emulate the organizational structures of the old religion as well. Surely, their alleged awe and veneration for the old cultic wisdom should naturally have engendered an equal effort to replicate as closely as possible the temple model. Other cults of late antiquity, example Isis, Mithraism *, and Martians Gnosticism, had elaborate public buildings, ceremonies, sacraments, and clerical orders. The informal and individual nature of Hermeticism suggests that if there were any Egyptian antecedents in the Hermetica, they had been reflected through several intellectual and cultural refractions before coming to rest in the later documents. 12. Iverson quoted Iamblichus d. 331 that the Hermetic doctrines contain genuine Egyptian theological lore expressed in philosophical terms, because they have been translated from Egyptian by scholars versed in philosophy, EHD, 26. The natural conclusion to be drawn from that statement would be that those philosophers were Neoplatonists of one kind or another, largely but not exclusively based at Alexandria, 161, who gave the Hermetica the linguistic and metaphysical imagery and sophistication it came to evidence and, in the process, infused it with conceptions of Greek philosophical provenance missing from the Egyptian cosmologies. 13. Iverson made some rather interesting admissions in this regard, presumably without being fully cognizant of their interpretive implications. First of all, he did concede that what he was talking about represented the underground influence of Egyptian motives on the development of Hermetic ideas, EHD, 33, italics added, thus emphasizing what we consider to be the oblique relationship between the two bodies of ideas. What he said about the Poimandres relates to the whole Hermetica vis-a-vis Egyptian religious beliefs. The latter evidence the considerable concretism of the Egyptian sources, while the Poimandres manifests a visionary form and the inspired passion of its style, EHD, 29. As already pointed out by Reitzenstein, the subsequent account of the following phases of the cosmogonic process in the Hermetic text is essentially different from that of the Egyptian sources, in which no mention is made of the creation of the spheres, the archons, or planetary influence, and where the Shabaka texts' simple description of the descent of the gods into the elements of inanimate nature is replaced by more elaborate description of the descent of the androgy. Nous prototype of man through the spheres, and his union with nature, EHD, 32, and there are no indication in the cosmogonic texts that the Egyptians had developed a physical world scheme comparable to the spheric planetary system described in the corpus, EHD, SI, 14. Iverson did claim to discern all sorts of parallelisms between the Memphite theology and the Hermetica, but he could cite only one conception that is generally recognized by the appropriate experts as having passed directly from the Egyptians to the Hermeticists, viz., that men are able to make representation statues of the gods and by the employment of the correct magical rites to so animate the images that the latter come to incarnate the actual deity. Parallelisms, like beauty, tend to exist primarily in the eye of the beholder. His examples of parallelism illustrate the point made above, i.e., that a very concrete and corporeal Egyptian idea may have been transformed into a far more abstract and intricate and obviously Greek-generated philosophical conception, EHD, 33. He claimed similar parallelisms in their respective doctrines of the soul, death, sin, and divine judgment, but he was also honest enough to confess that the Egyptian criteria for justification and condemnation were of a much less spiritual character than those of the Hermetic texts, and to a great extent magical rites and practices seem to have been able to influence the cosmic fate of the soul, EHD, 42. A companion asymmetry operated between the essentially anthropomorphic character of the Egyptian creator gods and creation myths, EHD, 15, and the far more sophisticated philosophical terminology of the Neoplatonists, EHD, 50. 15. Let us propose a hypothetical exercise. Suppose a professor of philosophy had a class of advanced graduate students, no positivists however, and that he or she posed the following exercise to the students. Use the statement that God is one, God is all as a first principle and from it construct a philosophy or theology involving a metaphysics, a view of history, a concept of the person and society, and a schedule of ethical behavior or the want of it. It is our belief that many of the resulting systems would bear a marked resemblance to Hermeticism, Neoplatonism, and Gnosticism, but equally so, that neither the starting principle nor the consequent kinship would be in any way indebted to any secret wisdom of ancient Egypt. 16. Reference was made to Iverson's admission that the Egyptian religious ideas were embryonic and concrete before they may have been translated by the Egyptian Hermeticists into a covert Neoplatonism. That is precisely our point. Later philosophers may vastly expand and complicate any number of embryonic ideas which are quite simplistic in their philosophy. Whoever wrote Exodus had God fickle content. Absolutely inconceivable /ie thus whether he was de Seder that one line name of God contained wi quick Cynthia Nigel al Nisabaniana's lair came to disco air. It was the latter's genius that infused the divine name with I. Boel claimed i.e. Hermeticism was the earliest and truest inheritor of the collective secret wisdom of Egyptian religion, BA 1, 134, and in that Capac. Ity, it was the doctrinal inspiration of Gnosticism and Neoplatonism, BA 1, 134, 144, and in a somewhat more subtle fashion it infused both Jewish and Christian mysticism, BA 1, 146, 150. Hermetic ideas played a formative role in, and remained central to, these philosophies and heresies and their devotees, BA 1, 144. Garth Dowden, on the other hand, sketched a far more restricted role for Hermeticism in the intellectual ferment of the Roman world. Writing of the first few centuries after Jesus, he concluded that few leading intellectuals, either Christian or pagan, took the philosophical Hermetic as seriously as doctrinal statements. 200. By his reading of the later Neoplatonists, Plotinus was uninterested in the Hermetica, even though he was educated in Egypt. Porphyry knew and read some of the Hermetic discourses, but there is no reason to imagine that the Hermetica figured prominently in Porphyry's thoughts. 201. Iamblichus was well versed in the books of Hermes, but they were, for him, merely one source among several to justify theurgy, and not particularly notable in their own right. Neoplatonists such as Proclus and his peers esteemed not Hermes Trismegistus, but the older, Hellenistic Hermes Logios. 201, 23-24. Christian writers of that period viewed Hermeticism either as a pagan prophecy of the true religion that was to be born with Christ or somewhat later as dangerous sources of heresy. 205, 212. Finally, there is no proof though that the specifically Hermetist circles posited for Egypt were transplanted abroad, where Hermeticism was primarily a literary influence rather than a way of life. 212. As was suggested above, Dowden and other scholars discerned a much more variegated religious and philosophical milieu in the Greco-Roman world than that proffered by Bernal's myopic concentration upon the Thoth/Hermes affiliation. Between 300 BCE and 300 CE, when Bernal would have Egypt be the cynosure of religious wisdom, the Mediterranean region was a bubbling froth of competing and cooperating cults and deities from all over the known world: Orphism, Magna Mater, Eleusinianism, Mithraism, Stoicism, Neoplatonism. Baal, Asclepius, Isis, Serapis, Dionysus, Christianity, Gnosticism, and later Manichaeanism *degree consciously and unconsciously, there was an interchange of deities, doctrines, cosmic forces, rites, and organizational methods, and it seems to us to be nothing but intellectual chauvinism on Bernal's part to allege that Egypt was the spiritual generator of it all. We sadly concur with Artz's observation regarding the transformation of Greco-Roman paganism into medieval Christianity. It had changed from the love of beauty of the human body and of this world to flight from this world and condemnation of all that was corporeal. So the old wisdom had become foolishness and the old foolishness wisdom. However, before Bernal finds cause for jubilation in that shortcoming of early Christianity, it needs to be pointed out that the whole metaphysical objective of Hermeticism for its adherents was precisely a categorical flight from this world and a condemnation of all that was corporeal. Hermeticism may in some small way have had a nebulous influence on the development of early Christianity, but if so, it was only one among many such factors. There is no agreement among modern scholars as to what and how much the Church Fathers may have borrowed from which mystery called for, but certain methodological barriers intervened to prevent Christianity from becoming merely the theological reflection of any of them, including Hermeticism. First, many Christian writers of the patristic age, 24 to 5 centuries, were either totally contemptuous of all pagan philosophical literature or else they condemned it as a sinful violation of scriptural commandments. After all, the burning of the Alexandrian library by fanatical Christian monks in 391 was hardly the spontaneous romp of schoolboys. Second, some of the fathers, perhaps best illustrated by St. Augustine, knew and admired the pagan philosophies, but they decided using biblical parameters what might and what might not be incorporated from such interesting but profane sources. Third, they used the language and concepts of Greek philosophy to condemn its pagan origins, but in the process they gave the former a Christian slant. Given the above, an idea may have had Neoplatonic, Gnostic, or Hermetic parentage, but the resultant offspring would have borne very little in the way of ancestral resemblance after having been nurtured in the womb of Christian theology. Giovanni Filoremo wrote a fair epitaph for Hermeticism which reflected the traditional conception of the cosmos as a beautiful ordered world, a mirror of the invisible God, itself a living God whom one must contemplate and love. Essentially optimistic, they incline towards a pantheism that wants God to be present in everything and everything to be present in God. Hermetism is not, however, a coherent philosophical system. Beside these positive expressions of the world and God, there are in the same collection documents pervaded with a pessimistic view of life and characterized by a dualistic conception of the world and of humankind. The world seems to be the epitome of evil. Because it is alien to their true nature, human beings must renounce it and flee from it in order to be able to return to their heavenly home. To achieve this aim they must possess gnosis, be reborn in their true nature, and be baptized in the cup of knowledge into which the divine intellect has been poured. Degree. For Hermeticism and the Renaissance, Bernal believed that the Renaissance was the grand rebirth of a European interest in ancient Egyptian philosophy and in Hermeticism after their long suppression by the medieval church. He contended that the textbook view that the Renaissance was a revival of Greek and Roman learning was, of course, an Aryan model distortion in favor of Greece. We can sum up concisely his adulatory account of the real interpretation of the focus of the Renaissance in the following terms. The Renaissance passion for Egypt came firstly from its ancient reputation of having been the place where the mysteries and sacred initiations were first established. The Egyptians were seen as the origin of all wisdom and arts. Renaissance men and women were fundamentally interested in the past. They were searching for fontes or sources, and so they looked behind Christianity to pagan Rome, behind Rome to Greece, but behind Greece there was Egypt. BA 153. It is precisely from the Neoplatonic and Hermetic traditions that the Renaissance drew its most characteristic vision of the infinite potential of man, and the belief that man is the measure of all things. BA 152, italics added. A few brief comments are in order. To say that the Renaissance ideals of the infinite potential of man and that man is the measure of all things were derived from Neoplatonic and Hermetic sources depends greatly on how both sets of ideas are interpreted. Hermeticism did postulate, along with some versions of late Neoplatonism, the singular ability of a few initiates to rise by spiritual direction and regimen to an actual mystic participation with the supreme God, above the lesser gods, and while imprisoned in this earthly body, ultimately for a few to achieve salvation and immortality with the ultimate one. For Gnosticism, the process of creation, fall, pain, material imprisonment, election, spiritual discipline, and salvation for the few was quite similar to that evidenced in Hermeticism and Neoplatonism, but the former tended to be more Christian in its AD2. Language and imagery. There is a conception of man central to all three doctrines, but it reads more like a marriage of the Platonic form of man with various capricious aspects of Christianity than it does any doctrine of man or individualism widely entertained during the Renaissance. Of the latter, George H. Sabina observed that Renaissance Italian society was one intellectually brilliant and artistically creative, more emancipated than any in Europe from the trammels of authority, and prepared to face the world in a coolly rational and empirical spirit, yet it was a prey to the worst political corruption and moral degradation. While Will Durant affirmed in his usual exquisite fashion, that the Renaissance mind was a recklessly individualistic spirit, set on developing all of its potential capacities, a proud spirit, scorning Christian humility, despising weakness and timidity, defying conventions, morals, taboos, popes, even occasionally, God, for Machiavelli and Hobbes were the two best or worst or typical expressions of Renaissance egotism, amorality, materialism, and secular individualism at their most rampant. None of the above sounds anything like Hermeticism, Neoplatonism, or Gnosticism, but it does resonate with the grosser individualism, greed, amorality, and crass materialism of Greece in the late 4th century BCE. And after. As the state religion lost its hold upon the educated classes, the individual freed himself more and more from the old moral restraints: the son from parental authority, the male from marriage, the woman from motherhood, the citizen from political ebilny. Copyright social hierarchy ae by anahokatai athimsiho subjects and kohim like object satellites. For any Egyptian high or low to defy conventions would have been a gross violation of their core value of mot or social harmony. Individualism in any form was a totally alien set of values, and if any of it did eventually penetrate Egyptian culture, it no doubt represented an infusion of Hellenistic ideas and not the other way around as Bernal believes. The next question is central to Bernal's whole thesis. Did Renaissance men and women really just glide past classical Rome and Greece in order to worship at the true fount of all wisdom in Egypt? Space limitations prevent a complete ventilation of the Renaissance, so our primary sources for our counter-argument will be Sir John Hale, The Civilization of Europe in the Renaissance, Sir Will Durant, The Renaissance, Richard Jenkins, ed. The Legacy of Rome, A New Appraisal, N. G. Wilson, From Byzantium to Italy, Greek Studies in the Italian Renaissance, Leonard Barkin, Unearthing the Past, Archaeology and Aesthetics in the Making of Renaissance Culture, and Bernard S. Myers and Truing Copplestone, The History of Art, Architecture, Painting, Sculpture. Are the history books all in error? Was there no genuine rediscovery and reinvigoration of Renaissance ideas, values, art, and culture by an infusion of Greco-Roman learning in all forms as Bernal would have us believe? BA 151-52. John Hale, whose professional credentials as a professor emeritus of Italian his Torrey at University College, London, are considerably more impressive regarding that period than are Bernal's, spends quite a few chapters indicating the exciting re-employment of that learning in all departments of Renaissance activities. For now, Hale's study will be our principal text, and as we have done earlier in this book, references to his book will simply be listed in our text, Sir. By way of beginning, Hale recorded the enormous excitement caused by the rediscovery of Greco-Roman learning. Earlier influences in art, culture, and architecture from the Byzantine Empire, the Muslims in southern Spain, Eastern Islam, and Asiatic luxury imports all came to be seen by the proud and boisterous Europeans as exotic relics of a long stagnant past or as idea forms too alien to be in any way assimilated into the burgeoning cultural synthesis then burning, Sir, 295-97. But as far as the mainstream of cultural awareness was concerned, Too many fresh indigenous literary and artistic impulses and too excited an awareness of the common Roman past played within and across Europe to prompt more than cursory glances outside. Ser. 296-97. To commence our more detailed inventory of direct Greco-Roman impact on Renaissance Europe, let us cite among others, Poggio Bracciolina and Ciriaco of Ancona, who looked to the illustrious political giants of both Republican and Imperial Rome as standing challenges to all Italians and Europeans to revive and surpass Roman political greatness. Ser. 191. There was hardly a branch of inquiry, from jurisprudence to mathematics, military science, and the arts, that was unaltered by the stimulus of a relevant text, artifact, or record of historical experience. Ser. 191. Lawyers studied Justinian's omnibus legal code, while physicians received useful medical insights from Galen and Hippocrates. Ser. 152. Bernal cited A. G. Blanco to the effect that once the Greek texts of the Hermetica had arrived in Western Europe after 1460 and were translated, the original documents and commentaries went through up to 40 editions by 1641, BA 1. 156. Bernal and Blanco mentioned nothing about the total number of copies of all of those texts and commentaries. Hale indicated that over 500,000 copies of Virgil alone had been translated and published by 1600, Ser. 193. Surely, a 500,000 copies of one Roman poet must suggest a widespread avidity of interest and readership for Roman literature. Cicero's political and moral observations were universal requirements across Europe for educated men and women. Ser. 195. It became fashionable to name babies after famous and fabled Greek and Roman heroes. Ser. 200. We have to wonder if either Ta or Thoth ever became baptismal favorites. Not likely. The venerable and increasingly venerated treatises of Archimedes instructed hydraulics, those of Marcus Terentius Varro did the same for agriculture, while Aelianus Tacticus's works were widely read on military matters. Ser. 205. In addition to Cicero, Plato, Aristotle, the Stoics, Plutarch, and Seneca animated both learned discussions and pedagogical instruction regarding the moral life. Ser. 206. Eric Iverson was, undoubtedly, correct when he discussed a kind of faddish mania which appeared among certain quarters of the rich and powerful during the Renaissance and especially in Italy. Hieroglyphs, real, bogus, and never understood, became commonplace emblematic decorations for jewelry, furniture, tombs, monuments, manuscripts, and wall decorations, while pyramids, sphinxes, obelisks, and statues decorated all sorts of verdant Italian gardens which would never have long survived in desiccated Egypt registered. But all of that Egyptomania was more ornamentation than substance, for when it came to various kinds of public buildings, the Renaissance architects gave new meaning, grace, and ponderousness to the Romanesque style. Ser. 248-254. Marcus Vitruvius's book, On Architecture, composed during the 1st century CE, became a compelling authority for all of Europe, with his instructions on proportion, harmony, design, function, and symmetry being incorporated in structures of all kinds. Ser. 252. The beginnings of modern music were promoted by the publication in 1555 of Nicola Vicentino's Ancient Music Accommodated to Modern Practice. Ser. 273. Whether the subject matter was a classical hero or god or a biblical theme, the style, craftsmanship, precision for exquisite detail, facial expression, power of figure, all began to evidence an increasingly three-dimensional beauty virtually unknown to Egyptian art and sculpture. Ser. 202-03, 215, 227, 246-47, 262. Would anyone, save an unregenerate Egyptophile, really attempt to argue that Michelangelo's elegant Preda or his tomb of Lorenzo de' Medici were inspired by Egyptian sculpture? Even a cursory glance at Myron's discus thrower, Praxiteles' Hermes, the Aphrodite of Melos, or the Lycian easily display their spiritual and technical kinship with Renaissance work. As we take leave of John Hale, let us allow him to make the final pronouncement on the massive and intimate connection between Greco-Roman models and their refinement and redefinition during the Renaissance, but humanism's influence was above all practical. It drew the attention of artists and writers to classical models. Historians adjusted both their manner and their material to the models offered by Livy, Tacitus, and Polybius, pushing God to one side of the chain of causes and effects and subordinating miscellaneous detail to political and military narrative. Lyric poets seamlessly absorbed fragments from Ovid and Catullus and Tibullus, changing the tenor without losing the impetus of their own voices. Plays influenced by classical examples, notably the comedies of Plautus and Terence and the tragedies of Seneca, joined the stream of performances that carried forward the medieval love of theater. Ser. 204. In his zeal to fortify his position that the Italian Renaissance humanists were really sub rosa Hermeticists, Bernal made the inflated claim that Neoplatonist academies sprang up all over Renaissance Europe, but that covertly, they were all imitating not the great intellectual establishment of Plato but rather the ideal priesthood in Egyptian temples. BA 1, 154. The only example mentioned in any detail was that instituted by Marsilio Ficino at his villa outside of Florence. Besides Ficino, the charmed circle included Lorenzo de' Medici, 1449-1492, Cristoforo Landino, Giuliano de' Medici, Alberti, Politian, Michelangelo, and probably Filelfo, Guarino de Verona, and Platina, plus Ficino's delightfully heretic friend, Pico della Mirandola. The Egyptian priesthoods became Carrac tierized by disciplined ranks, so we have grave doubts that any of the above-named worthies ever submitted to any yoke of organizational discipline when they gathered to discuss the exotic philosophies of the day. Ficino was an unabashed Hermeticist, yet he seemed to be flexible and receptive enough to spend much of his later life developing a Christian Neoplatonism. St. Augustine's writings, and gratitude for recovery from a critical illness, won him back to the Christian faith. Following his lead, Lorenzo and most of the humanists sought not to replace Christianity with another faith, but to reinterpret it in terms that a philosopher could accept. Registered similarly, Pico was probably much more a believer in Kabbalist magic than he was in Hermetic occultism. Yet in his own unorthodox fashion, he saw the Kabbalah as confirming the truth of Christianity and that Magia and Kabbalah were valuable aids to Christianity, and before the end of his short, but exciting life, he returned to Florence to become a devout follower of Savonarola, and under whose spell, Pico abandoned his pursuit of omniscience, burned his 5 volumes of love poetry, gave his fortune to provide marriage dowries for poor girls, and himself adopted a semi-monastic life. The above suggests 2 important and related points. First, that in relation to 2 of Bernal's principal Hermetic idols, Ficino and Pico, other aspects of their respective beliefs and behavior intimate that their views were more complex, eclectic, confused, and Christian than Bernal was willing to acknowledge. Second, and by far the more important teaching, is an awareness that the Renaissance humanists embraced a rather broad ideological spectrum, that they were hardly concentrated so exclusively on things Egyptian as he asserted, and that many of them found their scholarly consummation in the eager resurrection of the nearly lost works of elevated Roman and Greek minds, which is precisely what the standard history books maintain. Contrary to Bernal's restricted opinion, the Renaissance humanists were quite a mixed lot, whose principal shared interests were a reborn enthusiasm for human beauty, potentiality, action, creativity, and freedom in this world, coupled with the passionate conviction that those wondrous ideals could be far better served by immersion in the pagan classics of Greece and Rome than they could by the dull and dogmatic theological summas of the 13th and 14th centuries. In terms of conceptual orientations, they ran the gamut from Petrarch and Erasmus with their Christian humanism, degree the civic humanism of Leonardo Bruni and Leon Battista Alberti, which merely took Christianity for granted and were concerned primarily with world affairs, Ficino's natural magic of the Hermetica, Pico's Kabbalist magic, registered and culminating in the heresy of Giordano Bruno, for his truth was neither Orthodox Catholic nor Orthodox Protestant truth, it was Egyptian truth. And in Campanella City of the Sun, whose white-robed Solarians are really Egyptians, that is to say, Hermetic pseudo-Egyptians. The moral and behavioral Renaissance model of humanist man, offered for salutary imitation, was a composite of many ingredients. He was seen as a complex of cooperating opposites, will and intellect, soldier and scholar, social and contemplative, political leader and family man, pagan and Christian, wealth and virtue, and physical and intellectual leisure. Humanist man moved easily among the rich and powerful, making war, politics, love, and money in the grand style, because such humanism certainly did not advocate any moral value or desirability of poverty or asceticism. They were to express their talents and ambitions in noble actions of all kinds, with nobility being defined by their own highly individualistic consciences. The end of humanist education was to teach men to live well and happily. Bernal declared that there is no doubt that in the 16th century Hermeticism and concern with Egypt flourished as a respectable part of high Renaissance culture, BA 158, although he did make the instructive admission that for all of their enthusiasm, most early Hermeticists honestly or dishonestly kept within Christianity and the bounds set by St. Augustine that Egyptian and its derived Gentile philosophies were later than, and inferior to, biblical wisdom, BA 158-59, italics added. So here, Hermeticism was simply a respectable part of high Renaissance culture and not its controlling feature, while some or many Hermeticists remained genuine Christians. Mention has been made that Garth Fowden's study of classical Hermeticism disclosed that the Hermeticists operated in small groups for study, prayer, instruction, and contemplation under the aegis of a superior spiritual guide, with each initiate ultimately achieving gnosis in a one-to-one relationship with the teacher. Fowden described it vividly. It should be clear by now that the knowledge of God that the Hermetic initiation is supposed to bring is not an external knowledge, of one being by another, but an actual assumption by the initiate of the attributes of God, in short, divinization. The way of Hermes is the way of immortality. In fact, for the Hermetist no product of human intellectual investigation, not even knowledge of God, was an end in itself, for underlying all human thought and action is the desire for release from this world of flux and materiality, for the salvation of the soul, 106, 110-13, 149, italics added. A reading of the Corpus Hermeticum certainly confirms Fowden's evaluation. The reader is reminded that it is Bernal's conviction that Hermeticism was the glorious survivor of the secret wisdom of the Egyptian priesthoods. If the way of Hermes was as Fowden portrayed it, then in objectives, methods, values, and actions, it was the polar opposite and the absolute contradiction and negation of everything thought beautiful and praiseworthy in the model of humanist man examined above. Bernal cited Leon Battista Alberti, who is sometimes regarded by purveyors of the Aryan model as a representative of the uncontaminated early Renaissance, while the former disclosed Alberti's true Hermetic allegiance by the fact that the reverse side of Alberti's famous medal exhibited the explicitly Egyptian winged eye, BA 152. Wow. Copious evidence like that would certainly have been enough to convict O.J. Simpson of 2 murders. Will Durant described Alberti as follows: Alberti was a master, or at least a skilled practitioner, in a dozen fields: mathematics, mechanics, architecture, sculpture, painting, music, poetry, drama, philosophy, civil and canon law. 2. Which Eugene F. Rice, Jr., added in admiration: archaeologist, art critic, singer, and in his youth a skillful runner, wrestler, and mountain climber, who was admired by his contemporaries as the phoenix of the age, a new Socrates. 4. Alberti sounds like the very quintessence of the humanist man sketched above. A man of art, action, and passion, in love with the joys and pains of this life, and in no way one of those hermetic votaries dedicating his mind and soul to some mystic absorption into God, however much he may have occasionally used Egyptian signs and symbols as ornamentation for some of his artworks. Degree. The Renaissance humanists praised and practiced free thought and speech, individualism and idiosyncrasy, materialism and skepticism, art and business, politics and war. It is impossible to believe that many of those activities would have been tolerated, much less prized, by the pharaohs, the Egyptian priests, or the Hermeticists. As further confirmation of his claim that Renaissance scholars accorded primacy to Egyptian wisdom over that of classical Greece, Bernal quoted, BA 1, 153-54, Francis Yates's account of the arrival in Florence about 1460 of an almost complete copy of the Corpus Hermeticum. The recently recovered Plato manuscripts had been assembled for translation by Ficino, but his patron, old Cosimo de' Medici, ordered Ficino to put these aside and to translate the work of Hermes Trismegistus at once, before embarking on the Greek philosophers. Degree. In passing, Yates has us confused here. A few sentences after the above quotation, she wrote that Ficino was all ready to translate Plato's dialogues, but in the year 1463 word came to Ficino from Cosimo that he must translate Hermes first, at once, and go on afterwards to Plato. So, was the rush job on Hermes done in 1460 or 1463? Bernal made it seem as if Renaissance scholarship teetered on the brink of some jejune Greek chasm until it was speedily and miraculously rescued by the timely arrival of the Corpus Hermeticum. Bernal quoted Yates to sustain the drama, BA 1, 154, that Egypt was before Greece, Hermes was earlier than Plato. If we use Yates's date of 1463 omitting the problem posed by about 1460, she gave a very simple and eminently plausible explanation for Cosimo's excitement and haste. In 1463 he would have been 74 years old and less than a year away from his death, and Plato's philosophy was better known than that of the mysterious Hermetica. 3 points are of interest here. First, Yates made the instructive observation that Cosimo de' Medici had had a corps of agents scouring the Balkans for ancient manuscripts, virtually all of which if recovered would have been Greek classics and not scraps from Egypt, so the old man was much more interested in Greek learning than Bernal believed. Second, if Ficino was the consummate Hermeticist that Bernal claimed, it is curious that be it 1460 or 1463 he was going to proceed with the translation of the Platonic dialogues until Cosimo intervened, even though he too knew that the corpus was within reach. Third, all that is proven by Yates's story is that Faubourg sons were immediately involved in the translation of Hermes. Cosimo and Ficino did not have a monopoly on Renaissance humanism. Bernal would have us believe that by the beginning of the 15th century, Italian scholars had a good idea of the centrality of Egypt and the Hermetic texts to the ancient learning they wished to revive. BA 1, 152. If Renaissance thinkers believed that Egypt was the original and creative source of philosophy, science, and magic, BA 1, 160, 154, and that Greece was merely the later transmitter of some part of the Egyptian and Oriental wisdom, BA 1, 160, italics added, it is, indeed strange to discern the prodigious amount of labor, time, money, and personal risk invested by numerous Renaissance scholars in arduous expeditions all over Europe in their search for any surviving manuscripts of Greek and Roman scholarship. If the Greco-Roman writings were such trite and second-hand merchandise, and if the truly genuine article had been available in Italy since 1460-1463, why then did they work so hard to retrieve the wisdom of Greece and Rome? John Hale gave us a detailed picture as to how those Greek and Roman texts did, in fact, ignite a renaissance and reapplication of that wisdom. The numerous Greco-Roman classics were saved from destruction by humans or nature by countless monks, scholars, and merchants traveling across Europe. Most of them have been lost to history, but not all of their names have been forgotten. Those remembered are Petrarch, Poggio, Boccaccio, Coluccio Salutati, Gerardo Landriani, Ambrogio Traversari, Francesco Filelfo, and Giovanni Orispa, who on his second trip to Greece in 1423 brought back 238 manuscripts. Registered they recovered all, much, or some of the scholarly writings of such Greek and Roman greats as Herodotus, Thucydides, Polybius, Demosthenes, Aeschines, Aristotle, Euripides, Martial, Ausonius, Quintilian, Lucretius, Columella, Frontinus, Vitruvius, Valerius Flaccus, Tertullian, Plautus, Petronius, Ammianus Marcellinus, Cicero, Cornelius Nepos, Tacitus, Pliny, and many more to enrich the Renaissance. Point 7. There are two further vital signs of the consuming passion with which these Renaissance humanists sought out Greek and Roman learning. First, there was the massive revival of the teaching of Greek in Italy after 1342 degree, and second, the application of the printing press to disseminate tens of thousands of copies of the Greek and Roman masters either in their original languages or in translations. Given the above inventory of Renaissance interest in Greco-Roman scholarship, Are we really going to be persuaded by Bernal's claim that ancient Egypt was the real focus of Renaissance scholars? George A. Kennedy, a professor in the Department of Classics at the University of North Carolina, made a nice summary of our Greco-Roman heritage, and, unlike many classic scholars, he emphasized the Roman side of the legacy. One continuing effect of the recovery of Greek literature in the Renaissance has been a closer identification of ourselves with the Greeks, with their philosophical, political, literary, and athletic experiments than with the legalistic, authoritarian, and sometimes pompous, if pragmatic, Romans. Even if they are not regarded as models for direct imitation, the great monuments of Latin eloquence, the speeches of Cicero, the histories of Livy and Tacitus, the epics of Virgil and Lucan, the writings of Tertullian and Augustine, for example, are exemplars of the human spirit. They show political, social, scholarly, and religious matters given a powerful artistic form that increased their influence at the time and has ensured their survival for generations to come. Degree asterisk in this regard, Bernal has a final methodological problem. On the one hand, we have his now familiar assertion that the Greeks did nothing more original than borrow all of their religion, philosophy, science, and political institutions from the Egyptians, BA 1, 23,120, and that they merely passed on the whole corpus to Western civilization under the misnomer of classical Hellenism. Yet, on the other hand, in his ceaseless effort to tie every line of human creativity to an Egyptian inspiration, he made some interesting admissions. For example, scientists in the era of Newton justified turning to experiment as a way to retrieve the wisdom of Egypt and the Orient which the Greeks and Romans had failed to preserve. BA 1, 157, that the Greeks had transmitted only some part of the Egyptian and Oriental wisdom, BA 1, 160, and citing Christian Hermeticist, Athanasius Kircher, 1601-1680, to the effect that Egypt had been the home of original religion and original philosophy, most of which the Greeks had failed to preserve, BA 1, 164, italics added. The obvious deduction is that if the Greeks and the Romans failed so miserably to preserve the ancient Egyptian wisdom, then the mountain of literature, poetry, art, philosophy, law, science, and political institutions which was passed on to us by the Greeks and Romans just might represent their own respective national genius. Logically, Bernal can't have it both ways, i.e., that they did and they did not transmit Egyptian learning. As was suggested earlier, Francis Yates was one of the major sources Bernal considered to be favorable to his hypothesis about Renaissance Hermeticism, BA 1, 153-156, 158, 162, 165, 174, 191, that Egypt had had intellectual superiority over Greece, BA 1, 154, that Copernicus's heliocentrism was inspired by Hermeticism, BA 1, 155, that Giordano Bruno was not really the precursor of modern science, but rather that he was an apostle of Hermeticism, BA 1, 158-59, that Campanella's City of the Sun was transparently Egyptian, and that he and Bruno were the inspiration for the 17th century development of Freemasonry and Rosicrucianism, BA 1, 174-77. Yates did say all of those things and many more which did far more damage to Bernal's cause than he cared to admit to his readers. He told them, by way of extenuation, that while Yates not only opened up but still towers over the study of Renaissance Hermeticism and championed heresies of all sorts, she did not have the courage to challenge the full force of the Arian model, and that she seems to have felt it necessary to reassure her readers that she was not so unorthodox as to believe the men she was writing about with such sympathy, BA 1, 158, italics in original. We do not know if there are enough of Yates's autobiographical materials existent to allow any kind of sound judgment about her motives in her conclusions about Renaissance Hermeticism, but it would seem to us that the honesty and fairness expressed in her book suggests very strongly that where she differed with Bernal's analysis, that her divergence might just be assignable to sincere scholarly conviction and not to any craven fear of offending her readers. The Egyptian secret wisdom qua magic. Yates made copious references to the fact that not only was the core of Egypt's secret wisdom composed of magic in all of its forms, but also that the late pagans of the Roman Empire and the Renaissance enthusiasts both looked back to and venerated the ancient Egyptian priesthood precisely because the former believed that the latter had developed the darkest and strongest magic which was revealed in the writings of Hermes Trismegistus degree. The Hermetic magician understood the complex magical secrets and powers of the astrological relationships of every object in the universe, and with the appropriate prayers and rituals could command the powers of the stars and the gods to do his bidding. By knowing the links of the chains of influences descending vertically from above, and establishing for himself a chain of ascending links by correct use of the occult sympathies in terrestrial things, of celestial images, of invocations, and names. The methods and the cosmological background presupposed by the magician are the same whether he is using these forces to try to obtain concrete material benefits for himself, or whether he is using them religiously, as in the hieratic magic described in the Asclepius, for insight into the divine forces of nature and to assist his worship of them. Asterisk 4. We find nothing in Yates's extensive coverage of Egyptian religious magic and that of Roman and Renaissance Hermeticism to suggest that she would in any way have disagreed with Garth Fountain's estimation of Egyptian religion and its secret wisdom, and it is to ancient Egyptian magic that we should look for the origin of the idea that the magician could constrain the gods to do his will by abuse and threats. The magician's potential power was considered to be unlimited, certainly equivalent to that of the gods, once he had learned the formulae by which the divine powers that pervaded the universe could be bound and loose. Such was the logical corollary of the Egyptians' belief in the dynamism of words and spells. Ritual purity was essential to the magician's success, but personal, ethical purity was deemed irrelevant. 80-81, italics added. Even Bernal himself confirmed apparently without any hesitation or reservation the conclusions of Fountain and Yates regarding the centrality of magic to the ancient Egyptian secret wisdom. In his treatment of the two levels of philosophy or religion, one for the unlettered masses and the other for the initiated elite, he readily conceded that the latter level of Egyptian religion and of Hermeticism could easily be transformed into magic where the worshipper commands the gods. BA 1, 132, and he quoted with favor A. G. Blanco's view regarding upper-level Hermeticism, that astrology, alchemy, and magic are the arcane disciplines and the practice of them was reserved to the elite. BA 1, 133. And Bernal also admitted that interest in Hermeticism faded in the late 17th and early 18th century because of a general turning away from an interest in magic. BA 1, 161. Our point here is one made earlier, i.e., if magic and occultism are the core characteristics of the secret wisdom of ancient Egypt and the Hermetica, then as far as we can see, he wasted his time writing and our time reading Black Athena. The great and dangerous problems of this world, ancient or modern, are not going to be solved by magical spells and incantations for any gods. Isaac Casaubon and the Dating of the Hermetica. One of Bernal's most determined objectives was to discredit the extensive textual research of Isaac Casaubon, published in 1614, which effectively demolished the long-held view that the Hermetica was the sacred writings of an ancient Egyptian sage who dated Moses and Plato. In Bernal's mind, it was Casaubon's conscious intention to discredit the age, and hence the value, of Egyptian wisdom. BA 1, 194. In his effort to squelch the devastating consequences of Casaubon's late dating of the Hermetica for both Renaissance and Roman Hermeticism, Bernal was considerably embarrassed by the fact that Francis Yates, whom he considered to be such a pioneer scholar of Renaissance Hermeticism and champion of all sorts of heresies, BA 1, 158, should have completely accepted the late dating as justified. Scholarship at its best. Degree writing of the actual copy of the Hermetica used by Casaubon in his devastating exposure, she concluded that it represented the death of the Hermes Trismegistus of the Renaissance, the imaginary Egyptian priest who as the leader of the Priscus Theology had exerted such a tremendous influence for so long. She referred to Champollion's decipherment of Egyptian hieroglyphic writing about 1824 as the second phase of the breakup of the Egyptian myth, the first phase of which was Casaubon's dating of the Hermetica. She combined Casaubon's late dating with contemporary scholarship which had concluded that the Hermetica was not sacred wisdom predating both the Hebrew patriarchs and the Greek philosophers of antiquity, but was a corpus of Greek philosophical literature cast in a pseudo-Egyptian framework, composed between 100 and 300 CE and centering on astrology, occultism, and magic, and influenced by Greek, Jewish, Persian, and Egyptian ideas. Yates made repeated affirmations throughout her book that it was her scholarly opinion that the Hermetica was post-Christian and that it represented a potpourri of pagan ideas, largely influenced by various forms of Neoplatonism and Stoicism. Contrary to Bernal's criticism, Francis Yates does not read like a scholar who is acting out of fear either of her general readers or of the scholarly community. There is confidence and conviction on every page regarding her conclusions as to the dating and authorship of the Hermetica. If anything, her book represents the third and final phase in the destruction of the Renaissance myth regarding the ancient Egyptian sources of Hermetic magic. If there is any fear and trepidation on this score, it is not to be found in Yates's book, but much more so in Bernal's, because he knew what a mortal wound her book had inflicted on his assumptions. In his effort to belittle the work of Casaubon and Yates, Bernal declared that interest in Hermeticism and magic dwindled towards the end of the 17th century for large-scale social, economic, political and religious reasons. BA 1, 163. While there may be a germ of truth in his statement, the latter is much more a part of his dinner-table Marxism mentioned earlier, i.e., grand historical forces shaping the history of an epoch. But it is extremely difficult to define and confirm the consequences of large-scale reasons or forces, because they tell us everything and nothing. Bernal also omitted probably the most important large-scale reason, viz., the beginning of modern science and its worldview. In this regard, Yates affirmed that Hermes Trismegistus had to be cast off to free the 17th century for the development of the scientific revolution and its mechanistic cosmology, and that Casaubon's late dating came at precisely the right time to give intellectual and spiritual lift-off to that momentous development. Degree so long as many of the best minds of the Renaissance continued to believe in the supreme efficacy of divine magic, they were little receptive to considerations of a more mundane, yet crucial, form of material causation. Casaubon's demythologizing of Hermes helped to shift the European mind from dead-end magical solutions. Bernal also declared that Casaubon's criticism had no adverse impact whatsoever on 17th century Hermeticism. Some scholars, like Kircher, ignored Casaubon altogether, others, like the Cambridge Platonists, confronted his criticism but argued that the text still contained ancient and valuable material. BA 1, 163,162. Yates suggested that Kircher may never have become aware of Casaubon's revolutionary research. If such be the case, Kircher could hardly be influenced one way or another by the late dating of the Hermetica. It is readily granted that Kircher and Robert Flood were and remained unreformed Hermeticists and Kabbalists. 42 However much Bernal may be exhilarated by the contemplation of their Hermeticism, whatever they said has been long forgotten and they are of antiquarian interest, if at all, only to a pedantic few. For good or ill, the scientific cosmology 1. Whether he is willing to acknowledge it or not, we are quite ready to argue that Bernal's own life activities and worldview are much more governed by modern scientific values, methods, and technologies than they are by any genuine, operative employment of Hermetic magic and occultism. Regarding the Cambridge Platonists, Bernal named Henry More and Ralph Cudworth as principal leaders of the movement from the 1660s to the 1680s, BA 166. His allegation that More was completely within the Hermetic tradition runs counter to Yates's evaluation of his views. She affirmed that both More and Cudworth knew of and accepted Casaubon's critique of the Hermetica, and this deprived them of Hermes Trismegistus as a priscus theologus and so of one of the main foundations of the Renaissance synthesis. 4. As to Henry More himself, Yates concluded that More had to strain credibility and logic to claim that the Hermetica contained even a few fragments of genuine Egyptian wisdom, example the pre-existence of the soul, and that the Hermetica was not seen by More as a sign sure of ancient Egyptian wisdom prefiguring either Hebraic or Christian religious views. For not only did she see More as a bona fide Christian Platonist, free from that core of magical theory and magical practice, which the cult of Hermes Trismegistus imparted to Facinian Platonism and its influence, but also as an admirer of much of the scientific mechanism of Descartes*. Finally, Bernal stated that the scholarly and ideological descendants of Casaubon have not even to this day answered the objections made by Ralph Cudworth in the 1670s, that the presence of later material does not make the texts valueless as sources for Egyptian wisdom because they had been composed before the extinction of Egyptian paganism and its numerous priesthoods, BA 162. Bernal neglected to inform his readers that Cudworth was generally forced by Casaubon's work to agree with the latter that most and perhaps all of the Hermetic writings were forgeries allegedly concocted by pious early Christian writers and passed off as pagan prophecies for the coming of Christ, and that by convoluted reasoning that the ancient Egyptians had probably believed in one supreme deity and the eternity and divinity of matter registered. What does it mean when Bernal asserted that Casaubon's scholarly and ideological supporters have allegedly failed to answer Cudworth's claim that the Hermetic texts were not valueless as sources of Egyptian wisdom, however diluted the latter might be? We have discussed the Hermetica at great length above, and the long and the short of it is that it represents an elaborate occultism infused with a philosophical mysticism which embraces an excessively complicated hierarchical system of gods*. We have read the Hermetica several times, and while it is interesting, it doesn't reflect any major doctrines of the Egyptian cosmologies, and it certainly isn't going to set either the religious or philosophical worlds on fire. If a person is spiritually attuned to various forms of thaumaturgic mysticism, he or she could, indeed, find emotional value in Hermeticism and Gnosticism, as a perusal of the advertisements in many of today's New Age publications will readily attest. However, the same thing can be said for any philosophical or theological writing. For some, St. Augustine's City of God talks as much about the true sources of today's immoralities as it did about those occurring in pagan Rome. Similarly, there are Christians for whom creationism is still a meaningful religious view, but their adherence does not vitiate the scientific value of Darwinian evolution. Since the dawn of human consciousness, people have fabricated probably thousands of religious mythologies and philosophical systems to help explain to their peers where they were and why they were in a multidimensional universe. Obviously not of their own making, and the various Egyptian mythologies were a part of that vast collection. Of those mythologies and systems assuredly provided their respective adherents with intellectual meaning and spiritual reassurance about life. It is purely intellectual pretense upon Bernal's part for him to claim that the Egyptian versions were somehow vastly superior to all of their thousands of mythic rivals. The only possible test is emotional satisfaction for each believer. And in that, the most simple legend circulated among the most credulous of peoples has every bit as much salience as the most recondite systems proposed by the most studious of theologians. The Hermetica has explanatory value for those who want it to have such value, and it lacks such heuristic qualities for those who are unmoved by its systemic presumptions and pretensions. And today, most people are Cartesians in one degree or another. The myth of Egypt and its hieroglyphs in European tradition, our final contribution on Egypt and the Renaissance, is derived from Eric Iverson's study of the role of Egyptian hieroglyphs in European intellectual history. Bernal did list Iverson's book in his bibliography, and he cited it 16 times in his endnotes, BA 467, 469, 470, 472, 473, 474, 477, 483, 485. What is very curious about Bernal's employment of Iverson's book is that the former apparently missed the latter's central thesis entirely, while concentrating essentially on historical and biographical details which seem to confirm Bernal's view that ancient Egypt, Hermeticism, Masonry, and Rosicrucianism had remained a primary European passion between the Renaissance and the early 19th century, BA 251, 267-68. As his title indicated, Iverson held that beginning with the Greeks, the Europeans had persistently misjudged the linguistic content of the Egyptian hieroglyphs until the latter were deciphered by Champollion between 1822 and 1824. Since apparently none of the Greek writers could either read the glyphs or speak Egyptian, their interpretations of the pictorial script were based on more or less superficial hearsay evidence. They universally assumed that the glyphs must represent a sacred symbolical or allegorical writing, which had to embody the divine magic for which the Egyptians were renowned. Because the Greeks could not read the glyphs, they necessarily interpreted them within Neoplatonic philosophical norms which held them to be the material expression of a divine knowledge of an ultimate metaphysical reality which could be known only after the proper initiation and religious illumination, rather than being signs describing everyday political, military, or religious matters. The revival of Neoplatonism in the Renaissance, Iverson affirmed, also rekindled the Neoplatonic misinterpretations of the meaning of the hieroglyphs. At this point, Bernal agreed with Iverson, in the sense that many Renaissance scholars had accepted the established tradition that the glyphs express deep religious mysteries, BA 152, but he completely neglected to mention Iverson's extensive documentation that tradition was based upon absolutely false assumptions regarding the meaning of the signs, BA 153. Bernal quoted a Professor Ewind, who basically agreed with Iverson that the Greeks, Romans, and Renaissance thinkers had all been fooled by their misunderstanding of the actual nature and uses of the glyphs, BA 153, but by way of rebuttal he declared that I believe that the 15th century interpretation was accurate, at least for late Egyptian religion. In any event, its truth was never questioned by the Italians of the Renaissance, BA 153. Since none of the Renaissance writers could read the glyphs, the fact that all of them may thus have accepted the old Greco-Roman tradition proves absolutely nothing for Bernal's case, except, perhaps, that it is possible to fool all of the people, albeit unintentionally, some of the time. If they couldn't read the picture signs in the manner intended by their original Egyptian authors, how on earth could the former and Bernal know whether or not the signs actually did express any secret religious wisdom? To affirm, as Bernal did, that none of the Italian Renaissance scholars had questioned the ancient orthodoxy only confirms that they were all prisoners of a common ignorance. If the Greeks did, in fact, confuse the real meaning of the hieroglyphs and followed that error with the even larger mistake of reading Neoplatonism into what they did know and write about Egypt, those twin falsities would then suggest that what the Greek tourists may have said about Egyptian religion was also severely distorted and that therefore, they were not quite the dependable witnesses on things Egyptian that Bernal would make them out to be. The double errors would also substantiate the view held by many other specialists that the Hermetica was, in reality, a mishmash of Greek and Oriental mysticism and philosophy, and not the quintessential utterances of some Egyptian demigod. Registered finally, we and Iverson are quite willing to agree with Bernal's allegation that Egyptianism, Hermeticism, Freemasonry, and Rosicrucianism continued to be active influences in Europe and later America between the 15th and 18th centuries, BA 153 to 188, 251, 268. Where we differ with him is in his ever so subtle implication that virtually everybody who counted intellectually from the Renaissance, BA 153, on forward were oriented toward Egypt and not Greece. BA 157. Our reading of the 15th through 18th centuries suggests that sometimes many Europeans were interested in Egypt at least on a superficial basis, but certainly not all of those who counted intellectually. Cosimo and Lorenzo de' Medici may well have been patrons and protectors of the Hermeticism of Ficino and Pico, and Pope Alexander VI may have had the Appartamento Borgia in the Vatican decorated with frescoes which included Hermes Trismegistus copyright, but as Francis Yates pointed out, the Reformation brought in its train a vigorous refutation of Hermetic magic in all forms by Roman Catholics and Protestants alike degree. In the period under consideration, Hermeticism and its various progeny were what we would today call a counterculture, even if they were the stylish affectations of many of the rich and powerful. In the 16, 17, and 18 trademark centuries, a confused mixture of real, imagined, bizarre, and counterfeit Egyptianisms found expression within European artistic circles in numerous emblematic applications in paintings, medals, manuscripts, obelisks, monuments, fountains, gardens, tombs, etchings, and sculptures. Iverson well illustrated the counterculture aspect of Egyptianism in France about 1700 when he reported that magic, demonology, occultism, astrology, and alchemy were fashionable occupations for the idle rich as well as the ambitious poor. Isn't most of the Hollywood motion picture community today involved in a similar exotic counterculture which most heartland Americans would deem to be morally repugnant, example Scientology, ersatz Buddhism, rampant promiscuity, and serialized polygamy? At least as yet, Hollywood doesn't speak for all Americans. Hermeticism, Gnosticism, and Neoplatonism became in 1st century France the inspiration for all sorts of secret societies and religious mountebanks, charlatans, fakers, hucksters, and swindlers all moved easily and profitably among the dilettantes who made Egyptianism into a profession of faith, perhaps best symbolized by Count Cagliostro, 1743 to 1795, who combined pseudo-Egyptian religion and magic with Freemasonry to make himself a swindler of continental proportions until his untimely death in a Roman prison. So, contrary to Bernal's exaltation of Hermeticism during the 15th through 18th centuries, it would be our view that as the epitaph for Hermeticism, dilettantism would surely be the most accurate and honest description for the fashionable occupations for the idle rich as well as the ambitious poor. Whatever the claimed religious doctrines may have been for the Nilotic priesthoods and the pagan Roman mystics, increasingly in the period under review they became the modish amusements of the bored and eccentric. Gullibility is no respecter of era, nation, or class. Pyramidology, Freemasonry, Rosicrucianism, and Mormonism. By way of introduction, we would like to evaluate one of Bernal's principal authorities on ancient Egypt, Peter Tompkins, and his book, Secrets of the Great Pyramid. A brief critique of Tompkins's claims is in order because Bernal found support for his claimed linkages between the Egyptian priesthoods, Hermeticism, and Freemasonry in Tompkins's pages, BA 138, 276, 469, and because the latter was even more ready than Bernal to accept at face value the most exaggerated and incredible allegations regarding the professed superlative knowledge of the ancient Egyptian priests, BA 272 to 80. Up until now we have, at least, had some respect for Bernal's scholarly efforts even where we totally disagreed with his conclusions, but after reading Tompkins's book, even that modicum of regard has evaporated when we placed Tompkins's fantasies about Egypt in juxtaposition with Bernal's absolutely groundless panegyric for those flights of the imagination. It is a tragedy that Tompkins's brilliant and scholarly book has been stripped of its scholarly apparatus. BA 1, 469, n. 9, italics added. If Bernal considered Tompkins's ideas to be brilliant and scholarly, that acclamation said a great deal about the former's watered-down canons of evidential verification. Tompkins, whom Bernal cited 16 times, is merely symbolic of the latter's readiness to employ any eccentric author no matter how questionable may be his premises or proofs if that person happens to support Bernal's theories. In what little autobiographical material there is in Tompkins's book, there is no evidence regarding academic degrees earned, academic positions held, or any other sort of professional credentials. He is listed as the author of the following books as of the time of publication in 1971, To a Young Actress, Shaw and Molly 100. Tompkins, The Eunuch and the Virgin, A Spy in Rome, The Murder of Admiral Darla, and Italy Betrayed. The last three titles suggest a novelist's sorties into casual historical popularizations, while none of them betoken very much in the way of scholarly seriousness. Tompkins's handling of bibliography is a nightmare for reader and critic alike. By our count, he has 109 sources published in 1900 and before, 125 published between 1901 and 1945, and 80 between 1946 and 1971. As with most of the other Afrocentrists, the above indicates an all too willing acceptance of outdated texts as if nothing much new had been written. He mentioned most of his authors and their claims, but there are positively no endnotes with book titles and pagination, thereby essentially making it impossible for other scholars to check any of his sources unless they are prepared to read the entire bibliography. To further complicate matters, he alluded to somewhere between 20 and 30 authorities, but with no listing of any published materials. The reader wanders helplessly through his chaotic land. His topic is the Great Pyramid of Cheops Khufu located at Giza just west of Cairo. To enlighten the skeptical reader, we will now discuss in abbreviated form Tompkins's many wondrous claims about all of the secret knowledge built into and evidenced by that famous structure. Let us begin with a modest introductory statement. Whoever built the Great Pyramid, it is now quite clear, knew the precise circumference of the planet, and the length of the year to several decimals, data which were not rediscovered till the 17th century. Its architects may well have known the mean length of the Earth's orbit round the Sun, the specific density of the planet, the 26,000-year cycle of the equinoxes, the acceleration of gravity and the speed of light. Italics added. To Tompkins, the chocolate-colored granite in the king's chamber within the structure could have come from Atlantis or America. Italics added. The pyramid was the repository of an ancient and possibly universal system of weights and measures. The priest mathematicians were supposed to have worked out the value of pi thousands of years before the Greeks did, and like Bernal, Tompkins denigrated any possibility of Greek scientific creativity degree because of the advanced geodetic and geographic science of the Egyptians. Their country became the geodetic center of the known world. Other countries located their shrines and capital cities in terms of the Egyptian meridian zero, including such capitals as Nimrod, Sardis, Susa, Persepolis, and, apparently, even the ancient Chinese capital of Anyang, although later he said that Persepolis was centered on an arbitrary geodetic point registered. A slight concave aspect of the centers of the four sides of the pyramid was alleged to have allowed the priests to compute the solar, the sidereal, and the anomalistic years. The pyramid itself is supposed to have been a giant sundial, a gigantic lens able to focus an unknown cosmic energy, a grand astrological computer, and the ultimate astronomical observatory. The priests worked out the zodiac centuries before the Babylonian, all the while observing spots on the surface of the sun which indicated such things as the sun's rotation on its axis and that the sunspots had all sorts of climatic, environmental, and psychological influences on Earth and its inhabitants. Not content with that, they also developed the concepts of longitude and latitude, for while being familiar with both the Fibonacci series and the golden section, with the crowning glory being the fact that the pyramid is so designed that for all practical purposes, it manifests the squaring of the circle. Registered how, pray tell, did the priests miss being the originators of the Big Bang theory of the universe and of Darwin's theory of evolution? However, Tompkins's inventory of spectacular scientific inventions incorporated in the design and measurements of the Great Pyramid went on, and Tompkins's sources for such flights of fancy tend to divide into three general categories. First, bona fide scholarly experts in academic disciplines at least tangentially related to the assertions he made about the Great Pyramid, but who were also religious chimerists of one kind or another, example Charles Piazzi Smith, the Astronomer Royal of Scotland, who won a gold medal from the Royal Society of Edinburgh for his various measurements of the pyramid made in 1865. 7. Tompkins admitted, however, that Smith was a religious zealot who had concluded that the fantastic mathematical riches of the pyramid had been directly imparted to the builders by the biblical God. Registered 2nd, recognized professional scholars whose research was utilized piece meal by Tompkins where specific points happened to be useful, for example, Flinders Petrie and George Sardin. In 1882, Petrie and his father went to Egypt in order to confirm Piazzi Smith's results. To their distress they found that virtually every measurement their friend had taken was inaccurate. Young Petrie was stunned and much wiser. His own survey of the pyramids, published in 1883, remains a standard in the field. Margaret Murray, who was Petrie's student, friend, and disciple, confirmed the above data, and regarding Piazzi Smythe's measurement theory of the Great Pyramid, she declared that there never was anyone who more conclusively disproved that theory than Flinders Petrie, italics added, degree the most that Bernal could muster about Petrie's refutation of Piazzi Smythe's theory regarding the Great Pyramid was to claim that the former's conclusions were inconclusive and that given the changes taking place within Egyptology in the 1880s and the general professionalization in academia and elsewhere between 1880 and 1960, pyramidologist theories were pushed into the new category of crankiness or pseudoscience, BA 1, 274, which is precisely where such fantasies belong. Tompkins sadly conceded Petrie's defection from the ranks of the pyramidologists when he declared that with success and recognition, Petrie turned from the romantic exploits of discovery to the prosaic minutiae of scientific archaeology, italics added, point 7. Since Petrie became the father of modern Egyptology, the terms romantic exploits and prosaic minutiae tell us a great deal about Tompkins's chimerical notions of scientific research, as if the explorations of scientific archaeologists could not produce numerous exciting exploits of discovery. Tompkins quoted George Sarton, late professor of the history of science at Harvard, regarding the latter's marked admiration for the architectural, astronomic, and engineering skills of the dynastic Egyptians, but the former neglected some additional comments by Sarton apropos our present topic. Regarding the calculation of the Pythagorean theorem, Sarton concluded that there was no reason to believe that the Egyptians had worked it out, except the indirect one suggested above apropos of the Berlin papyrus. Degree it would also have been an excellent corrective or purgative for Tompkins's Egyptian deliriums if he had recalled Sarton's opinion of the pyramid gazers. The Great Pyramids are so wonderful that some of the scholars who tried to penetrate their secrets became the victims of a mild form of insanity and ascribed to the ancient builders occult and metaphysical intentions and an esoteric knowledge the possession of which would have been even more marvelous than the mechanical and engineering ability that they certainly possessed, italics added, For third, when it came to his larger generalizations regarding what he believed to have been the true purpose of the Great Pyramid, Tompkins had a ready recourse to all manner of eccentrics and crackpots, whose various truths about the edifice simply boggle the mind of any reader. David Davidson, a British structural engineer writing about the mysteries of the Great Pyramid between 1910 and 1943, decided that it establishes the Bible as the inspired work of God. Degree 2 of Davidson's books quickly convey the directionalism of his thinking, The Judgment of the Nations in the Great Pyramid Prophecy, 1910, and The Path to Peace in Our Time outlined from the Great Pyramid, 1943. We have it upon good authority that the latter was almost used as the basis for the United Nations Charter written in 1945. D. Naromon was a mining engineer and president of the French College of Astrologers. Basil Stewart, registered Helen Blavatsky, and others were theosophists. William Kingsland judged that the alleged astronomical functions of the pyramid were merely a preparation for far more important astrological work, since astrology is a profoundly esoteric science connected with the great cycles of man's evolution, understood only by the adepts. Degree W. Marshall Adams believed that the pyramid was the physical expression of the secret wisdom expressed in the Book of the Dead, while Henry fervently argued that the latter was the embodiment of psychic science. Giorgio de Santillana made the same claim. J. Ralston Skinner was convinced that the structure expressed Jewish Kabbalah and equally arcane teachings hidden in the Bible. Degree Tons Bruns, a Danish engineer and Freemason, argued that the pyramid and most of the great temples of antiquity were designed by a secret hermetic geometry which was only being reintroduced to the modern world with the publication of his book, The Secrets of Ancient Geometry in 1969. Degree 4 Edgerton Sykes, an archaeologist and author, affirmed the not completely implausible notion that there might be all sorts of corridors and passages under the pyramid, but Tompkins also informed us with a straight face that Sykes is perhaps the best living authority on ancient Atlantis. Degree while a Baron de Cologne, quoted in a 1965 book, asserted that there is an underground kingdom under the Egyptian desert. Degree Tompkins has many more such pyramid experts, but let us conclude this aspect of his work with his personal evaluation of the above thinkers. Such weird but soberly recounted tales about the pyramid are tame compared to the wilder conceits that have been propounded by pseudoscientific, science fiction, and sensational authors, italics added. If Tompkins was willing to believe such soberly recounted tales, one has to wonder exactly how he defines pseudoscientific, science fiction, and sensational authors, because, according to our lights, his authorities clearly came within the compass of those definitions. If the ancient Egyptian priests had really developed such encyclopedic knowledge in all of the sciences, the natural question is what happened to it? There should be mountains of technical and industrial debris all over the Nile Valley left from the laboratories, observatories, and test centers which obtained all of that sophisticated information and the factories and power plants which serviced them, but nothing of the kind has ever surfaced. And modern industrial societies can testify to the fact that such industrial garbage just doesn't disappear. Tompkins's answer to that question is, indeed, most lame and inadequate. What is without a doubt the most monumental challenge to his entire theory merited a reply of only 3 pages out of his entire 285-page effort. Degree *. It is Tompkins's contention that the loss of that vast corpus of knowledge may be attributed to the willful depredations of Alexander the Great. Tompkins proposed that in the aftermath of his victory over the Persians, Alexander allowed his army to destroy the magnificent city of Persepolis, rape the women and kill the men. Probably because, As the Greeks approached the Persian capital, they encountered and were outraged by the sight of 800 Greeks who had been deliberately mutilated by the Persians, and that in the sack of the city, the core of imported Egyptian scholars and scientists had also been executed. However, according to Tompkins, the crucial coup de grace to Egyptian learning came as a consequence of Alexander's plans to build his own capital at what was to become Alexandria, i.e., he allegedly ordered the dismantling of Heliopolis, which had been the original center of Egyptian science, in order to destroy the geographical and therefore the political basis of the old government. Any resident Egyptian scholars may well have perished in the capture of Persepolis, but they would have been only a tiny fraction of Egyptian scribal savants. Tompkins's arguments about Alexander and Heliopolis simply do not square with what we know about him and about Egypt. The Egyptians welcomed him as the divinely sent liberator from Persian rule, and he immediately visited the oracle of Ammon at the Siwa oasis, and the cooperative priests readily proclaimed him to be the son of Ammon and the new pharaoh of Egypt. There may actually have been a ceremonial coronation at Memphis. It is really doubtful that in his brief stay in Egypt he should have conceived the long-term stratagem of destroying the geographical and political basis of the old governmental system, primarily because there was no need for such drastic measures. The major power institutions were ready to accept him as divine king, and he displayed the political acumen there and later in Persia of accepting the legitimacy and rights of those established traditions and institutions. Alexander did initiate the planning for what came to be Alexandria, but both the brevity of his stay and the pliancy of all of the temple priesthoods across the country cast grave doubts upon the idea that he did, in fact, order the dismantling of Heliopolis. We have checked 5 biographies on Alexander and not one of them records such actions. The absence of such data is, of course, no absolute guarantee that he did not instigate such a reduction, but that want of evidence does put the verification problem squarely back on Tompkins' side of the puzzle. Furthermore, the entries for Heliopolis, in the Webster's Geographical Dictionary * registered and in the Atlas of Ancient Egypt do not afford any information to support Tompkins' contention. The latter stated that the stone buildings in the city served as a convenient quarry for the Muslims when they were building nearby Cairo, but that would have been centuries after Alexander. And surely Diodorus of Sicily would have heard about the reduction of the city from the Egyptian priests. But let us assume worst-case scenario, i.e., that he did order the abandonment of the city so that Alexandria would have no intellectual or cultural rival even though he never returned to enforce his order. What would that circumstance have meant for Egyptian letters? The scribal scholars, teachers, and administrators would simply have moved to positions of governance in other towns, cities, and estates, while the various priests would have merely joined their collegial brothers at other temples serving their respective deities. It is also logical to assume that they would have brought their archives and libraries with them, so we can see absolutely no justification for Tompkins's claim that Alexander was the cause of the great disappearance of that alleged mountain of Egyptian knowledge. His claim is all the more undermined when we recall that / of the temple priesthoods throughout Egypt were supposed to be the custodians of their respective temple archives and libraries, so that even if Alexander had, in fact, destroyed Heliopolis, all or virtually all of that reputed wisdom would thus have survived. As we know, much in the way of records and information did endure until modern times, but none of the latter, as Sarton pointed out, sustains the fantasies proclaimed by Tompkins and his ideological cohorts. In passing, it must be remembered that Bernal champions Thoth / Hermes as the source of all Egyptian wisdom, BA 1, 139-144, and Thoth's cult center was at Hermopolis, and if we include his affection for the Memphite theology, BA 1, 140-41, Memphis might also qualify as a great center of ancient learning, but since Tompkins made no allegations regarding Alexander and those two cities, it would seem logical that all of their stores of divine science should have but did not come down to us. Just one more reason for us to doubt that the Egyptian clerics ever achieved the splendiferous knowledge proclaimed by Tompkins, Bernal, Van Sertima, James, and the other Afrocentrists. Bernal is also relevant here in another way. For all of his adulation regarding Tompkins's brilliant and scholarly book, we can only question if he really understood the implications of Tompkins's theory regarding the disappearance of all of the ancient Egyptian knowledge vis-a-vis his own historical assertions. Tompkins insisted that the retrieval of the lost Hermetic wisdom did not begin in seriousness until the inquiries of such men as John Greaves, 1602-1652, Edmé François Jomard, 1777-1862, John Taylor, 1781-1864, and Richard Howard Vyse, 1784-1853. If the reader takes seriously Tompkins's account of the loss and recovery of the ancient knowledge, then, by definition, Bernal's interpretation of the authorship and early dating of the Hermetica must surely be specious. The Corpus Hermeticum plainly cannot be linked to the learning of the Egyptian priests. As a suitable epitaph for this section which unquestionably describes the all-too-easy inventions of Peter Tompkins, Martin Bernal, Yvonne van Sertima, etc., we would like to quote first Robert Wauchope and then Nigel Davies regarding what might be called the forsaken prophet of a new age. The term martyr comes to mind as well. Wauchope was writing about wild theories regarding the origins of Amerindians, but what he and Davies said applies equally as well to all of those upstart seers who go where all sane, empirical chaps fear to tread. The martyr begins his book with the underdog appeal. He points out that he has been personally scorned, ridiculed, or at best snubbed by the professionals. He then predicts that his writing will in turn be ill-received or ignored, and he proceeds to attack the thick-headed bigotry of the men in universities and museums. Frequently he implies that they are not only hopelessly conservative and jealous of any scholarly inroads by amateurs, but also that they are actually dishonest, and when confronted with conflicting evidence they will suppress and if necessary destroy it. Registered, to which Nigel Davies added regarding those forsaken prophets who claim that the Egyptians and the Phoenicians were the tutors of the Mesoamericans, their authors have much in common. In the first place, they tend to work in isolation and lack colleagues with whom they can cross-check their data. In addition, up-to-date evidence is missed, and antiquated sages whom the professional has long since ceased to consult are quoted. All of the above characteristics find abundant illustration on almost every page in the writings of the Afrocentrists. Well, Bernal's Odyssey of Genius has taken us from the temples of Egypt, the sacred chambers of Greco-Roman Hermeticism, and the academies of Renaissance mysticism, finally to debauch us unceremoniously in Masonic lodges, Mormon churches, and whatever secret assemblages the Rosicrucian order may employ. Are these then the culmination of the sublime wisdom of the Nilotic priesthoods, about which Bernal has been boasting for hundreds of pages and which supposedly has been the unique, real, covered inspiration of Western civilization? First of all, there is, as might be expected, a considerable amount of confusion and contradiction among the numerous writers on all three doctrines. It would take a library of comparative studies to sort it all out, and in the end probably not even all of that scholarship would be conclusive, because we have them telling us about their oaths of silence and the secrets known in each group only to a select few. This is the knowledge problem mentioned several times in this book. No matter how many books we or Bernal may read on these three creeds, their respective hierophants can always claim, but you never really penetrated to the true core of our secret lore, and, of course, in a strictly logical sense, that is a true statement, but that investigative liability #F it actually operates hinders Bernal as much as it does us. We will therefore make do with a reasonable sampling of what information is public, with a concomitant charge to Bernal and to the members of those three associations, if you insist that there is more peerless enlightenment in your doctrines, than those of us who are empiricists and agnostics demand that you reveal it for scholarly examination, and if you either fail or refuse to do so, then we must conclude that your claims are nothing more than groundless bombast to inflate your own egos and to confuse the gullible, and we will then utilize the published materials to make our own personal evaluations of your teachings and practices. Beginning with Rosicrucianism, everyone seems to agree that the first public documentation of the philosophy occurred in Kassel, Germany in 1614. Yates considered that the Rosicrucians were magic, Hermetic, Kabbalistic Lutherans and particularly addicted to alchemical symbolism, of which the chemical wedding of Christian Rosenkreuz is an elaborate and incomprehensible example. Registered. As will be apparent, all three doctrines make similar philosophical claims and have experienced generally collateral organizational developments. Rosicrucian apologists profess, of course, a traditional and normative inheritance from the Greeks, Egyptians, Persians, Medes, and Chaldeans. Note that Egypt is not perceived as entertaining a monopoly on such occult wisdom, while one Rosicrucian adept even suggested that all of the above actually had Atlantean antecedents. Whoever was the anonymous author of the secret doctrine of the Rosicrucians was obviously familiar with Hermeticism and Gnosticism. Its synoptic character was amply illustrated in the central aphorism of each chapter, of which we will cite a few below: the eternal parent, causeless, indivisible, changeless, infinite, rested in unconscious, dreamless sleep. The germ within the cosmic egg takes unto itself form. The world soul is born. The universal andragogyne, the neuter became bisexual. The one becomes many, yet the many remains one. The one is the flame of life. The flame once lighted kindles everything within its sphere. And life is one, yet it manifests in many forms of consciousness, and the initiated know the 7 planes of consciousness. Our conclusion here applies to all three creeds, namely, evidence of Hermetic, Gnostic, or Neoplatonic ideas proves nothing more than a generalized knowledge of the appropriate literature, and that was available to any interested Renaissance readers. The legendary antiquity of the three doctrines attests to nothing more than that they were understandably grounded in esoteric legends. Arthur Edward Waite examined some of those alleged connections of Rosicrucianism with the distant past, and he used such terms as claims put out suddenly from the void, but of these transformations and developments there are no records, makers of myths to stultify this speculation, or it is a characteristic specimen of spurious traditional history, to be met with everywhere in Masonry. The same species of skepticism applies to post-Renaissance magicians, astrologers, and alchemists insisting that they were the literal and linear descendants of ancient practitioners of those arts. Lastly, Waite's account of the intellectual gyrations of modern Rosicrucians and Theosophists in their attempt to demonstrate that Francis Bacon was, in reality, the author of all of the plays and poetry usually ascribed to William Shakespeare reminds one of similar fulminations by Bernal, Tompkins, Van Sertima, and other Afrocentrists regarding their eccentric Rise-degree. As a bit of memorabilia, we remember the little classified ads for the Rosicrucian order carried in the comic book 60 years ago. We were always a little tempted to answer one of their ads out of intellectual curiosity, but we had heard about how such strange cults shanghaied small children to evil places. The Rosicrucians apparently still survive, because as of the September/October 1994 issue of New Age, they were still promising to help people find inner peace and a purpose in life. Presumably, they had beaten the rap on the shanghaied children. Of Mormonism, we can be relatively brief. At the most opportune time will Bernal credit our good fortune to the intercession of Amon Re or Thoth, Professor John L. Brooks' new study on the genesis of Mormon cosmology chanced to come our way. He stated very clearly that he was not a Mormon historian, but we would judge that his book is one of the most fair, detailed, accurate, and well-researched reviews of the origins and development of Mormon doctrines available, partly because he added that I am perhaps more willing to accept the personal sincerity of Joseph Smith's prophetic claim. Asterisk registered Bernal should not have been so casual in his treatment of Mormonism, BA 1, 268, because, as Brooks so amply demonstrated, Smith's vision of Mormon theology and practice was infused, albeit indirectly, with substantial elements of Hermit Icism. Copyright Rosicrucianism registered. Freemasonry, magic, alchemy trademark astrology registered and Gnosticism. By way of illustration for these points, by 1833, then, Joseph Smith had arrived at the outlines of the essence of Hermetic theology, most easily summarized in terms of the Egyptian Genesis, with its optimistic, fortunate fall of the divine Adam from paradise setting the stage for a universal salvation, the restitution of all things, including Adam's paradisial status. Smith's awareness of the golden plates on which allegedly were transcribed the Book of Mormon occurred between 1823 and 1827, but as with its companion doctrines, its claimed antiquity reached back to 2000 BCE, symbolized by the fact that the message on the plates was said to be written in Egyptian hieroglyphs. It is not our responsibility to critique Mormonism. Pragmatically speaking, Bernal's neglect of Mormonism as an alleged vehicle for the modern manifestation of the ancient wisdom may well have been ill-considered, because, according to the World Almanac, total Mormon membership in the United States for 1999 was 4,923,000, which has to make it one of the most numerous modern representatives of Hermeticism and Gnosticism, and Mormon young people just exude wholesomeness. Perhaps Bernal's disinterest stemmed from the fact that the central players in Mormon cosmology, viz., the Jairdites and the Nephites, were of Judaic origins, with only remote connections with the Egyptians, combined with the doctrine of white racial superiority incorporated into the Book of Mormon. There would thus have been no place or priority within Mormon hagiology or eschatology for any black Egyptians. Moreover, John Brooks' analysis explicitly reinforced the notion that Hermeticism and Rosicrucianism were essentially marginal, counterculture ideas during the period covered by his work. Freemasonry is the last, and for Bernal, certainly the most important modern repository for the mystic knowledge of the Egyptian priesthoods. For example, the image of Egypt remains central to the Freemasons, who dominated intellectual life in the 18 trademark century, BA 1, 161, and with some degree of self-deprecation, Masons have maintained the cult of Egyptian religion until today, as an anomaly in a world where true history is seen to have begun with the Greeks, BA 1, 26. By way of reply, Greece may well have been the cynosure of most scholarly attention in the 19th and early 20th centuries, but Bernal's laments do not cover all possibilities. A growing historical appreciation of Egyptian civilization was clearly being manifested after World War I in such widely read works as H. G. Wells' The Outline of History, 1920, Edward McNall Burns' Western Civilizations, Their History and Their Culture, 1941, and Will Durant, Our Oriental Heritage, 1935. For if anything, Durant's treatment of Egypt was almost excessive, as a panegyric on the greatness of its civilization. But what those three authors and others as well did was apparently beyond Bernal's conceptual powers, i.e., in one degree or another, they could express a scholarly admiration for other great civilizations besides just that of Egypt. Clearly, it was simply impossible for Bernal to admit that Sumer, Babylonia, Assyria, Hutti, Persia, and India were autonomous centers of cultural creativity. In an example of gross cultural selfishness, Bernal seemed to think that Egyptian history was somehow world history. It is obvious that many Masonic writers over the last 3 centuries have Phoenician, Hebrew, and Egyptian lineages for Freemasonry. Whether or not those avowed linkages will sustain that historical traffic is another story. Begant and Lee, who are pro-Masonry, stated that the first known reference to the term, Mason, was in the diary of the Earl of Roths and dated October 13, 1637. It is generally agreed that modern or speculative Masonry began with the organization of the Grand Lodge of England on June 24, 1717. Prior to those dates, ambiguity and obfuscation tend to dog any investigation into any alleged earlier roots. Freemasonry is itself profoundly uncertain of its own origins. In the 4 centuries or so of its formal existence, it has endeavored, sometimes desperately, to establish a pedigree. Masonic writers have filled numerous books with efforts to chronicle the history of their craft. Some of these efforts have been not just spurious, but, on occasion, positively comical in their extravagance, naivete, and wishful thinking. Others have not just been plausible, but have opened important new doors of historical research. In the end, however, most such research has culminated in uncertainty, and, not infrequently, it has provoked more questions than it has answered. 4 general possibilities are cited by Masons as sources for their doctrine and their society. 1. Secret architectural fraternities of antiquity centering around the story of King Solomon securing the services of Hiram of Tyre to be the master builder of Yahweh's temple in Jerusalem. 2. A college of Roman architects, headquartered for some reason in the far north of Italy at Lake Como, who dispersed across Europe after the fall of the Western Roman Empire. 3. The Order of Knights Templar, having lost its foothold in the Holy Land, became the target of King Philippe IV of France in 1306 because of its wealth and lands, and with the easy cooperation of the Church, it was ordered to be dissolved in 1312. With survivors of the persecution finally escaping to sanctuary in Scotland. 4. And, of course, our old friends, Hermeticism and Neoplatonism, insinuated into Europe by Marsilio Ficino. That the Freemasons have secrets seems to be indisputable. That their secrets, however, constitute any kind of occult wisdom is preposterous. That their alleged ritual exercises also constitute some form of coded erudition is left to the imagination of each reader. If King Solomon and Hiram of Tyre were the true springs of Masonic wisdom, then it would seem only fair that the Phoenicians and the Hebrews should get the credit and not the Egyptians. In 1410, a manuscript connected with one such guild mentions the king's son of Tyre, and associates him with an ancient science said to have survived the flood and been transmitted by Pythagoras and Hermes. Registered asterisk the latter would then be the pupils and not the teachers of the ancient wisdom. A collegium of Roman architects and masons quite probably operated for several centuries, given the Roman proclivity for stone building of all kinds. Why it should have been centered on Lake Como is a mystery, since Rome was the irresistible hub of the empire and so much of their work or imperial orders for stone projects would have been issued in the capital city. W. Kirk McNulty, who is also pro-Masonry, concluded that for at least 500 years across Europe after the fall of the Western Empire, the various Teutonic tribes did virtually no construction in stone, so any need for their skills would have been meager registered degree. Thus it is difficult to see how the old Roman Collegium of Masons could have survived in both an organizational and economic sense until the revival of great building in stone. Judging by his many Masonic ranks and offices held, we assume that Arthur Edward Waite wrote about Masonry with a certain amount of scholarly authority, and he adjudged that the alleged Roman origin of Freemasonry has long since been set aside as fantasy. Asterisk degree. As to the proposed linkage between the outlawed Templars and the development of Masonry, several problems arise. Begant and Lee tended to support that view, however, their own exposition of the case raised questions. The Templars were the exemplars of medieval chivalry, knighthood, and military prowess. Degree. It is extremely difficult for us to believe that whatever their straitened circumstances after 1312 that they would have forsaken their aristocratic military calling by going into trade as manual labor. Our reading of the histories of Scotland, England, and the continent after 1312 would suggest that there would have been ample employment opportunities for such skilled soldiers. Begant and Lee admitted as much when they wrote, that if there was a connection between the Templars and the guilds of operative stonemasons in Scotland, it would, in any case, have exhausted itself by the 15th century would have worn thin and become diluted. Asterisk 8. Regarding Hermeticism, Neoplatonism, Gnosticism, Kabbalism, astrology, alchemy, and magic as the philosophical antecedents of Freemasonry, little more needs to be said. Begant and Lee registered, and McNulty claimed those doctrines and practices as the abstract inspiration for the gradual appearance of speculative masonry in the late 17th century. However, both sets of authors accept the accuracy of the late dating of the Hermetica and that it was the product of post-Christian pagan writers in Alexandria between 100 and 300 CE. Regarding Ficino's translation of the Hermetica, McNulty made even more damning concessions. Example: although there is evidence for a generic connection between the craft and the ancient mysteries, there is no explanation of how the material might have been transmitted or how the tradition could remain hidden through the rigors of the Dark Ages and the probing of the Inquisition. And that Ficino was completely in error when he attributed the Hermetica to any contemporary of Moses named Hermes Trismegistus because it was composed long after the time of Jesus. Waite declared that the Masonic legends about the old temple builders being a secret confraternity operating in Egypt, Assyria, Judea, Greece, and Rome and thus deeply imbued with the religious doctrines and practices of Thebes and Eleusis, of Isis, Dionysius, and Ceres were all reveries of the romantic spirit, with no particle of historical basis. Registered. The development of speculative masonry was, in all likelihood, influenced extensively by the intellectual undercurrents of Hermeticism, Neoplatonism, and occultism active in the 17th and 18th centuries, but genuine linkages with ancient organizations and doctrines would seem to exist purely within the eye of the beholder. When all is said and done, W. Kirk McNulty made what is probably the most succinct, useful, and attractive statement of what he considered to be the operational and behavioral core of Freemasonry. He called it a developmental psychology, based on the premise that the individual who explores his psyche can, and should, be committed to and guided by his God as well as continuing his active role in the physical world. A short synopsis of McNulty's view is all that is possible here. Essentially, a candidate Mason must come to understand that he is an individual responsible for his own actions, manifesting self-control, personal discipline, and a responsible free will. Degree. There are 7 levels of consciousness, where the candidate rises from an awareness of his body, through that of the psyche/soul, the spirit, finalized, if attained, with contact with his divine source. As the candidate grows in terms of spiritual awareness of his inner self, he experiences a joyous liberation from the heavy hand of social conformity, registered. But as freedom replaces blind compliance, the candidate must come to understand that his real spiritual growth requires that he place that reckless free will under the direction of moral principles infused in his soul by God. However, this developmental psychology's religious faith encounters the eternal conflict between free will and divine determinism, because those divine moral principles are based on a body of psychological law which, in spite of appearance, is as stringent as the laws of physics. Degree. Maturation involves a growing mystic recognition of the divine presence. Degree. For those who are candidates for the 3rd degree or Master Mason, they transcend themselves and achieve a consciousness that the apparently independent objects in the world are simply unique manifestations of the divine essence as it projects itself into existence. Degree. And that they are the temple of God. Masonry is renowned for its ceremonial ritualism. Ritual procedure is intimately tied to and symbolizes the psychological development postulated above. The very architecture or design of the Masonic temple illustrates the candidate's 3 stages of spiritual elevation. Asterisk. In addition, the 7 levels of consciousness experienced by each candidate are matched by Masonic officers who represent each virtue or lesson being taught and who are supposed to guide and teach each candidate at their respective stations. Degree. From least to most important, those officers would include outer guard, inner guard, junior deacon, junior warden, and worshipful master, who is associated with the science of astronomy, which certainly meant astrology to the framers of the symbolic structure. 6. What can we say about McNulty's Masonic developmental psychology? First, as non-Masons we are going to have to take his exposition of Masonic doctrine and practice at face value, inasmuch as we cannot really be sure that he is telling us the truth, since, by definition, it is a secret society whose members take solemn oaths of secrecy. Degree 4. As Waite remarked, the things which belong to the temple must be learned in the temple. Degree 8. But then, if we cannot be sure of the truth here, the same barrier operates for Bernal. Second, there is a very superficial parallelism between the mystical practices of Masonry and of Hermeticism. Garth Fountain's description of the latter certainly suggested something far more personal, intimate, dramatic, spontaneous, flexible, and insightful than that posited by McNulty for Masonry. Third, if McNulty is accurate about Masonic practice, we come away with the feeling that all of that alleged personal introspection said to be experienced by the candidate during each of the 3 stages is probably nothing more than tired verbiage and rote formalism. His likely rejoinder would be that a new Master Mason could spend many years considering the implications of the craft symbolism and observing its principles operating in his life. It is a long and arduous undertaking, it is the labor of a lifetime, Ital. ICS added. That is, of course, a logically correct assertion, but the sticking point for us was his companion admission that the achievement of the 3 degrees of Masonry was usually realized over a period of a few months. Degree. That length of time hardly seems anywhere near adequate to complete the process of emotional and spiritual catharsis which he elaborated in pages 15 to 32. Masonic developmental psychology sounds very much like an elaborate interaction of catechism and ritual, where the candidate at each stage makes the appropriate verbal and procedural responses which are noted by the appointed Masonic officer, and if the formalities are all nicely observed, very shortly a new Master Mason is launched upon his new way of life. McNulty essentially confirmed this estimate of Masonic substantive methodology when he affirmed that ritual is the way of action. Its use in the dramas which constitute the degrees make it the craft's principal teaching method. Fourth, whether it is called a psychology, a philosophy, or a religion, what has McNulty really offered us? There is a condemnation of materialism and the limitations and distractions of the flesh and of society. Faith, hope, and charity are extended as desirable goals for the candidate. He is encouraged to evaluate his personhood and to assume moral responsibility for his life. Liberation from social conformity awakens a sense of free will. The 7 levels of consciousness indicate the capacity for personal growth and realization of inner potentialities. The law of duality represents the material possibility of conflict which can only be resolved in the wholeness of divinity. 12. As the candidate accepts responsibility for his life, he grows in an awareness and appreciation of the moral laws of deity. There is a symbolic death and rebirth as a spiritual being centered on his soul, but it can only come to the candidate when God wills the transformation, and he can only be transformed and elevated with the help of God, and by revelation, insight, and infusion, the deity absorbs the spiritual attention and being of the candidate in a mystical unity. If such be the spiritual dynamics of the Masonic initiation, they are attractive but hardly noteworthy. In the history of and in the current multiplication of spiritual and psychological creeds all over the world, there are hundreds, nay thousands, of belief systems which encompass analogous tenets and provide corresponding emotional insights and satisfactions. However, it is all nothing more than a faint and formalistic shadow of the spiritual communion once offered by Hermeticism, Neoplatonism, and Gnosticism. If Masonic ritualism is supposed to be the modern exposition of the Egyptian secret wisdom, then Bernal is offering his readers nothing more than an elusive will-o'-the-wisp. 6. The Egypt-Greece relationship. A Herodotus is the pivot upon which turns much of Bernal's argument, and if the former does not hold, then the latter is equally disabled. Bernal wrote, "We are not concerned here with the rightness or wrongness of his conclusions, however, but merely with the facts that he himself believed in them and that he was being relatively conventional in doing so." BA 1, 100. There are too many epistemological difficulties with Herodotus's conception of facts for us to consider all of them here, but they do weaken his usefulness for Bernal. That Herodotus may have believed what he wrote would be, at most, a testimony to his credulity and not necessarily to his accuracy, as Bernal, in a sense, conceded above. Nevertheless, Bernal was tremendously impatient that ace readers should accept everything that Herodotus had to say about Egypt and Greece as being the gospel truth. Sir MLESRNRPE Ren NANSTC regarding the certitude O Eckerded in his histories. Anyone may believe these Egyptian tales, if Fepir is sufficiently credula or Mijef, IKD to the general plan EE which SC recode through TS ons copyright, but I am by no means been a believer and ham a be cake to AP to this book as a whole. Pagination for any refera, s the histories will only as its Europe's TAO in at OOP quotations are, 2, 122, 7, 152. Those radical qualifiers by Herodotus make it extremely precarious to take anything he wrote simply at face value, especially when his reportage of non-Hellenic persons and practices was completely dependent, as he frequently announced, upon what the natives had told him, presumably through interpreters and secondary sources. 116. The second part of Bernal's affirmation cited ablated to his claim that Herodotus's narration of EAE by the overwhelming majority of later Greek relay was AE Arians Isis was Kale CE much nonsense in Herodotus, while A. R. Byrne, in his footnote to Herodotus's statement of the Alechikeg Ardate over Orms of Government, 3, 80-82, p. 238, mentioned that he had contemporary critics who regarded him as a liar. Bernal was acting as if Herodotus was a senior professor of classical history at Cambridge and that his history had been favorably reviewed by 30 professional journals and by most of 100 quick-to-carp professional colleagues. But such was not the case. A. R. Byrne made the case that Herodotus had few scholarly antecedents registered and that his numerous historical anecdotes were acquired during his extensive travels either as first-hand inspections or as stories related by Seven combined with a certain amount of creative imagination in the natives' form of conversations to which he could not have been privy. Regarding those later Greek writers of whose absence of criticism for Herodotus Bernal made so much ado, they simply would not have had the bibliographical resources published contemporary with or soon after the histories to have made any genuine, balanced critique of his claims. In Book 4 Herodotus talked about Scythian political and social customs. How many scholarly Greeks were likely to have retraced his steps in that area of the Black Sea just to check on the accuracy of his narratives? By the same token, in Book 2 he declared that he had asked the Egyptian priests if the Greek story of what happened at Troy had any truth in it, 119, and they regaled him with a version significantly different from that told by Homer. F. Homer's Troy was IA, then it was destroyed sometime between 1250 to 1200 BCE. Homer and Hesiod composed their respective works id life are skimpy, and conflicting, but A.L.R. Byrne suggested that he began his travel c. 446-45, and that Mime Hathuria in Italy after 443 where he finalized his history, die in 24.b.c.e. How would any later Greek scholars have had any real opportunity to check out the story of the Egyptian priests? Presumably, later generations of such priests would either have forgotten the tale completely or else they would merely have repeated the stories told to them by their forefathers. We are dealing with a time span of at least 800 years. Since Herodotus was correct about so many of the names, places, and dates of the Persian War and equally so about mundane details of Egypt and Persia, that apparent accuracy would have conveyed a sense of legitimacy to everything he wrote. The fact that many later Greek writers may have accepted the histories as being canonical proves only a lack of appropriate historical resources and that so much of the mental universe of all of the Greeks was still the product of unverified and unverifiable myths and legends. Bernal denounced Plutarch's refusal to acknowledge any truth in Herodotus's chronicle of Egyptian and Phoenician colonization in early Greece, BA 1, 113, where Plutarch cited the learned men of old, especially Homer and Hesiod, as never having mentioned any such exotic events ever having occurred in Greece. The directionalism of Bernal's criticism is, indeed, instructive, but it is interesting to note that Plutarch cites only ancient authority on the question of Heracles and that he does not confront the colonizations of Danaos and Cadmos directly, BA 1, 113, italics added. Isn't it the essence of Bernal's strident indictment of the Aryan model that the perpetrators of the latter have gone out of their way to deny and denigrate just such ancient authorities, BA 1, 9, 21-22, 70, 78-79, 84, 88-93, 96? Perhaps, to paraphrase George Orwell, apparently for Bernal some ancient authorities are more equal than others but that double standard smacks of ideological hypocrisy. I on that the names of nearly all the gods came Egypt. JKN 1 the inquiries I have AE 10 tit ET Egypt, for the names of all the gods have been egening of time equals, 2, 49-50, italics added. All right Herodotus was of the opinion on that the names of most of the GRE likely had been borrowed from the Egyptians, as well as ceremonial meetings, processions, and liturgies, IL, 56-58. Herod. Olative at Sane and the meetings and fully NCE again his case is based entirely of those patronizing Egyptian priests. His ultimate Ochnus here is his simple and sole reliance upon the mythi example that the names of the Greek gods most likely had Torkni erga of all the gods have been known in Egypt from the Potid states neither Herodotus not the Egyptian priests whatever the inevitable pretensions of the latter had any accurate information regards Ardenural conditions in Egypt Sarna Tesmi Cres or elsewhere at the beginning of time, it was assumption on his part that because the Egyptians had named their gods se in the remote past, those names and those gods had ase the capes all other gods. Similarly, Herodotus argued that Greek ceremonial meetings, processions, and liturgies had to have originated with the Egyptians as a fact which can be inferred from the obvious antiquity of such ceremonies in Egypt, compared with Greece, 2, 56-59. Once again, Herodotus's conclusion was pure supposition based upon nothing more than chronological antecedents of Egyptian practices. Such religious festivals were important in both countries, but they evidenced certain signature differences. Egypt had several religious festivals, but they were much more associated with the major state cults and therefore more orchestrated by the senior royal officials and senior priests. From the viewpoint of the priests, the central religious event was the daily washing, clothing, and feeding of the god statue in the temple sanctuary, with the occasional festival procession of the divine statue outside of the temple being merely a concession to mundane popular emotions. For the Greeks, almost half of the days of the year were devoted to such public religious activities, because the Greek gods and their temples were far more open to public participation and because the festivals were the living religious practice of the Greeks. Herodotus did describe one such Egyptian ceremonial procession which, Sumably, illustrated the unique inspiration for any Greek counterparts, a considerable quantity of wine consumed helped to enliven the procession. The men and women sang, clapped their hands, what music there was provided by castanets and flutes, the women especially danced as the procession moved along, culminating in elaborate animal sacrifices and the imbibing of large amounts of wine. 2. 62-63. Are we really to believe that the Greeks or any other ancient people Leocenig spinolum sonror brinovania in order to organize a procession characterized being rudimentary music, dancing, and ample amounts of wine? American College Freitopons *anidionage all of th, without any assistance from any Egyptian. There is a curious lacuna in Herodotus's report of the god names. Supposedly, the Egyptians had named all of the gods and goddesses from the beginning of time. In his next breath, however, he conceded that there were several Greek gods of whom the Egyptians confessed to have no knowledge or worship, i.e., Poseidon, Castor, Polydeuces, Hera, Hestia, Themis, Thalia, Euphrosyne, Aglaia, and the Nereids. There is a major contradiction here. How can he say that Egyptians named all of the gods from the beginning of time, and yet they missed several Greek divinities? The simple and logical answer is that such name linkages were in Herodotus's imagination much more than they were in Egyptian religious practices. He maintained that Poseidon had been named by the Libyans and the rest by the Pelasgians, who had passed on the names to their Greek neighbors. But then he suggested that the Pelasgians had learned the names of those gods from the Egyptians. Since Herodotus and Bernal are so keen on ancient tradition and oral testimony, one would think that the Pelasgians would have remembered whether they or the Egyptians had named those deities, and equally, that if the Egyptians had, in fact, originated the names of those gods by way of the Pelasgians to the Greeks, that the former would not have been ignorant of their own authorship, particularly when the Egyptian priests claimed to remember the very beginning of time. Writing about this question, H. D. F. Kiddo remarked that Herodotus goes to Egypt, finds a god there who, to him, is obviously Heracles, but much more ancient, concludes that the Greeks learned it of Heracles from the Egyptians, and now being thoroughly interested makes a special journey to Tyre, where he heard that there was a very ancient temple dedicated to this god, and another journey to Thassos. Pierre Montet, an Egyptologist, added some very important details on this issue. Although the Greeks called Osiris, Isis, and Nephthys by their Egyptian names, and occasionally Min, Horus, Seth, Amun, and Ta as well, being impressed with the very great antiquity they ascribed to the Egyptian religion, they preferred to give Egyptian gods Greek names, not of course haphazardly but through a logical analogy with certain of their own divinities. It is not always clear on what grounds the analogy was made. Amun, king of the gods, was more or less the equivalent of Zeus, and Hathor, one of the goddesses of pleasure, of Aphrodite. But the Greeks cannot have been unaware of the fact that Hathor was represented sometimes as a cow, or sometimes as a woman with a cow's head, or with a woman's head crowned by a pair of horns. Horus, the avenger of his father, had very little in common with Apollo. Other associations are even more puzzling. Was Heracles the counterpart of Khonsu, or of Harishef? For some, Min, the Ithyphallic god, was the Greek Pan; for others, Perseus, Pan, on the other hand, was compared to the god of Mendes, who was reputed to be very fond of women. Since Montet is an Egyptologist and not a Hellenist, one would expect that if he had any professional inclination, it would have been in favor of Bernal's view, but such is not the case. If the Greeks had merely transported home Egyptian god names and practices, surely there should not have been the confused comparisons mentioned above. Asymmetry in the equation of the god pairs would suggest far more independence and creativity on the part of the Greeks than Bernal is willing to allow. Herodotus had a related methodological problem. He discussed the gods worshipped by the Assyrians, the Babylonians, the Persians, the Arabs, and the Scythians, although for someone claiming to have had first-hand conversations with most of the BBs involved, he clearly missed an enormous number of their respective deities. His standard Pravs W.A. AE or OOE indigenous name for Adon, Celia Atnate is _ nowhere can we find Pines claiming that these several peoples had in some way or other gotten their gods or god names from the Egyptians, yet he had assigned each foreign deity its Greek equivalent. If the Assyrians, Babylonians, Persians, Arabs, and Scythians all had their own gods and god names, with nothing more than name analogues imputed by Herodotus or other Greeks, how then can he be so dogmatic in his belief that the Greeks had done nothing more active or creative than merely borrow their whole religious paraphernalia from the Egyptians? Maybe, just maybe, the Greeks had done some thinking on their own and had formulated their pantheon to serve their own specific religious interests. Bernal claimed that there were parallels and complex similarities between Egyptian and Greek mythologies, BA2, 121, and he did use the term counterpart several times to indicate the asserted relationship between an Egyptian god and a Greek one, but counterpart need not suggest that the latter was, in fact, merely the former in Greek cultic dress. While asserting several divine parallels and Egyptian etymologies for the names of Greek gods, about the most that Bernal actually affirmed was that there was a shrine to Ammon in Thebes in the 5th century BCE, BA2, 80, and that there may have been an Egyptian temple to Demeter and Korah at Mycenae, c. 1400 BCE, BA2, 477-78. All in all, that's hardly an avalanche of evidence for Egyptian gods or god names being adopted by the Greeks. Bernal admitted that there was a people or peoples native to Greece prior to the arrival of those Egyptian and Semitic dynasts between 1700 and 1500 BCE. BA2, 395-96, 400, 407, 411, 415, 429. Is it really plausible that such pre-Egyptian Greeks or Proto-Greeks had absolutely no religious beliefs or rituals prior to the supposed arrival of Egyptian divinities? If the Neanderthals were smart enough to initiate the cult of the cave bear with or Ishout Daryl Hannah, degree and the Cro-Magnons could practice hunting magic, 17 it would seem logical that the late Neolithic inhabitants of Crete and Greece could and did evolve religious systems of goddesses and gods long before the purported appear. And so those Egyptian or Hyksos colonizers registered. The crucial point is that whatever Bernal and Herodotus may aver, a complex of religious deities, practices, and beliefs operated in Greece prior to the alleged Egyptian incursion, and if the natives borrowed some of the Egyptian god names, the latter would have been applied to cult figures already in existence. Bronze Age Greece was not therefore a religious vacuum credulously awaiting an infusion of Egyptian divinities. Moreover, let us take Herodotus at his word, for Homer and Hesiod are the poets who composed our theogonies and described the gods for us, giving them all their appropriate titles, offices, and powers. 2, 55-56. Imer has been called the Bible of the Greeks. Be them, they gave shape and substance to the religion of the Greeks. Whatever remote influence the ancient Egyptians allegedly had on the religious practices of Bronze Age Greece, it was long since dissipated by the time of Homer and Hesiod. Registered. We are talking about Greek religion and not that of the Roman Catholic Church, with its systematic organization, centralized control, enduring bureaucracy, and intellectualized theology. Greek polytheism was before Homer an informal _animaism and anthropomorphy, amorphous, autonomous, disparate, and eccentric. What force parle vat of the purity and unity of any Egyptian practices introduced between 1700 and 1500 BCE? Bernal spent all of Chapter 2 of Volume 2 of Black Athena postulating probable or possible Egyptian etymologies for the names of several Greek gods, with the obvious, but unfulfilled, hope that with the names also came the literal adoption and worship of the Egyptian deities. The alleged temples to Ammon, Demeter, and Korah are no real problem, because as polytheists, the Greeks were willing to recognize any god or goddess, hence an Egyptian shrine or two would have been no religious novelty. While there might have been Egyptian temple to Demeter and Korah was supposedly in Mycenae, and William Taylor characterized Mycenaean religious belief and practice as follows, but the role of priest-king with its overtones of divinization as understood in Egypt and Babylonia was foreign to the Greek temperament. If the Greeks did, in fact, actually borrow so many Egyptian gods, BA 2, 79. 111, what is strange is that they forgot to adopt one of the principal features of Egyptian cultic worship, namely, the organized priesthoods. Bernal acknowledged that such priesthoods were the institutional cores of Egyptian religion, BA 2, 478, however, the remote possibility of one Egyptianized Greek temple priesthood is far more proof than proof for Bernal's claims. If the Greeks had such a wholesale admiration for all things Egyptian, as Bernal averred, it would seem logical that with all of those Egyptian gods would also have come the companion concept of perpetual clerical organization and social power. A common conclusion of many classical scholars is that Greek religion might most be called a religion without priests. The absence of Egyptian-style priesthood suggests a vita of Egyptian influence on Greek culture and society. Bernal has a high regard for Walter Burkert, the modern Swiss authority on Greek religion, whose book, Greek Religion, is now canonical, BA 2, 89, 165. He cited 4 of Burkert's works in the bibliography of Volume 2 of Black Athena. However, Bernal neglected to give proper attention to Burkert's The Orientalizing Revolution, Near Eastern Influence on Greek Culture in the Early Archaic Age, 1992, possibly because it undercut of Bernal's claims for the extensive Egyptian tutelage of the Greeks. And surely, Walter Burkert's scholarly credentials in that area of study are considerably more impressive than are those evidenced by Bernal. Burkert was quite willing to grant that the early Greeks borrowed extensively from foreigners' adercults and techniques, but overwhelmingly, those sources were Mesopotamian, and not Egyptian. By our count, Burkert mentioned Egypt only 19 times, all of which were minor and marginal citations vis-a-vis the Greek derivations from the Semitic East. In addition, Burkert does not believe that the Greeks were educated by any high-status Egyptian colonizers. The primary sources of transmission were reciprocal trade registered and the interchange of mercenaries, artisans, physicians, refugees, seers, and priests. Bernal and Burkert also disagree in that the latter late dates the transmission of such ideas, crafts, and techniques to approximately 750 to 650 BC. 8 and even more important, he late dates the Greek adaptation of the Phoenician script, thus the existence of Greek script in the 10th and even in the 9th century appears, from the state of things, to be virtually impossible. In conclusion, writing of the cultural interchange between Greeks and any foreigners, Burkert affirmed that cultural predominance remained for a while with the Orient, but Greeks immediately began to develop their own distinctive forms of culture through an astonishing ability both to adopt and to transform what they had received. Soon Greece was to take over the leading role in Mediterranean civilization, italics added, degree B. For the sake of argument, let us grant Bernal's claim that the Greeks appropriated Egyptian gods and ritual practices. Whatever common religious associations the two peoples might once have entertained, they clearly diverged very early. The Greeks were polytheists, and however much Bernal may wish otherwise, so were the Egyptians at whatever level of sophistication they each may have venerated their gods. There was no elegantly crafted system of syllogism, dialectics, generalization, or casuistry evinced by Greek religion. Liberated by local independence, the religious imagination of Greece produced a luxuriant mythology and a populous pantheon. By way of introduction, Probably all societies, including first democracies, contain in whatever forms, a substratum of folk religion which at its core is and always has been an uncomplicated theurgy. It is primarily practiced by the poor, the ignorant, the vulnerable, and the gullible, and its ideas, services, practices, and claims overlap even the more sophisticated orthodoxies. Its invocations and devotionals include animism, myths, dread, magic incantations, and propitiations to avoid personal injury and to acquire good for 32 and in Egypt. It was the foundation for the traditional or orthodox polytheism of Greece and the Tun. Such a religious substratum operated in ancient Greece, quite different traditional or orthodox polytheism of Egypt. To say orthodoxy in either case does not necessarily imply uniformity, because for both religions, we are still dealing with pole/atheisms. There was a crucial contrast between the two mythologies regarding spirit, emphasis, and directionalism. Tradition Greek polytheism was essentially this worldly, anthropomorphic, humanistic, passionate, quarrelsome, amoral in many ways, ambiguous, dynamic, lusty and generally non-sacerdotal. In passing, one could say that those characteristics were the exact traditional polytheism. Greek polytheists sent evidenced an almost fierce joy by the exaltation in human achievement 1t and in human personality. So far the Grek from Chit that man was a mere nothing one in the sight of the had always to be reminding himself that man is not God, and that it is impious to think it. Never again, until the Greek spirit intoxicated Italy at the Renaissance, do we find such superb self-confidence in humanity. Degree 4 AE. On the other hand, Egyptian polytheism was suffocatingly ritualistic, conventionally official, statist, supernal, pious, impersonal, bureaucratic, deterministic, passive, sequestered, sempiternal, necrotic, high. Obviously, given the complexity of each brand of polytheism, the catalogue of characteristics posited for each one did not necessarily apply equally across each national pantheon. Each form of belief served well its respective patron community. The Egyptians had order, permanence, and certainty, but at the cost of social and cultural immobility. The Greeks had exuberance, familiarity, indulgence, and participation, but at the price of impermanence and a deep sense of tragedy. But that only accentuates our point, viz., if the two polytheisms had ever somehow shared a religious ancestry, any reading of each mythology ought easily to convince any unbiased scholar that they were not cultural clones joined at the hip. Robert Galasso put it ever so nicely when he affirmed, regarding Herodotus, that in a hasty observation, he pointed to the trait that most divided Egypt from Greece. The Egyptian really of Greece was H3 heroes, as was Egypt with cat cemeteries. Heroes arigai to the dead. And as in Greece the heroes would become confused with the gods, repeating their deeds and taking over their CZIO.T. The animals that cluttered everyday life reappeared in the heads of those hawks, cats, ibis, and jackals that watched over the soul on its 10 NECW celestial journeys. See Socrates and the pre-Socratics. Those Greek philosophers who lived and speculated about the world either prior to or contemporary with Socrates are relevant here because they were Greeks of one stripe or another who had attempted something so radical, so un-Bernalian, and so un-Egyptian as to explain the cosmos in purely secular and scientific terms. Of course, much of their cosmological efforts seem utterly naive by 21st century scientific standards, but they were asking the right questions, especially the atomists. Their roster would include Thales/water, Anaximander/some sort of universal primal substance, Apeiron, Anaximene/air, and all of them from Miletus, at least in part, Pythagoras, who, for all of his religious mysticism, did see the linkages of the universe in terms of numbers and possibly atoms, Xenophanes of Colophon/earth and water, Heraclitus of Ephesus/fire and the eternal flux of things, Empedocles of Acragas/earth, air, fire, and water within attention of love and strife, and Leucippus of Miletus and Democritus of Abdera/atoms. Degree. The crucial point for our purposes is that they were Greeks, although Herodotus did allege that Thales had some very distant Phoenician antecedents, I. 170, who approached the world in ways completely alien to Egyptian thought. Whatever Pythagoras and Plato may or may not have absorbed from their sojourns in Egypt, there is no way that Bernal can transmogrify the rest of these Greek thinkers into crypto-Egyptian theosophists. Thales did travel to Egypt, but he did not return home a priest of Amun. He did learn what the Egyptians had to teach him about geometry, but he greatly improved upon what he had learned. Was Thales really the first geometer, in the scientific sense, or did the Egyptians anticipate him? The one thing clear is this. Greek tradition ascribed the earliest geometric propositions to Thales. By his time, the Egyptian achievements had long been completed. His work, derived from theirs, opened new possibilities of development which led gradually to the elements of Euclid and to all the marvelous geometric fruits of our own day. Italics added. Before we take leave of Thales, it should be noted that George Sarton affirmed that Greek tradition had accorded Thales the laurels of being the earliest geometer. Greek tradition would mean those ancient Greek authorities, whom Bernal so loved to quote because he thought that they were far more reliable than modern authorities on Greece. In addition to the Greek scientific philosophers, there were also the sophists, the cynics, and the skeptics, plus that querulous old gadfly, Socrates*. In one way or another, the whole lot of them propagated some kind of religious skepticism, if not downright atheism*. Degree. Along with Plato and Aristotle, they were the leading lights of Greek intellectualism, indispensable contributors to Western civilization, indigenous to the Greek world, and most important here, they asked religious, scientific, political, and ethical questions which would have been absolutely unthinkable in pharaonic Egypt. The appearance of such iconoclasts in the rigid, oppressive theocracy of ancient Egypt is simply beyond human imagination or historical possibility. The Egyptian version of Mill's detested moral police asterisk enjoyed an omnipotence which would have silenced their heresies even as they were first being uttered. What the pious, orthodox, conformist Egyptians would never have formulated or supported the eet secularist and humanist notion ascribed to Protagoras, a measure of all things. Books could be written as to whether by man he had meant all humans or each person, but most assuredly either interpretation of man did not reign anywhere in Egyptian thought. Only the pharaoh was the measure of all things. Bernal might protest that, after all, the Athenian democrats did, in fact, try, convict, and execute Socrates, the wrongly martyred saint of Western liberty, for the crimes of religious impiety and the moral corruption of the youth of Athens. Thus, Bernal might aver, the Greeks were equally as willing as the Egyptians to suppress opinions considered to be socially undesirable. Of course, a symmetrical condemnation of the Greeks and the Egyptians would probably be a psychological impossibility for Bernal, and we, his readers, would certainly marvel at its occurrence. The Greeks were not exempt from political and religious censorship, as their treatment of Anaxagoras and Socrates illustrated, but the spectrum and duration of such dissident thought suggests that Greece in general and Athens in particular were a veritable oasis of libertarianism when compared to conditions in Egypt. Anaxagoras had taught his philosophy in Athens for 30 years, 462 to 432, before he was charged with impiety and banished for life. Socrates lived his entire life in Athens, save for 2 occasions of military service in which he gave a valorous account of himself. Since he was at least 70 when he died, it is reasonable to assume that he literally spent at least 4 decades questioning the religious and moral verities of Athenian society before he earned its ire. Would Bernal seriously allege that similar critics of Egyptian religion and morals would have been tolerated for so long? Not likely. Thus the Greeks seem to have been able to produce a diverse collection of first-rate minds who had had no need to be suckled at the paps of some purported Egyptian secret wisdom. Bernal did make perfunctory references to Thales, BA 279, and to Democritus, BA 175, 510, 518. As to the latter, Bernal noted that he had studied in Egypt and that it was his philosophical conviction that the universe was solely composed of matter, which, in turn, was made up of indivisible atoms. Bernal's only philosophical utilization of Democritus was to suggest that his atomism and materialism had been the basis of Hobbes' atheism, BA 174 to 75. Does the reader notice any strange terms here? Where in Bernal's celebration of either Egyptian religion or the Hermetica are atheism, atomism, or materialism ever mentioned? Such is definitely not the stuff of the Egyptian secret knowledge. Neither the Egyptian priests nor the Hermeticists were either atheists or materialists, and in a roundabout way, Bernal was conceding that there were important currents in Greek philosophy that were not derived from Egypt. Much the same can be said for Aristotle's philosophy vis-a-vis Egyptian inspiration or, more correctly, a want of it. BA 261. Aristotle asked questions and raised issues which have a modern ring to them, and however much his answers may have turned out either to be wrong or obsolete, he was essentially the father of the scientific method and scientific empiricism. Scientific empiricism is a method and a concept alien to Egyptian thinking, and with it we can conclude that the most productive and creative mind of antiquity was not the spiritual child of Egypt. As Alan Cromer, a professor of physics at Northeastern University, put it in his book, On Common Sense, The Heretical Nature of Science, the importance of the Greek contribution to our civilization is acknowledged by all scholars. Their accomplishments are unique because they didn't invent just new subjects for thought, but fund new ways of thinking. Because our entire scientific and technological civilization can, without question, be traced back to this Greek origin, it is a speculative question of some significance whether, without the Greeks, abductive thinking would have developed sooner or later anyway. This isn't to say that China and India haven't had immense influence on the development of science. Many seminal technological innovations, from the magnetic compass to paper, can be traced to China, and India kept the candle of Greek learning burning in the centuries between the fall of and the rise of the Greek Habs for Ol equals Islam. G ed on PTET Niquili Greek contribu Bishan, italics added. Egypt's alleged contributions to ancient Greece. Here we arrive at the core issue of Bernal's entire intellectual exercise, i.e., were the ancient Greeks in any way creative in their own right? As Bernal put it, in his chapter is that after the 6th century BC, the idea of themselves and sent accomplice institutions, science, philosophy, or religion as original. The early Colorado ad from the East in ES and me in sum, Bernal stated repeatedly in volumes 1 and 2 that the Greeks were nothing more than the passive transmitters of Egyptian wisdom. Yet when he was writing about Minoan civilization, he took a position which completely contradicted his entire case, especially when its spirit is applied to the classical Greeks. The massive Near Eastern and particularly Egyptian influence postulated here does not mean that the Minoans merely copied from their neighbors. Like most other peoples, the Cretans had considerable cultural originality, BA 185, italics added. He thereby admitted that most societies evidence their own special cultural creativity, which, by the way, was very much confirmed in Rodney Castleton's study of the Minoans, for if such be the case, it would seem to be either myopia, enmity, or pettiness which prevented Bernal from extending such appreciation to the Greeks. Surely they were as imaginative and innovative as the Minoans. One comment on Bernal's methodology: it has been his standard assertion that the ancient Greek writers, such as Herodotus, were far more accurate in their recognition of Egyptian colonization in Greece, etc., than are modern archaeologists and classicists who are consciously or unconsciously working within the parameters of the Aryan model. BA1, 20, 22, 100, 103 to 112, 118 to 120, BA2, 410, 522. However, he made some very curious admissions regarding the credibility of those classical authors. For example, although I have a great respect for the historical knowledge and judgment of the Greeks in classical and Hellenistic times, I do not believe that they were infallible. Sometimes they were clearly too credulous and exaggerated the age and geographical extent of conquests and migrations to impress their readers. At others they seem to have minimized both, presumably, to avoid awkward gaps, to appear sober and reasonable and to be believed by their audience. BA2, 404. Moreover, the Greek writers cannot be fully trusted when they are dating events crucial to his theory. BA1, 20, BA2, 456, combined with the breaks in Greek history, notably that of the Dark Ages from 1150 to 800 BC, BA2, 257. Bernal also agreed with the opinion of the old Egyptian priest expressed to Solon in the Timaeus, that the Greeks had no long-term cultural memory, BA2, 319. Such weaknesses in the Greek sources pose no problem for us, as they tend to be endemic to any scholarly effort, particularly one conducted centuries before the development of rigorous canons of research methodology. But such admissions regarding the questionable character of the ancient Greek authors inflicts major damage to Bernal's whole intellectual effort, since he has made the reliability of the former such a keystone in his attack on modern scholarly views of Greek achievements. If his favorite Greek writers cannot be fully trusted in those important ways, how are we and Bernal to be at all certain when they can be trusted? For the reader's benefit, John Van Sethus provided a very informed treatment of Herodotus's methodological failings as a historian asterisk. Volume 2 of Black Athena has two crucial objectives which are relevant here. First, is to present the case that King Sesostris, also spelled Senwore and Senusret, of the 12th dynasty led a large Egyptian army into Asia Minor and through Thrace, Scythia, Colchis, and possibly into India, before returning home to Egypt after an absence of 9 years, BA2, 189, 216 to 17, 234 to 35, 271 to 72, 524. Bernal held to his traditional/eat motif that 19th and early 20th century Western scholars refused to acknowledge the possibility of Sesostris' campaign purely for racist reasons, BA2, 234, 273. Second, he alleged the same racist motivations for the refusal of classical Mal-OU, IISA OA2 late D, 84 to 98, BA-64, 404 to 408, with the period 1250 BCE being characterized, according to Bernal, by massive cultural borrowing by those three areas, BA2, 410. Bernal summarized his view in the following quite unequivocal statement: I believe that the period after these settlements, c. 1700-1500 BC, was the one in which Greek as a language and the Greek cultural or Ional identity were formed, and that during much of this period, considerable areas of Greece were dominated by Semitic and Egyptian-speaking dynasts, and that these high-status cultures and languages had a critical impact on the forma. Nee banned Greece BA 205 to 26. For the sake of argument, let us accept both of Bernal's assertions and see where they lead us. Beginning with Sesostris' alleged military sortie around the Black Sea as depicted in Map 12, BA2, 542, what was its historical influence? Not much, we would judge. Even Bernal conceded that as tradition does not specify the establishment of a long-lasting empire, one would not expect to see many traces of Egyptian rule, but there could be some Egyptian objects. With great luck, it might be possible to find some of the booty sent back from the conquered territories to Egypt, BA2, 216. This is a good example of what might be called Bernal's reversed argument from silence, i.e., that little or no real evidence proves his claim. Afrocentrists apply this argument all of the time. Sesostris' military effort over most of his alleged route would have been an incursion of no lasting historical impact. We will grant that it was possible that at least the coastal portions of Palestine, Syria, and perhaps even Cilicia may well have passed under either direct Egyptian control or at least into the Egyptian sphere of interest. Bernal stated that Cilicia remained under Egyptian political influence for many decades, BA2, 217. In the history of empires and of Egypt, many decades does not constitute much in the way of historical duration. Moreover, he said influence and not control, and there can be a considerable political and historical difference between the two conditions. Bernal made a number of admissions that do qualify or restrict the validity of much of his argument regarding the nature and geography of Sesostris' expedition, example that there is little or no documentary or archaeological evidence that his army actually did march through Thrace and Scythia, BA2, 181, 201, 226,228, 240, 245, 257 to 58, 237 to 38, 271, or that Colchis on the eastern end of the Black Sea was formed as a colony of his black African soldiers, BA2, 257, as described by Herodotus, or that Sesostris' army ever actually touched mainland Greece, BA2, 234-35, 258. Mostly, Bernal offered a lot of ifs, ands, and maybes that are interesting, but hardly conclusive. Bernal's two principal pieces of evidence for the king's campaign into northern Syria and possibly Anatolia were the MIT Rahina inscription discovered in Egypt in 1974, BA2, 188-189, 194, 230-31, 234-35, and the so-called Todd treasure uncovered in 1936 in the foundation of the Temple of Mont or Montu or Munthu at El Todd, BA2, 224-26, 231. The inscription and the four caskets of treasure do suggest some kind of Egyptian suzerainty over portions of the Levant, but the nature of the Egyptian presence and its geographical extent are the subject of much contemporary scholarly debate. Some call it an Egyptian empire, while others limit it to a sphere of influence, BA2, 189. Similarly, even the scholars cited favorably by Bernal tended to limit Egyptian ascendancy to Palestine, Phoenicia, and parts of Syria and Anatolia, BA2, 188-194. Donald Redford gave a more detailed account of the inscription TK than did Bernal, and its implications are considerably different from those posited in the Lat. Ter's much more abbreviated version. The inscription and other Egyptian SNGAE documents of the period unequivocally claim the king's right to punish and exploit Asia, and record the fact that he and his lackeys did so. 4 Redford was quite impressed with the intention and ability of King Amenemhet IL, for the inscription apparently dates from his reign, to Mount Veru, it of expeditions against the Levant. Both Redford ER rewards for the king, the gods aka the priests, and the generals included ash livestock, weapons, and precious metals, BA2, 191, 199, 205, 225, 230. Ever, in Redford's reading of the inscription, neither Sesostris nor his son Amenemhet are described as having personally led the sweeps into Asia, for the text recounted the actual awards given to the army officers who did lead it. It mentioned the PCI of the army to the Lebanese coast and its Pabiaini return in 10 ships. If Redford was correct as to the number of ships involved, it hardly qualified either the Egyptian army or navy as the D-Day 1944 Allied invasion force. Moreover, Redford was of the view that the slaves and valuables taken by the Egyptians represented more the spoils of raids than they did the regular taxes of empire. He held that Egyptian titles of military occupation did occur during the Middle Kingdom, but they were mainly limited to Nubia. The titles of Egyptian officials which show up in the Levant during that period were mainly those dealing with mining and commerce, which would be more consistent with an Egyptian sphere of influence. As a favorable witness, Bernal quoted Georges Posner regarding the political relationship of Egypt to Palestine and Syria. We do not know the exact nature of the relations. Even if Tahrir were strictly reduced to commerce, the parties were not equal. 48 Dosiner wasn't really saying much. America trades with Taiwan, but the parties are not equal. So, both Nicholas Grimmel and Alan Gardner were as enthusiastic as Bernal concerning the Todd treasure as evidence of Egyptian penetration of the adjacent Near East. However, Grimmel did note that the Egyptians commonly applied the term tribute even to goods that were the result of commercial exchange. In his effort to substantiate the claim that Sesostris' Egypt possessed the military resources to sweep around the Black Sea, Bernal alluded to several large forts built along the Nile in Lower Nubia by Sesostris I and his dynastic successors, BA2, 205-206. Redford mentioned a similar line of massive forts built on the northeastern frontier facing Palestine. In the north, a prior decision had been taken already in the days of the 10th dynasty to hold the line. At that time cities along the eastern frontier of the delta had been peopled and fortified in an effort to provide protection against the depredations of the Asiatics. But among the communities beyond the Sinai, no attempt was made to exert any sort of permanent control. Such extensive and expensive fortifications clearly suggest a defensive strategy and not an offensive one as proposed by Bernal. Such a line of forts east of the delta would still allow for raids into Palestine to ensure tribute. If they had been the implements of empire, then it would have made far more sense to have located them in Palestine and Syria. But when all is said and done, what was the historical importance of Sesostris' alleged expedition? Only the massive destruction of northern countries and their cities, the deaths or enslavement of much of their populations, BA2, 189, 204, 230, 272, and the possible establishment of an Egyptian colony in Colchis. Although Herodotus allowed that any purported Egyptian settlers may have been deserters from his army, Bernal called it when he said that the campaign produced destructions, seizures of people and wealth and the imposition of regular tribute, BA2, 204. There is no indication that the king made any effort to anticipate Alexander the Great by developing conquered territories into cultural extensions of a multinational society. If the supposed expedition of Sesostris I was an example of Egyptian civilization, we will look elsewhere for civility. Regarding the issue of Egyptian colonization, Bernal's conclusions have already been cited above, i.e., that in the period 1700 to 1500 BCE there was some form of settlements in Greece from Egypt, largely composed of the Hyksos, and that considerable areas of Greece were dominated by Semitic and Egyptian-speaking dynasts, whose high-status cultures and languages had a critical impact on the formation of both Greek and Greece, BA2, 525-26. The centuries between 1500 and 1250 BCE were characterized by massive sea borrowings by the Greeks. The first problem with Bernal's hypothesis is that he postulated quite a hodgepodge of relationships between the Greeks and the Egyptians. For the interval between 1700 and 1250 BCE, his description of those relations ran the gamut of possibilities: Egyptian rulers, BA1, 62, Egyptian suzerainty, BA2, 451, Egyptian political activity in the Aegean, BA2, 434, Cretans and Greeks polity. Kali subordinate to Egypt, BA2, 434, Egyptian hegemony, BA2, 476, fundamental Egyptian and Semitic influence on Greek culture, BA2, 57, Hyksos conquest and settlement, BA2, 414, 422, armed invasion, BA2, 405, peaceful contacts, BA2, 410, Egyptian raids, BA1, 17, deep penetration into Greek life. BA1, 62, Egyptian colonies, BA2, 361-62, foreign tribute to Egypt, BA2, 426, 445, legends of early colonizations contain factual kernels, BA2, 410, very fundamental Egyptian components in the Greek myths of Heracles, BA2, 421, alliances, BA2, 435, trade, BA2, 486-88, and spheres of Egyptian polity. Cal influence, BA2, 481. Such distinctions indicate that Bernal couldn't quite make up his mind regarding the exact nature of the relationship between the two peoples, but more importantly, the ambiguity of his terminology suggests that the Greeks just may have had more control of their own cultural development than Bernal would care to admit. Contact or influence do not connote any ironclad cultural dominance. For much of the time under consideration here, 1700 to 1250 BCE, Mycenaean culture and power were paramount in mainland Greece. Primarily basing his case on goods found in the Mycenaean shaft graves, Bernal asserted that the pottery and other art objects evidenced Minoan, Cyclitic, Anatolian, Syro-Palestinian, Egyptian, and native Helletic origins, BA2, 394-97. Some of the pottery showed definite Mycenaean traits, while some of the swords and daggers were unique, i.e., indigenous to the Mycenaeans, in terms of their metallurgy and decorations. Such native art styles were definitely Mycenaean in their attractive naivete and heaviness, BA2, 448, while his piece de resistance from our point of view was his affirmation that since by the 15th and 14th centuries Mycenaean Greece was a fully fledged member of the Near Eastern world, sharing a common heritage but with its own characteristics, BA2, 493, italics added. Bernal has thus grudgingly acknowledged that both the Minoans and the Mycenaeans possessed cultural originality. If such be the case, it would seem to be absolutely illogical and purely arbitrary for him to deny such innate and original creativity to the classical Greeks, BA1, 120. What specifically were the Greeks alleged to have borrowed from the Egyptians and the Phoenicians? Bernal listed the following, about 22 gods, goddesses, and mythic heroes, BA2, 79-111, place names, trade terms, loanwords, floating islands, water plants, date palms, linen, BA1, 79, the Phoenician alphabet, BA1, 34, aspects of West Semitic mythology, BA2, 438, stone bowls, a button seal, a marble cup, BA2, 147, Mycenaean shaft grave goods such as gold leaf death masks, bronze weapons, a crystal bowl, a sycamore box, lapis lazuli scarabs, flint arrowheads, jewels and carved ivories from Hyksos, Egypt, BA2, 394-97, an alabaster amphora, gold vafio cups, beads, fragments of Egyptian pottery, BA2, 450, and trade goods such as copper, bronze, ivory, gold, spices, papyrus, possibly cotton, ostrich feathers, and eggs, ointments, and spices, BA2, 466-67, 484-85. We are not so naive as to assume that the paucity of personal and trade items, which have been uncovered by archaeologists, serves as an indicator of only minimum contact between the Greeks and the Egyptians. The far more important question is how much was the result of normal multilateral commerce around the eastern Mediterranean and how much was the residue of those purported Egyptian invasions and colonies in Greece. Probably the most tenuous of Bernal's claims relates to those putative Egyptian and Phoenician colonies is mainland Greece, BA2, 45, 105-106, 109, 12,022. He argued that there were two periods of Egyptian influence in 42, 78. The Ir and Hsawth as the most likely era of Ephraim. Into the Aegean, BA2, 148-49. Two general types of A were Egyptian presence in Greece during C. Saint Aivations for Greek god names, place names, and alleged loanwords, BA2, 78-122, and second, various structural artifacts which Bernal described as irrigation and drainage Ciacern Rediatiri Mir Que Teri Bel Tai to have been inspired by Egyptian engineering techniques. Regrettably, he did not provide his reader any illustrations engineering efforts SEIAE especially for Old Kingdom building. Bernal's view of the later period may be summed up as follows: on the other later period would hand, there is a strong possibility that Hyksos princes of Epto-Semitic culture and language actually colonies in Greece and set up long-lasting dynasties in the 18th and 17th centuries BC, 153. The principal sites for such claim direct or sting is Salt, BA1, 19, 22, 425, BA2, 59, 79, 151, Argos, BA1, 20, 22 to 101-02. Athens, BA1, 79, 107, BA2, 81, 87, 478, Eleusis, BA1, 21, BA2, 478, and AE, BA2, 475, 479. His evidence for the Egyptian and Hyksos colonies in the second period tended to be an earlier one, i.e., Egyptian etymologies, for it can place, names happy a memory ters and tomb. Painting. Egyptian components in the Greek myth of Heracles, and that the ancient Greek legends of mainland colonizations by such figures as Inachos in Argos, Cadmus, Amphion, Ar, and Zethus in ** the Besplevanian and Pelops, it, etc., do contain factual kernels of real events edi 410. His purported archaeological evidence consisted of pottery, grave goods, seals, copper ingots, and various EES records of having received tribute from Crete and the Aegean, which, in Theoso have included Mycenae. What exactly is the reader to make of Bernal's case for foreign colonization of the Greek mainland? Several classical scholars are willing to agree with Bernal either in the sense that the ancient Greeks did sincerely believe in the legends of Danaus and Cadmus, etc., or that the stories did contain some kernel of truth. The first question is one mentioned earlier by Carlton S. Kuhn, that there can be a vital difference between colonies and colonial administration. In a sense, Bernal has already conceded our point when he alleged that between c. 1700–1500 BCE considerable areas of Greece were dominated by Semitic and Egyptian-speaking dynasts, BA2, 525–26. The controlling word here is dynasts. Such foreign rulers may or may not have had high-status cultures and languages, but they could have been only tiny minorities ruling over the native masses composed of pre-Hellenic and Indo-European peoples, BA2, 396, 400. 406 to 407, whatever may have happened in Greece in the interval between 3300 and 1200 BCE, it is impossible to believe Bernal's inflated claim that the formative period for Greek language and culture, of course, molded by Egyptian and Semite influences, must be pushed back beyond this to the 18 degrees and 17% centuries BC in Hyksos times, BA2, 57, 494, 445, 425 to 26. As a counterpoint, let us consider J.C. Stobart's evaluation of 5 trademark century Greek creativity. Rarely in all the world's history was there such a leap of civilization as in Greece of the 5th century. In one town of relatively small size during the lifetime of a man and his father, these things occurred: a world-conquering power was defied and defeated, a naval empire was built up, the drama was developed to full stature, sculpture grew from crude infancy, so to speak, to a height it has never yet surpassed, painting became a fine art, architecture rose from clumsiness to the limit of its possibilities in one direction, one of the most influential of all philosophies was begotten. And all this under no fostering despot, but in the extreme human limit of liberty, equality, and fraternity. Degree and Athens was by no means the exclusive cynosure of artistic and literary creativity in the Greek world during the 5 and 4 centuries. It is absolutely a blind leap of either faith or presumption to contend as Bernal did, BA2, 493, that Greek civilization was first and lastingly formed, italics added, between 1800 and 1600 BCE. There was at least a millennium or more between Bernal's terminal dates and the creative genius of the 5 and 4 centuries. What historian, other than a confirmed Afrocentrist, would argue that the seeds of the Renaissance were planted in European soil in 300 CE, or that the intellectual pathways of Islamic cultural greatness, 700–1200 CE, degree asterisk had been lastingly formed by 500 to 300 BCE? Sociologists define culture as all the modes of thought, behavior, and production that are handed down from one generation to the next by means of communicative interaction, that is, by PE gestures, writing, building, and all other communication among humans, whatever ideas, values, practices, or techniques the Egyptians might have imparted to the inhabitants of early and middle Hellenistic Greece would surely have been vastly transformed, consciously modified, improved, or forgotten by the time the classical Greeks gained the stage of history. Regarding the Greek language, Bernal proclaimed that in the last 160 years, European linguists have failed to explain 50% of the Greek vocabulary and 80% of proper names in terms of either Indo-European or the Anatolian languages supposedly related to pre-Hellenic, BA1, 47. His inevitable deduction in this regard is that the allegedly unexplained vocabulary and proper names must therefore issue from Egyptian and Semitic etymologies. As we have indicated earlier, we have no training in linguistics or philology, so we would like to introduce a quotation or two from 2 professional linguists who have made it a point to study Bernal's numerous claims for Greek words of Semitic or Egyptian origin. J. H. Jasanoff and Alan Nussbaum have written the chapter, Word Games, The Linguistic Evidence in Black Athena, which was included in Black Athena Revisited, 1996. Degree contrary to Bernal's assertions, Jasanoff and Nussbaum indicated that contemporary linguists have irrent of foreign loanwords in ancient Greek. However, most of them were of Semitic derivation and limited to trade goods, and they would not have required Phoenician colonies or high-status dynasts to have transferred them to Greek. As to alleged Egyptian loanwords in Greek, they were even more emphatic that Bernal's etymologies were far more fiction than fact. The Egyptian words in Greek are on the whole fewer and later than the Semitic words. A high percentage are confined to the Greek spoken in Egypt in Hellenistic and Roman times, others are merely quoted as foreign words by late Greek authors. Of those that remain, the overwhelming majority refer specifically to objects of Egyptian origin, i.e., trade goods. None of these words is found as early as Homer, and most are Hellenistic or later. Under any reasonable standard of philological rigor, the only genuinely old Egyptian borrowing in Greek is the name of Egypt itself. Degree. Our judgment, then, is that Bernal's claim to have uncovered hundreds of viable Greek, Egyptian and Greek Semitic etymologies is simply false. We doubt that he has discovered even one such etymology that is wholly new. Certainly there are Semitic and Egyptian borrowings in Greek, but they are, as standardly believed, relatively few in number and with some conspicuous exceptions on the Semitic side late in date. Indeed, if there is any positive linguistic result that can be said to follow from Black Athena, it is that most of the identifiable Semitic and Egyptian loanwords in Greek have already been found, as Bernal's unremitting search for further examples has been so notably unproductive. Bernal would probably claim as per usual that Jasanoff and Nussbaum are, in fact, closet Nazis, but given their surnames, that orientation seems highly unlikely. Bernal is essentially arguing for an almost changeless continuity of inherited culture and language among the Greeks. Even in the best of time, evolutionary changes would be steadily reshuffling the complex ingredients of any culture. But roughly from 1100 to 800 BCE, the whole eastern Mediterranean was hardly experiencing the best of times. Historians differ slightly as to the dating of the period, however most are agreed that there were major migrations, invasions, and sea raids of numerous peoples on the move, and that they inflicted such devastation on the whole area that the term Dark Ages is appropriate. In the Aegean, as in Asia Minor, the political and economic frame of civilization was so shallow-rooted that it fell catastrophically. By 1100, or soon thereafter, Greek lands had reverted to a simpler form of life than they had known for centuries. Degree. It is suggested that in large areas of civilization affected by the chaos, the use of writing disappeared. Trademark J. C. Stobart was of the view that all civilization may be regarded as a progress in tools and weapons, to which he could have added writing and record-keeping. With such disruptive discontinuities in the cultural flow for the region, it is difficult to see how that alleged corpus of Egyptian ideas and practices could have survived intact into the 5th century in order to inform the development of classical Greek culture, especially when we remember that Bernal apparently agreed with the Egyptian priest who pointed out that the Greeks had no long-term cultural memory, BA 2, 319, 454, a difficulty confirmed by Michael Grant. Certainly no Bernal supporter registered if the inhabitants of the 5th century were so unlikely as to recall activities of the 18th and 17th centuries. It is surely inconceivable that very much, if any, of that Egyptian cultural bequest could have survived to influence the profile of classical Greek civilization. Based on Volume 2 of Black Athena, Bernal seemed to be of two minds on the Dark Ages. On the one hand, he conceded the vastness of the urban destruction and cultural retrogression, BA 2, 50, 133 to 34, 138, 60 to 61, 306, 447, but he also suggested that the chaos was not universal, that some districts seemed to have been untouched, BA 2, 7 to 8, 150, 447. Thus Bernal might contend that the untouched districts continued to be the bearers of Egyptian culture. There are, however, three replies to such an assertion. First, at least in definitely Greek areas, the cities were either eradicated or deserted, and the cities would have been the custodians for the remnants of Egyptian tutelage. Second, if the undamaged districts were so large and numerous, why did it take the region 3 or more centuries to rise to recover? Third, by analogy with our own early Middle Ages, aka the Dark Ages, 400 to 800, there were also outposts of learning which survived the barbarian invasions, but the former were few and isolated, example the Benedictine monasteries in Italy and the Irish monks in the late 6th and early 7th centuries. Similar havens for Egyptian learning might have been sustained in Dark Age Greece, but in both historical cases, the general levels of literacy, book writing and circulation, painting, poetry, literature, music, and drama would have been so meager as to constitute a cultural vacuum. Therefore, there is little to suggest that much of the Egyptian heritage would have survived. So what, in general, did the Greeks get from all of that Egyptian contact? A lot of the trade goods and personal belongings cited above. R.J. Hopper listed many of the items cited by Bernal as having an Egyptian origin, and he concluded that these are the most suggestive objects for an Egyptian connection, but something like them is known from other times and places, but in place of colonization, he with the countries ITM Mediterranean. Levant, interconnections in the 2nd millennium BC, which would apply to Bernal's postulated later period of extensive Egyptian influence and control. The anthology is edited by W. Vivian Davies and Louise Schofield, and the various authors describe all sorts of multilateral trade around the Mediterranean during that period, but they don't seem to think that Egypt had some kind of imperial presence in either Greece or the Aegean. Reciprocal trade seemed to be the primary mechanism for the distribution of goods, and Minoan civilization undoubtedly derived benefit from Egypt in the different commercial forms we have examined. But those benefits, on the surviving evidence, appear to have formed only a small part in the totality of the Minoan achievement. Degree Bernal also made some interesting admissions regarding this whole problem. Regarding Egyptian trade goods in Crete, he acknowledged, the most probable explanation, however, is that there were direct or indirect trading or political contacts between early Middle Kingdom Egypt and the Aegean, BA 2, 157, 362, 383, and that the cultural borrowings by the Greeks could well be the result of intense and frequent trade, and they do not prove the case for Levantine conquests of or settlements in the Aegean, BA2, 439. Finally, Bernal was quite adamant that the widespread discovery of Mycenaean pottery around the eastern and central Mediterranean did not necessarily mean that such goods had been carried there by Mycenaeans, BA2, 464-65. And while that assertion is logically correct, the reverse is also true, i.e., any Egyptian or Semitic goods found in Greece need not have been transported there by their makers. The odds are that any Egyptian goods uncovered in Greece or the Aegean got there as articles of trade and not as the fabrications ordered by any high-status resident Egyptian dynasts. F. In addition to luxury goods, the other areas of purported Greek imitation or adoption related to culture and religion. If we allow architecture to be a part of culture, about the best that Bernal could do was to assert that the pyramid burial mounds, dikes, dams, granaries, and irrigation systems dating from the middle of the 3 millennium BCE look so Egyptian, that Egyptians may well have built or designed them, BA2, 18, 20, 524. The treasury of Atros at Mycenae displays some very fine stonework, but it is at least 1200 years too late to have been designed by Bernal's 3 millennium imperial Egyptian architects. The structural inspiration for the Mycenaean palaces derived from a Middle Helladic model of uncomplicated design, one more likely to embarrass rather than elate any passing team of consulting Egyptian builders. 8th and early 7th century Greek houses and temples were still being constructed of mud bricks and wood. Egyptian influence on Greek architecture and sculpture appeared sometime in the mid-7th century, generated by Greek travel to Egypt. If there were all of those busy Egyptians in Greece during the 3 millennium, one would expect far more in the way of stone remains. The Egyptians quite obviously loved to build things of stone and then to cover the stone surfaces with all sorts of hieroglyphic hyperbole and royal propaganda. There was much fine stone in Greece, as the classical age illustrated, but there are no huge monuments and steely boasting of Egyptian gods, kings, and victories, and that absence suggests that there were no Egyptians there between 3300 to 1200 BC, certainly not as high-status ruling dynasts. Bernal cited the writings of Theodore Spyropoulos, that the tomb of Amphion and Zethos at Thebes was actually an early Bronze Age 3-step pyramid built by the Egyptians, BA2, 128 to 133. Spyropoulos indicated that the interior tomb itself was stone-lined, which we would have expected any Egyptians to have covered with sacred hieroglyphs. Bernal, however, was forced to admit that there is no evidence of hieroglyphs or hieratic writing in Greece during this period, BA2, 146, 152, 396, which could suggest no Egyptians in any local positions of power. Sadly for his theories, even Bernal was forced to confess that during the 34 millennium, there is little apart from some legendary evidence to indicate that the influences were the result of Egyptian or Levantine colonization in that early period, BA2, 124. If Greek civilization was somehow first and lastingly formed during the 18th and 17th centuries BCE, BA2, 494, the cultural cargo absorbed would have issued from the intellects of the Middle Kingdom. A considerable proportion of the literary works that form the basis of Egyptian civilization were written in the Middle Kingdom, and they express a particular idea of the nature of civilization that was later to be adopted as the perfect model, italics added, dot. 4. And what was the perfection sought by so many of the writers of the Middle Kingdom? Inherent in it was the notion of universal equilibrium, personified by the goddess Maat, against whom human conduct always had to be measured. In a generalized religious way, Egyptian society was seen as an interacting totality composed of the gods, the god-king, the blessed dead, and the people, whose shared moral imperative was to maintain social order at all costs, lest society slide irrevocably into chaos. Social hierarchy was inevitable and necessary, with the god-king as the unique mediator between the gods and the masses. Every person at each level of society had his/her appointed duty to maintain social order and equilibrium. The realization of the perfect model encouraged an intellectual and cultural immobility which was majestic in its own way, but it also was the absolute antithesis of any kind of individual creativity or personal exuberance. But the Egyptian ideal was not the one embraced by Greek culture and elaborated in myth, epic, tradition, song, and story. Of course, there was no artificial consistency within the Greek ideal because it was fashioned by a passionate people rent by conflicting emotions and goals. The Greek ideal was essentially embodied in our description of Greek polytheism, i.e., it represented an ongoing social enterprise to accommodate a dynamic and dialectic of tension between social unity and individual freedom and responsibility, reason and passion, justice and self-interest, humanized gods and apatheicized heroes, balance and moderation and action and honor, and quarrelsome and adulterous gods versus divine moral principles. Most impressive of all was the ability of the Greeks to pass through the great upheaval of the Age of Revolution 750 to 650 BCE and to establish a new religious and psychological basis for life without yielding their dynamic spirit. Fear had been exorcised, not canonized in patterns of grim myth, restrictive taboos, and rigid social structures. That had been the fate of the early stages of Mesopotamian civilization, but the Aegean world remained free to develop further the new framework of ethics and religion, just as its art and literature continued to progress within clearly conceived forms. Registered and who in Greece would have read any of that Middle Kingdom literature? Bernal has already admitted that none of the peoples indigenous to Greece prior to the arrival of those Egyptian or Semitic dynasts or after, for that matter, ever spoke Egyptian or wrote Egyptian hieroglyphics or hieratic, BA 2, 146, 152, 396. Thus the only audience for Egyptian literature in Greece would have been a tiny number of expatriates living at the courts of those few dynasts, and they surely would not have somehow transfused Egyptian culture into a Greek system of thought centuries away from coalescence. It is also highly doubtful that the various genres of Egyptian writing would have appealed to any of the native Greeks had they somehow been able to read it. All of the funereal literature had a decidedly Egyptian cast to it, which the Greeks would have found to be exotic to the point of indifference. Some of the love poems might have been deemed interesting, but whatever their euphony in spoken Egyptian, in their English translation they evidence a wooden and almost schoolboy level of romantic involvement. The story of Cinna may well have been the most popular epic and the most accomplished piece of Middle Kingdom prose literature, registered degree, but it was never even remotely in the same literary class as the Iliad, nor will the tale of the shipwrecked sailor ever be mistaken for the Odyssey. Of course, there may be all sorts of Egyptian writings which have not survived, but we know that the same can be said regarding lost masterpieces of Greek literature, philosophy, and science. And we doubt if the cultural orientations of what did not endure for both bodies of writing would have varied very much from what did. Bruno Snell made a very crucial observation vis-a-vis Bernal's claims about Greece and Egypt. The J/Iad and the Odyssey have a great deal to say about forces, but there is not a scrap of evidence to suggest that there is anything mystic about them. All in all, magic and witchcraft have left few traces in the poems, except for some rather atrophied survivals. Registered Bernal was very emphatic that magic was central to the Egyptian secret wisdom, BA 1, 132-33, 141,151, so if the two great Greek epics contain virtually no references to magic, that omission would be hard evidence for no influence or inheritance from Egypt. 7. Greek originality and creativity. Some arguments for and examples of Greek cultural originality have already been suggested, especially in the realm of philosophy. As briefly as possible, consideration will be extended to other areas of cultural activity in which the Greeks committed the heresy of heresies of being more creative, inventive, or artistic than their alleged Egyptian tutors. 1. Alphabet and literacy. So many books on ancient Egypt stress writing and the scribes that there is a common tendency simply to assume that most Egyptians could read and write. Such was certainly not the case. While the degrees of literacy attained by Egyptian and Greek societies were obviously relative, the evidence does suggest that a considerably larger proportion of the Greek population was literate than was true of its Egyptian counterpart. By definition, hieroglyphics very early became the monopoly of religious documents and inscriptions on royal stelae and the tomb prayers of the rich and powerful, hence there would have been few persons versed in their usage and meaning. John Baines estimated that in round numbers only about 7,000 to 8,000 men formed the literate ruling class in Egypt at any given time. While virtually all women except the royal princesses were illiterate and therefore barred from access to the bureaucracy and most of Egyptian culture. Other scholars have suggested that the percentage of literate members of Egyptian society may have been as low as 0.4% of the population. But in terms of literacy, the only population that counted was that of adult males. Of course, the Greek city-states varied in their commitment to and opportunities for basic education in writing. As in most countries today, urban children enjoyed more possibilities than did rural. Wealth and gender operated as selective factors, although such evidence as there is indicates that more girls went to school or were tutored at home in Greece than was the case in Egypt. It was Oswine 142. Murray's view that by the 5th century it is clear that the average male Athenian citizen could read and write. This presupposes formal and widespread instruction, the earliest evidence of which come from around 500. William Harris was more cautious in his conclusions, but even he believed that by the end of the Archaic era at least a solid minority of Greek male citizens had some skills in reading and writing, that especially the Ionian and Dorian Greeks had a tradition of education for their children, and that in the Hellenistic era the more advanced kind of Greek city did in fact try the remarkable innovations of subsidized and even universal education. Registered such was patently not the situation in pharaonic Egypt, and the effort should rank as a major credit for the Greeks. When and ed the Phoenician alphabet is not our concern here. The great achievement for the Greeks was the development of a system of writing which might readily be mastered, and which possessed vowel signs. The Greeks significantly improved the verbal and literary usefulness of writing by the changes they introduced. Other scholars have praised the Greek innovations in the alphabet for their simplicity, comprehensiveness, ease of learning, and t-inition. It was =ihabitic script, in which ch sounds, vowels and consonant were for the first isolated and represented individually. The resulting system has proven so flexible that it is still in use for most modern languages, to art forms. It is, indeed, instructive that for all of his loquacity about Egypt's alleged cultural superiority to Greece, Bernal said nothing about Greek literature. Example: the plays of Aeschylus and Euripides, BA 1, 88-98, related only to their traditions about claimed Egyptian and Phoenician colonizations. Ivan van Sertima, George James, and the rest of the Afrocentrists are equally silent about this illustrious realm of Greek creativity. The numerous artistic achievements of the Greeks are unquestionably fundamental to any /oneist evaluation of Greek culture, and their omission from the Afrocentrists' treatment of Greece tells us a great deal about either their perception or their honesty. Egyptian sculptors did some very fine work, but whatever their individual difference, they tended to evince a cultural spirit considerably divergent from that which informed corresponding Greek work. The political, social, and religious milieu in which all Egyptian art forms developed did much to condition the beauty and style of the end products created. Whatever the possible sophistication and technical skill of Egyptian artists, they were conditioned by the aesthetic demands of the king, whose wish was law, and the understandable tendency of his entourage to imitate slavishly preferred royal styles, the imperatives imposed by funerary and religious necessities, all operating within an environment which standardized and ossified artistic fashions literally for millennia. There is, of course, a certain personal element in all approbation or disapprobation of any work of art or artistic style, using art here as a generic term for all forms of aesthetic creation. Having said that, it remains our steadfast contention that in shared art categories, the Greeks eventually came to do a much more exquisite, harmonious, graceful, and imaginative job of it. By way of rejoinder, Bernal might argue that Greek artists had had several additional centuries in which to improve the efficacy, elegance, and sophistication of inherited Egyptian techniques. To which we would reply, precisely, for in all areas the Greeks had vastly advanced beyond anything they might have learned from the Egyptians. Especially in Egyptian sculpture, certain similarities of style continued for the society's entire duration. The figures represented tended to expression in two standardized, rigidified poses, viz., standing and sitting, full face with eyes staring straight ahead, arms locked to the sides, with fists clenched. In group scenes, none of the figures usually interact with each other. Notably in the Old Kingdom, heads were frequently oversized in relation to the rest of the body, while throughout most of the country's history, there was a marked disposition to exaggerate the size of hands, feet, and ears. Accuracy in the rendering of anatomical aspects varied somewhat from period to period, but there was regularly a heaviness and stiffness of form and a want of needed details in the handling of total body musculature. The action, passion, and definiteness of classical Greek sculpture were all too painfully missing. 7th and 6th century BCE Greek sculpture, like 7th and 6th century Greek architecture, was influenced by Egyptian models. Not because of any elusive Egyptian colonists, but because Greek merchants, tourists, and mercenaries had been operating in Egypt for centuries. Asterisk the Kura c. 600 BCE from Sunyan and the Kura c. 640 BCE of Auxerre exhibit the posture and stiffness so characteristic of Egyptian statues, although a marble Kura c. 530 BCE was already much more realistic, lithe, and well-proportioned than any Egyptian efforts. We challenge Bernal and the other Afrocentrists to examine either directly or with suitable photographs Greek sculpture from young men playing a ball game, c. 510 BCE, and the pediment of the Temple of Zeus at Olympus, c. 470 to 456 BCE, to the dying Gaul, late 3th century BCE, the Hellenistic ruler, 4th century BCE. And the Laocoon group, 1st century BCE, and then we will see if he still has either the arrogance or the ideological prejudice to assert that Egyptian statuary was somehow better. There is a superb craftsmanship, dynamic action, precision of detail, intense passion, personal beauty, realism of bodily form, personal involvement, and, in a word, veneration of what is human in this world demonstrated in each of those living pieces of marble or bronze, vibrant and throbbing in a way completely foreign to Egyptian sculpture. It is often said that while the sculptors of the 5th century made gods of men, those of the 4th made men of gods. For there is one crucial way in which Greek sculpture both surpassed Egyptian work and epitomized the distinctiveness of the former, viz., its splendid glorification of the unclad human form, with a robust, yet delicate sensuality so expressive of the Greek spirit. 3. Pottery. Even in the humble realm of pottery, the Greeks vastly improved upon the efforts of the Egyptians. With the proto-geometric pottery, art in Greece takes on a new direction and a completely new discipline. It is at first sight surprising that this non-representational phase should form the basis for the development of Greek art, but even in these humble beginnings the virtues of proportion, symmetry, clarity, and precision, on which all its greatest achievements were founded, are clearly present. Copyright: the Egyptians produced some very nice pottery in terms of technical execution, but most kinds of artistic decoration tended to be lacking. By comparison, Greek black figure and red figure wares are an aesthetic feast for the senses, with detail, action, story, and human representation done with a virtuosity totally wanting in Egyptian work. 4. Painting. Since the cultural spirit of each society differed so radically from that of the other, it would be folly to expect much similarity in any of their respective arts. This was especially true of painting. Not much public painting has survived from either culture. We have access to an array of Egyptian tomb painting which in their day would have been seen by only the craftsmen who created them, the funerary priests, the family, and sometimes the anticipated occupant of the tomb. Almost all Egyptian painting followed a rigid canon of design which drastically limited the ability of the artist to be much more than a cartoonist. A square grid was laid out on the tomb or temple wall and the human figures were drawn in literally by the numbers, for both paintings and reliefs. Registered lower body and face are shown in profile, while one eye and shoulders are full face. Size and position of each figure in a series of horizontal registers usually indicated social position or rank. The tomb paintings and reliefs give the student much information about Egyptian life and beliefs, but it would be grossly straining definition and veracity to suggest that they were beautiful in any real sense of the term. Since none of the original masterpieces have come down to us, evaluation of Greek painting depends upon several ancillary sources. First, the observations and evaluations of ancient writers, especially Roman visitors, who had seen the Originals firsthand, we may judge the high repute of painting in Greece from the fact that Pliny gives it more space than to sculpture, and apparently the great paintings of the classic and Hellenistic periods were as much discussed by the critics, and as highly regarded by the people as the most of distinguished specimens of architecture or statuary. Second, sometime about 470 BCE competitions in painting were established as part of the repertoire of the Pythian and the Isthmian games, and the Greek critics would not have suffered mediocrity in silence. Third, some of the finely done vase paintings of the period clearly were adaptations of then prominent statuary and wall paintings. Fourth, incised and painted ivory plaques from Greek and Scythian tombs reflect the painter's art. Fifth, painting and mosaics from Greek tombs in southern Italy and the royal tombs in Macedonia were particularly well done. And sixth, the beautiful wall paintings and mosaics in Pompeii and Herculaneum were obviously done by Greek artists. Putting all of these sources together, they indicate that Greek painters had achieved a superior command of human anatomy and a skillful use of foreshortening, while the bodies of men and animals are skillfully modeled in tones of colors, highlights and shadows play on the figures, and recession in depth is achieved by linear and a suggestion of aerial perspective. Degree however deficient the later copies may or may not have been, they show us the human body and landscapes done with a level of artistry not realized by the Egyptians. The human figures in virtually all Egyptian wall paintings are flat, two-dimensional, often either jumbled masses of humanity or else ill-proportioned bodies verging on caricature. Moreover, Greek painting and sculpture were open to the people in a way completely alien to Egyptian usage. 5. Architecture. Of the merits of comparative architecture, there is little to be said. The Egyptian pyramids, particularly in their heyday, were majestic and monumental in a way that set them apart as a class unto themselves, but were such simple geometrical structures genuinely beautiful? Both ancient Romans and contemporary Americans admired the colossal, but it is doubtful that either people would have held up the pyramids as the essence of all that is aesthetically charming, elegant, exquisite, or sublime. Temple buildings for both societies were for centuries the cynosures of enormous investments of artistic effort. As to configuration, both types of temple were rectangular and both tended to remain literally for centuries the standardized models for their respective societies. Each version was a forest of stone columns. However, the Egyptian temple was much larger and more complicated due to the fact that it was home to a vast, institutionalized priesthood. The essential beauty of each type was provided less by architecture and more by art, i.e., the statues, paintings, and reliefs which served as religious decorations. How one assesses Egyptian or Greek sculptures will tend, therefore, to define how that person evaluated the buildings of which they are a part. And since most Egyptian sculpture was massive and immodal, while most Greek sculpture was elegant and dynamic, we opt for the latter, although, in fairness, the hieroglyphics used to inscribe Egyptian public buildings were clearly a graceful art form. In one very crucial way, however, the architecture of many Greek temples, but notably the Parthenon, was vastly superior to anything manifested in their Egyptian counterparts. To be brief, most vertical and horizontal lines were slightly curved to create the optical impression of an aesthetic loftiness. Point 2 *. The Parthenon seems simply to soar into space, while the Egyptian temples look like squat piles of rocks. The mortuary temple of Queen Hatshepsut at Deir el-Bahri may, however, be an elegant exception to the generalization advanced above. When viewed in total perspective, it has a kind of Grecian splendor about it. Several of the major mortuary temples must have been truly impressive structures, although regrettably, most of them had been badly damaged even by the time of the Ptolemies. Because of differences in religious belief and social relations, the Greeks never developed their cemetery architecture to the degree realized by the Egyptian royalty, albeit, the mausoleum at Halicarnassus probably surpassed any of the Egyptian mortuary temples. Where the Greeks did outshine the Egyptians was in the excellence and poignancy of their sculpted grave reliefs. 6. City planning. As would be expected, the old cities of Egypt, Greece, and Italy just grew without any plan or forethought. A suggestion of systematic city planning was evidenced in Akhetaten's building of his new capital, Akhetaten, about 1350 BC. But as with all of the king's other radical innovations, it died with him. Genuine, large-scale city planning is associated with the name of the 5th century BCE architect, Hippodamus of Miletus. Alexandria was perhaps the most famous of the planned cities, but they all featured wide avenues set out on a rectangular grid. Houses were laid out in regularly planned areas defined by crossing streets, attention was paid to public hygiene and the comforts of private life. *47. Public buildings, combined with city planning was another growing feature of Greek cities, which we would argue indicated a cultural and normative superiority to anything done by the Egyptians. The reference here is to the fact that from the 4th century BCE onward, Greek cities were building more and more beautiful stone theaters, concert halls, stadia, gymnasia, and government structures for the council chamber and assembly hall, while the marketplaces themselves were further embellished with shady colonnades where people could meet and talk. 2. Egypt was surely a theocracy, if not a theonomy, with all sorts of administrative buildings, palaces, and warehouses, but there is no indication that Egyptian cities and towns manifested the kinds of cultural, educational, athletic, and theatrical facilities which were available to large numbers of people in Greek cities, and certainly no opportunities for any kind of real self-government. The Egyptians had many religious festivals which were centered around liturgical plays, of which Horus and Seth was the most popular, but such dramas always served only the objectives of the centralized, sacerdotal state. 8. Literature. Some discussion of Greek and Egyptian literature has already been advanced above in our comparison of cultural ideals. If we consider the antiquity of the Egyptian effort, then the literature produced is impressive. If the corpus of Egyptian literature is, however, placed alongside a similar collection of Greek work, then the former pales in comparison. Egyptian literature is composed of royal and tomb inscriptions, royal decrees, hymns, prayers, paternal instructions, magic spells, songs, love poems, and stories. It would be tiresome for the reader if we listed a great collection of the names of Egyptian literary pieces, so a few samples will do: the autobiography of Winnie, the instruction of Tahotep, the prophecies of Neferti, the satire of the trades, and the hymn to Hapi. The interested reader is simply referred to Miriam Lichthiem's 3-volume collection of ancient Egyptian literature, which contains numerous selections from the Old, Middle, and New Kingdoms and later. Any well-endowed college or university library should contain Lichthiem's excellent work. Greek literary sources included poetry, prose, or dramas by the following writers: Homer, Hesiod, Theonis, Pindar, Aeschylus, Sophocles, Euripides, Aristophanes, Xenophon, Isocrates, Plato, Aristotle, Herodotus, and Thucydides. Both bodies of literature were considered in terms of literary methodology and topical substance. On the positive side, Egyptian literature is informative, descriptive, factually useful to the historian, generally religious, sometimes morally concerned, and occasionally concerned about the poor, charming, seemingly romantic, and sporadically entertaining. On the negative side, Egyptian literature tends to be overwhelmingly expressed in simple sentences which do not allow for much in the way of rich characterization, narration, or recitation. It does, as we said, describe many aspects of upper-class life in pharaonic Egypt, but it is distressingly short of adjectives and adverbs to enliven the story. There are probably two major weaknesses in Egyptian literature. The first is evoked because so much of the work consists of monumental and tomb inscriptions for the kings and other highly placed members of the ruling elite. Such inscriptions are routinely bombastic and unrelieved braggadocio, as when Tjetji, treasurer of kings in Taf 2 and 3 stated, "I am wealthy, I am great, I furnished myself from my own property, given me by the majesty of my lord, because of his great love for me." Whether of king or noble, the inscriptions are celebrations of self-seeking and self-aggrandizement, proclaiming that the person concerned is the darling of the gods and or the king. Humility and modesty are always lacking. Example: "But I was excellent in his majesty's heart, I was rooted in his majesty's heart was filled with me." Throughout most of Egyptian literature there is a repetitious parade of offices held and awards received. Even in the better, more morally alert instructions, there is a pedantic commitment to minor rules and details and usually a sycophantic posturing to the gods and or the king. So much of the tone, spirit, and objective of this literature express a jejune formalism, which for all of its occasional nobility, is aimed at securing the celebrant a guaranteed admission to the afterlife, also nicely elucidated in the pyramid and coffin texts. The second weakness involved a nearly universal commitment to social order or mod. At its best, mod is an ideal of social unity and harmony. At its worst, it is a static concept, which legitimized an ineluctable social order, characterized by a fixed class hierarchy, absolute power, and the god-king. The priests taught that mankind was commanded to reflect divine harmony by assuming a spirit of quietude, reasonable behavior, cooperation, and a recognition of the eternal qualities of existence as demonstrated by the earth and the sky. Degree there is a kind of universal conformity expressed as an amiable allegiance to the official orthodoxy. Whether by accident or design, most of the literature that has survived has the air of overly unctuous propaganda. The story of Sin is a classic illustration of this trend. There are no surprises and very little action in Egyptian literature. For all of the names mentioned in the inscriptions, prayers, hymns, and instructions, there is an impersonal sameness about all of the works, probably because only those manuscripts were allowed to survive which conformed to the traditional orthodoxy or the tastes of the kings. Only now and again in some of the harpers' songs, and in some of the love poems do we ever hear the voices of real people with real passions. Taken in toto, Egyptian literature is impressive, but it's not great writing. Greek literature obviously benefited from the additional centuries which went into the development of the language and its literary expression, although the Egyptian pieces composed parallel to the period of Hellenic belletristic greatness do not show any similar sunburst of intellectual creativity. There were the familiar tomb, statue, and royal inscriptions which echoed long-past themes, claims, and styles. Probably the most interesting Egyptian compositions are stories written in demotic, example Setni J and Setni II, which, for Egyptian literature, evince considerable narrative color *. They are, however, infused with certain thematic elements adapted from Greek culture *4 which therefore restricts their utility as illustrations of Egyptian writing. Egypt had no writers to equal Homer, Pindar, Sophocles, or Herodotus. There is no flow of inspiration, the narrative is almost always perfunctory, and the style bare. While no extended sociological examination will be ventured here, certainly the fact that Greek society, or would it be more correct to say societies, evolved differently from that of Egypt conditioned the character of the former's culture, history, and literature. As every schoolchild used to know, the Greeks were never able to overcome their political and geographical decentralization until so persuaded by Alexander. And the Homeric period, there were numerous kings and kinglets, but the institution of monarchy never developed an absolute god-king of the Egyptian pattern degree. Unlike Egypt, there was no centralized source of command or patronage to finance art and literature. That meant that royal support was lacking, but it also allowed the artists and writers in each community to develop pretty much in their own fashion. Whatever influence if any Egyptian writing might have had on Greek literature, it is certainly submerged, as any comparative reading of both will readily disclose. Patriotism was incorporated into both literatures, but in Greece it was dedicated to the city, tribe, or race, while in Egypt it was transformed into the grandiose celebration of the king. Greek literature, G. Homer, is more detailed, more complicated in its plots, more descriptive and delicate in language, and more humanized. Verbal representation of human thought, action, and interrelations has achieved a level of elaboration and elegance far beyond anything set down by the Nilotic scribes. Whatever its mythic quality, the //IAD is, in a genuine sense, about people with great passions, as in the quarrel between Agamemnon and Achilles over Briseis. It is a story rich in dialogue between heroes and between the latter and the gods. Throughout his poems Homer has his gods appear in such a manner that they do not force man into the dust. On the contrary, when a god associates with a man, he elevates him, and makes him free, strong, courageous, certain of himself. Degree what is true of Homer is also largely true of all Greek literature, i.e., there is a richness of language and plot not to be discovered in the Egyptian counterparts. The Greek tragedies are manifestly unlike anything produced in Egypt. The former began as part of religious festivals, but there was no priestly control or censorship, and gradually they evolved into satirical criticism of mythic traditions and religious values, especially as evidenced in the plays of Euripides. Sophocles composed intense psychological studies of his characters, unique until modern drama. All of the survivors ask hard ions about human Caesar's semidines on Renania's suffering, conflict between RID unholy deeds, of crime and punishment, THNT of human happiness, religious doubt, a hope for justice, and a recurring pessimism about the human condition. There is simply a much bse tuntes. Greek plays as compared to any Egyptian examples. Underscore what Egyptian Sophocles would have dared to indict his religion and his gods, we are blameless, but confess that the gods are pitiless, degree asterisk and how justify the ways of heaven, finding heaven unjust. Asterisk. Or would some Egyptian Euripides have exclaimed so publicly, doth someone say that there be gods above? There are not, no, there are not. Let no fool, led by the old false fable, thus deceive you, asterisk degree and the gods, too, whom mortals deem so wise, are nothing clearer than some winged dream, and all their ways, like man's ways, but a stream of turmoil. Asterisk. Similarly, no Egyptian king would ever have expressed such doubts about and limitations upon his power as those uttered by King Pelasgus of Argos, when the 50 daughters of Danaus sought protection from the 50 sons of Aegyptus in Aeschylus as the suppliants. It is not my house at whose hearth you sit, and if the arge of state stands liable to guilt herein, the people of Argos must together work its cure. Therefore I'll undertake no pledge till I have shared this issue in full council with my citizens. I have said already, though I am sole king, I cannot act in your case without my recoclede compare the position of such be constitutional monarch with that of the absolute, infallible Godane of Egypt asterisk the story of Cinna, plus other examples in Egyptian literature, tells us something about the abject ceremonialism which dominated all those who would approach the person of the king. Cinna had been allowed by the king to return from a long, self-imposed exile in the Levant. The courtiers who usher through the forecourt set me on the way to the audience hall. I found his majesty on the great throne in a kiosk of gold. Stretched out on my belly, I did not know myself before him, while this god greeted me pleasantly. I was like a man seized by darkness. My BA was gone, my limbs trembled, my heart was not in my body, I did not know life from death. 4 degrees and such abasement is supposed to be Bernal's inspiration for the world. The rebellion of Prometheus against the tyranny of Zeus would not have played well in Egypt, nor would the intrigue and counter-intrigue, murder and counter-murder, particularly of kings, in Aeschylus's Oresteia. It is also unlikely that any Egyptian playwright would have developed Euripides's Medea, where a proud and independent woman, betrayed by her lover and father of her children, sought a bitter redress for the wrongs inflicted upon her, but all as a terrible, agonizing expression of her free will as an independent person. To change the scene, the Egyptians had some forms of public comic entertainment, but it is highly improbable that such an irreverent fellow as Aristophanes would have been tolerated in Egypt by the ruling elite, given his unbounded ridicule of public leaders and reigning orthodoxies. True, the targets of his risque invective in Athens were democracy and irreligion, but given the suffocating conformism is Egypt, he probably would have risked his life and freedom by aiming his comic barbs at the pharaohs, the priests, and the mindless aristocrats. By whatever means, the pharaonic regime would have permanently silenced the likes of Aristophanes. Egypt would have been safer, but also appreciably poorer and duller. 9. History. As an example of Greek prose, historical writing warrants at least passing mention as a worthy intellectual ornament little known or practiced in Egyptian society. Of course, the Egyptians did record a great amount of data in the monumental and tomb inscriptions, but there is the enduring problem that useful facts have to be forever untangled from all of the sonorous propaganda. Practically all of the available Egyptian material relating to history was produced by annalists and anecdotists asterisk degree probably none of it would have passed the rigorous methodological tests proposed by Thucydides for the writing of accurate history 1. 22-23 By the same token, while there are many inaccuracies and exaggerations in Herodotus's histories, his work is much closer in spirit and method to what a modern social historian might compose than is anything left to us by the Egyptians. 10. The scientific creativity of the Greeks. Professor Alan Cromer, who was quoted in the last chapter, has proposed a very unbernalian thesis in his book. Uncommon sense, the heretical nature of science, that a combination of factors to be discussed below was generated in Greek society, which made it the original nursery of genuine science. Pagination for any references to Cromer's book, U.S., will simply be cited in the text. Central to his argument is the sociological analy. That every culture develops its own words, concepts, and mental operations out of its own peculiar history and circumstances. Once formed, they limit the type of activities and institutions that the culture can create. Therefore, the failure of a culture to develop a certain activity may not be because it didn't think of it but because it couldn't think of it. U.S. 63. Basically, what Cromer was saying is that by a combination of chance and conscious intention, the Greeks created far more of the requisite preconditions for science than did any other ancient society. Cromer compared Greek cultural development with that of Israel, India, and China, but what he said also applied equally as well to Egypt. Truth was viewed differently in Greece than it was in the other four cultures. In India, China, and Egypt the search for knowledge was monopolized by a closed community, viz., Brahmans, the Mandarinate, and the priests. With Israel, it was the prophets who were the absolute voice of Yahweh. Whatever the case, any and all knowledge was secret and therefore not to be widely shared or tested by mundane empirical methods outside the province of the monopolists, and probably not even within their charmed circle because it was so sacred and inviolable. Have we not suffered through innumerable claims made by Bernal and his fellow Afrocentrists as to the shrouded and obscure nature of what the Egyptian priests were supposed to be doing in their temples? The Greeks had no analogous caste of isolated scholars serving only their own sacerdotal interests. Homer's pantheon is a noisy, quarrelsome family, whose meetings reflect the openness of the Greek assembly. The gods don't expect love, reverence, or obedience from humans, but they do enjoy a juicy burnt offering. They interfere obsessively in human affairs, not to impose some moral order, but to amuse themselves. U.S. 77. For the Greeks, God's will was no ironclad decalogue because there were so many garrulous gods and goddesses for a single will to abide and because there was no single class or caste to monopolize the quest for knowledge. If there was one aspect that characterized Greek intellectualism, it was the large core of wandering scholars who moved easily across the Greek-speaking world. Each, with his own interests and outlook, brought new ideas and controversy in his wake to city after city. Such intellectual fermentation certainly was no representative of the Egyptian priests. Another crucial factor, evidenced as early as Book 2 of the //IAD, was open debate in assemblies, U.S. 73. Debate presumes a competition of minds, U.S. 74, all of which either involved or engendered the following characteristics: competition, argument, persuasion, and peers, U.S. 74, public knowledge, rationality, abstract thought, reliable evidence, U.S. 171, risk-taking, U.S. 130. Independence and self-organization, U.S. 124, experimentation, and a reliable and consistent universe, U.S. 159. Debate was sharpened by oratory and repartee, combined with the acceptance of the legitimacy of dissent. By the way of addenda, neither we nor Cromer would argue that the attributes named above were universally supported by all Greeks in classical times, but enough of them did to make public debate and dissent possible to a degree unknown in Israel, Egypt, India, or China. None of the latter societies in any way really valued intellectual competition, public debate, and the utility of dissent. Their social and religious orientations precluded such values and attitudes. In addition, freedom of movement between cities and a degree of secularism unknown in Egypt, Israel, and other cultures encouraged the free competition of ideas. The numerous and contentious city-states may have been the bane of Greek national identity and unity, but they were the balm of Greek intellectualism and science. Tied in with all of this was commerce, especially maritime commerce, U.S. 75, which equaled and then surpassed that of the Phoenicians. A prosperous mercantile trade created a merchant class that could afford education for its children. U.S. 73. And such education encouraged debate and a tinge of secularism, combined with a professional class of teachers, of which the sophists were the most renowned. Albert Einstein made a cogent observation as to why science did not develop in China and elsewhere. The development of Western science has been based on two great achievements: the invention of the formal logical system, in Euclidean geometry, by Greek philosophers, and the discovery of the possibility of finding out causal relationships by systematic experiment, at the Renaissance. In my opinion, one need not be astonished that the Chinese sages did not make these steps. The astonishing thing is that these discoveries were made at all. U.S. 104. To illustrate Einstein's point, Cromer discussed some geometric problems which included theorems and proofs, U.S. 82-84, each of which required a level of reasoning and argument far more abstract and complex than that required for ordinary thinking, and clearly beyond the levels demonstrated in either the Rhind Mathematical Papyrus, RMP, or the Moscow Mathematical Papyrus, MMP. There were enough scientific and secular-minded Greeks scattered around the Mediterranean basin to encourage the evolution of material cosmologies radically different from the traditional systems of thought prevalent in Egypt, Israel, and the Hellenistic lower classes. Such secularized Greeks were open to the notion that the universe was, at least in theory, knowable and available for measurement. The concepts of empiricism, mensuration, and open debate were generated by Greek culture and, in turn, they energized the later development of Western civilization. No other civilization, unfamiliar with the Greek legacy, ever developed deductive mathematics. There are no Chinese or Indian textbooks of theorems and proofs that predate contact with the Greek legacy, U.S. 100. 11. Oratory and debate, the debates in the assembly, the trials before the Heliaea, and the rising need for the ability to think with the appearance of logic and to speak with clarity and persuasion, conspired with the wealth and curiosity of an imperial society to create a demand for something unknown in Athens. Before Pericles' formal, higher education in letters, oratory, science, philosophy, and statesmanship. The society portrayed in that quotation is definitely not that of pharaonic Egypt. Only a few fragments of the great Athenian speeches have survived, but whatever their other consequences, they show us a society that was pulsating with intellectual vitality and excitement of passionate people who knew what it meant to be alive. Better a century of Greece than a millennium of Egypt. B. Martin Bernal's absurd jealousy of all Greek attainments moved him to make a ludicrous attempt to deny the Greeks any originality even in this area of oratory and debate. In 1992 he published an article in the December issue of Isis, pages 596 to 607 entitled Animadversions on the Origins of Western Science. Hereafter in the text, J.S. Bernal did note the importance of philosophical and scientific debates to the Greeks, influenced as they were by the Sophists, who came from the Greek tradition of persuasion, with its close association with legal disputes, S. 597-98. He introduced confusion next when he claimed that oratory, persuasion, and justice are highly valued in nearly all cultures. Probably all societies have some conception of justice or fairness, but there is considerable diversity of substantive definition of that abstract idea and far more divergence as any society attempts to translate conceptual abstraction into concrete everyday application. Moreover, our reading of social history does not suggest that most cultures prize oratory and persuasion. As we might have expected, Bernal then made his inevitable non sequitur that since the Greeks had had legal disputes and had prized oratory, persuasion, and justice and the Egyptians had had legal disputes, a conception of justice, and, according to Bernal, they too prized oratory and persuasion, therefore, the Greek conceptions had to be derived from those of Egypt, /S/S, 598. Since Bernal is an extreme cultural diffusionist, it's a wonder that he hasn't claimed that the Egyptians had to instruct the Greeks in excretory functions before the latter were able to function as biological organisms. One regarding the alleged uniqueness of Greek scientific debate, Bernal announced that debates were as old as the Gilgamesh epic, that the cults of Mesopotamian, Syrian, and Egyptian cities had differing abstract elements and cosmogonies, with attempted and actual syncretizations, suggesting that there had been debates, Isis, 597. Baines and Malek mentioned some examples of deific combinations or syncretism among various localized Egyptian deities. There may well have been some discussion and even debate among the various priesthoods involved regarding cultic and status priority, but we have serious doubts that any discourse or disputation between such priesthoods could in any way have been defined as scientific debate and thus somehow the harbinger of Greek scientific argumentation. Moreover, if such priestly discussion and debates ever actually took place, they would all have been confidential affairs strictly within the secrecy of the temples concerned and thus there would have been no possibility of their ever becoming the models of any kind of public discourse for Egyptians or Greeks. Bernal has forgotten that the supreme value of all Egyptian life was Ma'at or harmony, and thus the public spectacle of two or more of the sacred priesthoods squabbling noisily for all to hear would have been a capital violation of Ma'at. The next thing that Bernal will be telling his readers is that the early Christian controversies regarding the definition of the nature of the Trinity actually precipitated the recent debates on cold fusion. To another of Bernal's misplaced or misunderstood examples of the alleged popularity and prevalence of debate in Egyptian culture is the story, the dispute between a man and his BA. A person's BA is variously described by Egyptologists as being his soul or moral essence, which, however, has an identity all of its own. The essay is not a debate in any sense of that term, but rather a soliloquy wherein a man metaphorically agonizes with himself regarding the desirability or undesirability of continuing to live in this world. Robert Palter made a correct evaluation of the situation when he wrote, first, the argument takes place entirely within the mind of one individual, there is no audience. Second, the topic of the debate is not some aspect of nature but rather a moral and psychological dilemma. In short, Bernal's argument serves, if anything, to strengthen the case for recognizing a revolutionary approach to the study of nature in classical Greece. The story is in absolutely no way related to science or scientific discourse, and it is debate only if one deems talking to oneself somehow to be debate. It's too bad that Bernal can't accept the fact that Egypt was a creative civilization as far as it went, but that it didn't have a monopoly on either invention or genius. 3. Another religious illustration of oratory and justice claimed by Bernal was that of the judgment of the decedent's soul by Osiris and 42 divine judges. The origin of the story involved the struggle of Horus to avenge the murder of his father, Osiris by Seth, Set, and in versions of the story, it does include recourse by the two antagonists, Horus and Seth, to a tribunal of the gods, where Horus always wins. It is difficult to see how a thoroughly formalistic ritual engagement between the two gods, with the outcome always being the same, could somehow become a monumental inspiration for debate within Egyptian political and social structures, serving thereby as the original exordium to scientific controversy among the Greeks. In its preliminary formulation, the legend was a contest between the divine forces of order and chaos, which gradually evolved into the judgment of the dead and the ceremonial assessment of each soul arriving before Osiris and the 42 assessor gods in the Hall of Judgment before the underworld. Bernal claimed that the divine auditors conducted a judicial weighing of the soul of the dead person, /S/S, 598, against a feather of the goddess Ma'at, but the alleged judgment was all a prearranged routine. There was, however, neither an oratorical justification by the particular soul nor any genuine divine judicial determination. Chapter 125 of the Book of the Dead contains the most elaborate presentation of the whole rhetorical exercise, and it is definitely not a real juridical hearing and decision. The various mortuary texts were included in the tomb to ensure that the deceased made it into the netherworld and protected and guided him forever after. The assorted magic spells and formulas contained in the pyramid texts, the coffin texts, and the Book of the Dead were intended to be seen and read solely by the tomb occupant, who, of course, was long dead. The dead do not debate or orate, at least in our world of consciousness, and if in some kind of theological sense, the decedent had been able to read chapter 125, all that he would have done would have been to make an endless ritualistic recitation of the text. That exercise would clearly be no model of debate or oratory. In chapter 125, the declaration of innocence, the declaration to the 42 gods, the address to the gods, and the first and second interrogations are merely ceremonial professions which could be incorporated in the tomb goods by anyone rich enough to buy a copy even if he was too intellectually dull to understand the meaning of any of the formulas. Bernal missed the implications of the class aspects of the mortuary literature. One had to be both rich and highly placed within the ruling elite to be blessed with an individual tomb, the appropriate funerary texts, and the ability to read them, with the latter competence being limited to a tiny minority of the population. All elements of the Egyptian ruling class were institutional administrators, i.e., bureaucrats of one type or another, and if there are two things which bureaucrats hate with a passion, they are oratory and debate. The logic of large, traditional institutions runs to rules, solidly and repeatedly applied rules. They abhor debate, especially scientific debate, which might invite innovations in procedures. Such functionaries were unlikely to have ever originated anything resembling scientific debate. Siegfried Morens made a final crucial point regarding the purported judicial character of the weighing of the soul. Speaking of chapter 125, he affirmed that the text does not mention any hearing of the person judged. The text consists mostly of assurances by the deceased that he is innocent of lapses of a general ethical, ritual and criminal kind. These are followed by other statements claiming that he has adhered to certain moral precepts. Where a hearing takes place, it is not concerned with the man's conduct, as given in his statements, but with knowledge of certain occult matters, including a particular personal name, e.g., what is thy name, where didst thou pass, what didst thou see there, what did they give unto thee, what hast thou done with them. Finally, the deceased on trial must know the components, threshold, etc., of the gate leading to the hall of the two goddesses of Maat, which leads to a detailed interrogation about the parts served, italics added, There was thus no real trial debate or oratory and no real judicial proceeding, so how, pray tell, could that ceremony be in any way an inspiration for either oratory, persuasion, and justice or the promotion of Greek scientific debate? It was an esoteric, yet mundane, liturgy which was not sacred wisdom or scientific knowledge. For Bernal's fourth proof that Egyptian society prized oratory, persuasion, and justice was the parable of the eloquent peasant, which he tells us, its most recent translator into English, Merriam-Lichtheim, describes as both a serious disquisition on the need for justice and a parable on the utility of fine speech, Isis. 598. The story, in brief, is that a peasant named Konanup was robbed on his way to market by the stratagems of Nemtinakt, who was a subordinate of the high steward, Renzi, the son of Meru. The peasant then traveled some distance to the estate of the high steward, where he informed the latter of his plight, but the high steward was disinclined to believe him because he was a peasant and because Nemtinakt was in his service. Later, Konanup returned and made an eloquent plea for justice to Renzi. The high steward, who was just on his way to see the king, Nekkar, later informed his majesty about the peasant whose speech is truly beautiful. The king then instructed his high steward to withhold judgment about the case in order to force the peasant to repeat his petitions, which Renzi was to have put into writing so that the king might enjoy such eloquence from such an unlikely source. Of course, after the ninth petition, the high steward then made his judgment in favor of the peasant and Nemtinakt was arrested and his property confiscated. Let us begin our analysis with a few comments about the translator, Merriam-Lichtheim. She did a very scholarly job in her renditions of all types of Egyptian literature and she did describe the story in the terms cited by Bernal. However, as some of her introductory remarks to each chapter suggest, she was at times overly captivated by the pieces she had translated. The parable is certainly one of the better literary efforts produced by the Egyptians, but whether it qualifies as an example of fine speech is another story. There is a way to organize an empirical test relating to the real or alleged literary value of the tale, particularly in relation to the beautiful speech of the peasant, change the names of the persons and places involved so that the Egyptian setting and authorship are not evident. Then give the revised composition to a panel of well-educated persons, versed in European literature, who are also unaware of its provenance, and then ask them if they would deem it to be an eloquent and characteristic example of classical Greek writing. It is our belief that not many of those respondents would answer in the affirmative, since the substantive and expositional sophistication of the total corpus of classical Greek literature was light years ahead of that produced by the Egyptians. In terms of the storyline, the peasant was eloquent, but he was also far too educated for a person of his ostensible socio-economic status. In addition, it is curious that for someone so articulate in speech, he was not acquainted with writing. Probably what is so obviously uncharacteristic of the peasant was the fact that as his petitions to the high steward increased, he became more reckless and abusive toward the latter, who, it should be remembered, was a senior official and confidant of the king. By the third petition and after, Konanup was telling the high steward that the latter was greedy, a butcher, a crook who robs the poor in his domain, gluttonous, and a plunderer. Renzi did have 2 of his guards whip the peasant after the third petition, yet when the high steward saw the king following the first petition, Renzi informed the latter that he believed the peasant's story that he had been robbed by Nemtinact. The setting was a strange way to serve justice, if the high steward already believed that one of his servants had wronged the peasant. It is also curious that after all of their confrontations, by the end of the story, Renzi still had not asked the peasant his name. The ignorance of the high steward in that regard suggests a certain artificiality about the story and that it is therefore purely fiction. The omission of the peasant's name illustrated the vast social chasm standing between the 2 men, and it also raised the most disconcerting questioning of all. Are we really to believe that in such a rigidly stratified society as that of ancient Egypt, such a highly placed advisor to the king would have blindly accepted all of that growing vituperation issuing from the mouth of a peasant, no matter how beautiful the latter's speech may have been? Others in the district had to be aware of how Konanup was upbraiding the high steward, and the latter had to be equally conscious of what that unpunished abuse was doing to undermine his authority, above all, when from a distance the peasant was later apparently rewarded for his insolence. It's always wonderful what liberties fiction writers may take with reality. And would any of the god kings have tolerated such impudence if it had been directed toward their person by a subordinate? Pharaonic Egypt did not have a social climate hospitable to the public expression of debate or criticism in any form. The final and most damaging contradiction in Bernal's interpretation of the parable is one apparent to anyone who has actually read the story. Bernal maintained that oratory and persuasion were highly valued and widely emphasized in Egyptian society, but the parable, in reality, proves the exact opposite to have been true. The king wanted the high steward to have the petitions verbalized by the peasant written down and forwarded to him precisely because such oratory was so unknown in their cultural experience. 5. Bernal apparently missed one of the most glaring political pieces of evidence that public oratory and persuasion were not valued in Egypt. There were no political and judicial institutions in ancient Egyptian society that might have promoted such activities. If there is one thing on which the modern authorities on Egypt agree, it is that the government was one of bureaucratic administration. There was no legislature of any kind to serve as a nursery of great public debate. The administrative nature of the pharaoh's government meant that he would consult his assorted senior advisors and bureaucrats, but royal consultation was more likely to elicit servile agreement and not vigorous public oratory. Even if the senior advisors, before their audience with the king, did engage in heated debate regarding a proposed governmental policy, will Bernal please tell us how such private disputation could ever become a forensic model for either Egyptians or Greeks? Contrast, if you will, the silence and secrecy of the pharaoh's administration with the sometimes raucous meetings of the Athenian assembly and the Council of 500. Oratory and open debate were essential to the operation of both bodies. Speaking of the assembly, David Stockton observed that speeches, again, would mostly be brief, except on the most momentous occasions when vitally important issues were at stake. Unwanted or wordy or uninstructed speakers could be shouted down or removed. Registered. Can anyone familiar with ancient Egypt really suggest the notion that there might ever have been either the opportunity or the audacity for any Egyptian's upper or lower class to shout down the king, his vizier, or any of his other senior bureaucrats? It is true that citizenship, and therefore suffrage, were limited in Attica, with slaves, aliens, medics, and all women, even those who were free citizens, being excluded from the franchise. Will Durant estimated that in the days of Pericles, there were about 43,000 male citizens out of a total population of 315,000 persons. Copyright. Therefore, about 1/7 of the population could actively participate in the political process. Durant also calculated that the total population of Egypt during the reign of Ramses was about 3,200,000 degree in underscore all of it. Arit E and Pac 11 Mahi have examined on e.g. any indication that 1/7 of its adult male population ever enjoyed the rights and duties of genuine citizens to express their opinions, criticize the pharaoh's government, and actually and actively to participate in any legislative process. Public oratory and debate played a major role in the government of Athens and most of the other Greek city-states, and thus the origin of scientific debate was there, and not in the closed society of Egypt. The court systems of the two countries reflected their respective cultural norms and institutional practices. The Egyptian courts were an administrative hierarchy integrated within the governmental system. At each level or locality, the court consisted of several of the most prominent priests and bureaucrats in the district. Legal accountability was only to the king, since his word was literally law. Copyright. The vizier was prime minister, but also chief justice of the entire court system. Various royal instructions admonished the vizier to be just in his juridical activities, but what constituted justice was solely in the eye of the reigning pharaoh. In delivering judgment, the vizier was less concerned with ideal justice than with interpreting the will of the pharaoh, whose mouthpiece he was. Any unorthodox or independent expression on the part of the king's deputies was out of the question. Torture was used regularly to extract testimony from witnesses and confessions from those accused of criminal acts. Punishments usually consisted of fines, beatings, various degrees of bodily mutilation, and execution. Once formally accused of a crime, a person rarely escaped punishment. Registered. If Diodorus of Sicily was correct, Egyptian tribunals were so designed so that in terms of operational procedures, there would have been absolutely no opportunity for the development of courtroom oratory or adversarial debate. Plaintiff. End. Defendant were allowed to present only written statements of their respective sides of the case to the panel of 30 judges, and the latter's determination was based solely upon the written records. This was the manner, as their account goes, in which the Egyptians conducted all court proceedings, since they believed that if the advocates were allowed to speak, they would greatly becloud the justice of a case, for they knew that the clever devices of orators, the cunning witchery of their delivery, and the tears of the accused would influence many to overlook the severity of the laws and the strictness of truth. At any rate, they were aware that men who are highly respected as judges are often carried away by the eloquence of the advocates, either because they are deceived, or because they are won over by the speaker's charm, or because the emotion of pity has been aroused in them. But by having the parties to a suit present their pleas in writing, it was their opinion that the judgments would be strict, only the bare facts being taken into account. Copyright such proceedings deliberately eschewed any opportunity for fancy oratory by contending counsels, but more importantly for our purpose here, it removed another major area of social activity from Bernal's claimed sources of Egyptian oratory and debate as the model for Greek scientific debate. If the Egyptian courts were more like administrative committees, the Athenian versions were, in fact, miniature legislatures. For all sorts of legal contests, the Athenians first resorted to a publicly appointed arbitrator, who was drawn from a pool of ordinary citizens in their 60th year. If that effort failed to solve the problem, the arbitrator's sealed decision, plus all the evidence he had heard, were presented to an ad hoc jury of either 201 or 401 citizens, depending on the case. The jurymen were selected from a pool of 6,000 citizens. There were no professional judges or lawyers. Private citizens were expected to argue their own cases before the popular jury, but gradually professional readers or orators did come to write speeches for delivery by each litigant. J.C. Stobart made a nice, concise evaluation of those speeches. We should expect such performances to be highly emotional and to consist largely of oratorical claptrap. That, on the contrary, they are for the most part severely logical, that purple passages are carefully eschewed and references to national feeling kept within limits, is the clearest possible proof of the high intellectual standard, or the cynicism, of the average Athenian citizen who sat upon the jury. Degree. All in all, we come away with impression that Athenian institutions were far more supportive of public oratory and debate than were any in Egypt. With such an established tradition of political oratory and theatrical presentations, it would have been a very easy step to have evolved scientific debate. Contrary to Bernal's daydreams, none of those necessary preconditions existed in pharaonic Egypt. God-kings have no need for debate. 6. Lastly, Bernal quoted Aristotle's Politics to support his contention that the Greeks of the classical and Hellenistic period saw Egyptian law as the ultimate basis of their own, JS/S, 598. The reader will remember that Bernal's constant refrain throughout all of his writings has been that the Greeks had borrowed all of their mental and cultural equipment from the Egyptians, and that would have included law as well. His ancillary theme was that if a choice has to be made, the classical Greek authors are far more reliable than are any modern classical historians. What then did Aristotle say in his Politics? Which Bernal believed was so supportive of his own thesis. The history of Egypt attests the antiquity of all political institutions. The Egyptians are generally accounted the oldest people on earth, and they have always had a body of law and a system of politics. We ought to take over and use what has already been adequately expressed before us and confine ourselves to attempting to discover what has already been omitted. Bur. NAL's preferred version of Aristotle needs to be unpacked. Well, their history indicates the antiquity of Egyptian political institutions, and that tradition has it that they are the oldest people on earth, by which Aristotle presumably meant oldest in societal organization. Next, he observed that they have always had a body of law and a system of politics. Obviously, in a historical sense, that statement cannot be absolutely true, but it is more interesting since it does not tell us anything, especially anything about the substance or meaning of that body of law and that system of politics. It is a sociological truism that any and every sizable organization of people has some kind of law and politics. Aristotle's next sentence is by far the most momentous for our purposes here. He affirmed that the Greeks ought to take over and use whatever had already been adequately tested in Egyptian law and politics, while the Greeks should confine themselves to discovering in the realms of law and politics whatever the Egyptians may have missed, forgotten, or omitted. Contrary to all of Bernal's repetitious claims, Aristotle is quite clearly affirming that while the Greeks should adopt whatever is useful in Egyptian law and politics, they have not yet done so. Bernal even went so far as to recognize this vital omission by the Greeks. T is clear that what Aristotle was recommending had not hitherto been carried out, Isis, 598, italics added, but he did not seem to see what that did to his whole argument. Aristotle ought to know pretty well what the Greeks had acquired from Egypt because he was one of those trustworthy ancient Greek writers. Nevertheless, he was quite certain that none of his fellow Greeks had ever borrowed anything from the laws and politics of that country. Bernal even admitted that Egyptian and Greek law were very different in Aristotle's day, but he attempted to put a fig leaf on the whole affair by making the absolutely unsupported assertion that despite what Aristotle declared, the true foundation of Greek law and justice lay in Egypt, Isis, 598. With chutzpah like that, Bernal will never need any evidence. Lastly, Aristotle told us that the Egyptian systems of law and politics were incomplete, and that if the Greeks ever did borrow what was useful, they would have to repair the deficiencies. Now that all sounds very reasonable to us, but when has Bernal ever been willing to confess that there were ever any deficiencies in the intellectual productions of Egypt? Perhaps we read him incorrectly on this next point, but it appears to us that Bernal would like to convey the subtle impression that Aristotle acclaimed the Egyptian form of government and society, however, such was not the case. Writing as both a social philosopher and a political scientist, Aristotle held that it is manifest that the best political community is formed by citizens in the middle class, and that those states are likely to be well administered, in which the middle class is large, and stronger if possible than both the other classes, the rich and the poor, or at any rate, than either singly, for the addition of the middle class turns the scale, and prevents either of the extremes from being dominant. Such constitutional governments were rare in Hellas, as Aristotle admitted, but in positively no shape or form did pharaonic Egypt ever come close in its politico-economic profile to meeting his requirements for the best political community. Egypt was, in fact, the complete antithesis of those requirements. 8. Afrocentrism and Egyptian science. There was almost no mention or comparison of Greek and Egyptian science and mathematics in either volume of Black Athena, save Bernal's always explicit assumption that whatever the Greeks thought or wrote must have been completely copied from the Egyptians. His major effort to remedy that omission was contained in his article published in the December 1992 issue of S/S, which was cited in the last chapter. It must have been a violation of all of Bernal's ideological principles for him to concede that the work of Otto Neugebauer and his school has made it impossible to deny that some Mesopotamian mathematicians and astronomers were scientific in the positivist sense, and that Mesopotamian science in these areas was crucial to the creation of Greek mathematics and astronomy, /S/S, 599, because in Volume 1, BA1, 364-66, he had argued that since the 1880s, scholarly interest in the achievements of the Sumerians and the Babylonians was used as nothing more than an Arianist smokescreen to deny recognition to the Egyptians and the Phoenicians. It is instructive that Bernal felt it was necessary to diminish the value of Mesopotamian science by placing science in quotation marks, thereby suggesting that the Mesopotamian effort had not fully qualified as genuine science. We can imagine his outrage and uproar if a classic scholar was to use such a depreciative device to describe Egyptian science. A new closet racist would soon be exposed to the world, which makes us wonder if Bernal is a closet racist when it comes to recognizing the originality of other civilizations. Certainly, many of his fellow Afrocentrists are out-and-out racists. The primary way Bernal has expressed his position on the primacy of Egyptian science and mathematics has been through his endorsement of the work of several radical Afrocentrists, including Ivan van Sertima, BA1, 271, 486, 561, Peter Tompkins, who was discussed above, BA1, 38, 469, John Papademos, BA1, 552, Beatrice Lumpkin, BA1, 547 and JS/S 599, his own chapter, Black ADH 165. ENA, the African and Levantine roots of Greece in Van Sertima's African presence in early Europe, APE, and finally his enthusiasm and credulity for what easily could be the most misinformed book of the last century, i.e., George G. M. James's Stolen Legacy, Greek Philosophy is Stolen Egyptian Philosophy, 19,541-1992, which Bernal called a fascinating little book, which makes a plausible case for Greek science and philosophy having borrowed massively from Egypt, BA1, 38. James's book will be examined in a later chapter. For now, it suffices to say that if Bernal really believes that James made a plausible case, it means that either he did not read the book or else that he has no criteria for evaluating scholarly claims. The Afrocentrist writers of interest to us here have used the work of 10 scholars, all of whom at least to our knowledge are white. The books of these 10 authors are cited by the Afrocentrists concerned in their respective bibliographies and endnotes as being reliable and accurate sources. George Sarton was listed 6 times by John Papademos. In endnote 51, he commented that George Sarton also had a high opinion of the astronomical ability of the early Egyptians. Asterisk in the same book, Beatrice Lumpkin referred to Sarton 3 times. Degree example George Sarton, respected encyclopedist of the history of science, for while she and Chaim Zitzler favored Sarton 8 times. In the Golden Age of the Moor, Gam. James J. Ravel, in the same book listed Sarton as a very reputable source 4 times. Degree in order to save time and space, our core of Afrocentrist writers cited the following authors as being reliable sources: Carl B. Boyer, B. L. van der Weerten, David Eugene Smith, Claudia Zaslavsky, Ettore Caracho, Dirk J. Strook, Richard J. Gillings, Will Durant, and in a very circuitous sense, Jean Vercutter. Papademos cited René Taton twice, but characteristic of so much of the sloppy endnoting in most Afrocentrist books, his endnotes 53 and 54 referred to pages 35 and 39 in Chapter 1 by Jean Vercutter, Egypt, History of Science, Ancient and Medieval Science, of which René Taton is the editor. The point in naming these scholars is that while they do say many nice things about Egyptian science and mathematics, most of them also have some well-grounded criticisms of the Egyptian effort, plus completely contrary to Afrocentrist ideology many equally nice things to affirm about Greek science and mathematics. And therefore, if they are so reliable and accurate about the studies of the Egyptians, then ipso facto they must be equally as reliable and accurate in their evaluations of Greek scientific achievement. A. John Papademos will be the first Afrocentrist to be considered. In his biographical data, Papademos was described as having a PhD in theoretical particle physics, 1964, from the University of Chicago, plus having taught for several years at the Chicago branch of the University of Illinois, while in a 1983 Van Sertima anthology, he was said to have shifted his research interests to the social aspects of physics, including its philosophy and history. Papademos is unique in the sense that he is one of the few white Afrocentrists and one of a far smaller number who actually seems to have an earned doctorate from a reputable university. For the reader's information, Robert Palter has done a far more extended and expert job of critiquing the scientific and mathematical claims made by Papa Demos, Lumpkin, Bernal, and Van Sertima in his chapter, Black Athena, Afrocentrism, and the History of Science, in Black Athena Revisited, 1996, pages 200 and 9266, hereafter bar, and we rely on him greatly for the foundation of this analysis. Papademos made two general kinds of argument for Egyptian scientific primacy: 1. A 17-item listing of alleged Egyptian achievements in astronomy, and 2. A claim that Galileo, Copernicus, Kepler, Descartes, and Newton would have found it impossible to compose their scientific theories without the basis laid centuries earlier in Egypt. 8. Taking the 17-item list first, it should be noted that for at least 10 of his claims, Papademos gave little or no proof, save to cite other books in his endnotes. One has to wonder if he was as slipshod as that when he was collecting evidence for his doctoral dissertation at the University of Chicago. Palter did a much more extensive and scholarly treatment per item. We do not, however, have the space to consider all 17 claims and Palter's replies. 1. The invention of the 365-day calendar, based on astronomical observations. Papademos' endnote referred to René Taton, when, in fact, it was Jean Vercutter's work. Unfortunately for Papademos' case, he neglected to read a little further in Vercutter's chapter. The year of 365 days, the best of all ancient calendars, would then not have been the result of Egypt's superiority in astronomy, but of observations of the yearly inundation. Hence the very idea of a precise astronomical science from the 3rd millennium onwards must be rejected. Moreover, there were two major problems with the Egyptian solar calendar. First, it was 365 days long and not the correct 365% days per year, so every 4 years it became an additional day inaccurate, and second, it had no chronological continuity. Everything was dated simply by what year it was in the reign of each king. Martin Bernal compounded the entire disaster in a most surprising fashion when he asserted in his S/S article, 602-606, that the Greeks had adopted the Egyptian calendar rather than one from Mesopotamia. Several specialists on Greece, including Palter, Degree R.J. Hopper, Otto Neugebauer, and Leslie and Roy Adkins, pointed out that virtually every Greek city-state had its own unique and different calendar. 2. The development of instruments for quantitative astronomical measurement. Once again Papademos' source for this claim was Jean Vercutter, page 39, but he needed to read pages 40 to 42. The Egyptians did develop sundials, water clocks, etc., but in Vercutter's judgment, all of them were highly inaccurate. From all this we can see how poor the Egyptian standard of accuracy was, and with how little they were satisfied. Doubtless one of the reasons why their astronomy made S0 little progress, italics added, .43. The precise alignment of temples and pyramids from astronomical observations. It is asserted that all such structures were located specifically on a north-south axis. The pyramid complex at Giza appears to have achieved a/most perfect agreement with the 4 cardinal points of the compass. But as Vercutter pointed out, such directional precision was lacking for most subsequent pyramids and temples because in most cases, the Egyptians simply assumed that north happened to coincide with the directional flow of the Nile even where such was not the case. The numerous royal tombs in the Valley of the Kings certainly do not evidence any preferred directional orientation, nor does the temple complex of Ramses II at Abu Simbel. Registered. The same case can be said for the temples of Hatshepsut and Mentuhot II at Deir el-Bahri. The temple complex at Karnak Degree and at Luxor. Whatever their skills or want of them, the Egyptians apparently got careless about their employment. In any case, the correct orientation of the faces of the pyramids do not imply that the Egyptians were accomplished astronomers, and our present state of knowledge certainly does not entitle us to assume, as many Egyptologists have done, that the Egyptians realized long before Hipparchus that the motion of the fixed stars was due to the precession of the world's axis. Before we leave the pyramids, 2 final comments. Bernal asserted that the pyramidologists were correct when they alleged that the Great Pyramid at Giza evidenced such mathematical relations as 7, the golden number, and Pythagoras' triangle, BA1, 277. Regarding such claims, Vercutter concluded that if such a secret science of mathematics had ever been incorporated into the Great Pyramid, we have no evidence whatsoever of it. All the speculation about the meaning of the ciphers on the Great Pyramid are pure childishness, and would be AO had their authors been correct in their other figures which they were not. In a similar vein, W. S. Anglin wondered that if the architects of the Great Pyramid about 2600 BCE had known a better approximation, 3.1447, why were they using a worse one, 3.16, in the Rhind Papyrus circa 1650 B.C.E.274. Moreover, both Richard Gillings and Dirk Stroke have concluded that it is nowhere attested that the ancient Egyptians knew even the very simplest case of Pythagoras' theorem. Martin Bernal claimed that Beatrice Lumpkin may have shown that the ancient Egyptians may have known Pythagoras' theorem, /s/s, 599, but her case all depends upon the correct interpretation of Egyptian units of measure, and that demands testing by Egyptologists. Even if by chance she should be proven to be close to the truth on this claim, it still does not convert the Egyptian temples into institutes for advanced mathematics. The second criticism relates to the alleged mathematical skills needed to build such temples and pyramids. Such huge public works make it less surprising that the Egyptians were later also to be reputed to have been great scientists, People could not believe that these huge monuments did not rest on the most refined mathematical and scientific skill. Yet, this is invalid as an inference as well as in fact untrue. Though Egyptian surveying was highly skilled, it was not until our own day that a more than elementary mathematical skill became necessary to engineering. It was certainly not needed for the erection of the pyramids. What was requisite was outstanding competence in mensuration and the manipulation of certain formulae for calculating volumes and weights, and this was as far as Egyptian mathematics went, whatever later admirers believed. Degree, and that view was confirmed by Carl Boyer and B. L. van der Waerden. Foreknowledge of stellar constellations, based on Thomas Heath's Greek Astronomy, 1932, Papademos maintained that at least 43 constellations were familiar to the Egyptians in the 13th century B.C. Robert Palter indicated that Heath gave no references for that figure and that the probable source was stellar constel. Lachans painted on coffin lids dating from 2100 to 1800 B.C. E78 of such coffin lid astronomy. Neugebauer concluded that purely artistic principles determined the placement of such heavenly decorations. It was, he said, a hopeless task to find, on the sky, groups of stars whose arrangement might have been the same as the depicted constellation seemed to require. Astronomical accuracy was nowhere seriously attempted in these documents. 5. Knowledge of planetary astronomy and the prediction of eclipses. Otto Neugebauer, unquestionably, knew far more about ancient astronomy than do Papademos, Lumpkin, van Sertima, and Bernal put together. Neugebauer's studied assessment of Egyptian astronomy applies to these topics and to the entire range of allegations made by the Afrocentrists in this area. Among the enormous mass of Egyptian inscriptions and papyri from all periods of Egyptian independent history, there has not been found a single record of astronomical observations. It is significant that no reference is ever made to an Egyptian eclipse or to any other observation anywhere in the astronomical literature of the Greeks, including the Almagest. What is today commonly referred to as Egyptian astronomy consists mainly of schematic arrangements for the division of the night into hours, accidentally of rather uneven lengths, by means of extremely crude observations of certain stars. Degree. He also pointed out that the only Egyptian eclipse recorded concerns a solar eclipse of AD 601 degree. The absolute paucity of Egyptian eclipse records was more than counterbalanced by the plenitude of such recordings done by the Babylonians. Callisthenius, who accompanied Alexander on his campaigns, sent Aristotle a list of eclipses recorded over the prior 1900 years by the Babylonians. 6. First use of the clepsydra, water clock, to measure the angular diameter of the sun. Papademos' proof for this claim is nothing more than what amounts to an afterthought in Thomas Heath's book, Aristarchus of Samos. Heath was discussing Greek attempts to determine the diameter of the sun, and in doing so, he cited several ancient sources, including one by Cleomedes using a water clock, and Cleomedes added, that the Egyptians are said to have been the first to discover this method. Degree. That meager statement hardly constitutes elaborate documentation. Jean Vercutter made a detailed effort to indicate that the Egyptian clepsydra were grossly inaccurate. The construction of reliable clepsydra would have demanded mathematical skills quite beyond their powers. Asterisk 4, to which Otto Neugebauer added the criticism of Cleomedes' story that in order to establish the pretended result it would be necessary, example, to guarantee an accuracy of 1/1000 in the measurement of the daily outflow. Ptolemy's criticism should have been sufficient to discredit the whole story. 7. Discovery of the conjunction of the planets with each other as well as with the Jix stars. Papademos declared that this is on the testimony of Aristotle in his Meteorology, but his end-noted source was Volume 2 of B. L. van der Waerden, page 37, where van der Waerden commented that this kind of observational astronomy is quite distinct from the older Egyptian Deccan astronomy and is quite unintelligible in terms of the Egyptian tradition. We are compelled to assume a Babylonian influence. As Robert Palter exclaimed, the last sentence says it L 228. The heliocentric theory of the rotation of the Earth and other planets around the Sun, discovery that the Earth is spherical, discovery of the obliquity of the ecliptic, and Ptolemy's Almagest. These four claims are combined because for all of them, Papademos' proofs are purely unfounded conjectures indicating a considerable intellectual laziness. Papademos' argument runs as follows: Greek scholars and scientists have traditionally been given credit for these discoveries, but they all supposedly visited Egypt. Papademos, Lumpkin, and van Sertima all agree that ancient Egypt was a black African civilization, while Bernal accepted many parts of their racial argument. 5. For Afrocentrists, anyone born on the African continent was and is therefore a black African. Egypt is geographically a part of Africa, therefore all Egyptians were black. According to Papademos and Lumpkin, any scholar with a Greek name either traveled to pharaonic Egypt to study with or to steal the secret knowledge from the Egyptian priests, or else, if they studied at the museum or library in Alexandrian Egypt, they were thus native Egyptians and hence black. Papademos claimed that Pythagoras and Eratosthenes' Earth is spherical, Pythagoras and Enipides' obliquity of the ecliptic, and Aristarchus of Samos' heliocentric theory all gleaned their knowledge from Egyptian priests, while Ptolemy was in all probability an Egyptian because he had lived in Alexandria. There is a maddening insouciance about the way Papademos, Lumpkin, van Sertima, and the other Afrocentrists simply launch assertions and then treat those allegations as if they were all universally confirmed truths. Regarding Eratosthenes, Papademos affirmed as self-evident, that it seems likely that the ancient Egyptians, much before Egypt's conquest by Alexander the Great, had already grasped the idea of a spherical Earth, even though his cited source, Thomas Heath, had affirmed that Pythagoras was the first to maintain that the Earth is spherical and on the basis of this assumption, to distinguish the 5 zones. There is at all events no evidence that he borrowed the theory from any non-Greek source. Asterisk. Lumpkin made the same sort of cosmic convolution when she stated that the Alexandria of Euclid, Ptolemy, Heron, Diophantus, Hypatia, Pupus, Menelaus, Theon, Proclus, and many more, was Egyptian in every sense. Its population was Egyptian and the number of immigrants, as Sarton said above, was small. 4 degrees it is quite clear, that for the Afrocentrists, geography equals ethnicity. If we were to adopt the same logical carelessness, we could affirm with equal certainty that since Van Sertima and most Afrocentrists reside in America, which is still overwhelmingly white, all or most of them must also be white. Most of the Afrocentrist argument for the priority and superiority of black Egyptian knowledge depends upon 3 general supports. First, that the ancient Egyptians were, in fact, Negroid. Second, what exactly such Greek visitors as Thales, Pythagoras, and Plato may have learned or stolen from the Egyptian priests. And third, were all of the Greek-named scholars at the museum and library actually Egyptians and therefore, black? Lumpkin believes that all of the Greek-named scholars in Alexandria were Egyptians, and in support of her contention, she quoted George Sarton, the respected encyclopedist of the history of science, reminds us that Greek emigrants were too few in pre-Christian times and too little interested in science and scholarship to affect and change Eastern minds. Then why, we must ask, is this period of Alexandrian science not credited to the African people of Alexandria, the people of the Nile Valley, italics added, matter quotation from the respected encyclopedist of the history of science. Simply did not sound at all like George Sarton's view of Greek scholarship in Ptolemaic Egypt, and, as was to be expected with so much of the sloppy scholarship done by Afrocentrists, it wasn't his view. In her endnotes, Lumpkin failed to distinguish whether her quotation was from volume 1 or 2 of Sarton's A History of Science, i.e., 32. George Sarton, A History of Science, Cambridge, Harvard, 1959, p. 9. The 1959 copyright date suggested that the quotation was from volume 2, Sarton, Hellenistic Science and Culture in the Last 3 Centuries BC. Lumpkin had the page number as Roman numeral 9, when, in fact, it was on page 11, Arabic numeral. In her portion of the quotation cited above, she made it quite clear that she was writing about Alexandrian science and the African people of Alexandria. Either Lumpkin did not bother to read pages 5 through 11 of Sarton, volume 2, or else she did not understand what he had so clearly enunciated. As with so many Afrocentrists, her knowledge of history leaves a lot to be desired. After Alexander died in Babylon in 323 BC, his senior generals divided up his empire into what were quickly to become their personal dynastic kingdoms. Ptolemy got Egypt, Antigonus took Phrygia, Cassander got Macedonia and Seleucus received the largest, but most vulnerable part comprising the Babylonian Empire, which abutted in its southeastern frontier upon Hindu India. The Seleucid dynasty lasted until 64 BCE. When it was finally vanquished by the Romans. George Sarton's observation that in short, the Greek emigrants were too few in pre-Christian times and too little interested in science and scholarship to affect and change Eastern minds applied only to the eastern marches of the Seleucid Empire where it interacted with India. 4. Sarton was equally firm that Ptolemaic Egypt was the irresistible magnet for countless Greek and Macedonian soldiers, administrators, merchants, scholars, and adventurers. 44 of Hier do 8 coistes o some of the T-stick Greeks in Ptolemaic Egypt, the best that had been assimilated by Greek minds in earlier NN centuries. 4 degree given the numerous Araoleme Empire, Sarton felt that from the purely cultural point of view, the most pregnant elements in that mixture, next. Regarding that mixture, on did mention the native Egyptians and Africans like the Sudanese, Somalis, and Ethiopians. Asterisk. The reader should note that the respected encyclopedist of the history of science, in denominating the cultural creme de la creme of Ptolemaic Egypt, specifically did not include either Egyptians or black Africans. The Ptolemies were anxious to raise the spiritual prestige of their kingdom and to emulate in artistic splendor not only the other Hellenistic cities but Athens itself. Therefore, it was not enough for them to bring over from Macedonia and Greece merchants and administrators, they called in also philosophers, mathematicians, physicians, artists, poets. They were Greek enough to realize that prosperity without art and equal science is worthless and contemptible. 4 asterisk. That would suggest very strongly that for at least 200 or 300 years or more, those Greek-named scholars in Alexandria were actually ethnic Greeks from all over the Hellenistic world. We know the names of 1100 Hellenistic authors, the unknown are an incalculable multitude. Asterisk. Lumpkin and the other Afrocentrists simply assume that the Greeks and Egyptians immediately merged under the Ptolemies, but as Garth Fountain demonstrated above, such was clearly not the case. Literally for centuries the Greeks and the Egyptians each formed distinct and culturally compartmentalized communities. Ptolemaic Egypt remained throughout its history, a land of two cultures which did coexist but, for the most part, did not coalesce or blend. We discern the manifestation of the two discrete cultures in every aspect of their coexistence. Such reciprocal social insulation would be a further major argument in favor of the notion that for centuries the scholars resident at the museum/library was, in fact, white Greeks and not Egyptians of any color. Judging by her statements, Lumpkin apparently considered Proclus to be a bona fide Egyptian, and if so, therefore a black African, because he had studied in Alexandria. J.F. Proclus was, indeed, a black Egyptian, certainly his veracity therefore is beyond question regarding his catalogue of geometers in his commentary on the first book of Euclid's Elements. There he told his readers that Thales traveled to Egypt and brought geometry to Hellas. And isn't this precisely what the Afrocentrists have been telling us, i.e., that the Greeks learned everything they ever knew in Egypt? We are quite willing to grant that the Egyptians knew a good bit about geometry. But then Proclus went on about the activities and IES of Greek geometers between Thales and Euclid. Thales made many new discoveries himself. In condensed form, what Proclus was telling us is that Greek geometers discovered, aided a great deal in the development of geometry, increased the number of theorems, arranged them in a more scientific system, added many generalized special propositions, and supplied irrefutable proofs which had not been known before. Since it is impossible to doubt the word of a black Egyptian, it would seem that Greek mathematicians made all sorts of improvements and discoveries based upon their own skills and intelligence, all of which had never been known to the Egyptians. By the way, Lumpkin seemed to think that Proclus spent his entire life in Alexandria and died there in 485 CE, while everybody else believes that he was born in Byzantium, Constantinople, 410-412, taught Neoplatonism at the Academy in Athens for 50 years and died there in 485 C.E. Being born in Byzantium would also suggest that he was a white Greek. Lumpkin also cited Claudia Zaslavsky as a friendly witness, while Van Sertima went so far as to say that she was one of the few white persons who has been able to shed their Eurocentric prejudices in favor of Afrocentric enlightenment. Zaslavsky is an American mathematics teacher, who, by her own statements, was overjoyed to believe every propaganda exaggeration floated by the Afrocentrists, example the fiction that 100 million Africans died during their transportation to the New World. Registered. We hope to discuss her credulous beliefs about black African mathematics in a possible companion volume to this one. But for now, we shall simply quote her conclusions about ancient Egypt, but intellectual stagnation had come to Egypt before the time of the Greeks. Compared with Mesopotamia, the commercial center of the ancient world, Egypt developed in isolation. Only a restricted upper class enjoyed the benefits of the small amount of surplus wealth that this agricultural society could produce. Increasingly, the aristocrats appropriated this wealth for their own private enjoyment and for the construction of magnificent monuments in the form of temples and tombs. The result was the virtual enslavement of the poor peasants and craftsmen. The conflicts among various dynasties of kings and between the royal and the priestly segments only weakened the whole structure of the state and led to further decline. Italics added. Degree. Notice that the intellectual stagnation occurred before the arrival of the Greeks in Egypt. Let us return to Papademos and conclude our examination of the first half of his claims for Egyptian science. Regarding the sphericity of the earth, we have already dealt with his treatment of Pythagoras. Regarding his mention in this regard of Eratosthenes, c. 275-195, Poulter correctly observed that since the latter was clearly within the Hellenistic period, he is irrelevant to the character of early Egyptian astronomy before heavy Greek influence. Poulter could have strengthened his case if he had used Papademos' own words, because the latter did admit that Eratosthenes had made the first actual measurement of the earth, while the ancient Egyptians had only entertained the idea of a spherical earth, which, of course, was absolutely false regarding the latter's view of the earth. 9. As to the obliquity of the ecliptic, Papademos based his whole argument on the alleged information supplied to Diodorus Siculus by the Egyptian priests that Enopides of Chios had learned that idea from them, but that the priority of Enopides' claim was disputed by Pythagoreans. Since both Pythagoras and Enopides went to Egypt, Papademos made roughly the standard Afrocentrist assertion, but he qualified it in an important way. It would seem only fair to give their Egyptian teachers at least some of the credit. Maybe so. But why is it never fair to give the Greeks credit for their own unique creative ity? Robert Poulter pointed out that Pythagoras also studied with the Babylonians, and thus that Papademos ought not to omit their contribution to Greek science degree. Finally, Diodorus has a reputation among historians for being somewhat confused about historical facts and methodology, which should be combined with the caution that there was a gap of over 400 years between the Egyptian priests who talked to Diodorus and those who supposedly taught Enopides. Hence there just might be more fiction than fact in the Egyptian end of the story. Plainly, the Egyptian priesthoods cultivated the mythos that they knew all wisdom and tutored all peoples even while keeping the wisdom all absolutely secret. 10. Aristarchus of Samos is usually credited with the heliocentric theory, however, because he studied under Straton either in Alexandria before 286 or later in Athens. Papademos, who failed to mention the Athenian possibility, concluded that it could only have been in Alexandria that he had heard of and had become convinced of the truth of this Egyptian theory. If Aristarchus was in Alexandria on or before 286 BCE, any astronomy he would have learned would have been that discovered and taught by Hellenistic Greeks. Papademos insisted that Heath's argument for Aristarchus' priority seems pretty thin, when, in fact, the former can offer nothing more than the tenuous profession that it is quite possible, in fact probable, that Aristarchus picked up the Egyptian theory in Alexandria. Archimedes' report of Aristarchus' view affirms that the latter's hypotheses are that the fixed stars and the sun remain unmoved, that the earth revolves about the sun in the circumference of a circle, the sun lying in the middle of the orbit, copyright asterisk, about which Heath affirmed. The heliocentric hypothesis is stated in language which leaves no room for dispute as to its meaning. Registered corroboration for Heath's appraisal has been advanced by Robert Poulter and Jean Beaujeu. Furthermore, ancient writers are unanimous in asserting Aristarchus' priority and for once, do not mention Egypt. It is also quite strange that the Egyptian priests should have been propagating such a scandalous heresy as heliocentricity, when one of their most cherished religious doctrines involved the earth god, Geb, and the sky goddess, Nut. There were some variations in the religious myth, But essentially, each day, Nut gave birth to the sun god, Re, and the stars, which she then swallowed up each night. As Leonard Lesko put it so succinctly, for the ancient Egyptians, clearly the earth was not thought to revolve around the sun, but neither was the sun thought to revolve around the earth. Registered even their sacred hieroglyphs for earth and sky evidenced absolutely no suggestion of any form of circularity. Copyright 11. Ptolemy's Almagest, which is clearly one of the great scientific works of ancient times, is dispatched by Papademos in just 3 lines. With his usual nonchalance when it comes to proof, Papademos simply pronounced that Ptolemy was an Alexandrian, in all probability an Egyptian, italics added, meaning by the latter that he was probably black. Bernal more or less supported Papademos here, although not by name, when he declared that most of the great Greek scientists wrote in Greek, but lived in Egypt, and some indeed may have been Egyptian. For example, the astronomer Ptolemy was known in early Arabic writings as the Upper Egyptian, /s/s, 606. Otto Neugebauer collected what biographical data exists regarding Ptolemy's life, and the only solid facts are contained in the Almagest, which suggest that he made observations there in Alexandria between 124 and 146/147 CE. Registered he is said to have been a Roman citizen belonging to a family of some distinction in Ptolemy Hermiou, which was in Upper Egypt. He probably was born about 100 CE. And died about 178 CE. Ptolemy Hermiou was very near to Achaemenid, named Panopolis by the Greeks, which was the capital of the 9th nome, province, of Upper Egypt. Being born in the 9th nome of Upper Egypt would thus square with the early Arabic sources, but Ptolemy's place of birth at the end of the 1st century CE would only denote that he was Egyptian in terms of geography and not necessarily in ethnicity. Since Caracalla debasement of Roman citizenship was more than a century away, 212, Ptolemy's birth into a family boasting Roman citizenship circa 100, would be a very strong indication that its members were not ethnic Egyptians. Ptolemy Hermiou was founded by King Ptolemy I Soter as a kind of cloned Greek city with a complete panoply of Greek political and social institutions. Alan Bowman made the point that, in addition to Alexandria, genuinely Greek cities in Egypt, i.e., Naucratis, Ptolemy Hermiou, and Antinopolis, the latter was founded by the Emperor Hadrian in 130, were all corporate expressions of the civic prestige, status and privilege of the Greeks, and that these Greek cities preserved their distinctiveness in the first 2 centuries of Roman rule. Brian Copenhaver added the crucial argument that in Roman Egypt, the Romans considered no one Greek who could not prove Greek parentage on both sides. The key to all prestige was Hellenism, to all power Roman citizenship, so it was natural that those who could claim any Greek identity or Roman rights would parade their status and annoy their neighbors. Putting it all together, it was a virtual ironclad guarantee that Ptolemy was a white Greek, and not one of Lumpkin's black Africans. A flourishing circle of Greek poets could still be found in nearby Panopolis in the 4th and 5th centuries CE. Finally, Neugebauer affirmed that Ptolemy refers nowhere to Egyptians for astronomic observations or theories, only to calendaric concepts and to some astrological doctrines which he traditionally accepts as of Egyptian origin, to which Robert Palter added that Ptolemy had worked squarely within a Babylonian Greek astronomical tradition. 4b. Papademos' second type of argument was, as we said, that the scientific work of Galileo, Copernicus, Kepler, Descartes, and Newton would have been impossible without the basis laid centuries earlier in Egypt by such scholars as Euclid, Ptolemy, Archimedes, Pappus, Eudoxus, Philoponus, Eratosthenes, Conon, Dosthenes, Heron, and Apollonius, who were either black ethnic Egyptians or else taught by them. The common racist tendency of Papademos, Lumpkin, Van Sertima, and the other Afrocentrists is to withhold any recognition that the Greeks or Galileo and company might in any way have expanded or enlarged upon the science of Egypt or even surpassed it. What Papademos said about Descartes' work is characteristic of the Afrocentrists' thunderous silence about any possibility of genuine scientific, mathematical, artistic, or cultural creativity by white persons. The fact that Descartes drew so heavily on the work of such Alexandrian mathematicians as Apollonius has led some to ascribe credit for the invention of analytic geometry to them, rather than to Descartes. The fact that Apollonius was from Perga in Asia Minor would thus suggest that he was a white Greek. Lumpkin advanced the same dubious assertions only somewhat more subtly. Writing of Diophantus of Alexandria, she affirmed that he had introduced Efficient, algebraic abbreviations, and proposed problems which inspired Fermat, the great IZA century mathematician, to the non-Afrocentrist. Such a statement would mean nothing more than that Fermat had worked on some of the mathematical problems posed by Diophantus. To the Afrocentrist, inspired Fermat is to be taken literally, i.e., that without Diophantus, Fermat would never have become a great mathematician. The standard methodology of the Afrocentrists is to exaggerate the claims of the ancients, provided that they are alleged to have been black Egyptians, and then to deprecate any scholarly work done by the Greeks or Europeans, aka white persons. Karl Boyer was used several times by both Papademos and Lumpkin as a friendly witness. He made the valid, but unsurprising, point that mathematics grows by accretions, with very little need to slough off irrelevancies, whereas science grows largely through substitution when better replacements are found. Registered as to our present topic, Boyer was quite willing to acknowledge that Diophantus had a greater influence on modern number theory than any other non-geometric Greek algebraist, but he also went on to include several interesting points about Diophantus's mathematics which Lumpkin for whatever reason did not mention. First, his book, Arithmetica, evidenced marked Babylonian influences *Babylonian and not Egyptian. Second, The Arithmetica is not a systematic exposition of the algebraic operations or of algebraic functions or of the solution of algebraic equations. It is instead a collection of some 150 problems, all worked out in terms of specific examples, although perhaps generality of method was intended, and the great work of Diophantus remained outside the mainstream of Greek mathematics. Asterisk and third, since Diophantan analysis is really a part of the theory of numbers, rather than elementary algebra, it is not an appropriate basis for regarding Diophantus as the father of algebra. Asterisk 1. Boyer also duly recorded that Fermat did make use of the problems in the Arithmetica of Diophantus for his further development of number theory, but, in addition, he greatly revised the plane loci of Apollonius, which represented Fermat's pioneer work in analytic geometry. He also worked on various science problems and made a lasting contribution to optics. Asterisk 4. In elaborating his analytic geometry, Boyer informed us that Fermat had discovered the same methods as had Descartes in his law geometry well before their appearance in Descartes' book registered finally. Hence, it is appropriate to follow Laplace in acclaiming Fermat as the discoverer of the differential calculus, as well as a co-discoverer of analytic geometry, italics added, dot. Asterisk degree 2. The crucial point here is the one adamantly denied by the Afrocentrists, namely, that while Fermat, Galileo, Copernicus, Kepler, Descartes, and Newton were all familiar with the scientific and mathematical achievements of the Greeks and the latter were Greeks, not Egyptians, the former all did far more than merely regurgitate what the ancients had discovered. Sometimes Galileo and company used the Greeks as a starting point, sometimes they refined and improved on what the ancients had done, but most important, they invented new ideas, laws, technologies, and sciences, which were absolutely antithetical to whatever the Egyptian priests had believed registered manifestly. The mathematical naturalism of Galileo and the mechanical materialism of Descartes were equally alien to the spiritual pantheism of the Hermeticists. 3. In the same way, the scientific and mathematical originality of Archimedes and Ptolemy were alien to the magico-mysticism of the Egyptian priests. Writing of the incredible depth and ingenuity of Archimedes' geometric thought, George Sarton declared that not only did he ask questions that were original and obtain results that were almost unthinkable in his time, but he used methods that were rigorous and unique, registered. While David Lindbergh observed regarding Ptolemy's preface to his treatise, Mathematical System, that he announced that speculation about divine causation of celestial motion or about the material nature of things leads only to guesswork, and that if the goal is to achieve certainty, the mathematical way is the only way. Empirically oriented scientists talk that way, but not priests or magicians. See. A postscript is in order here before moving on to Papade Moses and Bernal's views on Isaac Newton. In his editorial introduction to Egypt, Child of Africa, ECA, Van Sertima declared that as the editor of the book, he was totally responsible for its contents, as though I were the presiding pen behind the hands of all its authors. It would seem logical that his assumption of editorial responsibility applied to all of his books and anthologies. Where does that lead us? In Chapter 5 of African Presence in Early America, Joan Covey discussed the Piri-Reis map of 1513 CE. As part of her stott to prove that black African sea kings had sailed to America millennia ago. Van Sertima considered the map to be the most astonishing document to come out of the ancient world. BEAEAS would be expected. The Afrocentrist treatment of the Piri-Reis map is more hyperbole than common sense, and if our volume 2 materializes, we will seek to deflate some of their exaggerations regarding that interesting document. What is relevant at this point is some of Covey's terminology. In treating early map-making efforts, she several times used the terms Greeks and Greeks of Alexandria. Example: it is clear that the great Greek Poetes of Alexandria did not make maps showing America, italics added. Covey included Eratosthenes among the Greeks of Alexandria. She declared that Ptolemy in his map-making had ignored the writings of other Greeks, which would suggest it clearly that she also considered him to be Greek. She wrote of Greek science. Even Van Sertima slipped in his introduction to the book when he wrote Greek mapmakers like Eratosthenes and Ptolemy. Degree both of them very clearly stated Greeks and Greeks of Alexandria. They forgot to employ the politically correct Afrocentrist terminology, i.e., they should have defined them as being either Greek-speaking Egyptians or else Greek-speaking black Africans, but they didn't do that. If language has any meaning, they were citing ethnic Greeks and not ethnic Egyptians or Africans. And that carelessness, albeit historical and ethnic accuracy, undermined their whole position that the scholars in Hellenistic Egypt were all black Africans. Covey's biographical data at the end of the book, p. 310, did not indicate anything about her race, nor did it mention any kind of earned academic degrees. However, if she is white, it is certain that Van Sertima would have celebrated that fact, since he seems to view white Afrocentrists as valued ideological trophies. She was described by Van Sertima as a student of diffusionist literature with special interest in voyages from the Old World to the New, who brings something fresh and extremely persuasive to the discussion, the study of ancient maps, italics added, dot. We would certainly judge that her contributions regarding ethnic Greeks in Alexandria were extremely persuasive, so much so, that in any subsequent editions of that book, we are quite confident that Van Sertima will have completely expunged her offending lapses of terminology. Why Isaac Newton and the Egyptian Wisdom. Both John Papade Mose and Martin Bernal, BA 1, 26-27, 166-68, 191-92, utilized Newton for essentially the same Afrocentric purposes. If the greatest scientist between Ptolemy and Einstein should seemingly assign credit for his greatest theories to the ancient Egyptians and Phoenicians, that recognition would go a long way toward supporting Afrocentrist claims for Egyptian scientific priority. Bernal summed it all up concisely when he declared that whether or not Newton accepted a Hermetic Prisca theologia, he certainly believed in an Egyptian Prisca sapientia, which he saw it as his mission to retrieve. He was also convinced that atomic theory, heliocentricity, and gravitation had been known there. BA 1, 166-67. For the reader's information, Prisca theologia equals ancient theology and Prisca sapientia equals ancient wisdom or science. Both Papademos and Bernal relied heavily upon Richard S. Dollar Westfall's excellent biography of Newton, Never at Rest, 1980, and since it is so comprehensive, we could do much worse than make it our own primary source on Newton, supplemented by J. E. Maguire and P. M. Ratansi, Newton and the Pipes of Pan, a source much used and misunderstood by Papademos. Isaac Newton was a very complex personality. He helped masterfully to usher in a new era in European cosmological thinking, to which he contributed a radically new conception of the universe and the centrality of science. Newton was a man of many parts. His interests and research ran the gamut of astronomy, physics, chemistry, mathematics, alchemy, history, and religion. He wrote voluminously on all of those topics, but he published only a small portion of his ideas during his own lifetime. John Maynard Keynes saw him as a combination of Copernicus and Faustus, striving to reach all the secrets of God and nature by the pure power of mind, although it would have been equally as interesting to 181. Have had Newton's biographical evaluation of Keynes, because the latter was not without his own psychological eccentricities. As Frank Manuel, Maguire and Ratansi and Margaret Jacob have averred, it was quite commonplace for late 17th century and 18th century intellectuals, especially English intellectuals, to mix science and religion, empiricism and occultism as parts of a universal scholarly regimen. Such were Newton's intellectual preoccupations, and they produced several statements by him alleging that the ancients were quite familiar with the notions of atomism, heliocentricity, and universal gravitation. Newton's methodology in this regard was to cite Roman and Greek philosophers as having entertained vague ideas analogous to his own, and then to allude casually to the ancient Egyptians as a possible inspiration for the Greco-Roman concepts, usually with absolutely no evidence to support his conjecture. Let us use the quotation cited by Papademos to illustrate Newton's methods. Regarding the atomic theory, Newton wrote that all matter consists of atoms was a very ancient opinion. This was the teaching of a multitude of philosophers who preceded Aristotle, namely Epicurus, Democritus, Ecphantus, Empedocles, etc., for I think that the same opinion obtained in the mystic philosophy which flowed down to the Greeks from Egypt and Phoenicia, since atoms are sometimes found to be designated by the mystics as monads, italics added, degree. Again, in an abbreviated form, Newton's view of the inception of heliocentric theory affirmed that this was the philosophy taught of old by Philolaus, Aristarchus of Samos, and Plato in his riper years, the whole sect of Pythagoreans, and that wisest king of the Romans, Numa Pompilius. The Egyptians were the earliest observers of the heavens, and from them, probably, this philosophy was spread abroad. For from them it was, and from the nations about them, that the Greeks, a people more addicted to the study of philology than of nature, derived their first, as well as their soundest, notions of philosophy, and the Egyptians concealed mysteries that were above the capacity of the common herd under the veil of religious rites and hieroglyphic symbols, italics added. As to the purported ancient origins of Newton's law of universal gravitation, let Papademos speak for himself. Elsewhere, in a set of draft scholia planned for inclusion in a second edition of the Principia, Newton makes an effective argument that his own major result, the law of universal gravitation, had been anticipated 2,000 years earlier by the Pythagorean philosophers, and that this was the real meaning of their doctrine of the harmony of the spheres. Registered Papademos then supplied the inevitable Afrocentrist connection when he added, in brackets, it is of course well known that Pythagoras spent as much as 22 years in Egypt studying Egyptian science and religion, where it is likely he learned this doctrine. This, in fact, is what Newton believed. Papademos' conclusions about Newton and the Pythagorean harmony of the spheres were based upon his reading of J. E. Maguire and P. M. Ratansi, hereafter M. and R. Newton and the Pipes of Pan. The monograph quoted Newton directly concerning Pythagoras' music of the spheres, and also Newton's associates and friends to the same effect, viz., David Gregory, Colin Maclaurin and John Condit, as when the last named observed, Sir I. Saucy thought Pythagoras' music of the spheres was intended to typify gravity, and as he makes the sounds and notes to depend on the size of the strings, so gravity depends on the density of matter. To which may be added Newton's own words, by what means do bodies act on one another at a distance? The ancient philosophers who held atoms and vacuum attributed gravity to atoms without telling us the means unless in figures, as by calling God harmony representing him and matter by the god Pan and his pipe, or by calling the sun the prison of Jupiter because he keeps the planets in their orbs. To which Newton added that whence it seems to have been an ancient opinion that matter depends upon a deity for its laws of motion as well as for its existence. Let us begin our examination with Newton and atomism. In the quotation used by Papademos, Newton stated, for I think that the same opinion obtained in that mystic philosophy which flowed down to the Greeks from Egypt and Phoenicia, since atoms are sometimes found to be designated by the mystics as monads. First of all, Newton said opinion and not theory or law. The interpersonal universe is populated with all sorts of opinions, and the fact of being believed by one or more persons does not thereby earn any of them scientific credibility. Newton certainly did not consider his own scientific work as being nothing more than opinion, and in addition, he was quick to reject as false many opinions held by others. F. The Egyptians and the Phoenicians ever entertained an opinion about atoms and atomism, that status does not carry much persuasive power. Next, Newton admitted that he was referring to a mystic philosophy entertained by mystics, which he further conditioned by noting that atoms are sometimes found to be designated by the mystics as monads. Sometimes does not denote universal usage. There were two mystic philosophies which supposedly influenced Newton's thinking, Pythagoreanism and Hermeticism. However, it should be stressed that any form of mysticism is no basis for the scientific empiricism he cherished so much. Taking Pythagoreanism first, as we will see below, any information or rumor regarding the actual philosophy of Pythagoras himself is both fragmentary and second-, third-, or fourth-hand. In addition, for at least 7 centuries after his death, self-appointed Pythagoreans and Neo-Pythagoreans continued to refine and redefine the philosophical tenets of his school. Monads seem to have come in all shapes and sizes when being reinterpreted by later enthusiasts. Apparently, Nicomachus of Gerasa equated the monad with God, which would suggest that such a divine monad was unique, singular, and immeasurable, and thus in no way compatible with the tiny, invisible units of matter postulated by Leucippus and Democritus. None of the sources we have examined recognized Pythagoras as the originator of ancient atomism, since he is more renowned for composing a metaphysics of numbers. 4. It was the view of George Sardin, the respected encyclopedist of the history of science, that for Pythagoras, numbers are the essence of things. We need not try to investigate that idea more deeply, because it is not likely that Pythagoras had carried it very far, and chiefly because it does not bear analysis. It is valid only as long as it remains in the nebulous form that Pythagoras gave to it. Since mathematics is beyond our ken, we would like to quote 2 specialists in the area of the history of mathematics regarding the alleged mathematical basis for the Pythagorean monads. Edward Amici Arts and Thomas Greenwood declared that the Pythagoreans identified the ultimate elements of reality with the integers derived from the empirical concept of extended points or monads. Hence, the universe was made of integral numbers, geometrical figures were concrete aggregates of monads, lines consisted of a definite number of points, and the intervals of time were sets of a definite number of instants. Furthermore, to these monadic assumptions were added the commensurability of any two segments in order to make measurements possible. The Pythagorean discovery of the irrationals shattered these doctrines. When it was found that no integral number accounted for the relation between the side of a square and its diagonal, or between the circumference of a circle and its diameter, it became obvious that discontinuous plurality and the continuity of motion could not be made coincident. Hence, the original Pythagorean views about the nature of magnitudes had to be abandoned. Registered Newton was a scientist and he had a modernizing philosophy of science, but those qualifications did not automatically transform him into a bona fide authority on philosophy, any more than his arduous labors on biblical history converted him into a genuine historian. There is an air of casualness in his philosophical references which suggest the papers written by philosophy undergraduates seeking to pad their bibliographies with as many prestigious names as possible. We come away with the impression that he took any and all ancient sources, no matter how obscure or remote from their topical material, at face value. The fact that Newton cited Pythagoras as a philosophical antecedent on atomism implies ignorance far more than it does knowledge. Hermeticism could also have been his inspiration for a mystic philosophy and monads. Newton was clearly familiar with Hermeticism, especially with Hermetic alchemy. Registered at one time or another, Bacon, Descartes, and perhaps even Newton, came under the influence of Hermeticism, in part because of its affirmation of the potency of knowledge. The monads of Hermeticism were a metaphysical or religious concept, whereas Newton's particles represent the beginning of a scientific effort gradually to understand the physical structure of matter. It is highly improbable that the cryptic description of monads in the Corpus Hermeticum * registered would thereby have propelled anyone in the direction of an experimental search for atoms. Whatever their purported secret wisdom, the Egyptian priests and the Hermeticists did not produce any genuine scientific treatises on astronomy or particle physics. The Hermetica is not a handbook of empirical astronomy or physics, but rather it is a one-on-one program for personal salvation. Newton offered no evidence that the Greeks or the Egyptians had actually discovered atoms. His statement was nothing more than an offhand remark with no accompanying substantiation. In addition to his mention of the alleged Egyptian and Phoenician mystics, Newton also cited a long register of Greek, Roman, and other philosophers who had allegedly embraced atomism. He likewise claimed Moschus or Machos, the Phoenician, as another intellectual antecedent for the doctrine. George Sardin quickly dispatched both Machos of Sidon and Sanchoniaton of Beirut as the Phoenician inventors of atomism. As far as we can judge from the text of Eusebius, their doctrines were very remote from the atomism of Leucippus and Democritus. It is true, of course, that Leucippus, Democritus, Epicurus, and Lucretius did build their philosophies around an atomic conception of matter, but does that fact convert them into proto-Newtonians? In passing, the classical description of atoms is much closer to the modern definition of molecules than it is to that of atoms. Lucretius was one of Newton's most cited authorities on ancient natural philosophy. He, Epicurus, Democritus, and the Ionian philosophers were seeking various kinds of naturalistic explanations for physical reality, and in a very real sense, they might be called everyday empiricists, because they had virtually 23 no reliable instruments with which to prove or disprove their conjectures. There were no telescopes or microscopes to probe different levels of phenomena. In terms of Weltanschauung, people tend to divide into two generalized groups, a few who are empiricists and many who are transcendentalists of one type or another. The latter may emphasize God, gods, spirits, demons, souls, or being as the creative and motive force within, behind, or above matter. Empiricists are far fewer in number because they affirm that the senses and any available technical extensions discover and define testable existence, and whatever we can apprehend through the senses is that we can ever really know with any certainty. The ancient philosophers enumerated by Newton were essentially everyday empiricists, because of their lack of sophisticated instrumentation with which to quantify physical data. Maybe with the exception of Aristotle, none of Newton's philosophers are deemed by modern historians of science to be genuine scientists. Using their limited number of confirmable facts, those ancient atomists then treated those meager facts as a kind of inductive first principles. Since they were disinclined to utilize any preternatural beings as the first cause of things, that left only sense data explanations. They literally looked out on the world around them and then made certain inductions from their observations. Example: the night sky of much blackness and many stars would easily suggest a large void and many worlds, each with its own sun/star. Equally, many of those early empiricists may have arrived at some conception of atoms and atomism by observing that most physical objects eventually break down into smaller and smaller components, also nicely epitomized in Archimedes' question in his Sand Reckoner: how many grains of sand could the whole universe hold? Trademark for it would not take much of an intellectual leap to go from hundreds of millions of grains of sand to an infinite number of material atoms. Materialism is the obvious consequence of any theory of atoms. In one way or another, the Earth, the Sun, and the stars had to be made out of the same material. Lucretius put it nicely when he affirmed of atoms, that the same make up heaven, sea, lands, rivers, sun, the same make up corn, trees, and living things, but they are mixed up with different things and in different ways as they move. Even casual observations would tend to suggest that all sensible bodies seem to maintain stable relations, so that there must be something holding everything together. A seemingly orderly universe would imply that all of the organizing principles applied everywhere. Lucretius wrote of a fixed law of nature 2. Reading the respective pronouncements of Democritus, Epicurus, and Lucretius on atoms or the solar system, one is impressed that they made several lucky guesses or modest inductions which have subsequently been confirmed by modern science. Yet what about all of the times when those atomistic cosmologies were wrong by modern scientific standards? For example, when the early atomists concluded that there could be no actual contact between atoms, the interlocking of atoms, which is the fundamental principle of the formation of aggregates, is not, strictly speaking, interlocking, since the principle of no contact between atoms forbids interlocking as much as impact. Or when Lucretius averred that the directing principle of our mind/body unities has a fixed seat in the middle region of the breast, here throb fear and apprehension, about these dwell soothing joys, therefore, here is the understanding or mind. And as Epicurus opined, that some stars revolve in their place, as Homer says, which comes to pass not only because this part of the world is stationary and round it the rest revolves, as some say, but also because a whirl of air is formed in a ring round it, which prevents their moving about as do the other stars, or else it is because there is not a succession of appropriate fuel for them, but only in this place in which they are seen fixed. It is all very likely that none of this will soon be proclaimed on Nova as being legitimate modern science. One has to wonder when reading Newton's invocation of the classical atom. As forbears for his own theories, if he ever considered exactly how much those ancient cosmologies differed from his own views. The classical atomists were by no means in complete agreement, but they did tend to share certain claims about reality. Their universe was generally purposeless, mechanistic, and deterministic. Every event has a cause, and causes necessitate their effects. The process of atomic interaction has neither beginning nor end, and any particular stage of that process is causally necessitated by a preceding stage. The universe is eternal matter, changeless and boundless. Their cosmologies would preclude any need for or inclusion of God or gods as the ultimate creative principle. However, some mention was made of them. Democritus had some provision for gods composed of soul atoms, and while they were gigantic beings, they neither created nor controlled the universe, and being composed of atoms, they, too, perished. Epicurus and Lucretius entertained somewhat similar notions of gods. The latter tended to be abstract beings enjoying blessedness, immortality, and in no way managing the affairs of people or the universe. And Lucretius especially affirmed that there was no divine design for the world, that the nature of the world has by no means been made for us by divine power, so great are the defects. 32 with which it stands encumbered. While it may be an oxymoron, Newton is probably best described as a Christian naturalist. In comparing the cosmologies of Newton and the early atomists, about all that they shared was some generalized notion of atoms or Newton's insensible particles. However, even in this principal area of agreement, there were certain subtle differences. The atomists were inclined to accentuate the specialized structure of matter, while Newton concentrated more and more on forces and void or vacuum. In about every other detail, the two universes were antithetical. For the atomists, as for Newton, cause and effect were central to their respective empirical views, yet in different ways. The classical atomists saw causality as operating impersonally and automatically within or else totally immanent in the world system. However, in a confused and confusing way, the entire system may be the result of pure chance equally enveloping the whole structure. Newton's universe has its own distinctive terminology: motion, laws, mass, velocity, body, absolute time and space, inertia, force, change, experiments, attraction, universal qualities, and we are to admit no more causes of natural things than such as are both true and sufficient to explain their appearance. Degree all of this scientific terminology is far and away more sophisticated and technical than that of the classical atomists, and it is worlds away from that of the Hermetica and of Egyptian religion. Newton put it so concisely when he declared that there exists an infinite and omnipresent spirit in which matter is moved according to mathematical laws. Newton's God was quite definitely Christian, albeit of an Arian persuasion. Besides being infinite and omnipresent, he was the essence of simplicity, omniscience, omnipotence, etc. What is even more interesting is that Newton's God governs all things, not as the soul of the world, but as Lord over all, italics added. Newton thus specifically rejected the notion of a world soul common in one way or another to Neoplatonism, Gnosticism and Hermeticism. The fact that Newton may have believed that he was merely utilizing a conceptual unit derived from ancient philosophy did not prevent him from formulating a scientific cosmology which far transcended any of the would-be sources claimed for it by Bernal and Papademos. No other work in the whole history of science equals the Principia either in originality and power of thought or in the majesty of its achievement. No other so transformed the structure of science, for the Principia had no precursor in its revelation of the depth of exact comprehension that was accessible through mathematical physics. No other approached its authority in vindicating the mechanistic view of nature, which has been so far extended and emulated in all other parts of science. And surely one looks in vain for any philosophy of mechanism in either Egyptian religion or the Hermetica. Moving on to heliocentric theory, Newton was on safer evidential ground when he cites Philolaus of Cronton and Aristarchus of Samos as ancient sources for that idea. However, as to his allegation that in his riper years, Plato had embraced the theory of heliocentricity, George Sarton ascribed that comment to Theophrastus, with the conclusion that we are justified in rejecting it as a conviction of an older Plato, because it contradicts Plato's own writings, all of which have come down to us. 4. Newton was also of the view that the Pythagoreans also believed in the heliocentric theory, but such seems not to have actually been the case. To the Pythagoreans, not only was the Earth spherical, but it is not the center of the universe. The Earth and the planets revolve along with the Sun round the central fire or hearth of the universe, which is identified with the number 1. The world inhales air from the boundless mass outside it, and the air is spoken of as the unlimited. So on this point Newton was misinformed regarding Pythagorean philosophy, although the above was neither science nor philosophy, but rather ungrounded mythology. The same applies to his assertion that Numa Pompilius 715–673 BCE, whom he called the wisest king of the Romans, was somehow privy to secret heliocentric information, which he symbolized by building a round temple in honor of the goddess, Vesta, in the middle of which was to be kept governing a perpetual fire emblematic of the sun. It is absolutely amazing that Newton could have actually embraced such fatuous nonsense as if it was gospel truth, when he had explicitly set for himself and his readers such rigorous rules of reasoning and evidence for both his scientific research registered and his biblical investigations. For he may well have believed that his scientific principles enjoyed such antiquarian inspiration, but he certainly did not apply his rules of reasoning to their exposition because the statements quoted by Papademos and Bernal are merely casual assertions with no substantiation included. Newton's connection of the Egyptians to the heliocentric theory was discussed above, so little more needs to be done here relative to him. He claimed that the Egyptians were the earliest observers of the heavens, although they now have to share that honor with the Babylonians. Moreover, the Greeks were the first to credit the ancient Mesopotamians with extensive astronomical knowledge. It should also be noted that the most conviction which Newton could muster was that the heliocentric idea probably spread from the Egyptians to other countries. Newton then asserted that the Greeks, theretofore a people more addicted to the study of philology than of nature, then gleaned their first, as well as their soundest notions of philosophy from the Egyptians and the other nations around them. The latter were to get credit as well as were the Egyptians. The Afrocentrists are absolutely unable to acknowledge Newton's important qualifier. What is puzzling here is Newton's contention that the early Greeks had been so absorbed in the study of philology. The dictionary definition of philology states that it is concerned with the study of written texts ESP. Literary works, to establish their authenticity, while an obsolescent British usage dealt with linguistics. 4 Our reading of early Greek history certainly does not support Newton in this regard. Their reverence for the great epics ascribed to Homer hardly seems to constitute philology. Moreover, the Ionian natural philosophers were surely far more akin to the scientific spirit of Newton than were any Egyptian priestly mysteries. Newton then concluded that the Egyptians had concealed their secret wisdom under the veil of religious rites and hieroglyphic symbols because the common herd did not have the intellectual capacity to understand such deep mysteries. Bernal was quite pleased with Newton on this score because the latter's views represented a capsulized version of his own beloved twofold knowl edge which he ascribed to the Egyptian priests, BA 1, 117 to 118, 132. That the religious rites of the Egyptian temple priests could supposedly embody any kind of secret wisdom is an exercise in fantasy. Did the priests have the dance of E equals MC? They probably had special rituals for special holy days. But what knowledge that we have of them suggests that they were repetitious and formalistic and as dull as the rites concocted by religious priesthoods around the world. By definition, neither the lay Egyptians, the Greeks, the Romans, or Newton would have had any idea as to the alleged sacred wisdom so incorporated. Bernal, Papademos, and the other Afrocentrists need to be reminded that sacred may be secret, but those two attributes do not make anything scientific. The British royal family and the papacy are each quite skilled in putting on dramatic ceremonies for the edification of pilgrims and tourists. Derision and scorn would be the immediate and inevitable response of Bernal and company if someone was to allege that either set of rituals somehow embodied arcane scientific knowledge. Their immediate exclamation would rightly be, "What utter claptrap!" And the same castigation applies with equal force to any prattle about the hidden meaning. Egyptian religious rites. It is instructive regarding Newton's consummate ignorance of the real meaning of Egyptian hieroglyphics that he should have considered them to be camouflage for secret wisdom, when, in fact, the Egyptian priests saw them as a public expression of their sacred prayers and magic. Anyone in pharaonic Egypt then, or now, who understands the script would have been able to read all of those purported temple secrets. As to Egyptian science and heliocentricity, reference was made to 3 historians who are very sympathetic to Egyptian achievements, and not one of them cited any kind of indigenous heliocentric view. The Stargaz ERS of the temple seem to have conceived of the earth as a rectangular box, with mountains at the corners upholding the sky. They made no note of eclipses and were in general less advanced than their Mesopotamian contemporaries. Finally, Newton may well have embraced the idea of a twofold secret wisdom, divided between a knowledgeable intellectual elite and an uneducated common herd. However, he complicated that simple and simplistic dichotomy when he declared in his religious writings, "Some I know will be offended that propound these things so earnestly to all men as if they were fit only for the contemplation of the learned. But they should consider that God, who best knows the capacities of men, does hide his mysteries from the wise and the prudent of this world and reveal them unto babes. They were not the scribes and Pharisees, but the inferior people who believed in Christ and apprehended the true meaning of his parables and of the prophecies in the Old Testament concerning him." If at the time the common herd could comprehend the parables of Christ and the prophecies of the Old Testament, it is just logically possible that much of the common herd of Egypt might have been able to understand the priestly mysteries, simply because the latter weren't nearly as abstruse as Bernal would have his readers believe. The next point relates to Newton, universal gravitation, and to Pythagoras, who, of course, along with all of his philosophical entourage, papaid most immediately linked to Egypt. Based upon the personal impressions and reports of Fatio de Duillier, 1692, and David Gregory, 1694, Newton was described as believing that Pythagoras and Plato had worked up all of the principles of mathematical physics encompassed within his Principia, epitomized in Pythagoras's doctrine of the harmony of the spheres, all of which Pythagoras and Plato had supposedly discovered through the application of experiments and demonstrations. The harmony of the spheres allegedly illustrated and summarized universal gravitation as interpreted by Pythagoras and Plato and rehashed by Newton. One has to wonder that if Newton really believed that his major ideas had been anticipated and articulated by the ancients, why then did he work so long and arduously crafting the Principia, and why then did he imagine that its principles constituted such a significant scientific breakthrough? Hippolytus, died c. 235 CE, claimed that Pythagoras maintained that the universe sings and is constructed in accordance with harmony, and he was the first to reduce the motions of the 7 heavenly bodies to rhythm and song. It is extremely difficult to believe that the author of the Principia could literally subscribe to the notion that the universe sings, but then, as Sarton pointed out, IDA 53, Hippolytus was a very late witness and not a reliable one. Some of the Pythagoreans believed that the earth was the immobile center of the whole universe, which revolved around the former. By definition, an immobile earth would not move and therefore would not produce either noise or music, and the other planets would be too distant for their individual sounds to be heard. On earth, Pythagoras's experimentation with stringed musical instruments produced his theory about harmonic proportions, sound in itself so long as it was restricted to musical scales, but philosophers are seldom so modest or self-restricted. He then generalized those harmonic relations to all physical bodies moving in space. And so was born the harmony of the spheres doctrine that has come down to us about fourth hand. Given the rudimentary state of astronomy at that time and for centuries after, assigning such notes, sounds, noise, or music to the various planetary bodies is purely metaphysics and not physics. Whatever confidence Pythagoras may have had in the truth of his scheme, it was all purely unsupported speculation. Example: Macrobius early 5th century CE made the claim that for Pythagoras, Apollo's lyre of 7 strings provides understanding of the motions of all the celestial spheres over which nature has set the sun as moderator. And Macrobius repeated the hearsay of Pythagoras's alleged experiment with strings and weights, from which the latter is supposed to have generalized that the weights on the strings corresponded to the weights of the planets and the length of the strings to the distance of the planets. We can find no indication that Hellenic astronomy, especially in the time of Pythagoras, had any genuine idea regarding the weight of the planets or their relational distances. About the best that the Greeks could do was c. 57 million miles between Earth and Sun, Posidonius, and c. 24,662 miles for the circumference of the Earth, Eratosthens. Whatever his intentions, Pythagoras was venting systematic fantasies that had no correspondence to any known scientific data. Newton assumed that Pythagoras had encoded scientific data regarding gravitation in fables, example as when he wrote that the ancient philosophers who held atoms and vacuum attributed gravity to atoms without telling us the means unless in figures, as by calling God harmony representing him and matter by the god pen and his pipe, or by calling the sun the prison of Jupiter because he keeps the planets in their orbs. Whence it seems to have been an ancient opinion that matter depends upon deity for its laws of motion as well as for its existence. Italics added. Degree 8 We would like to suggest the heretical hypothesis that Newton read science into what was quite clearly mythology. The more sophisticated ancient views of God would have had no difficulty making him the divine author of material creation without thereby transforming him into a celestial physicist. And taking Newton at his word, he clearly affirmed above that the ancient philosophers, which presumably would have included Pythagoras and the atomists, made absolutely no effort to explain their theories, and all of the nonsense about the pipes of Pan and Apollo's harp is really nothing more than Newton and other early modern European natural scientists reaching for poetic metaphors with which to ornament their quite radical modern scientific assertions. In his book, De Scielo on the Heavens, Book 2, 290 to 291, Aristotle stated that the Pythagoreans maintain that the inhabitants of Earth do not hear the noise, sound, or music emitted by their planet because the sound is in our ears from the very moment of birth and is thus indistinguishable from its contrary silence. Aristotle's rebuttal to the Pythagorean harmony of the spheres was that if material bodies the size of Earth were actually to give off sounds, the latter would be proportionate to their size and thus have an intensity many times that of thunder, and the force of its action must be immense. However, we neither hear such loud noise nor feel its violent force because there is no noise. For the sake of some philosophical amusement, we would like to propose a counterfable to that suggested by Pythagoras, and the former is as lacking in any scientific validity as the latter. Sound waves cannot travel through a vacuum, and space is almost a perfect vacuum. The medium for the transmission of such sound waves can be a solid, a liquid, or a gas, and for our purposes, the Earth's atmosphere will suffice, where the speed of sound is 1,126 feet per second. For our fairy tale, it is also important that the Earth rotates on its axis once every 24 hours and it revolves around the Sun every 365.2422 days with an average velocity of 66,672 miles per hour. Now in our counterfable, the Earth and any other planetary bodies cannot emit any noise, sound, or music because as the Earth moves in its elliptical orbit around the Sun it is always moving through the near vacuum of space where there is never enough gas of any kind to serve as a medium of transmission. The only gases relevant here compose the Earth's atmosphere, which extends 1,500 miles above its surface, although the greatest bulk of the gases, about 75%, reside within 10 miles, 16 kilometers, of the Earth's surface. This gaseous atmosphere is held in place by the pull of the Earth's gravity. Since the Earth as it both rotates and revolves does not actually move into or through its gaseous atmosphere, there would thus be no opportunity for any Pythagorean planetary noise or music. Even if the Earth could somehow produce a sound as it revolves on its elliptical orbit, it would be generated by what might be termed the temporary frontal face of the Earth's surface as the planet rotated on its axis, and that temporary frontal face would in any place in its rotation be at its maximum at 12 noon. The spherical shape of the Earth would mean that its inhabitants would begin to hear some noise at dawn with the maximum at 12 noon, and it would gradually diminish until sunset. Contrary to the Pythagorean explanation, the inhabitants of Earth would be very conscious of the planetary noise during daytime and equally aware of its absence at night, because the daytime noise would be deflected into space by both the shape and rotational speed of the planet, and such noise would be absolutely dissipated as its sound waves began to move above 10 miles. So all in all, any real scientific basis for the harmony of the spheres as conceived by Pythagoras or Newton would seem to absent. Pythagoras may have experimented with string musical instruments, but we can find no evidence to support Newton's alleged view that Pythagoras, and Plato, had performed actual astronomical experiments and demonstrations to confirm any purported anticipation of universal gravity. As to Plato, any kind of empirical experimentation would have been an utter violation of his cherished rationalistic approach. He ruled it out as a methodology in the Timaeus, 68, while in the Republic, 7, 529 to 530, he disclaimed that observational astronomy could ever be a source of genuine knowledge, so much so, in fact, that we do not know how Newton could have legitimately included him in any listing of intellectual forebears. It is also curious that for Fatio de Duilier, Newton's favorite ancients were Pythagoras and Plato, while 2 years later David Gregory reported that Newton deemed the almost legendary Thales to be his prized early scientific source. We know from several reliable witnesses, that Newton spent between 5 to 6 decades of his life writing and rewriting numerous times his scientific, historical, and religious manuscripts. It would seem plausible that the same kind of capriciousness could also have extended to his perceptions of his real and imagined sources. For anyone who has read Newton's Principia, there is no real correspondence between its scientific philosophy and that expressed in the writings of Plato and the fragmentary references to the ideas of Pythagoras and Thales served by later authors. It is even more incredible that Papade Mose, who is said by Van Sertima to have a doctorate in theoretical particle physics from the University of Chicago, 1964, could in the late 20th century apparently agree that the harmony of the spheres and universal gravitation were the same doctrine. The most specious aspect of the whole affair was, of course, Papade Mose's gratuitous affirmation that Pythagoras could only have learned the cryptic doctrine of gravitation during his stay in Egypt. It is instructive to note that both Fatio and Gregory reported no mention of a connection between Pythagoras and Egypt. Ostensibly, Pythagoras spent 22 years in Egypt and 12 years studying in Babylonia. George Sarton made the tart observation that, surely Pythagoras did not need 34 years to learn what was then to be learned there and was assimilable to his fertile and eager brain, to which he added the more generalized commentary regarding eager young Greeks going off to mysterious pharaonic Egypt to study with the esoteric priests. They were probably disappointed, because their hopes were a bit wild and because the priests could not, or would not, communicate much knowledge to infidels and barbarians. What van der Waerden concluded about our knowledge or the lack of it regarding Pythagoras and his philosophy applies equally well to what Papade Mose, Bernal, or Newton could really know on that score, taking it all in all. We know something about the theory of music of Pythagoras, next to nothing about his theory of numbers, still less about his astronomy, and, properly speaking, nothing at all about his geometry. A sorry result. Italics added. Degree. And if this is all that we, Papademos and Bernal can know about Pythagoras, it would therefore be illegitimate to assert that somehow Newton knew any more about him or his philosophy. Mention was made above about Papademos' use of Maguire and Rattansi's essay, Newton, and the pipes of Penn to tie Newton to the Pythagorean harmony of the spheres. Papademos' endnote for this is number 44, and evidently, he viewed M&R as a credible, friendly source. This is followed in Papademos, p. 316, by one of the most incoherent paragraphs we have ever read. His confused misreading of M&R is broached here simply to raise the legitimate question: if Papademos could be so befuddled about something as lucid as M&R's monograph, how many other blunders and inaccuracies may be concealed in his Afrocentrist writings? We will take his turbidity step by step. Step 1. M&R are seemingly accepted by Papademos as a reliable, friendly source on Newton and Pythagoras' harmony of the spheres. Step 2. He alleged that some unnamed Western authors have denied Newton's claims for ancient Egypt as the source for the ideas of heliocentricity and gravitation. Parenthetically, M&R did not quite do that. Papademos had the inevitable endnote number 44 after some Western authors, but since number 44 cites M&R's entire monograph, pp. 108 to 143, the identity of those Western authors is unknown. We have to wonder if Papademos is acquainted with correct endnoting procedure. By citing the entire monograph each time, it is very difficult for his readers to check specific pages in M&R regarding Newton, Pythagoras, Egypt, and the harmony of the spheres. Step 3. In Papademos' interpretation, those Western authors then related Newton's ideas on heliocentricity and gravitation to the so-called Cambridge Platonists, i.e., Henry Moore, 1614 to 1687, and Ralph Cudworth, 1617 to 1688. Step 4. This point is the linchpin of his whole confused argument. According to Maguire and Rattansi, this Neoplatonist trend, and much earlier a number of Alexandrian philosophers such as the early father of the Christian Church, Clement of Alexandria, d. 213 AD, established a cult of Egyptian wisdom, attributing all of pagan, i.e., Greek, philosophy to having been plagiarized from the Egyptians or the Hebrews, italics added. There is still no indication that M&R are either unreliable or hostile witnesses. Step 5. At this point, Papademos should be ecstatic because seemingly M&R have provided the plausible linkage between Newton, the Cambridge Platonists, Alexandrian philosophers, and early Christian church fathers that Greek philosophy had all been plagiarized from the Egyptian or the Hebrews, which, of course, is the cardinal claim made by Papademos, Lumpkin, Bernal, Van Sertima, and most other Afrocentrists. Papademos, however, is not elated because in his confusion, he had now made a complete reversal. Now these modern critics, especially M&R, do not produce any evidence to refute Newton, Clement of Alexandria and the many others regarding the Egyptian anticipation of Newton's theories of heliocentricity and gravitation. We have read and reread page 316 many times. Does Papademos know the meaning of the term logical contradiction? In one sentence he has M&R saying that the Cambridge Platonists, Alexandrian philosophers, and Christian church fathers such as Clement, all established a cult of Egyptian wisdom, where it was acknowledged that the Greeks had plagiarized all of their philosophy from the Egyptians. In the very next sentence, he had modern critics of Newton and Clement of Alexandria, such as M&R, now seeking to refute the notion of an Egyptian source for Greek philosophy and Newton's theories, but not being able to adduce any evidence to support their case. Both propositions as formulated by Papademos cannot be correct. Step 6. As his masterful confutation of M&R, Papademos then appealed to three writers from the many we could choose to confirm Egyptian anticipation of heliocentric and gravitational theories. First witness was Simplicios, early 6th century CE, who conjectured that Thales, the earliest of the Greek philosophers who studied in Egypt JP, derived his ideas from myths current in Egypt, italics added. Second was Paul Tannery, who was a 19th century French historian of science, who pointed out the similarity between Thales' view of the origin of the world and that contained in ancient Egyptian papyri. And his third witness was our old friend, George G. M. James, who had masterfully set forth the thesis of Egyptian priority in his book, Stolen Legacy. Step 7. To round off his intellectual shambles, Papademos then formulated this last sentence in such a way that the subject they seemingly referred to Simplicios, Tannery, and James, when, of course, he actually meant M&R, who did nothing more in their refutation of Newton and Clement but rely upon a Europeanized version of the history of science to make Newton and Clement look foolish. We can assure the reader that M&R made absolutely no effort to make either Newton or Clement of Alexandria look foolish. Equally so, we have never read any scientist or historian who thought that Newton's scientific work was foolish, nor any theologian or historian who thought that of Clement's religious writings. Papademos not only badly garbled his own illogical presentation of M&R's arguments, but in the process, proved conclusively that he either never read their monograph or that he never understood what M&R were saying. In brief, M&R maintained that Newton was quite familiar with Hermeticism, M&R, 141, Neoplatonism, and the other streams of thought that went into the arcane culture of his day. Moreover, Newton also believed that a Prisca Theologia and a Prisca Sapientia had been revealed by God to the ancients, but that both Prisca had subsequently become corrupted and their contents had to be retrieved. M&R 109, 136-38. M&R devoted some space to the Corpus Hermeticum of Marsilio Ficino and Pico della Mirandola and its associated tradition that Greek philosophy had been stolen from the Egyptians, i.e., the Egyptian priests themselves began to claim an Egyptian origin for the doctrines, arts, and institutions of the Greeks. M&R 128, which is precisely what one would have expected of a deteriorating clerical bureaucracy. However, M&R did not claim that such was Newton's view. Had Papademos actually understood M&R's thesis, he would have seen that Newton's historical and religious interests lay less with Egypt and far more with the exposition of the true meaning of the Old Testament prophecies. M&R 137-38. M&R never claimed that Clement of Alexandria had in any way contributed to the formulation of a cult of Egyptian wisdom, thereby attributing all of pagan, i.e., Greek, philosophy to having been plagiarized from the Egyptians. It was M&R's interpretation of Clement that he believed that Greek philosophy had been derived from the teachings of the Hebrew prophets, M&R 128-129, and served as a rationalistic preparation for the advent of the Christian revelation registered. Before moving on, a few remarks about Papademos' three sources, who allegedly confirmed the Egyptian origin of Newton's theories. Simplicius, and Paul Tannery were both simply copied from page XX of Thomas Heath's book, Greek Astronomy, where Heath described Thales's cosmological notion that the Earth floats on the water like a log or a cork. Paul Tannery, in his 1887 History of Greek Science, did affirm that there was a similarity between Thales's view that the Earth is borne on water and some of the Egyptian Asian myths. Heath said that Simplicius had conjectured that Thales had derived his ideas from myths current in Egypt. A conjecture is theorizing from incomplete evidence or guesswork, and as such, does not thereby enhance the credibility of Thales's alleged connection with Egypt. Moreover, the myths of Egypt were religious fables, while Thales in his own elementary way was attempting to be secular and scientific. Nor did any Ionian Greek born in Miletus on the west coast of Asia Minor need to travel to Egypt in order to infer that the Earth is borne on water. The Aegean Sea was right in front of him. Finally, Otto Neugebauer declared in his Exact Sciences in Antiquity that Thales knew so little about Egypt that he could propose the theory that the inundation of the Nile began at the mouths of the river when the Etesian winds hinder the flow of the water into the sea. Paul Tannery was a competent scholar, but all that he affirmed was that there was a similarity between the view of the world held by Thales and that contained in ancient Egyptian papyri. The similarity in the two views is, indeed, a feeble one, namely, dry earth and water. One didn't have to join an Egyptian priesthood to elicit that momentous combination. Tannery completed his major works before the decipherment of Babylonian materials had made much information available to European scholars, especially in relation to Babylonian religion and science and the Greeks. Since Papademos liked to quote Thomas Heath so much, let us remind him what Heath had concluded regarding the relationship of the Greeks to the Egyptians and Babylonians. The Greeks owed much more to the Babylonians than to the Egyptians. Now that the matter has been more studied, as it has been in the last few years, from the Babylonian side, the debt is seen to be much greater than was formerly supposed. Papademos' third authority was George G. M. James, whose utterly discombobulated ideas and interpretations will be examined in a later chapter. If Papademos can believe that James had masterfully set forth the thesis of Egyptian priority in science, mathematics, and philosophy, that conviction simply tells us that he hasn't done any research regarding James's alleged historical accuracy vis-a-vis Greek science and philosophy. Papademos may have a doctorate in particle physics, but in his employment of his three authors, he completely missed or muddled his main argument. Whatever George James may have said in Stolen Legacy, Papademos made absolutely no effort to introduce any of the arguments James adduced. His reference to James was purely assertion with no substance. The whole point that Papademos was trying to prove was that Newton had been correct in his allegation that the Egyptians had probably anticipated whatever that term might mean, where scientific theory is being compared to simplistic religious myths, the theories of heliocentricity and universal gravitation. And what did he do to confirm that point? He introduced two writers who talked about Thales's notion that the Earth floats on the water like a log or a cork. Degree, how exactly does that homey idea in any way illustrate or confirm heliocentricity or gravitation? At best, a log and water seems much more to relate to the concept of buoyancy. If that is the best he can do in the areas of history and philosophy, perhaps he should reconsider teaching physics. The Principia is not encapsulated or abbreviated in Thales's story of the Earth floating on water. A more recent examination of Newton's classical scholia vis-a-vis Maguire and Radanzi was made by Paolo Cassini, University of Rome, and published in History of Science in 1984 under the title Newton, the Classical Scholia, here. After NCS, registered, we can find no evidence that either Bernal or Papademos were at all familiar with Cassini's essay. Minor terminological note, Cassini preferred the term Prisca Philosophia ancient philosophy to the other Prisca forms. A brief summary of his position is outlined below. 1. Cassini asserted that M&R imputed a monolithic consistency in doctrine to the Prisca Philosophia available to Newton, which simply was not there in the various sources open to him. NCS 3. 2. M&R picked and quoted only those passages in the classical scholia which supported their interpretation of the Prisca as an eternal truth. NCS 3. Quotations from the ancients that do not support their hypothesis were omitted. 3. Newton was apparently little influenced by either Henry More or Ralph Cudworth, the most notable of the Cambridge Platonists. The biographies of Newton by Westphal registered and Hall registered tend to support Cassini on this point. 4. Cassini did not consider the Prisca Philosophia to be any eternal truth revealed by God. 4. 1 is dealing with a pseudo-concept, a metaphorical expression beneath which are gathered together intellectual forms that are not homogeneous, and which are changeable through time and continually adapted to different cultural contexts. NCS 6. 5. Newton deliberately picked his quotations from the ancient philosophers in order to read into them his own, quite modern, scientific conclusions. NCS 67. 6. Copernicus, Kepler, and Galileo had employed the ancient sources for the same purposes, i.e., to clothe radical new ideas of astronomy in ancient garments of legitimacy. NCS 9-10. 7. Many of the Renaissance alchemists as a rule may have subscribed to the notion that the Hermetica was the primary inspiration for the Prisca, but as to whether Newton himself believed in the myth of Hermes cannot be answered from the classical scholia. NCS 13. 8. Newton was not a charlatan, occultist, or magus searching for mystic keys capable of revealing the great enigma of the universe, but rather, the author of the Principia Mathematica was an empirical scientist who was proposing a new model of the universe characterized by a perfected mathematical rationality. Cong 79-715. 9. Cassini raised the crucial point that Newton's decision not to publish the classical scholia as part of the second edition of the Principia may be far more important than the question as to why he wrote the scholia in the first place. Cassini noted that there are no solid answers possible to the first question, but he did suggest that Newton may well have suppressed the classical scholia because all of those selective quotations from the ancients might well have clouded the public image of Newtonianism and the Principia as the latest and most universally valid. Treatise on Physico-Mathematical Science, NCS 16. Actually, M&R may be in agreement with Cassini on this point, because they acknowledge that since a classical edition of the Principia, incorporating these annotations from ancient philosophers, was never published, it may plausibly be argued that Newton considered these inquiries too speculative, or too incongruous with his inductive nat. Ural philosophy, to be made public, M&R 121. 10. And while Bernal and Papademos had not yet written, Cassini anticipated and answered the Afrocentrist claim that Newton could not have made his discoveries without the illumination of the ancients. Newton did not require the esoteric wisdom of the Romans, Greeks, Hebrews, or Egyptians. He started from the principles of Galilean mechanics, Descartes' principle of inertia, and Kepler's planetary laws in order to calculate the orbit of the moon, then proceeded by successive approximations recently reconstructed by Cohen, Heivel, and Whiteside to systematize the laws of motion and to construct in the mathematical way the marvelous architecture of the Principia Mathematica. It is by no means insignificant that the record of the ancients and the reinterpretation of their fictions should be superadded to a completed work, with a view to a second edition. The classical scholia were destined to confer upon a perfectly modern reading of the book of nature the anachronistic aura of a truth already inscribed in an ancient palimpsest. NCS 15, italics added. A further confirming example of Newton's penchant to hide thoroughly modern innovations behind archaic language and sources is to be found in the mathematics of Book I of the first edition of the Principia. As Westphal reported, Newton later professed that his system of the heavens could only be grounded upon the good geometry of the ancients, but the problem with the mathematics of the Principia, then, is not to look for prior demonstrations in a different form but to see thought patterns of the calculus behind the facade of classical geometry. Whatever his personal reasons for doing so, Newton's use of ancient verbiage to cover his modern ideas tends to undermine the assumptions made by Bernal and Papademos that Newton was always in deadly earnestness when he mentioned a classical writer. For Bernal, his views on Newton assumed something of a personal vendetta because the latter seemingly had recanted his earlier admiration for the ancient Egyptians as the greatest scientists and philosophers of antiquity, due to the religious threat posed by the pantheism of John Toland and the so-called radical enlightenment, so that the last decades of his life were spent trying to diminish Egypt's importance by bringing down the date of its foundation to just before the Trojan War. Newton was concerned with the threat to his conception of physical order and its theological and political counterparts, a divinity with regular habits and the Whig constitutional monarchy. The threat was of pantheism, implying an animate universe without need for a regulator or even a creator. BA 1, 167, 2627, italics added. As Newton's alleged final betrayal of Egypto-Masonry, he had allowed himself to be effectively co-opted by the establishment by the end of his life. BA 1, 27, 192. By way of opening problems, Isaac Newton was born on Christmas Day, 1642 and he died on March 20, 1727. The first problem inheres in Bernal's repeated references to Newton's reactionary old age. Since he was 84 plus years old when he expired, when precisely do Bernal's vague references to his old age begin to be accurate? Much of Bernal's criticism of Newton's supposed apostasy vis-a-vis Egypt turns on the chronological juxtaposition of his numerous scientific and religious manuscripts. Newton was 44 years old when the Principia was finally published after 20 years of effort. By Bernal's reckoning, was Newton at that time young, middle-aged, or old? Secondly, Bernal had Newton both admiring and respecting the Egyptians as being the greatest scientists and philosophers of the time, BA 1, 167, while in the quotation he used from Newton, the latter simply referred to the Egyptians as the earliest observers of the heavens. The strange thing is that if Newton had had all of that unquestioning adulation for Egyptian science and philosophy, why are virtually all of the philosophers and scientists he named as antecedents for his work of Greek origin? The third problem here for Bernal and for any would-be student of New Tons mountain of published and largely unpublished manuscripts is dating when precisely he began to have an interest in a specific topic area. Newton literally wrote and rewrote his manuscripts countless times. He developed his interests in science and mathematics parallel with his interest in Aryan Christianity and biblical chronology. All when he was a young man, his mountains of manuscripts were literally always works in progress. He was continually rewriting all of them. Newton was utterly unlike most American and European college professors, all of whom seemingly rush into print at the earliest possible moment. There may even be some remote possibility that had it not been for the benevolent nagging of his closest friends, he might well have left the publication of the Great Principia to be a posthumous work. It is virtually impossible to ascertain if or how much Newton himself was actually frightened by the religious and political ideas of John Toland, 1670-1722. It is interesting that three of the most recent and authoritative biographies of Newton, Westphal, 1980, A. Rupert Hall, 1992, and Michael White, 1997, made no mention of Toland. One of Bernal's main sources for Newton in this regard was Margaret C. Jacob, BA 168, 174, and she did couch her analysis of the Newtonians and the freethinkers in ideological and class terms. Robert Sullivan, however, observed dryly that Jacob's interpretation of Newtonianism tended to embrace more venturesome theories. Degree. Sullivan made the interesting point that Toland and his deist associates and the young and enthusiastic theological admirers of Newton were all confused about the findings of the burgeoning scientific revolution and the latter's implications for cosmology. Whatever the real or imagined conflict between the Newtonians and the deists, Newton himself may not have been the actual philosophical pivot upon which the controversy turned. As Stephen Daniel observed, even Newton tried to extricate himself from sectarian squabbles generated by his theories, but with little success. 7 Bernal made much of Toland's purported radical republicanism. In that regard, Sullivan took a much more constrained position. Since Cromwell's dictatorship, the epithet Republican had simply become an overworked, pejorative part of English political rhetoric. Toland loved to tweak the noses of the establishmentarians, but he was constant in his endorsement of the political settlement of 1688 and of the Protestant succession of the House of Hanover, 1714, E.O. Sullivan's portrayal of the public relationship between Toland and Newton hardly suggests that the latter structured his whole scientific view entirely to combat Toland's radicalism. Registered. As another point of correction, Bernal declared that it was Westphal's registered * conclude. Zion that Newton's The Chronology of Ancient Kingdoms Amended had a concealed deist message, BA 191-192. On page 815 of Never at Rest it was one Arthur Young writing in 1734 who characterized Newton as a deist, and not Westphal. Morton Scott Insullin defined deism in the following way: it asserted belief in one God, creator of the universe, but regarded him as detached from the world and making no revelation. The light of nature, i.e., reason, was man's only reliance. Thus while there was a wide diversity in the opinions of the several deists, they were one in their opposition to revealed religion in general and to Christianity in particular, italics added, ***. Any reading of Newton's religious pronouncements indicates quite conclusively that he definitely was not a deist. To our knowledge, Westphal never called him one. He was consistent in his application of the terms Arian and Arianism to Newton's theological views, and it was Westphal's assessment of the records that Newton adopted that interpretation of Christianity well before 1675. Trademark 4. Next, Bernal asserted that as part of his intellectual counterattack against Toland's radical republicanism and pantheism, Newton had espoused a central concept of a stable physical order, which therefore logically and scientifically entailed a divinity with regular habits and the Whig constitutional monarchy, BA 127. Speaking of Newton's young disciples in this regard, Margaret Jacob echoed Bernal's opinion. To the Boyle lecturers, the same God whose laws of motion Newton had discerned in the natural world would also inevitably ensure order, prosperity, and the conquest and maintenance of empire in the political world. Registered. It should be noted that whether she had intended it or not, Jacob articulated the distinction between Newton's interest in the physical world and that of some of his disciples in the political and religious realms. The biographies of many religious and political prophets clearly demonstrate that the latter have no control over what their disciples and followers may do with their ideas. In point of fact, Newton may well have desired a divinity with regular habits, but at least initially, he did not quite get his wish. In Proposition X, Book 2 of the Principia, Newton had been forced to admit that the planets moved in orbits that were very nearly stable. Degree absolute stability of the solar system, and with it, presumably, an absolutely stable God, could only occur in a system completely bereft of resistance to motion and the gravitational pull of any of the other planets. In the hands of the theological Newtonians, this became the argument from imperfection, which Newton endorsed in the Optics, 1706. Such inconsiderable irregularities would therefore require the periodic intervention of God. *7 If politics mirrors nature as seemingly it does for Bernal and some of the Newtonians, the imperfection argument could by analogy support either corrective intervention by the king or else remedial removal of an incumbent monarch for incompetence or tyranny. Newton's views of God and planetary motion were not therefore intrinsically conservative, and apparently Newton could cope quite well with a divinity whose habits were not completely regular. And was the pantheism of John Toland the bugbear for Newton that Bernal seemed to think it was? Consciously, Newton probably scorned pantheism as a religious doctrine, but his unconscious position was more complicated. It is interesting and instructive to note that in subtle ways both Newton registered and Toland registered were substantially influenced by Neoplatonism. Newton was quite willing to adopt or explain all matter as consisting of material atoms, while Toland referred to God as the soul, anima, and mind, mens, of the universe. What? Ever Newton's asseverations of an Arian Christianity, in the following statements: how far away was he from an incipient pantheism? In the Optics, he declared, is not infinite space the sensorium of a being incorporeal, living and intelligent, who sees the things themselves intimately, and thoroughly perceives them, and comprehends them wholly by their immediate presence to himself? Or as David Gregory reported his view of God in December 1705, what the space that is empty of body is filled with. The plain truth is that he believes God to be omnipresent in the literal sense, and that as we are sensible of objects when their images are brought home within the brain, so God must be sensible of every thing, being intimately present with everything, for he supposes that as God is present in space where there is no body, he is present in space where a body is also present. Toland's emphasis was more on matter, while Newton's stress was on forces, but they were not all that far apart, especially when after 1717 Newton began to materialize motion, and by his literal belief that in him God are all things contained and moved. Question to Bernal: does 1717 represent the old, reactionary Newton? As we have said, Bernal maintained that Newton's admiration for the ancient Egyptians had changed drastically in the last years of his life, BA 1, 167, 191. Evidence for his earlier approbation was the quotation cited in Westphal, pages 43,435, on the Roman, Greek, and quite superficial Egyptian inspiration for heliocentricity. According to Westphal, Hall, and Cassini, that was part of the so-called classical scholia, which Newton had originally intended to be part of Book 3 of the second edition of the Principia, but which he eventually suppressed, to be replaced by the more innocuous general scholia when the revised edition was finally published in 1713.4. The task of trying to correlate the various Newton biographers regarding the probable dates, titles, and contents of his unpublished manuscripts may be doable only by God. Westphal described at some length one such manuscript, The Philosophical Origins of Gentile Theology, which Westphal alternatively abbreviated to Origins of Gentile Theology or just plain Origins. It is now Yehuda MS 16.2 in the Newton Collection in Jerusalem. The Origins of Gentile Theology represents one of the earliest and most organized expositions of Newton's extremely unorthodox religious views and his interpretation of biblical chronology, and, true to form, it was never published. If we judge by the size of his surviving religious manuscripts, Newton may well have produced far more pages of biblical analysis than he did scientific research. Westphal affirmed that when David Gregory visited Newton in May 1694, the latter familiarized Gregory with his Origins of Gentile Theology. Degree Westphal also declared that the statement on ancient heliocentric sources allegedly originating with the Egyptians formed the opening section of the classical scholia, and that it had been copied directly from the Origins. Hall, for his part, averred that after his 1694 visit to Newton, Gregory claimed to have extensive knowledge of the classical scholia. In Gregory's memorandum recording the visit, he asserted that Newton believed that the Egyptian god, Thoth, or Thoth, was a believer in the Copernican system. Cassini pointed out that Thoth did not figure in that scholia, NCS 23. Moreover, Newton would have been ignorant of the several Egyptian religious cosmologies, so any allusion to Thoth and the Copernican system would have been nothing more than one of Newton's impromptu fantasies. Hall attested that Newton began his collection of materials for classical and biblical history in the 1670s. Registered Bernal asserted that Newton's change of opinion about the Egyptians is central to his chronology of ancient kingdoms amended, for from Newton's point of view, this account damned the Egyptians as relative latecomers, making them inferior to the much older biblical tradition, BA 1. 268, the chronology was published by Newton's heirs a year after his death. The evidence suggests that Newton's interest in heretical forms of Christianity dates back to the 1670s, when he would have been between 27 and 37 years of age. Whatever Bernal may surmise, we would suggest that during that decade Newton was still a young man. Here is where we get into the work in progress theme. He nurtured his biblical theories literally for decades. He returned to his scientific research in 1684 after an interregnum of many years, during which time he had produced all sorts of partially finished manuscripts in mathematics, mechanics, alchemy, and biblical chronology. Degree he had been working on the Origins of Gentile Theology for several years prior to his resumption of efforts in 1684 to elaborate and finalize his scientific system, which was incorporated into the Principia Mathematica. Classical and biblical ideas expressed in the Origins eventually were included in the unused classical scholia, the opening passage of Book 2 of the early Principia, Degree coming to fruition in his chronology of ancient kingdoms amended. The point here in relation to Bernal's criticism of Newton is that the biblical ideas articulated in the chronology were not somehow the ex nihilo dogma suddenly ejaculated by Newton in his crabbed old age. Newton had begun his religious enterprise sometime between 1672 and 1675, degree when he was between 30 and 33 years of age, and thus hardly a decrepit reactionary. In the early years, his religious ideas were probably rough cast, but they gained polish over the years through his tender care. In a nutshell, the core concepts of the chronology had been evolved by the time of the Origins in 1684, at which time Newton would have been 42 years old at Christmas, so to us, the evidence suggests very strongly that Newton was far from being an old man when he worked out his schema regarding the ancient peoples. It would seem to us that Newton was far more likely to have developed his scientific and religious appraisals of the ancient Egyptians concurrently, rather than the latter many years after the former, as Bernal has suggested. There would be nothing contradictory about Newton having a high regard for their real and imagined scientific skills and an abysmally low evaluation of their religious activities. Bernal may see cultures and civilizations as all-inclusive unities which must be accepted or rejected in their totality, but we and maybe Newton take a more pluralist position. Frank Manuel, who has some considerable expertise in Newtonian matters, was of the view that even a cursory study of Newton's manuscripts exclude any bifurcation of his life into a robust youth and manhood, when he performed experiments, adhered to rigorous scientific method, and wrote the Principia, and a dotage during which he wove mystical fantasies and occupied himself with the Book of Daniel and the Apocalypse of St. John, a legend first propagated by the French astronomer Jean-Baptiste Bayet in the early 19th century. Some of the livelier versions of Newton's commentaries on prophecy should be dated to the 1670s and 1680s, when he was in his prime. His studies of world chronology and philosophical alchemy, both linked to his theology, began early in his Cambridge University years and continued until his death. Newton may have admired the Egyptians as the earliest observers of the heavens, but it should be noted that in his statements cited by Bernal and Papademos, Newton gave no proof or confirmation for his opinion. It was simply an assertion. It is very instructive to read what Newton said regarding his historical sources on ancient Egypt. Newton, Herodotus, whose history the more I examine it the truer I find it, gives the best account of the ancient state of this nation Egypt. He was of the firm conviction that Herodotus's history of Egypt was more accurate than any other available source for the period between Esarhaddon's defeat of the Nubian pharaohs and his subsequent capture of Memphis in 671 BCE, and Herodotus's own visit to Egypt. His Herodotus's history of the earlier times be less accurate, it was because the archives of Egypt had suffered much during the reign of the Ethiopians and Assyrians, and it is not likely that the priests of Egypt who lived 200 or 300 years after the days of Herodotus could mend the matter. Italics added. Not only had the Egyptian records been seriously damaged by the Ethiopians, i.e., the Nubian pharaohs of the 25th dynasty, and the Assyrians, Newton asserted that the Persians under Artaxerxes III, after they had roundly defeated the Egyptians in 343 BCE, then pillaged their cities and temples and carried away all the records of the Egyptians. So what do we have here in relation to Newton and his historical sources on Egypt? Translation of hieroglyphics and systematic Egyptology were centuries away. Herodotus was his most trusted source on pharaonic Egypt. Therefore those moderns who have read Herodotus, especially Book 2, enjoy about the same information on Egypt as did Newton, and Book 2, by the way, says almost nothing about Egyptian science, philosophy, and mathematics. Moreover, the indigenous records had been so mistreated by the Nubians and despoiled by the Assyrians, it is puzzling then that Newton could have placed such credence in whatever Herodotus had reported about Egypt, since the latter conceded his heavy dependence upon the testimony of the temple priests. Furthermore, #F all of the records of the Egyptians had finally been carried away by Artaxerxes III, it is highly doubtful that the Egyptian priests after 343 BCE would have had much accurate information to convey to any later visiting Greek scholars and tourists. That deficiency would also have completely undermined George G.M. James's entire scenario regarding the Egyptian temple priests and their recorded secret knowledge. In his religious views expressed in the Origins, Newton was of the opinion that the God of nature had instituted the true religion in antediluvian times and that the Gentile theology was philosophical and dependent on the astronomy and physical science of the system of the world. 8 Noah and his sons and grandchildren were the divinized ancestor gods of this religion, which Noah had received from his ancestors, and who had gotten it directly from God. Noah was thus the common ancestor of all mankind, and he and his offspring formed the 12 gods worshipped by all ancient peoples. Each people or nation had simply adjusted the names and purposes of that shared pantheon to suit its own history and culture. Noah and his family had settled in Egypt after the flood, and thus Egypt was the original home of Gentile theology, and as Noah's children spread out to other lands, so did the Gentile theology. According to Newton, however, the Egyptians had corrupted the true worship of God by creating false gods from their ancestors. Other peoples were only too ready to learn degenerate practices from them. Whatever Newton's unsupported admiration for Egyptian science, he held them to be the corruptors of the ancient religion. Moreover, the early drafts of the Origins indicate that his critical views of Egyptian religion were more likely to have been parallel in time with his opinions of Egyptian science, and therefore, not the product of any late-life reactionary conversion due to his having been co-opted by the English political establishment. For all of his exhaustive erudition, Newton was no great historian. In fact, despite his mountains of names and dates, a strong case can be made that he was no historian at all, but rather, that he was closer to being an analyst. Newton's religious convictions had for him normative priority, and they structured his entire historical analysis. To show that the Israelites rather than the heathen were the first founders of the humanity of the ancient world was the one historical end to which the long astronomical calculations and the realms of literary analysis were ultimately subservient. Frank Manuel's allusion to Newton's long astronomical calculations did not in any way relate to the astronomical data that he used in the organization of the Principia. In the chronology and earlier, Newton had argued that every ancient people, save the Israelites, had exaggerated its historical antiquity. So, in order to confirm the historical and therefore biblical priority of the Hebrews, Newton had to late date the real and alleged events of the Egyptians, the Greeks, the Assyrians, the Babylonians, the Medes, and the Persians. Central to this late dating process was his commentary on the voyage of the Argonauts in search of the Golden Fleece. He used the precession of the equinoxes allegedly recorded by real and imagined ancient astronomers to date the expedition 300 years later than that postulated by the Greeks and modern sources. It was Rupert Hall's criticism that Newton's ancient data on the equinoxes was simply too uncertain to produce the kind of chronological precision required by his late dating claims. Bernal found it intolerable that someone of Newton's intellectual standing should have sought to prove that the claims for antiquity made by the Egyptians and other peoples had been grossly exaggerated, and to be annulled in favor of historical primacy for the Israelites, BA 1, 191. Bernal probably took comfort when he next announced that William Whiston, who can be described as Newton's deist conscience, fiercely attacked the chronology, as did the French atheist Fréret, BA 1, 192. In passing, our reading of the evidence suggests that Whiston was an Arian Christian and not a deist. It is also instructive that Bernal's ideological orthodoxy might occasionally lapse, as when he chanced to concede that other ancient peoples besides the Egyptians might just have legitimate claims for antiquity. Frank Manuel, who was one of Bernal's major sources for these events, examined in detail the criticism of the chronology made by Whiston in 1728 and 1734 and by Fréret in 1728 and 1758. For Whiston had been Newton's friend and disciple, but he felt that the latter had betrayed him, first, when Newton uttered not a word in Whiston's defense when he was expelled from Cambridge in 1711 for his public avowal of Arianism, and second, when Newton refused to declare his leadership of an Arian Reformation in England. Between 1728 and 1734, Whiston checked all of Newton's arguments for late-dating Greek events by 300 years, beginning with the precession of equinoctial points. Manuel affirmed that Whiston's analysis of Newton's major arguments was at once fair and acute, and that after applying the same basic data as that employed by Newton, Whiston reduced to shambles the work of his former mentor. In addition, Whiston would not only retain the commonly accepted dating of the Argonauts, he proposed that it should be dated earlier by 100 years. Manuel's evaluation of Fréret's criticism was equally laudatory. Fréret disputed most of Newton's textual interpretations with a wealth of learning which made the scientist's classical knowledge seem thin by contrast. In relation to Newton's late date for the Argonauts, Fréret early dated it by 500 years from what the former had proposed. Bernal was, no doubt, cheered by what all of this meant for the restoration of Egyptian claims for antiquity, but for him, there were two unanticipated consequences. First, and more obvious, the scholarship of Whiston and Fréret also re-established those antiquity claims entertained by all of those other peoples and civilizations whom Bernal would just as soon forget. Second, if Whiston is such a credible witness vis-a-vis Newton's ideas on religion and chronology, it should count for a great deal when the former specifically denied the claim central to Bernal's message, i.e., that Newton's alleged change of heart regarding Egyptian cultural creativity or the lack of it was purely the result of old age and his co-option by the establishment, BA 1, 191-192. It was Whiston's charge that Newton's germinal ideas and first drafts of his views on biblical chronology and theology had occurred much earlier in his life than otherwise suspected. Manuel, according to Whiston, they had all been compiled originally when Newton was a young man, or not more than 40, or at the most 50 years of age, and though he subsequently rewrote them many times, he never substantially altered either the general plan or the content. Registered even if we take the most extreme age of 50 years, that would hardly have made Newton an old man. Whiston's characterization of Newton's scholarly method certainly agrees with the reports made by other observers. Modern support for Whiston's conclusions came from Westphal, who asserted that in various of his writings, Whiston had demonstrated a knowledge of Newton's theological papers which accords with the papers themselves, and from Hall, who declared that it is more than likely that Newton's interest in the scholarly problems of ancient history, and above all, its essential chronological skeleton, was at least as old as his undergraduate days in Cambridge, italics added. All of this further supports the idea that Newton could have embraced at one and the same time both favorable and unfavorable evaluations of Egyptian civilization, and that the critical estimates were not necessarily the product of advanced years. Bernal cited Westphal's view when he wrote, as Westphal points out, Newton had effectively been co-opted by the establishment by the end of his life, BA 1, 192. Westphal did conclude that Newton had allowed the establishment wholly to co-opt him. But as we have stressed above, Westphal made no mention that it was all a reaction either to John Toland personally or to the so-called radical Enlightenment generally. Moreover, as Westphal and the other Newton biographers have made clear, Newton's life evolution was far more complicated than Bernal would have us believe. John Maynard Keynes's appraisal of Newton's psychological state may have been severe, but not necessarily therefore inaccurate, for in vulgar modern terms, Newton was profoundly neurotic of a not unfamiliar type, but I should say from the records a most extreme example. His deepest instincts were occult, esoteric, and semantic, with profound shrinking from the world, a paralyzing fear of exposing his thoughts, his beliefs, his discoveries in all nakedness to the inspection and criticism of the world. He parted with and published nothing except under the extreme pressure of friends, italics added. 2. Westphal put it somewhat more charitably, even as president of the Royal Society, Newton did not find it easy to express fundamental convictions in public. He feared criticism. He preferred silence to the risk of controversy in which he might find himself made an object of ridicule, italics added. The above statements contain the keys to understanding Newton. Newton was a meticulous student of the Bible, so early on, probably between 1672 and 1675, his research led him to the conclusion that the early Christian church had been hijacked by the Athanasians, so that what had originally been a pristine monotheism was gradually and thoroughly corrupted into a despicable Trinitarianism. Asterisk. His Arian version of Christianity was a solid religious position that he embraced for the rest of his life. 74. So for Anglican England, he came to adopt the extremely heretical conviction that the Trinitarians were pretended Christians who served the devil. The Trinitarians had introduced the twin evils of ecclesiastical bureaucracy and monasticism, with the papacy being seen as a combination of pagan idolatry and the Antichrist. Asterisk. And while the Roman Church was the original seat and source of an expanding clerical hierarchy, Newton could not have been blind to the fact that many of the same detestable features also characterized the Church of England. As he refined his Arian unorthodoxy over the decades, Newton could not help becoming aware that Anglican Cambridge and Anglican England were equally hostile to atheists, Arians, and Socinians, and what he feared most was ostracism from Cambridge and from society, degree so, except for a few close friends and associates, he remained silent. His religious secrets remaining so for nearly 300 years. The accession of James II to the throne in 1685 complicated Newton's delicate position. James's efforts to re-establish the hated Roman Catholicism both in the country and in the university, forced Newton to take a spiritual and political stand which placed him irrevocably in the ranks of James' enemies. The king wished to finalize his control over the universities by imposing Roman Catholic clergy as both teachers and administrators. The senior leaders of Cambridge resisted the king's impositions. Furious at such obstruction of his will, James ordered the vice-chancellor and 8 representatives of the university to appear before the Court of Ecclesiastical Commission. Newton was one of the 8 selected. The crisis occurred between February 9 and May 12, 1687, and, although the university lost the case, available evidence suggests that Newton played a major role in preparing its arguments and in encouraging the delegation to resist the efforts of the dreaded papists to dictate to the school. Newton's actions were not quite the equivalent of St. Joan going to the stake, but his courage and resolution are not to be denied. For our purposes, perhaps Westphal summarized it best with the terse remark, that faced with James II, Newton may have decided that Anglicanism was tolerable after all. 130. Rather than Newton being co-opted in his old age, we would argue that he started to become available on May 12, 1687 when he was 44 years old. With the expulsion of the last Stuart monarch in December 1688, Newton became one of the more prominent men at Cambridge, one irrevocably committed to the new government. Asterisk. England was thus safe from the threat of a revived Catholicism, but that new government of William and Mary was Protestant, Trinitarian Protestant. Rupert Hall also reminded us that the increased religious tolerance ushered in by the Glorious Revolution specifically did not extend to Arians, and that the penalties against Arianism were invoked several years later against William Whiston, who at the time was Newton's friend, protege, and fellow Arian. Asterisk. The years 1687 to 1689 represented a major watershed in Newton's life. He had finally published his great work, the Principia. He had laid his position and security on the line vis-a-vis the royal personification of the detested papacy. The younger generation of scientists and mathematicians deemed him to be their intellectual leader and patron. For and, as we have stressed above, psychologically, Newton was neither a Luther nor a Lenin willing to risk all by a direct challenge to the existing religious and social order. Between 1675 and 1727, it would have been unfair to have asked or to have expected Newton to sacrifice himself in a hopeless crusade for a religious view palatable to only a few intellectual eccentrics. The swift termination of Whiston's university career because of his increasingly public proclamation of his Arianism stood as a stark instruction to Newton that England was not ready for any new religious dispensation. As a student and teacher, Newton had been at Cambridge since 1661, and in 1693 he experienced some period of mental depression, regarding which all sorts of theories have been floated by historians and biographers. Whatever the situation, 1693 marked a turning point in his scholarly creativity. Essentially, he spent the remaining 34 years of his life working and reworking manuscripts done earlier. Moreover, Newton had never been a real part of the academic community at Cambridge. His professorial peers, who had never tutored a student nor had done any genuine scholarly research, had all begun to reap the prize posts within the university, while he was edged out by such unworthies. His failure in his eyes to rework satisfactorily the lunar theory of the Principia cooperated with all of the other factors to impel him to seek out and to accept in 1696, a government post as Warden of the Mint in London. 38. Bernal may agree with Margaret Jacob, that the Newtonian Enlightenment was intended by its participants as a vast holding action against materialism and its concomitant republicanism, against what is best described as the radical Enlightenment. Asterisk. It would seem that Jacob and Bernal simply had no end of enlightenments floating around English skies. What Jacob claimed may well have meant all of that to some of the theological Newtonians, but we see little or no evidence that Newton saw it all as a major political provocation. Of course he had his own religious views, but at least according to the recent Newton biographers, he was much more opposed to Descartes' mechanism than to Toland's pantheism. Jacob seemed to think that Newton's support for the Boyle Lectures on Science and Religion, which were begun in 1691, was somehow a crucial maneuver in an ideological war against Toland's radicals. The most she seemed able to quote for Newton's rush to political orthodoxy was an opinion voiced in a letter to David Gregory in 1691, that a good design of a public speech might show that the most simple laws of nature are observed in the structure of a great part of the universe, that the philosophy ought there to begin. For degree whatever John Toland may or may not have become, it is difficult to see how in 1691, when he was only 21 years old, that Newton could even have known anything about him, much less to have considered him to be a threat to the established order. Where Bernal and Jacob apparently see ideological conspiracy and co-option. We read it as an expression of a scientific and religious view held by Newton for decades prior to 1691. It's a matter of perspective, but the suggestion of a good design of a public speech hardly seems to equate to the Second Crusade. Given Newton's paranoid fear of ridicule, it is wild speculation to have expected him to expose himself to the slings and arrows of a bitter public controversy he could never have won nor survived. His antipathy to King James's Catholicism moved him to public action, but for him, the latter was never a comfortable medium. Newton surely had an independence of mind and spirit, but by temperament, he was not a missionary. However the biographers and historians may define him, we see him as the quintessential introspective intellectual. Such persons are long on words, even if the latter are always locked away in secrecy as with Newton, and short on implementation. Such intellectuals are always available for co-option. If a prestigious German university had offered Karl Marx a professorship teaching philosophy, the world would never have heard of the Communist Manifesto and Proletarian Revolution. If Bernal had really read Westphal, Hall, and the others, he would have understood that for all of his spiritual radicalness, Newton thoroughly enjoyed the prestige, opportunities, and creature comforts provided. First by the Lucasian chair of mathematics at Cambridge and then by his posts at the Royal Mint. He was never a one-man army fighting for religious heresy because he knew all too well that one-man armies are regularly defeated. Newton never needed either the ancient Egyptians or John Toland to tempt him into co-option by the Protestant establishment. What Westphal said about Newton's creation as a master of arts and thus, a major fellow of Trinity College in 1668 certainly characterized the rest of his life. Supported comfortably, Newton was free to devote himself wholly to whatever he chose. To remain on, he had only to avoid the three unforgivable sins, crime, heresy, and marriage. Safely ensconced, in the orthodox fastness of Trinity College, he was not likely to sacrifice his security for one of them for. With such an overpowering concern for his personal security, Newton was psychologically unprepared to risk it all for an unpopular religious view, however dear it might be to him. 10 Afrocentrist fantasies about ancient Egypt. Van Sertima's trial of Archimedes and Pythagoras, in his anthology, Golden Age of the Moor, Gam. Ivan van Sertima conducted a mock trial of Archimedes and Pythagoras for their alleged plagiarism of Egyptian science and mathematics. A mock trial has sometimes been an effective device for the exploration of past historical questions, example the guilt or innocence of Henry Wirtz, who was the Confederate commandant of Andersonville prison during the Civil War. Van Sertima's pompous effort centered around his charge that Archimedes, Pythagoras, and other Greek scholars had plagiarized their scientific and mathematical ideas from the Egyptian priests, combined with a parallel refusal to give due credit for the origination of those ideas to Egyptian civilization, which, though not homogeneous, was predominantly black African, and for creating the impression that what they had discovered had no precedence. Gam. 397. The chapter title of Van Sertima's exercise is The Egyptian Precursor to Greek and Arab Science. Gam. 396. The reader will notice that Van Sertima has qualified the meaning of the term Arad by setting it off in quotation marks, which suggests interestingly enough that he recognized the existence of Greek science, but that Arab science was not truly the intellectual production of Arabs. The latter viewpoint is mentioned in several places by Van Sertima and his fellow Afrocentrists. They are willing to concede that Arabic was the medieval language of science, but it is equally instructive that they make no similar claims for any of the major indigenous African languages. Jan Carew quoted Wayne B. Chandler registered in Van Sertima's African presence in early Europe, who, in turn, had quoted Drusilla Houston's wonderful Ethiopians of the ancient Kushite Empire, that the Kushites were the original Arabians and that Arabia was the oldest Ethiopian colony. The ever-present sloppy endnoting so common in Afrocentrist books was at work here. Chandler had the quotation from Houston listed as MLS. Endnote 23 and endnote number 23 recorded as Van Sertima and Roniko Rashidi's anthology, African Presence in Early Asia, page 55. We can find no mention of Houston or her book on page 55 of African Presence in Early Asia. However, by some miraculous process, she did reappear on page 271 of that book in another chapter by Wayne Chandler, entitled Ebony and Bronze, Race and Ethnicity in Early Arabia and the Islamic World. Mamadou Chinyela quoted W.E.B. Du Bois to the effect that the nomad Arabs carried culture but seldom originated it, and the former added that those unproductive Arabs were Semites, while there is ample evidence that the Ethiopic Arabian, the Africans, contributed much to the culture of Islam. Registered many Arabs are, no doubt, going to be surprised to learn that their ancestors allegedly had no role in building the greatness of Arabic civilization. The personnel and organization of Van Sertima's court are monuments to his ideological prejudices. He was the presiding judge, which makes one wonder if he understood that trial judges are expected to make at least some major effort at impartiality. Cheikh Anta Diop of Senegal, an Afrocentrist even more extreme than Van Sertima, was counsel for the prosecution. To illustrate the bias of the whole affair, there was no counsel for the defense. V.V. Struve and an unidentified Paul Verique, who was considered by Van Sertima to be an expert witness, were cited in the text as prosecution witnesses. Some of our sources use W. Struve. Otto Neugebauer was listed as a witness for the defense, but he was never cited in the text in any fashion whatsoever. So we are left with a so-called trial where no case is made for the defense of Archimedes and Pythagoras. And the indictment, trial, and verdict were all delivered by van Sertima with all of the vehemence of Andrei Vyshinsky, who served as Soviet public prosecutor for the infamous Stalinist purge trials of the 1930s. As to the body of the prosecution's case, van Sertima listed 4 authors as references, but there are no specific endnotes citing portions of their books. Cursory mention was made of the work of T. Eric Peet, Richard J. Gillings, and Beatrice Lumpkin. Actually, van Sertima simply borrowed nearly all of his argument from Cheikh Diop's book, Degree, while the latter obtained most of his information from a German-language source by V. Struve, 1930, and a French-language source by Paul Veric, who according to 2 of our sources specialized in translating classical Greek manuscripts into French in the 1920s and 1930s. George Sarton and B. L. van der Weerden are considered to be trustworthy sources by John Papademos and Beatrice Lumpkin, Egypt, Child of Africa, 320-22, 339-40, hereafter ECA, and both scholars have made extensive use of Paul Veric's translations of Greek classics and both have sizable chapters on Archimedes' mathematical and scientific achievements, and yet neither Sarton nor van der Weerden cited Veric as being in any way critical of Archimedes' excellent work. The core of the ideological and racist indictment made by van Sertima and Bernal, James, Papademos and other Afrocentrists was that the Greeks never had an original or creative idea of their own. Van Sertima quoted with approval George G. M. James in Stolen Legacy, hereafter SL, but he failed to include a page number in the endnotes. The Greeks showed no creative powers and were unable to improve the knowledge they received. Asterisk van Sertima stated that James's point about Greek borrowings from the Egyptians was well made, but exaggerated. He then added condescendingly that there is no need to suggest the Greeks were dumb and could make no improvements whatever on what they learned. If that were true, the influence of the Egyptians would have been negligible, italics added. For to our knowledge, van Sertima never actually acknowledged the existence of specific improvements or inventions made by the classical Greeks, so his bogus recognition of Greek accomplishments was completely meaningless. Furthermore, in the italicized portion of his statement, van Sertima carefully ascribed those never stated Greek improvements to have been completely due to the influence of the Egyptians. Robert Palter cited a similar case of non-recognition of Greek attainments by Cheikh and Diop. The latter confessed that far be it from us to say that Archimedes or the Greeks in general, who came 3,000 years after the Egyptians, did not go further than they in the different domains of knowledge. And as Palter then injected, Diop does not, however, bother to cite a single instance in which he thinks the Greeks did advance beyond the Egyptians. Actually, Diop went on with his bogus equanimity, we simply want to say that as honest scholars, they, the Greeks, should have, each time, put things straight by clearly indicating what they had inherited from their Egyptian masters and what they themselves contributed, degree every time. Either the ancient Greeks or modern scholars assign an act of creativity to the Greeks, the Afrocentrists, especially Diop and van Sertima, chorus that the claim is dishonest, lies, and white racism. In what has to be a major exercise in cant and insincerity, at the end of his indictment, Gam. 405, van Sertima pontificated that we feel that the time has come for all people to rethink and resense the multiracial genesis and legacy of man, italics added. We are quite willing to admit that civilization has a multiracial genesis, as will Durant's magisterial histories so admirably attest. However, since Afrocentrists would be comprehended within van Sertima's category of all people, it is equally incumbent upon him, Bernal, and the whole coterie of Afrocentrist ideologues to concede the scientific and cultural creativity and autonomy of the classical Greeks. That recognition would also be part of multiracial honesty and fairness. Van Sertima faulted Archimedes for allegedly explaining in the method, only a few of your numerous propositions, Gam. 397-98. And then he cited his expert witness, Paul Veric, to the effect that a hidden method or methods lies behind Archimedes' work that the latter allegedly failed to reveal. Van Sertima chided him for being so vague and secretive about his mathematical methods for proving problems. Our reply here is in 5 parts. First, van der Weerden has examined the entire surviving corpus of Archimedes' writings, beginning with the method, including a theoretical explanation of such problems as the area of the parabolic segment, the volume of the sphere, the volume of a segment of a paraboloid of revolution, the centroid of a hemisphere, a cylindrical segment, the quadrature of the parabola, spheres and cylinders, conoids and spheroids, etc. And van der Weerden discussed at some length all of Archimedes' proofs for his propositions and their rigor and elaboration, so that they are extremely elaborate and much more numerous and sophisticated than van Sertima would have us believe. Karl Boyer, who was considered a highly reliable mathematical expert by Beatrice Lumpkin and Chaim Zitzler, Gam. 394, was equally laudatory of Archimedes and the method. Here Archimedes had published for all the world to read a description of the preliminary mechanical investigations that had led to many of his chief mathematical discoveries, registered, while George Sarton, whom, it will be remembered, Beatrice Lumpkin considered to be the respected encyclopedist of the history of science, summarized Archimedes' great mathematical achievement when he affirmed that this enumeration is more than sufficient to reveal the incredible depth and ingenuity of Archimedes' geometric thought. Not only did he ask questions that were original and obtain results that were almost unthinkable in his time, but he used methods that were rigorous and unique, italics added. And the scholarly credentials of van der Waerden, Boyer, and Sarton in mathematics and science are considerably more impressive than those evidenced by van Sertima, Bernal, Diop, Lumpkin and Verreek. Second, van Sertima finished his trial judgment with a listing of mathematical formulae that he alleged were first discovered by the Egyptians and then stolen by Archimedes, Pythagoras, and other Greeks, the formulae for the area of a sphere and the length of the circumference, for the volume of a cylinder, for the area of a circle, for the measurement of the pyramid and the cone, the volume of a pyramid and a truncated pyramid, the exact value of pi, 3.16, never so accurately calculated until the most recent times, the first use of trigonometric lines, and so on and on and on, Gam, 404. Now one would expect some confirming proof for all of those claims, but the most that van Sertima could muster was the disclaimer that it is impossible for me to repeat the lengthy proofs and arguments that have been advanced to establish the precedence by the Egyptians of so many formulae, Gam, 404. Except for a quotation from Diop which itself was nothing more than assertions, van Sertima did not supply his readers with any real documentation for his claims. He talked at length about evidence already provided, Gam, 398, and that yet to be produced, Gam, 397, 405, but the former is nowhere to be seen. One would think that in this premier indictment of the Greeks, he would have given his readers a much more complete evidential case. Third, it is utter hypocrisy for van Sertima and Diop to fault Archimedes for any alleged weaknesses in his mathematical methods, when, in fact, the Egyptian mathematical papyri are notorious for their omission of any general theorems for their geometry problems. Even Richard Gillings, who has a great admiration for Egyptian mathematics, had to admit that the latter had a great deficiency. We have to accept the circumstance that the Egyptians did not think and reason as the Greeks did. If they found some exact method, however they may have discovered it, they did not ask themselves why it worked. They did not seek to establish its universal truth by an a priori symbolic argument that would show clearly and logically their thought processes. Fourth, without realizing it, Beatrice Lumpkin administered the fatal coup d'grace to van Sertima's whole indictment of Archimedes. It was in Egypt that Hellenistic mathematics reached its peak. Dirk J. Strook attributes this flowering of mathematics to the central position that Egypt occupied during the Ptolemaic period as the intellectual and economic center of the Mediterranean world, italics added. Strook was, of course, correct about Ptolemaic Egypt being the pearl of the intellectual and economic world until the rise of Rome. Archimedes was quite clearly a Hellenistic Greek and his elegant mathematics was a paramount contribution to the founding of Hellenistic mathematics and science. It was Lumpkin's ideological view that all of those Hellenistic mathematicians in Alexandria were actually black Africans, blacks in Science 104-105, hereafter B/S, and ECA, 33,335, however, in subsequent chapters, we will disabuse her, van Sertima, and George James of that empty fantasy. Fifth, this point applies to Hellenic and Hellenistic Greeks alike. In her shared Afrocentrist effort to deny completely any Greek creativity, Lumpkin quoted George Sarton although, judging by her endnote, she seems to have a congenital inability to understand that there are 2 volumes to Sarton's History of Ancient Science. It is childish to assume that science began in Greece. The Greek miracle was prepared by millennia of work in Egypt, Mesopotamia, and possibly in other regions. Greek science was less an invention than a revival. Degree fair enough, although it should be noted that Sarton included Mesopotamia and other civilizations as real or possible contributors to the Greek effort. It should also be realized that Afrocentrists work overtime claiming that Egypt was a unique and unilateral example of spontaneous cultural combustion, with absolutely no external antecedent influences. If George Sarton was so accurate above, is Lumpkin willing to accept his companion conclusion? Even if ancient men of science were few and lonely, we should bear in mind that the Hellenic people produced a relatively large share of them. Its scientific potential, we might say, was exceptionally high, italics added. 4 Van Sertima next condemned Archimedes for purloining his law of the lever from the ancient Egyptians because the latter had used a balanced scale in commerce and also the shaduf, or shadov, to raise water from the Nile for irrigation purposes, Gam, 401. Van Sertima simply did not understand that having a particular tool and using it successfully differs immensely from an awareness of the theoretical mechanical principles involved in that usage. Various Neolithic peoples, as well as young children today, doubtlessly, have utilized a lever for numerous projects, but such employment by either group in no way demonstrates that any of them were knowingly cognizant of the mathematical and mechanical principles involved. Similarly, Van Sertima like most of us probably knows how to drive an automobile, or use a lever, but it is equally probable that neither he nor the rest of us could work up a statement of all of the physical laws involved in its operation. Isaac Newton knew that there was a world of difference between a mere practical surveyor, and a good geometer. Scribes weighing out bread and beer at a work project were never pondering the mechanics of the physical universe. Whether the Afrocentrists like it or not, Archimedes went much further than the Egyptians. As David Lindbergh put it, this examination of his proof of the law of the lever reveals the thoroughness and the extraordinary skill with which he geometrized nature. Degree reading Archimedes on the equilibrium of planes or the centers of gravity of planes readily attests that there is nothing known in Egyptian mathematics to equal it. In passing, Van Sertima and Diop made it seem as if the shaduf was somehow a unique production of Egyptian genius, when, in fact, it was invented in Mesopotamia c. 2000 BCE, and not introduced into Egypt until c. 1500 B.C.E.78. B. Egyptian Mathematics. It is now time to examine one of the best presentations of Egyptian mathematics, published in 1972 by Richard J. Gillings, then of the University of New South Wales. First, Beatrice Lumpkin has such a great admiration for Gillings that she called him a devoted encyclopedist of ancient Egyptian mathematics, ECA, 327. Second, Gillings has more admiration for Egyptian mathematics than any other scholar we have read, yet his extensive erudition and scholarly fairness extended to pointing out both the strong and weak points of his subject matter. The two major sources of information on the mathematics of Egypt are the Rhind Mathematical Papyrus, RMP, and the Moscow Mathematical Papyrus, MMP. RMP is also known as the AMS Papyrus after the scribe who made the existing copy from earlier sources. It has 87 problems, while the MMP has 25 problems. Some of them are very elementary, involving the allocation of bread or beer among the members of work crews, while a few are more sophisticated. Neither document is a treatise on theoretic mathematics. The problems were probably intended as didactic exercises. Many are not written clearly. More importantly, the scribes did not elucidate what rules or formulas were used or whether the answers were obtained methodically or by trial and error. There are no theorems properly so called, everything is stated in the form of problems, not in general terms, but in distinct numbers. Since our interest here is primarily with the work of Richard Gillings, let us open with his evaluation of Egyptian mathematics. We tend to forget that they were a people who had no plus, minus, multiplication or division signs, no equals or square root signs, no zero and no decimal point, no coinage, no indices, and no means of writing even the common fraction p/q. In fact, nothing even approaching a mathematical notation, nothing beyond a very complete knowledge of a twice times table and the ability to find 2/3 of any number, whether integral or fractional. With these restrictions, they reached a relatively high level of mathematical sophistication, italics added, degree. The last sentence expressed both the ability and disability of Egyptian mathematics. They could do very well what they could do, but what they could do was very limited. For example, their additive method of computing unit fractions tended to exclude any extensive astronomical computations. 472. The two most challenging problems are numbers 14 and 10 in the MMP. Number 14 deals with the volume of a truncated pyramid, while number 10 concerns the volume of either a semi-cylinder or a hemisphere depending upon the respective scholar's reading of the problem. Taking problem 14 first, Gillings speculated as to how the scribes actually determined the volume of the truncated pyramid. He mentioned attempts by other modern mathematicians to solve that problem, example Gunn and Piet, Kurt Vogel, P. Lucky, W. R. Thomas and van der Waerden, plus the suggestion made to him in 1964 by H. Lindgren, while Gillings has his own favorite method, P. 190. Julian Lowell Coolidge cited an additional method proposed by Neugebauer, while he himself supported the one proposed by Vogel, whom he quoted. On the other hand, if my suggested explanation be accepted, we are no longer compelled to attribute to Egyptians construct ions and mental processes outside their ken. Van der Waerden alluded to a different method proposed by M. Cassina, and regarding his own solution, van der Waerden was the soul of caution. This derivation of the formula does not transcend the level of Egyptian mathematics. But I certainly do not want to tell a fairy tale, and I definitely do not assert that the Egyptians actually proceeded in this manner. For the reason for including this diversity of solutions is that for problem 14 and for problem 10 the Afrocentrists claim that there is only one method to solve the problem and that the Egyptians knew it, when in fact, the latter may not have been the one used by the Egyptian scribes. Perhaps his admiration for Egyptian mathematics influenced Gillings in a very subtle and partisan way. In quite a number of places, he told his readers that the scribes had not disclosed how they had reached their results, so Gillings then proposed modern mathematical solutions and he simply assumed that the latter were those used by the scribes, when there may be no real grounds for that assumption. For problem 10, Van Sertima charged that V. V. Struve had shown that in problem after problem in the MMP, the Egyptians, whom your committees visited and studies, used an empirical theoretical method comparable at every point, to that of yours, Gam, 398, italics in original. Gillings discussed the 25 problems in the MMP item by item and there is clearly no indication that MMP in any way was the complete anticipation of Archimedes' mathematical work. Van Sertima did credit Archimedes with ingenuity and that he had brought refinements to the solution of certain problems, Gam, 398, but, of course, he added no explication regarding the specific nature of those refinements. He also claimed that all of those scholars that Archimedes may have visited or with whom he communicated in Alexandria had to be ethnic Egyptians and never ethnic Greeks. Finally, the judge declared that nothing said before this court by either Archimedes or his defenders had in any way absolved him of the charge of intellectual theft, Gam, 398. The reader is reminded that nowhere in the trial chapter are any statements for the defense included, so we are left mystified as to what Van Sertima referred. Regarding problem 10, Gillings stated that its text had been very poorly written by the scribe. The former obtained a photograph of problem 10 from the Museum of Fine Arts in Moscow in 1970 and he sent it on to T. G. H. James, then assistant keeper of the Department of Egyptian Antiquities of the British Museum, and a recognized expert on hieratic. James replied that there were difficulties in reading the first 6 lines, and he was not sure if the word TPR meant mouth or diameter. The key word was NBT. To what shape does it refer? Struve, Gillings, and in a much more cautious fashion, T.G.H. James opted for hemisphere. TEP felt that it was a semi-cylinder, while Otto Neugebauer figured it was a dome-like roof. Van Sertima made no mention of this dissent among the experts. Different shapes would imply different consequences for Egyptian mathematics. Since Gillings is so respected by the Afrocentrists, let him speak here about problem 10. Let us, however, be perfectly clear about both the semi-cylinder and the hemisphere. In neither case has any proof that either a cylinder equals 1/2 mdh or a hemisphere equals 2 mr * been established by the Egyptian scribe that is at all comparable with the clarity of the demonstrations of the Greeks Dinostratus and Archimedes *, italics in original. The reader's attention is called to the last sentence. Gillings had Struve's article on problem 10 in front of him as he wrote that chapter, and he certainly did not come to the conclusion that Dinostratus and Archimedes had simply stolen it all from Egyptian sources. He continued, whether the scribes stumbled upon a lucky close approximation or whether their methods were the results of considered estimations over centuries of practical applications, we cannot of course tell, italics added, and, it should be noted, neither can Struve, Diop and Van Sertima with any real certainty, even though all Afrocentrists seem to think that they have a monopoly on speaking ex cathedra. Finally, to reinforce Gillings' admiration for the mathematical demonstrations of Dinostratus and Archimedes, Robert Palter also examined the Afrocentrist case regarding MMP10 and Archimedes, affirming that all this of course, is to ignore the critical issue, Archimedes' proof by the axiomatic method, which makes this result and indeed the entire corpus of his work transcend virtually all previous mathematics. 38. A similar conclusion was reached by Ederi Scio in his Mathematics and Logic in History and in Contemporary Thought, in the Moscow Papyrus. There, too, we find a rough rule for calculating the area of a surface which can be interpreted as a hemisphere, but we are very far from the rational perfection of Archimedes in his work. George Sarton and Julian Coolidge each questioned if there had been any real progress in Egyptian mathematics after the time of MMP. Sarton was of the view that problem 14 was the masterpiece of Egyptian geometry, but he pointed out that the scribes had worked out the solution to problem 14 perhaps as early as the 19th century, if not earlier, and that they never found anything better though they continued to work for 3 more millennia. Degree for his part, Coolidge noted that the Egyptians were still reproducing an erroneous formula for quadrilateral areas in 51 BCE. That the Babylonians had used 3,000 years before *. See Pythagoras as co-defendant. In his trial chapter, Van Sertima condemned Pythagoras with the accusation that Herodotus calls you a simple plagiarist of the Egyptians. Gam. 404, a charge which he had merely copied directly from Diop. As was to be expected, neither writer gave an indication of the location of that supposed recrimination in Herodotus. Perhaps we missed any such direct reference to Pythagoras's alleged plagiarism of Egyptian mathematics, and Diop does say Egyptian mathematics when we read Herodotus, but the most we could discover is in Book 2, 123, of the Histories, where Herodotus claimed that the Egyptians believed in the reincarnation of the soul and that this theory has been adopted by certain Greek writers, some earlier, some later, who have put it forward as their own. Their names are known to me, but I refrain from mentioning them. W. Howe and J. Wells, in their comprehensive, A Commentary of Herodotus, agreed that there had been an ancient rumor, albeit without a foundation in truth, that Pythagoras had borrowed the conception of transmigration of the soul from the Egyptians, and Howe and Wells were equally silent on any Egyptian science or mathematics. Pythagoras and his followers certainly were convinced of the truth of transmigration of human souls, and the former may well have learned of the doctrine during his travels, but our sources on Egyptian religion suggest that they believed in the possibility of the immortality of the soul, and not in its reincarnation in another life form in this world. Point 44. However, that is not the important point here. What is vital is the readiness of Van Sertima and Diop to base their accusation of plagiarism solely upon that tenuous remark in Herodotus, which, even if true, would mean nothing more than that Pythagoras had borrowed a mythological idea from some culture and that nothing had been said in the histories about any theft of Egyptian science and mathematics. Next, Van Sertima censured Pythagoras for claiming that the theorem which bears his name was original with him, Gam. 402. Since there is virtually no solid, reliable data on either the life of Pythagoras or his personal philosophy *, it's hard to be very certain regarding anything about him. Sarton declared that the Babylonians and probably the Chinese and the Hindus may have learned the Aeneid Recitation, but that Pythagoras may have been the first to devise a conscious, rigorous proof *, although he was equally firm that the theorem was unknown to the Egyptians. Even ever sympathetic Richard Gillings affirmed that it is, however, nowhere attested that the ancient Egyptians knew even the very simplest case of Pythagoras' theorem. 48. Ivor Grattan Guinness, writing as recently as 1997, affirmed that Pythagoras' theorem, known also to the Babylonians, has not been found in any surviving Egyptian texts. We have considered Pythagoras and his views above. For now, it will be merely noted that Judge Van Sertima accused Pythagoras, that the theorem that carries your name, as expert witnesses P.H. Michel and Beatrice Lumpkin have shown, is certainly not original. Gam. 402, italics added. We already know quite clearly that Lumpkin is an Afrocentrist ideologue, who holds that all Greek-named scholars in the ancient world were either black Egyptians in Alexandria or else white persons who stole all of their ideas from the former. Expert witness P.H. Michel may be another story. As usual, Van Sertima included no identification of P.H. Michel either in the text of the chapter or in his references. However, since Van Sertima copied most of the chapter from Cheikh Diop, and the latter copied Michel's quotation on Pythagoras from the 1957 French language edition of History of Science, Ancient and Medieval Science, René Taton, ed. Page 233 in the former and page 205 in the English language edition, the identity of P. H. Michel is therefore not unknown or unknowable. Michel did confirm that a generalized knowledge of the theorem had long predated Pythagoras, but he did add two interesting qualifiers not mentioned by Diop, i.e., that this theorem was undoubtedly part of the original fund of Pythagorean knowledge and that whatever the Egyptians and Babylonians may have known about it, the theorem still had to be proved geometrically and without recourse to number. We have Van Sertima's unequivocal testimony that P. H. Michel is an expert witness, and who are we to doubt him on that, especially when that expert witness had such accolades for Greek science and mathematics. While no one would deny the debt owed by Greece to the East, we must not, as the Greeks themselves were wont to do, exaggerate its importance. Thus, when 4th century authors from Isocrates to Porphyry claimed that Pythagoras had been taught in Egypt, Babylon, or Phoenicia, they merely repeated current legends to which little credence need to given. While the Greeks were heirs to Eastern knowledge, gathered over the millennia, it was by their own efforts that they gradually fashioned science into an intellectual discipline in its own right. They separated it from religion and magic, and at the same time raised it above the level of pure technology. Greek scientific thought was reflective and critical. It endeavored not only to harness, but also to understand the facts that it described and the truth that it discovered. Simple predictions were not enough. Greek science was concerned with the ontological roots of phenomena. Absolutely nowhere does Egyptian science display any of that systematic and empirical character. Yes, sir, Van Sertima was right. P. H. Michel was certainly an expert witness, but hardly one supportive of Afrocentrist claims regarding Greece. D. Martin Bernal and Egyptian Science and Mathematics. At this point, some of the claims made by Bernal in his December 1992 JS/S article relate to Van Sertima's purported case against Archimedes and other Greek scholars, and therefore, they ought to be examined. A comment on sources. Bernal, Van Sertima, and Papademos have much recourse to two ancient sources, i.e., Diodorus Siculus and Iamblichus, whose scholarly accuracy and credibility may not sustain such heavy traffic. As to Diodorus, George Sarton affirmed that his historical writing was uncritical and low-minded, and that Diodorus had no general views and his style was as mediocre as this thought. For his part, Luciano Canfrena declared that Diodorus simply fabricated reports of places he had never visited and that he had merely copied his materials directly out of well-known books. Our view would be that Diodorus has much useful information if it is treated with a degree of skepticism, because unlike Herodotus we come away from reading him with the feeling that in most cases he had never actually visited the places so described in his writings. As to Iamblichus, van der Waerden made the rather forthright declaration that Iamblichus was a freak, who had the tendency to include every famous mathematician among the Pythagoreans. While Frederick Copleston averred that the lives of Pythagoras by Iamblichus, Porphyry, and Diogenes Laertius can hardly be said to afford us reliable testimony. And it is doubtless right to call them romancers. Trademark in his /s/s article, Bernal advanced some arguments to support his contention that the Egyptians knew far more advanced mathematics than Otto Neugebauer was willing to admit. Argument 1 stated the strong possibility that the surviving Egyptian papyri do contain advanced mathematics, JSIS, 602. The substance of that claim was considered above in our treatment of the work of Richard Gillings, who was considered by Bernal to be a favorable witness for his position, /s/s, 599, 603-04. Gillings never found the kind of advanced mathematics for which Bernal had hoped. Argument 2 declared that parallels from Mesopotamia and Ptolemaic Egypt show that one cannot rely on the papyrological record to gauge the full range of pharaonic Egyptian science, /s/s, 602. Bernal has one meaning in mind for this point, but a second could be deduced as well, viz., that the Egyptian papyrological record doesn't have much to tell modern scholars about Egyptian mathematics. Argument 3 claimed that there is general agreement that Egyptian geometry was equal to or better than that of Mesopotamia, in conjunction with the conventional wisdom that one of the chief contributions of the Greeks to Mesopotamian arithmetic was geometric modeling, which suggests that the geometrical input may well have come from Egypt, Isis, 602, italics added. First, it is amazing that Bernal would be willing to concede that the Greeks had made any kind of intellectual contribution to another people, even if the former are supposed to have first adopted it from the Egyptians. Second, we are puzzled by one aspect of his writing style here. His use of quotation marks for advanced mathematics and Egyptian science suggests a qualified or diminished definition. A critic of Bernal's position might so inject such qualifiers, but his whole ideological position demands an unequivocal affirmation of advanced mathematics and Egyptian science. Third, it is Carl Boyer's view that new evidence indicates that Babylonian mathematics had a clear superiority over that of the Egyptians. Example: the Babylonians had at their command the computational power that the modern decimal fractional notation affords us today. Division was not carried out by the clumsy duplication method of the Egyptians, but through an easy multiplication of the dividend by the reciprocal of the divisor, using the appropriate items in the table texts. Egyptian algebra had been much concerned with linear equations, but the Babylonians evidently found these too elementary for much attention. The solution of a three-term quadratic equation seems to have exceeded by far the algebraic capabilities of the Egyptians, but such equations had been handled effectively by the Babylonians in some of the oldest problem texts, and the Babylonian scribes had discovered a value for pi at least as good as the value adopted in Egypt. Moreover, we see it in a more sophisticated context than in Egypt, for the tablet from Susa is a good example of the systematic comparison of geometric figures. One is almost tempted to see in it the genuine origin of geometry. Fourth, Bernal's arguments 2 and 3 are clearly examples of that dread argument from silence, which he purports to abhor so much, save, of course, when he wants to manipulate it to serve his own ideological ends. As we discussed earlier, Bernal employs a particularly insidious form of the argument, which we have labeled the reverse argument from silence. The standard version affirms that a claim should not be validated until there is an ample amount of empirical evidence for it. Bernal's reverse usage claims that an absence of empirical evidence confirms the claim. Responsible scholarship requires that if the Egyptian records are not available, then they cannot be counted as evidence until such time as they become so. Likewise, stating that the geometrical input may well have come from Egypt is purely conjecture. Finally, Bernal made a crucial admission here when he declared that at this point it would seem difficult to argue that before the second half of the 4th century BC, any aspect of Greek science with the possible exception of axiomatic mathematics was more advanced than that of Mesopotamia or Egypt, /s/s, 599, italics added. We concur with Robert Palder, that was some exception. Agree with that one monumental concession. Bernal demolished the intellectual basis for Van Sertima's so-called indictment of Archimedes and Pythagoras. Next step, in his /s/s article, Bernal alleged that Eudoxos of Cnidus had studied in Egypt for many years, where he learned Egyptian in order to copy the mathematical volumes of the pyramids which he later transmitted back to Greece. Bernal and Giorgio de Santillana pointed out that Eudoxos was supposed to have translated the Book of the Dead because he believed that it contained esoteric astronomical information, JS/S, 603. Since neither Bernal nor de Santillana ever produced any examples of this esoteric mathematical and astronomical wisdom, this claim is another example of the intellectually empty reverse argument from silence. First, the allegation that Eudoxos spent many years, some legends say 13 years, studying in Egypt is open to serious question. Diogenes Laertius, registered Sir Thomas Heath, and George Sarton, that respected encyclopedist of the history of science, all suggest that Eudoxos spent no more than 16 months in Egypt with the priests. 16 months hardly seems like enough time for anyone to become fluent enough to read and translate the Book of the Dead and other Egyptian religious and mystical writings, either in their hieroglyphic or hieratic versions degree. In addition, perhaps Bernal ought to reread his own book, Black Athena, Volume I, page 108, where he clearly affirmed 16 months as the length of Eudoxos' stay in Egypt. This difficulty then needs to be combined with the even greater one raised by Siegfried Morens, i.e., that the House of Life, which was the priestly name given to each temple's library and archive, was categorically placed out of bounds to foreigners. Copyright and all of those Greek scholars who allegedly visited Egypt would have clearly qualified as foreigners and heathens. Sometime in the 4 or V dynasties, a bifurcation in the written Egyptian script developed, with hieroglyphs coming to be reserved for sacred religious documents and royal inscriptions, while a more flexible hieratic script being employed for administrative, accounting and legal texts. The even more elementary demotic script evolved about 600 BC. Copyright. The logic of the situation would suggest that any visiting Greek scholars/tourists certainly would not in any way be tutored in the meaning and translation of the sacred hieroglyphs, and if the priests actually thought that they had garnered any true esoteric mathematical and astronomical knowledge, it would seem equally logical to have protected it in hieroglyphs. Pythagoras, 582 to 500 BCE, would have arrived in Egypt precisely as demotic became the popular written form of the native language, and once again what would have been more logical than for the priests to have conveyed a knowledge of a smattering of the vulgar demotic? Donald Redford went so far as to assert the following: the political defeats of 586 and 525 BC were destined ultimately to exert a deleterious influence on the intellectual life of both Egypt and the Levant. The reputation of Egypt for metaphysical inquiry into imponderables, which brought many a Greek of the 7th and 6th centuries to the feet of an Egyptian priest, vanished in the 5th and 4th, as Greek admiration gave way to contempt. Trademark. It is equally true that there would be a natural inclination for the Egyptian priests, especially after the national humiliation of military defeat, to have exaggerated both the nature of their arcane wisdom and their tutorial influence upon the visiting tourists. If the priests were not going to reveal their temple secrets to their own laity, it is absolutely incongruous that they would then disclose them to the heathen Greeks. Probably starting with the XXV dynasty, many of the temples began to develop what we would today call cultural programs for naive tourists. The visitors would be shown the sites, exactly as the priests did for Herodotus, and then the former would receive a short course in Egyptian secret wisdom, and then, like all good tourists, they would go home all aglow with the newfound secrets. There is also the heretical possibility that if the Egyptian priests actually did share their temple's deepest secrets, that what the Greek scholars had explained to them were various versions of the Egyptian cosmologies discussed earlier. The priests would surely have considered them to be sacred knowledge, but their exposition to visiting Greeks would have caused no cosmological revolution anywhere. Second, non-Afrocentrist scholars view the Book of the Dead and the other mortuary texts as collections of prayers, incantations, and magical spells to help the deceased person so named in the text to reach and therefore to be protected in the afterworld. The mortuary texts are definitely not seen by such scholars as hidden repositories of encoded mathematical and astronomical wisdom. It is instructive that for all of his asseverations regarding Eudoxos and Egyptian secrets, Bernal failed to make any claim that such cryptic wisdom would ever be decoded. How un-Bernalian. Third, if all else fails, the final fallback position for Bernal and the Afrocentrists is the lost papyri argument. Copyright. Their basic contention is that Egyptian achievements were much greater than those of the Babylonians, especially in science and mathematics, but records of the former were written on frail, perishable. Papyrus, while the Mesopotamians used long-lasting baked clay tablets. Of course, one could point out at the start that there is no good reason why the Egyptians could not also have utilized clay tablets, and the fact that the Mesopotamians employed a more durable material may well be a sign of their superior technical ingenuity. Moreover, large numbers of Egyptian papyrus records from all periods did survive to the present, and if no treatises on advanced mathematics or astronomy are included, that is much more an indication that they were never written than that they vanished with time. It is a truism that once the Egyptian scribes found a scholarly or technical method that solved the problem at hand, they literally stayed with that method forever, and it should have been available in the abundant Ptolemaic-era Egyptian papyri. Bernal and his ideological compatriots make the logically valid assertion that some future archaeological excavation in Egypt could bring to light all sorts of wondrous scientific and mathematical documents that would revolutionize our portrayal of Egyptian intellectual attainments. That formal possibility, however, also needs clarification. 1. The same creative contingency also applies to all of the other great civilizations of the past. A newly opened dig in Mesopotamia may well disclose that Babylonian science and mathematics were even more advanced than their Egyptian counterparts than is now believed. And, who knows, there might even be some archaeological discoveries in Greece that might just persuade Bernal and van Sertima that the Greeks did actually manifest some real cultural and scientific originality all on their own. Yes, and the devil will be vending holy water. 2. Of all of the great civilizations, Egypt has been by far the most thoroughly excavated by archaeologists. Something new might still be uncovered, but the odds are much greater against such a find in Egypt than they are for sites in other countries. If the great texts have not been found by now in Egypt, that would be increasing evidence that they never existed. 3. There is one crucial difference between extant Egyptian writings and their Greek analogues. In whatever genre of Greek exposition, later thinkers were forever quoting, discussing, or differing with the ideas of earlier authors. For example, whatever we know about Pythagoras' purported philosophy and science may be ascribed to later commentators. Yet for all the extensive corpus of Egyptian literature, there is virtually no quotation of or commentary on earlier writers. At most, there was some repetition of styles and themes. The long continuity of pharaonic society would have suggested a different result. This omission in Egyptian literature was partly due to indigenous cultural norms, example the anonymity of authorship, but both the omission and the anonymity may indicate a much more constricted intellectual life, and if the antecedent contributors never effectively participated in Egypt's cultural life, there would be far less chance of some monumental scientific tome being replicated by later writers. 4. This is a moral argument, and the latter are not fashionable in some quarters these days, but it seems important and relevant to us. Bernal claimed that the ancient Egyptian priests knew esoteric astronomical knowledge, /s/s, 603. Let us agree with him for a moment on that. Earlier we mentioned the myth or dogma of Geb and Nut and the perpetual daily cycle of the sun and stars above in the heavens. Bernal would simply present it all as an example of their twofold philosophy, i.e., the priests in their astronomical wisdom represented the sun and stars as gods and goddesses even if they believed that they were really nothing more than super-hot material bodies. We would call such duplicity a gross example of class hypocrisy. If in their twofold philosophies, the Egyptian priests ever knowingly slashed to their lay followers, then the former categorically did not deserve their high status and privileges. Augustine, Aquinas, Luther and Calvin may have written sophisticated definitions of God, while lesser scholars followed with more simplified expositions of the same material, and we have read both types, but in all versions, they were honestly talking about the same triune God. If they really had a twofold theology, how honest then were the Egyptian priests? The Egyptian priests are the cynosure of all scholarly interest for Bernal, George G. M. James, Papademos, and van Sertima, registered because it is their central thesis that the former were the pristine creators of all science, mathematics, astronomy, philosophy, and religion. Garth Fountain presented the portraits of two Egyptian priests derived from ancient sources. The first was obtained from Heliodorus's Ethiopica, which centered on the fictional character, Calliceres, and his visit to Delphi, where the Greeks barraged him with questions about Egypt. Fountain said that Calliceres was probably very much like the 3rd century BCE Egyptian priest, Manetho, who compiled the first listing of Egyptian kings and dynasties available to the Greeks, c. 270b.c.ed. Copyright. One of his Greek interlocutors asked Calliceres about the Nile, to which he replied, I told him what I knew of these matters, giving him all the information which is recorded in sacred books about this river, and which prophets alone may read and learn. Two important pieces of information are contained in Calliceres' statement. First, additional confirmation that the secret books of the temples were not made available to every casual visitor, especially to any infidel Greeks. Second, it is further evidence for the centrality of the sacred books to Egyptian society, or at least that small part of it that counted. Cultured Egyptians prized literacy and, in a very real sense, they became its captive. They were dogmatic literalists regarding any accumulated body of written doctrine. H.W.F. Saggs recorded an incident which superbly illustrated this literary conformism. During the 5 dynasty, the vizier of one of the kings collapsed during a meeting with the monarch. The latter immediately summoned the court physicians, but also the sacred medical books. But clearly, from the point of view of the king, the medical writings contained an enshrined wisdom greater than that of mere living human physicians. Once this attitude became entrenched in any branch of study, further advance becomes impossible. If Diodorus Siculus is to be believed, any physician not following the prescriptions contained in the sacred medical books would, if the patient died, be compelled to submit to a court trial carrying the death penalty if he was convicted. Fouden's second Egyptian priest was Cheremen, who lived in the 1st century CE and who had attained the rank of hierogrammatus in his clerical hierarchy. Cheremen's description of his priesthood is important when we put it alongside Bernal's apotheosis of those priests which he adopted from Isocrates, BA 1, 104. Here the ideal was the philosopher/priest who was the contemplative man who used his superior knowledge for the good of the state, BA 1, 104. The first thing that we can say about Cheremen's priests is that they were definitely not Plato's philosopher kings, however much Bernal would like to argue otherwise. Whatever their philosophical pretensions, the temple priests were the prisoners of a punctilious ritualism that required daily performance and perfection. Each motion is carried out with due ceremony. Several times during the day and the night, there were obligatory prayers and hymns of belief and adoration. It is difficult to understand how the temple priests could be such purported intellectual giants, when most of their cult duties were so prosaic and mind-numbing. None of them were St. Thomas at the University of Paris teaching philosophy. In addition, Cheremen claimed that the priests somehow found the time to observe the heavens, to study arithmetic and geometry, for they carried out their arduous researches for the love of letters, while they were constantly searching for and discovering something new. In short, their whole lives were devoted to scholarly investigation. Cheremen's characterization of the duties and activities of the priests needs to be unpacked. 1. Observing the heavens in no way necessarily constitutes organized astronomy, and as we cited Neugebauer above, among the enormous mass of Egyptian inscriptions and papyri from all periods of Egyptian independent history there has not been found a single record of astronomical observations. 2. Studying arithmetic and geometry is commendable, but those subjects mean nothing more than that some of the priests' scribes were engaged in keeping the accounts of the supplies, workers, and vast lands attached to each temple and to record-keeping involved in land surveys after each annual inundation of the Nile. 3. For Cheremen to argue that the pharaonic priests were constantly searching for and discovering something new violated every known historical and sociological datum concerning ancient Egypt. Actual implementation of something new would have destabilized Nilotic society. Long-existing methods of producing and distributing goods, services, rewards and status worked at least to the satisfaction of the small ruling elite and only its opinion counted in Egypt. Innovation and change would only have endangered the entrenched position of the royal oligarchy. 4. Cheremen's last quoted statement undermined his and Bernal's allegations regarding both the innovative and progressive function of the temple priests. Writing of the reluctance and antipathy of the priests to engage in either geographical or cultural change, Cheremen declared that they had indeed good reason to adhere to the ancestral traditions, for if they were found to have trespassed even in a minor matter, they were driven out, italics added. That statement encapsulates all of the social and institutional reasons why the priests were not really working on something new in science and philosophy. Invention would have absolutely violated the ancestral traditions, and any defiance of that cardinal injunction would have cost the violators their privileged social position and perhaps much more. Even Bernal had to admit that the temples had accumulated huge wealth and that even the priesthoods had exploited the poor, BA 1, 124. The point here is that at least for the great official cults, their divinities were so far removed from the lives of most Egyptians, that it is hard to see how or why their priests needed to expend any intellectual energy on the ceremonial or functional meaning of their sect. Daily ministrations to the god image required endurance, but not intellect. The average person expressed his/her religious devotion by home worship, private prayers, and votive offerings in the outer public precincts of the temples, letters left there for the respective god to read, recourse to lay oracles, and participation in the public festivals of the various gods. The last named consisted of singing, dancing, excessive drinking and tumultuous behavior, topped off by a bit of ritual incense. There was little or no need for any priestly involvement in any of those informal activities, and even with the festivals, what the priests did was purely routine. As to the not-so-average members of society, John Baines concluded that, whatever aspirations most people may have had, only the elite could realistically hope for direct access to the gods. Degree, we catch the flavor of this formality and officialism in Cheremen's description of the priests during such divine processions. All in all, such recurrent functions would have required no more theological acumen than that possessed by some 12-year-old Roman Catholic altar boys. From what we know of the duties and formalism of the priesthoods, it is difficult to imagine how such institutions could be the nurseries for all of that creative intellectualism claimed by Martin Bernal and George James. The Egyptian mystery system, the Afrocentrists have uniformly proclaimed that George G. M. James is one of their principal patron saints. His book, Stolen Legacy, Greek Philosophy is Stolen Egyptian Philosophy, hereafter SL was cited with adulation many times by Van Sertima and his fellow ideologues. Degree Bernal was equally supportive, BA 1, 38, 401, 435. For all of the Afrocentist flattery of James and his book, it is, indeed, strange that to our knowledge, no current Afrocentrists have made any effort to study Greek philosophy and history in order to determine just how accurate or inaccurate were James's claims regarding alleged Greek plagiarism. As a consequence, page-for-page Stolen Legacy is probably the most radical book in their library. For someone so lionized by the Afrocentrists, James made some very interesting professions and disclosures regarding the much-vaunted Egyptian mystery system hereafter EMS, which he and the other Afrocentrists claimed was the source of all wisdom, religion, philosophy, and science, SL, 12. The EMS was not only pristine knowledge, it was also propagated by a secret order of priests pledged to absolute secrecy in all things. In keeping with the demands for secrecy, the writing and publication of teachings were strictly forbidden, and consequently, initiates who had developed satisfactorily in their training, and had been advanced to the rank of master or teacher, refrained from publishing the teachings of the mysteries or philosophy. SL 13. James was equally emphatic that none of the secret philosophy could ever have been revealed by the priest philosophers, but rather by their close friends who knew their views, as in the case of Pythagoras and Socrates, or from interested persons who made a record of those philosophical teachings that had become popular opinion and tradition. SL 13, italics added. Moreover, James argued that there was no Greek philosophy, for there is no such philosophy in existence. SC 1, and then to inject a large dose of black racism, he added that the Greeks did not possess the native ability essential to the development of philosophy. SC 164. Imagine the kind of smear campaign that would be leveled against any white scholar who would dare to suggest that blacks did not possess such native intellectual ability. Alright, let's examine the implications of James's mishmash of assertions. 1. By way of introduction, a tie-in with Bernal would be very useful, since the latter indirectly endorsed several of the points made by James as they related to the lost papyri argument. Bernal, there is the second argument, the strong likelihood that more sophisticated work was recorded on others' papyri that have not been preserved. Lauer raised the point that all reports indicate that the Egyptian priests were secretive about their writings, therefore there would have been few copies and the chances of their survival would have been slim. Isis 604, italics added. If the Egyptian priests were so secretive about their cultic wisdom as we think that the bureaucratic logic of their status position would have dictated, then we fail to see how every visiting Greek who alleged scholarly pretension supposedly got a complete introduction to and immersion in their mystery system. One has to wonder about either the gullibility or naivete of the priests. 2. If James was correct, there are no lost papyri because the secret knowledge was never written down by the priests. Similarly, the notion of all of those books in the temple libraries is drained of most of its cogency. Garth Fountain gave both the listing of temple books cited by Clement of Alexandria and that inscribed on the inner walls of the temple of Horus at Edfu. Registered. It is very difficult to see how books on hymns, astrology, temple construction, provisions and utensils, sacrifices, processions, feasts, evil eye, priestly training and the magical control of the stars could represent the arcane wisdom of the ages. 3. If so little of the Egyptian wisdom was written down or survived, how then can there be any real connection with the Corpus Hermeticum? The content of the latter bears virtually no resemblance to the prosaic material cited by Fountain. 4. If Lamblicious is to be believed, the books of Hermes/Thoth numbered 20,000 according to Seleucus and 36,525 according to Manetho. If the Hermes/Thoth literature contains such incredible numbers of volumes, then many of them would have survived to modern times. Supposedly, each of the numerous temples had a library, and each of those libraries contained a core stock of the great wisdom books. Were such genuinely the case, then a large number of those mystery system books should have come down to us. 5. James claimed that Thales, Anaximander, Anaximenes, Pythagoras, Xenophanes, Parmenides, Zeno, Melissus, Heraclitus, Democritus, etc., simply plagiarized all of their philosophical ideas from the Egyptian priests. SL 55-81. It is unusual that said Greek philosophers could have been so successful in their intellectual thievery, inasmuch as James also affirmed that during the time period represented by the thinkers listed above, the Greeks were unacquainted with the Egyptian language. SL 148. How then did they all understand so well what the priests were either saying or writing? 6. We quoted James above that the secrets of the priests, as one alternative, had been published by interested persons who had made a record of those teachings that had become popular opinion and tradition. With all of the precautions of secrecy taken by the priests, how could any parts of the EMS have become part of popular opinion, particularly when that popular opinion would have had to be that of Egyptian society, and the entire machinery of pharaonic government had a vested interest in supporting and maintaining the secrecy of the corpus of knowledge? In addition, if so much of the secret wisdom had somehow become part of popular opinion, then how can it all be called secret in any meaningful sense of the term? All in all, James's pretensions and polemics raise some very crucial questions about what may or may not have been created by the Egyptian priests. He considered anyone who disagreed with his conclusions to be either confused, benighted, or in the Western white ideological camp. The other possibility is that James's sloppy research combined with his muddled thinking meant that he didn't have the foggiest idea as to what he was talking about. We incline to the latter explanation of his Afrocentrist ideology, and a further ventilation of that topic will begin in the next chapter. Otto Neugebauer had the final authoritative word on all of that alleged missing secret Egyptian wisdom. It is commonly adopted procedure to postulate secret knowledge when the available material is too elementary or too trivial to suit the taste of the modern historian. But we know well how secrets were kept from the time of the pyramid texts in the Old Kingdom to the Jewish Kabbalah. In the High Middle Ages, all these secrets were eagerly written down and have survived in countless copies and in an enormous variety of forms. Nothing is less secret than secret literature. It would be absurd to think that secrecy was effective alone for the exact sciences. Not a line has ever been committed to writing, and the non-secret sources never contain a hint that implies underlying secret knowledge. Obviously, the assumption of secret scientific knowledge has no basis whatever. Registered. 11. The myth of the stolen legacy. George G. M. James and his allegations of the stolen legacy of Egyptian wisdom were introduced above. It would take an entire book to refute all of James's gross distortions, inflated claims, and groundless exaggerations regarding the Greeks and their relationship to the alleged omnibus wisdom of the Egyptians. A salutary start in that direction is the book, Not Out of Africa, written by Professor Mary Lefkowitz of Wellesley College, which contains 2 extended chapters specifically dealing with the allegations of stolen legacy. As an inveterate champion of free speech and the marketplace of ideas, we say to the reader, read George James and Mary Lefkowitz, followed by a conscientious examination of the writings of Plato, Aristotle, and the pre-Socratics, and any fair reading of the Greek philosophers will readily disclose that their core ideas did not come from any shadowy Egyptian mystery system or the simplistic cosmologies of the temple cults. Any attempt to analyze and evaluate the assertions made by James is hindered immediately by the slapdash methods that he employed to organize and write his book. For all of the Afrocentrist adulation of George James, very little biographical information on James's life is available from any source. Apparently, he taught Greek and mathematics at various predominantly black colleges in Arkansas, and he died just about the time that his book was being published in 1954. One of the most troublesome obstacles involved in any reading of his book is the fact that there are no endnotes of any kind in it. At the end of various sections in each chapter, he had simply listed some of his alleged sources, usually without any indication of publisher or year of publication. Usually, he had included page numbers, but habitually the subject matter of his text did not correlate in any way with the pages cited in his references. It is, therefore, especially difficult to check his purported sources to see if they did, in fact, agree with what James had said. As a result, the reader is left with the impression that some of James's more 238 extravagant claims about the Greeks are supported in some of the standard authorities he cites, and that stolen legacy is a bona fide work of scholarship. But in fact, no authorization for the notion of a stolen legacy can be found in books like Zeller's History of Greek Philosophy, 1881, or Turner's General History of Philosophy, 1903, or Sanford's textbook The Mediterranean World in Ancient Times, 1938. Readers who try to find the passages cited will often discover that references to both ancient and modern texts are incomplete or simply wrong. We share Professor Lefkowitz's sense of scholarly frustration because our numerous efforts to correlate alleged sources with claims in his book have proven to be equally futile. If James was a college teacher, he was badly in need of some training in research methodology. There is no information as to his academic degree or degrees or to their granting institutions. Presumably, he had no earned doctorate in either Greek or mathematics, because if he had had one, it would have been in the ideological interests of the Afrocentrists to have mentioned that fact. Their thunderous silence regarding James's academic attainments has to make one wonder what sort of earned degrees he did or did not have. As all of this pertains to his sloppy endnoting, did he never write any papers for his undergraduate or graduate courses, and if he did compose such papers, did his teachers allow such careless use of sources to pass uncorrected? It would seem so. Examination of James's claims for the Egyptians and his charges against the Greeks will be handled as a numerical series in order to organize both his material and our responses. 1. James had a penchant for employing such cosmic declamations as history informs us, history makes it clear, and history tells us, whereas in fact, history may not make anything clear, all of the while he neglected to give his readers any genuine historical evidence to support his allegations. Only Hegel could get away with such reifications of history, because the latter was God's self-evolution in time and space, while on/y Arnold Toynbee could gracefully enunciate such cosmic generalizations because he then gave his readers several hundred pages of substantiation. James just left his readers with numerous unsupported assertions. 2. As a crucial example of James's devotion to a logic and a refusal to let stubborn historical facts get in his way, let us recount a chronology of the foundation of the city of Alexandria in Egypt and of its famous museum and library. James had Alexander the Great invading Egypt in 333 BCE, SL 153, while our sources indicate 332 as the correct year. More importantly, James believed that not only was the city of Alexandria already in existence when Alexander arrived, he never told us its alleged Egyptian name, but the city already boasted the Great Royal Egyptian Library and Museum, SL 5, 14, 46, 48, 79, 137, 153, which Alexander promptly looted of all their religious, scientific, mathematical, and philosophical books, and the whole lot was then taken back to Greece by Alexander's friend and companion in arms, Anaxarchus, who then sold all or some of the Egyptian books to Democritus and Aristotle, SL 78-79. Or, to put it in James's own words, Alexander the Great, who by an act of Agarsic invaded Egypt in 333 BC, and ransacked and looted the royal library at Alexandria and together with his companions carried off a booty of scientific, philosophic, and religious books, SC 153. Actually, at that opportune moment real or alleged books did not interest Alexander in the least, as he hurried back east to settle accounts with Darius and thus to make himself master of the Persian Empire. All of the historians and Egyptologists we have consulted are unanimous in their professional conclusion that Alexander paused only long enough in Egypt to select the site of the future city and to appoint Dinocrates of Rhodes as the directing architect. Completion of the building program was left to Alexander's general and successor in Egypt, Ptolemy, who did not assume the kingship until 305 BCE. Ptolemy began the museum library and it was finished by his son, Ptolemy II, who added a daughter library near the temple of Serapis. It is, of course, logically possible that the entire world is wrong about the dates. and data surrounding the founding of Alexandria and the museum and library, but it is not likely. James cited Strabo 6 times as a trustworthy source, SL, 11, 41,51, 109, 125, 126, without, of course, ever indicating the volume, chapter, or section number so that his conclusions might be checked. Strabo is, however, quite clear that Alexander himself picked the location for his future city on the coast of Egypt and that the only Egyptian settlement previously there was a tiny rustic village called Rakitis, and he also confirmed that the museum/library was part of the royal palace buildings begun by Ptolemy I Degree. Furthermore, Baines and Malek record that the site for the future Alexandria was in the third nome of Lower Egypt and that at least from the New Kingdom onward, the nome capital had been at Qam el-Hisn, ancient name Emu, located about 50 miles southeast from what was to become the Ptolemaic capital of Egypt. There is absolutely nothing in the pharaonic records to suggest that there had ever been any kind of major city at or near Rakitis, and thus no possible royal Egyptian museum and library to be looted by Alexander or anyone else. This scholarly consensus regarding the dates and facts relating to the founding of Alexandria and the museum and library are confirmed by H. Riyad writing in Volume 2 of UNESCO's General History of Africa. According to his biographical information, Riyad is a specialist in the history and archaeology of Pharaonic and Greco-Roman Egypt. He substantiated the facts that Alexander the Great founded the city and that Ptolemy I built the museum and library. It is more important that such a validation could come from a specialist who is an Egyptian national and presumably an ethnic Egyptian. Speaking of the library at the museum, Riyad observed that cultural facilities such as these attracted the scholars of the Greek world. Many of them, in fact, came to Alexandria and made some of the most important discoveries of antiquity at the museum. 3. The whole argument of stolen legacy is based on countless errors, mistakes, and accidental and deliberate omissions. For example, on page 42 James had Alexander conquering Egypt, whereupon Alexandria was converted into a Greek city. As demonstrated above, there had been nothing there to convert into a Greek city. Then on page 46, he told his readers that apart from the Royal Egyptian Library at Alexandria, there was also another famous library nearby, the Royal Egyptian Library of Thebes, which James considered to be the greatest of Egyptian royal libraries. Italics added. The first confusion or error is that Thebes was not nearby Alexandria. According to our maps, the straight line distance between the two cities must be at least 410 miles and probably over 500 miles. Viaduct the Nile, American Samoa, the only ancient avenue of transportation. In his habitual confusion, James was undoubtedly mistaking the Ramesseum of Ramses II at Thebes for the Serapun Library, which was, of course, nearby the museum and its larger library collection. James's panegyric for the alleged great library in the Ramesseum seemed to be based on the statement of Diodorus Siculus, BK 149, which is not noted for its copious descriptive detail. Given the paucity of evidence for such a sacred library, it is difficult to see how James could have exalted that great as the Royal Library of Alexandria might have been. We see in the Theban Royal Library something far more magnificent and far more representative of the true greatness of our ancient Egypt. SC 47. Luciano Canfora has examined all of the available archaeological evidence regarding the premised sacred library dating back to a report made by two of Napoleon's engineers about their survey of Ramses' mausoleum. First of all, utilizing textual criticism, Canfora concluded that Diodorus, during his visit to Egypt, never actually saw the interior of the Ramesseum, and he simply copied pertinent excerpts from the writings of Hecataeus of Abdera. Numerous efforts have been made since the time of Napoleon's engineers to relate Diodorus's description of the alleged library in the Ramesseum with the studies made by Egyptologists of the actual remains of the mortuary temple. All sorts of imagined floor plans have been postulated. As of this writing, there seems to be a general consensus, supported by Canfora, that perhaps or probably no actual library room had existed in the temple. Ian Shaw and Paul Nicholson expressed their agreement in this fashion: the location, or indeed the very existence, of a library in the Ramesseum, c. 1250 BC, at Thebes has proved a more contentious question, with most modern Egyptologists failing to identify any room that equates with the sacred library mentioned by the Greek historian Diodorus. Thus far, the archaeological evidence does not support George James's claim that a great Egyptian library had once existed at Thebes. Only the Temple of Horus at Edfu definitely shows evidence of a genuine library facility, but it is of late Ptolemaic construction. Carl Wendell, and Canfora argued that the Edfu temple probably followed a pretty traditional floor plan common to many earlier temples. The Edfu structure's library facilities consisted of two niches in the south wall of the first hypostyle hall, and originally the niches had shelves for housing the 37 scroll titles listed on the temple wall. Wendell and Canfora raised a fundamental question whose answer could conclusively undermine the whole case made by James, Bernal, and the Afrocentrists for any kind of extensive corpus of Egyptian secret cultic writings. If the typical temple library consisted of no more than the 37 titles on the temple wall at Edfu or the 42 titles or books cited by Clement of Alexandria, of which 6 were Medical books, what becomes of those mythical 36,525 writings assigned by Manetho to the god Thoth? We have mentioned previously the rather intellectually unimpressive topics covered by the titles listed by Clement or at the Edfu temple: hymns, magic, astrology, priestly training, temple construction, temple rites, processions, and festivals would be precisely the subjects one could expect to find in any Egyptian cult library, especially since Egyptian religion centered so much on priestly ritual, temple formalism, and magical expiations. Bernal, James, and the Afrocentrists all act as if every Egyptian priest had been an Etienne Gilson or a Paul Tillich writing copious texts on complex theology. The brevity and simplicity of the Egyptian cosmologies that have come down to us suggest that the opposite was more likely the case. Several of the major cultic temples apparently included houses of life, whose major functions involved training novice priests in reading and copying religious texts and in the education of selected sons of the ruling class in the scribal arts, although such scribal schools were not a monopoly of the temple priests. Registered given the ritualism of temple worship, one would think that the titles listed by Clement and at Edfu would be quite enough reading material to instruct any candidate priests. Miriam Lichtheim, who was considered by Bernal to be a reliable source, JSS 598, described the pedagogy and curriculum of the scribal schools in this way, but the school system also gave rise to a specific genre of texts which reflected the educational process and the relation between teacher and pupil. These were works composed by teachers and pupils which in turn became models to be copied. Their contents revolved around three main themes: 1. The teacher's advice to the student, exhorting him to diligence and warning against dissipation. 2. The praise of the scribe's profession as one superior to all others. 3. The grateful replies of the student who lauds his teacher and wishes him wealth and happiness, italics added. Such instructional methods and texts would stifle the intellectual curiosity and creativity of any bright students who were subjected to it for several years. Surely such barren repetition was one of the causes of the ritual formalism and conservatism which so characterized pharaonic society. Moreover, such methods and texts would not produce either inspiring teachers or inspired students to generate all of that secret and superior wisdom that Bernal and James claimed was the creation of the priests. Bored and tired minds would be quite content to copy and recopy the tedious secret books of the temples. Probably most temples also had archival repositories. The products produced by the temple craftspersons had to be either sold or else divided among the staff according to rank. All of which would have required copious records, which, no doubt, the scribes would have been only too happy to write out and file. Such archives have their obvious interest for the historian, but we find it difficult to perceive exactly how the craft of archivist could really produce great literature, science, or philosophy. 4. There are two central themes in James's book: first, that the alleged Egyptian mystery system was the original source of all philosophy, and second, that the Greeks did nothing more creative than to steal and rename said philosophy, SL 3, 5-7. Within that context, it is curious that James could declare that all of the nations surrounding Egypt had learned the teachings of the Egyptian mysteries, many centuries before the death of Socrates in 399 BCE. SL 9-10. Such an admission by James, whose import he never seemed to understand, naturally raises some questions. If the content of the Egyptian mysteries was so widely known outside of Egypt, how could he keep writing in so many places that it was all some kind of deep secret? Generalized knowledge of the tenets of the mysteries would suggest that they were no longer mysteries to anyone. And such generalized knowledge broadcast many centuries prior to the death of Socrates would indicate that the Greeks in general and Aristotle in particular should be exonerated from any charges of intellectual theft. How can one steal what is said to be already known to most people? By way of postscript, Strabo, who was a favored source of George James, reported that when he visited the temple of the sacred crocodile at Crocodilopolis, the cultic priests of Sebek made a special point of allowing his party to see the sacred beast being fed, as the priestly guide said, to introduce them to the mysteries of the cult. Degree: if the temple priests were so eager to vend the secrets of the cult mystery to foreign tourists, then they were hardly either secret or sacred. Bernal would, of course, counter that based on the twofold philosophy, the priests were just showing Strabo and his friends the popular version and not the real cultic secrets. The latter was probably the fact that they had an albino crocodile. Strabo said priests and cult mysteries. Thus the burden of refutation is upon Bernal, and it is not logical for him to use the claim of a twofold philosophy as the proof of a twofold philosophy. 5. As part of his indictment of any Greek philosophical originality, James said that the life dates of pre-Socratic philosophers were unknown with any certainty by modern historians, so therefore they probably never existed, SL 16, 163, and thus they could never have originated the philosophical doctrines associated with their names, which, of course, he argued were somehow all the issue of the Egyptian mystery system, SL 163-64. James was ever the father of groundless exaggerations. For example, he claimed that the Egyptian priests were the only ones to initiate and have complete knowledge of religion, science, and philosophy, SL 12, 156, 163-64. Thus any creative thinking and writing in those areas by other peoples could only have been plagiarized from the Egyptians. SZ 10, 31. As another example of James's illogic, in two places he had stated that the pre-Socratic Greek philosophers probably never existed, while on pages 42-44 he informed his readers that they had all studied in Egypt with the priests. Did it fail to occur to James that non-existent persons might not thereby have ever studied in Egypt or anywhere? If the absence of much information about the lives of the Greek philosophers is so damaging to the reality and meaning of Greek philosophy, does not the same liability apply to Egyptian religion, science, and philosophy? We know nothing about the identities of Egyptian scribal authors. The Egyptian mystery system is the centerpiece of James's whole book, Yet he revealed virtually nothing about the real content of the mysteries. He simply used the circular argument that all of the teachings of the EMS were whatever ideas and doctrines were expounded in the writings of all of the Greek philosophers, particularly Democritus and Aristotle, SC 10, 11, 79, 136. James could tell nothing about the authors of the EMS or about its original content, all of which suggests very strongly that stolen legacy originated ex nihilo. Mary Lefkowitz came to the same conclusion when she affirmed, although the foundation on which his thesis rests is the notion of the Egyptian mystery system, James does not supply an account of its origins and development. Rather, he treats the notion of Egyptian mysteries, temples, and schools as if their existence were an established fact. 6. Also crucial to James's case was his allegation that all of Aristotle's books were actually of Egyptian origin and authorship, SL 136-37. James seemed to have been very confused or misinformed regarding the relationship of Aristotle to the city of Alexandria and its establishment, the purported prior existence of the Royal Egyptian Museum and Library in that city, the actual foundation of the Ptolemaic Museum and Library, the professed mountains of Egyptian language books confiscated by Alexander and his invading army, and that the original core of teachers recruited by the Ptolemaic kings to staff the museum/library, whom James alleged were all black Egyptians, SC 50. James's misjudgments regarding the chronology of Alexandria and the museum/library have already been examined, so let us pick up the story with James's account of the Egyptian books. Stage 1. Mention was already made above of one of James's interpretations, i.e., that Anaxarchus, philosopher and intimate companion of Alexander, accompanied the latter on his expedition into Egypt, whereupon, with the latter's approval, he looted the pre-existing Royal Egyptian Museum and Library in the equally pre-existing city of Alexandria, and upon his return to Greece, he sold all, many, or some of the stolen Egyptian books to Democritus and Aristotle, SC 7879. James never dealt with two relevant questions. First and more important, exactly how were Democritus and Aristotle supposed to have been able to read those books, since they would have been written in either hieroglyphics or hieratic? There is absolutely no evidence that Aristotle ever visited Egypt. Democritus was reputed to have visited Egypt, Ethiopia, and Babylonia, but Will Durant called those tales unconfirmed stories. And John Burnet, one of James's favorite sources, affirmed that Democritus is said to have visited Egypt, but there is some reason for believing that the fragment in which this is mentioned, Fr. 298b, is a forgery. Whatever few words of Egyptian that Democritus may or may not have understood, Anaxarchus's alleged consignment of Egyptian books would have been of no intellectual use or value to Aristotle. Second, we have searched our sources and we can find no corroboration that Anaxarchus ever had the time or opportunity to have left Alexander after 332 BCE. In order to have sold the books in Greece. In his biography of Anaxarchus, Diogenes Laertius made no mention of any such trips back to Athens, 958. James's second version of the story is even more far-fetched and farcical, i.e., that Aristotle was actually in Alexander's immediate entourage when the latter descended upon Egypt and was therefore among the Greeks who appropriated the Egyptian books from the pre-existing Alexandrian library, SC 17, 125, 130. Anaxarchus was not mentioned by James in this version. For his finale in Historical Confusion, James informed his readers on page 130 that while the intellectual world may believe that Aristotle spent 20 years, 367 to 347 BCE, as the pupil and disciple of Plato at his academy in Athens, he was actually engaged for most of those years as a student of the Egyptian priests, and that somehow, when Greeks saw him in Athens between 335 and 322 managing and lecturing at the Lyceum, his own philosophical school, Aristotle had really been with Alexander in Egypt stealing books. And what was James's proof for all of those allegations? It was that since historians cannot account for every day, month, and year in his life, Aristotle must thereby by deduction have been in Egypt. James raised the reverse argument from silence to an unprecedented height of absurdity. SC 130. James did the same sort of methodological number on Socrates. There are informational gaps in his early life up to the age of 40, so he must have been studying the EMS in Egypt, because he shunned riches, refused to commit his teachings to writing as was supposed by James to have been the custom of the Egyptian priests, and that he evidenced unselfishness, justice, and honesty. Therefore Socrates had to have been an advanced brother initiate of the EMS and thus a true master mason. SC 4, 13, 83, 89, 93 to 94, 170, for James believed that the Egyptian mystery system and its orders of masters and students was simply the ancient name and organization of the Freemasons, and that the first Grand Lodge had been located in Thebes, SL 4, 31 to 36, 164 to 65. Here again there is absolutely no evidence that Socrates ever left Athens, save for 2 short stints of military service in Greece. Finally, we do not think that Egyptian priests or Freemasons have any moral monopoly on unselfishness, justice, or honesty, especially since our reading of Egyptian religion suggests very strongly that the Egyptian priests were far more likely to be bureaucratic careerists than they were to be self-abnegating saints. James's proof for the alleged looting of the chimerical Egyptian libraries by Alexander and Aristotle is equally nebulous. He offered no direct or factual evidence for his charges. His argument was all supposition, when Cambyses and his Persian army invaded Egypt in 525 BCE and allegedly sacked Memphis, 4. James maintained that he not only carried off gold and silver, but also the books of the temple libraries, SC 45, although once again, James offered no factual evidence for the latter claim. In 84 BCE, when Sulla captured Athens, he carried back to Rome what manuscripts of Aristotle had not been already sold to the Ptolemaic kings for inclusion in their library in Alexandria. And finally, at the end of the Second World War, American scientists conferred with their Japanese counterparts to learn what the latter may have discovered, SL 49, probably in the areas of atomic bombs and germ warfare. It is instructive to note that in reference to American scientists in Japan, James did no more than declare that the former had conferred with the Japanese. There was no mention at all of our having stolen any Japanese books, so that proof is completely irrelevant to the case at hand. Victorious armies have, it is true, been known to sack the cities of their defeated foes, but with the possible exception of Sulla, conquering generals and their troops have not been famous as being bibliophiles. James needlessly inflated the value of any Egyptian sacred books for visiting conquerors, because he could not accept the possibility that anyone other than black Egyptians could write or own large numbers of books in science and philosophy, SC 78, 126 to 130. For any Greek to possess such a library had to mean that the books had been pinched from Egyptian libraries. Stage 2, James was of the view that not only did Aristotle accompany Alexander into Egypt, but that the former actually appropriated the already pre-existing museum and library in the already pre-existing Alexandria and that he converted those purported Egyptian institutions of learning into a Greek research center, SL 46 to 47, 137, 165. He thus had Aristotle creating a research center in Alexandria, with the whole of Aristotle's school and pupils being transferred from Athens to the new establishment, SC 46 to 47. Since stolen legacy made it quite clear that James was never bothered by inconvenient historical facts, he never explained how Aristotle could have been with Alexander in Egypt in 332 BCE, nor how the former could have established the museum/library as a research center when all indications are that he was managing the Lyceum in Athens between 335 and his self-exile and death in 322 BCE. With his school in Athens, it could not therefore have been in Alexandria as well. And Martin Bernal has the effrontery to claim that James's book made a plausible case for Greek science and philosophy having borrowed massively from Egypt, BA 1, 38. Bernal needed to reconsider the meaning of plausible case. The most important sticking point for James's assertions was the date of the founding of the museum/library. From 323 to about 301 BCE, Ptolemy I. Soter was engaged in consolidating his empire and in building Alexandria *degree and then with the eager cooperation of Demetrius of Phaleron, Ptolemy Soter embarked on the creation of the museum and its famous library sometime between 300 and 290 BCE, with 295 being the year favored by most scholars. If the museum and library were not begun until after 300 BCE, how could Aristotle, who died in 322, have had any connection with either its books or its formation? George James simply ignored any of the embarrassing historical questions, because his ideological agenda took precedence over any inconvenient facts. The whole objective of his discombobulated effort was to show that the true authors of Greek philosophy were not the Greeks, but the people of North Africa, commonly called the Egyptians, SC 7. It was a core belief for James that since the Greeks could not, by definition, have had any accoutrements of a civilization, they could not have brought any such knowledge with them to Egypt. One book which James considered to be highly favorable to his point of view was Outlines of the History of Greek Philosophy by Edward Zeller. If Zeller believed that the ancient Greeks had no intellectual creativity, he certainly concealed that view when he affirmed, Greek philosophy, in common with the other products of the Hellenic spirit, was an original creation and has been of fundamental importance in the whole development of Western civilization. Never did a people judge its own nature and the institutions, morals, and customs which it produced with greater impartiality than the Greeks. Never did a people regard the world about it and peer into the depths of the universe with clearer gaze than they. Greek philosophy has attained that supertemporal character which the other creations of the Greek world have won, and like them, in its best works is distinguished for perfect artistic form in presentation. Like the poems of Homer, the masterpieces of Attic tragedy and of Periclean art, this product of the Hellenic spirit stands before us in unfading freshness. Sources like Edward Zeller go a long way toward demolishing James's fictions. Stage 3, possibly the most extravagant assertion advanced in this regard by James was that the difficulty of language and interpretation regarding the Egyptian language books utilized by the Greek students in the Alexandrian Research Center required that all of the teachers in the museum/library had to be native Egyptian priests and therefore black Africans, SL 47, 49, 50, 100, and 54, 157. 58, as always, James's line of argument was confused. He told us repeatedly that Anaxarchus and/or Aristotle had copied all of the Egyptian language books from the pre-existing Egyptian museum/library in the pre-existing city of Alexandria and had shipped them back to Greece for use or sale. That would have meant that the research center library would have been completely devoid of books because only the Egyptians were capable of writing books on science, the arts, mathematics, philosophy, and religion. To fill the allegedly empty bookshelves in the research center, James claimed that the Greeks, presumably directed by Aristotle, stripped other temple libraries throughout Egypt, SL 46, although once again, he offered no factual evidence for his charge. It is curious that if the invading Greeks had such an intellectual passion for Egyptian books that the other temple libraries around the country had not also been confiscated during the first flush of their victory. James then informed his readers that Ptolemy I Soter ordered the Egyptian priest, Manetho, to write books in Greek spelling out the secrets of the mystery system, and Manetho's books were the primary textbooks in the museum/library school, SC 49-50. P.M. Fraser, in his encyclopedic research on Ptolemaic Alexandria, which, by the way, seemed to have totally escaped the attention of Bernal, Van Sertima, and the other Afrocentrists, canvassed all of the existing historical sources regarding Manetho's life, and he concluded that Manetho wrote his books during the reign of Ptolemy II Philadelphus, 285-246 BCE, and that he may well have lived into the early years of Ptolemy Hyuergetes, 246-221 BCE. Manetho's major work was a history of Egypt called the Egyptiaca, but only fragments of it have been preserved in the writing of Josephus and a few early Christian writers. James's story about Manetho and his books on Egyptian history and religious secrets and customs raised some interesting points. First, if the young Greeks coming to Alexandria to study in the research center needed ethnic Egyptians as teachers, that tells us that Aristotle and any other Greek scholars back in Athens were thus unable to read any Egyptian language books, so that portion of James's story goes down the drain. Second, there would have been no corps of native Egyptian priests ready to teach in Greek. Manetho was one of the first and one of the few Egyptians literally for generations who became truly bilingual. Third, if the research center had to await Manetho's few books on Egyptian history and religion in order to have textbooks, the fact that he published after 285 would suggest a major intellectual and operational gap in the history of the museum/library. We question very seriously that there was ever such a textbook interregnum, because the library scholars would have been using Greek language books written by Greeks about Greek science, philosophy, literature, and history. Fourth, taking James's account at face value, it would certainly seem that the Ptolemaic Greeks had absolutely no problem recruiting Egyptian priests to reveal all about the secret wisdom of priestly Egypt. Clearly, none of the Egyptian priests sought martyrdom as an ethical alternative to revelation of all their cultic secrets, which suggests that maybe those vaunted temple mysteries were never as important, esoteric, or sacred as Bernal and James would have us believe. Fifth, actually Bernal and James are at loggerheads on this point. Bernal spent most of Volume 1 of Black Athena trying to elicit whatever bits and scraps of the Egyptian mystery doctrines which he believed could be discerned in the Corpus Hermeticum. James, on the other hand, was convinced that not only were all of the secrets of the EMS incorporated in all of the philosophical books written by the Greeks, but with the Egyptian priests teaching in the museum/library, there should have been mountains of documentary records reporting the tenets of the Egyptian mystery system. It so happens that the evidence does not support either of their respective claims. Sixth, James believed that Manetho's books were the key texts for informing and influencing the Greeks about Egyptian religious wisdom. It was P.M. Fraser's studied opinion that Manetho probably made little or no impact on contemporary Alexandrian writers, who were not interested in Egyptian history or chronology, and that only a few minor, late Ptolemaic Greek writers showed even the remotest interest in Egyptian religious practices and institutions. Lastly, there is no evidence that there was any kind of real threat against Manetho in order to get him to reveal the treasured temple secrets. He seemed to have lived a long and prosperous life under the Ptolemies. Ptolemy I too wanted a great library, and so the latter may have ordered Manetho to compose a history of Egypt in Greek, but any such royal order was hardly a threat of kingly punishment. He was asked to produce a manuscript in Greek about Egypt's political past. He could have written a gross piece of outright fiction, because how could any of the resident Greeks have been able to check on his use of Egyptian sources? Manetho seems to have composed a tolerably accurate list of the Egyptian dynasties, which suggests that it was a voluntary enterprise. Moreover, the cordial treatment of the Jewish scholars sent over to Alexandria to translate their scriptures into Greek would indicate that Ptolemy I too were more interested in books than in banal temple secrets. The decisive question here relating to the museum and its libraries is George James's claim that from their inception under the Greeks, their teaching staff was made up entirely of Egyptian priests, because the Greeks did not, and could not, bring any culture and learning to Egypt, SL 47, since they did not have the natural ability to advance philosophy and science, SL 3. That all sounds like genetic-based racism to us. To compound the issue, James also maintained that, inasmuch as the Egyptians were all black Africans, therefore such must have been the racial composition of those Egyptian priests and teachers, SL 158-160. John Papademos and Beatrice Lumpkin, it should be remembered, also alleged that the Egyptians in general were all black Africans, as were the population of Alexandria and its museum/library scholars. If there is a volume 2, the racial provenance of the ancient Egyptians will be considered there. For now, focus will be upon the probable racial antecedents of the population of the city of Alexandria, with special attention to the ethnicity of the scholars involved with the museum and its libraries. For the sake of verbal parsimony, the single-term library will be used to embrace both the larger one connected with the museum and the smaller one associated with the Serapeum. Primary sources for this examination will be P.M. Fraser's Ptolemaic Alexandria in 3 volumes and Edward Alexander Parsons's The Alexandrian Library, Glory of the Hellenic World. Both Fraser and Parsons were quick to admit that they could not identify by name and race every Hellenistic scholar who may have utilized the resources of the library during the Ptolemaic period, either because such documentation was never made, or because much of what was recorded has been lost over time, or because Caucasoid Greeks at the library would deem it Senseless to keep a tally of white visitors. Such deficiencies, however, also worked to deny the Afrocentrists' confirmation that all of the people in Alexandria or at the library were genuinely black Africans. Furthermore, Fraser and Parsons, but especially the former, offered their respective readers prodigious corroboration for their historical and factual analyses. For example, Fraser has 1,116 pages of copious endnotes and discussion, while James and the other Afrocentrists found it difficult to offer even a single scholarly source for their claims in this area. Given such enormous documentation for the Hellenic character of Alexandria and its library, the burden of disproof clearly rests with the Afrocentrists. By way of openers, unexpected refutation of James's thesis had issued from the pen of one of the founders of Afrocentrism. John G. Jackson, in his book, Introduction to African Civilizations, first published in 1937, confirmed that Alexander the Great had picked the site for the future city which was to bear his name and that its construction was completed by Ptolemy Isoter. He and his immediate descendants, particularly Ptolemy II, finished the museum and library, which they stocked with the sacred books of the Ethiopians, Indians, Persians, Elamites, Babylonians, Assyrians, Romans, Phoenicians, Syrians, and Greeks, and that the Ptolemy kings had book buyers searching all over the then-known world for titles and that Ptolemy Urgetso obtained the works of Sophocles, Euripides, and Aeschylus. Asterisk 4. First of all, it should be noted that the royal book buyers and the royal librarians in Alexandria were interested in more than just the sacred books of the peoples listed by Jackson, else they would not have sought the works of Sophocles, Euripides, Aeschylus, etc. The sacred and secular writings of the Greeks would have enjoyed priority of royal and scholarly interest. Second, apparently there were books or records in the library relating to Chaldea, Babylonia, Media, Persian, Bactria and perhaps India, but they had been either translated into or were written in Greek. Third, it is highly unlikely that there were any Ethiopian books in the library because Ethiopic script came far too late to have been included *degree while both the hieroglyphic and demotic forms of the Meroitic language were probably untranslatable in ancient times by Greeks, Romans, or Egyptians. Lastly, Jackson mentioned Manetho and his writings, calling him a learned Egyptian priest and a reliable witness, registered, but nowhere did he make any of the far-fetched claims for Manetho's alleged knowledge of any Egyptian mystery system as those advanced by George James. Our own documentary case against the allegations made by James, Papade Mose, and Lumpkin regarding the racial character of the population of Alexandria and the personnel of the museum/library will rest on four major bodies of evidence. 1. The racial and class structures of the city of Alexandria, which would have had considerable bearing upon the probable ethnicity of the museum/library staff. 2. The ethnicity of the chief librarians for most of the Ptolemaic period, especially when James had claimed that the Greeks in the Alexandrian Research Center had to enlist black Egyptian priests and scholars as teachers from the center's inception. 3. The known racial or ethnic identity of those scholars who came to utilize the intellectual riches of the library in their research. 4. And finally, the ethnic or racial authorship of most of the books collected, catalogued, and used in the Alexandrian library. 1. The more generalized racial and class structures of Alexandria as offered by P.M. Fraser's copious analysis will form our primary source. Fraser divided the Ptolemaic history of the city into three subdivisions, period I, the 3rd century down to about 215 BCE, period II, about 215 to after 145 BCE, and period 3, after 145 to 31 BCE. Within that chronological framework, he then examined several sociological categories for each of the periods, whose membership, character, and power might change over time. Those socio-ethnic categories included the Greek Macedonian citizen body, Alexandrian Greeks not yet admitted to deemed citizenship, foreign Greek city ethnics, foreign-born Greeks serving in the royal army as possible preparation for admission to citizenship, déclassé Macedonian, and Hellenistic immigrants, foreign non-Greeks example Jews, Syrians, etc., some Greco-Egyptian mixed racials and slaves, of which some but far from all were black Africans. The available evidence indicates that as with other Greek cities such as Athens and Rhodes, Alexandria was organized according to tribes, demes, and phratries, with the last named being the smallest units. In the older, long-established Greek cities, these various groups and subgroups bore ancestral or cult names, but since Alexandria was a new creation, the tribes, for example, had names bestowed by the early Ptolemaic kings. Every full Greek citizen of Alexandria had both patronymic and demotic, deme, names for use in any official documents, and such demotic or deme names indicated Greek Alexandrian citizenship throughout Egypt, and persons without demotics may reasonably be regarded as not possessing Alexandrian citizenship. The surviving documents attest that the deme organization was established early on by Ptolemy Isoter, and, of course, such demesmen were Greeks and Macedonians, not ethnic Egyptian priests. The origins of or inspirations for such demotic names were Greek gods and goddesses, Old Greek myths, the cult titles of the Ptolemaic royal house, and remote or recent heroic figures in Greek and Macedonian history. Such were not the names of ethnic Egyptians or black Africans. The demesmen and their families were the creme de la creme of the Alexandrian power and social structures during all three of Fraser's historical periods, although their power and numbers but apparently not their Greek ethnicity tended to diminish after 145 BGEs. Below the Greek demesmen were the Greek Alexandrians of various statuses and privileges. These were Macedonians and ethnic Greeks not yet admitted to deme membership. Long-term military service was usually one of the major requirements for successful candidacy. For the first and second periods, ethnic Macedonians composed the royal guard, while ethnic Cretan soldiers staffed the city garrison. By the end of the second period, the royal guard and the city garrison gradually came to be recruited from all sorts of nationalities, but they were still essentially Europeanized troops. However, in the reign of Ptolemy V Epiphanes, 203 to 181, Egyptians also began to be enlisted in the army. It was by no means an all-Egyptian force, but equally so it was no longer an exclusively Greek unit. The next level down consisted of Greeks from all over the Hellenistic world, and civilian Macedonians who gradually evolved into a genuine bourgeoisie centered on the growing economic activities of the city. For this largely Greek bourgeoisie assumed even greater importance during the Roman period. Another category of Greeks were the foreign city ethnics, who retained their home citizenship however long they may have resided in Alexandria. They tended to overlap some of the other categories, because some of them were attracted by the commercial opportunities or they served by invitation of the king in his administration. These foreign Greek ethnics also served a much more illustrious role, i.e., they were the single most important element in the cultural and scholarly life of the city, particularly during periods 1 and 2. The Ptolemaic king sought out Greek scholars from across the Hellenistic world to enhance their museum and library, just as they combed the bookmarks of the Greek-speaking cities of the Mediterranean for copies of the masterpieces of Greek philosophy, science, poetry, literature, and history. Degree writing of the seminal roles played by Demetrius of Phaleron and Ptolemy Soter in the founding of the museum and library. Parsons affirmed of Demetrius that he suggested to Ptolemy Soter the establishment of the University of Egypt, where would be gathered the intellectual luminaries of Hellas, a museum, true temple of the muses, a meeting place where the scholars of the earth should foregather to fix the canons of letters and to extend the scientific horizons of man. Italics added. Point 4. Manetho's few books on Egypt came later under Ptolemy II and they were undoubtedly as welcomed in the library as were the other foreign writings of the Jews, Babylonians, Phoenicians, Persians, etc., but they were all junior to the library's central effort to assemble, sort, edit and preserve all the extant wisdom, knowledge, and information of Hellas. Asterisk. The last Greek segment to be mentioned might aptly be described by a term so favored by the Marxists, i.e., the /umpen proletariat of Alexandria. Its members were more or less the dregs of the Hellenistic world. They had no civic status or privileges and about their only claim of distinction was that they were not Egyptians. That might seem like a small prestige factor to a social class almost parallel with the native Egyptians, but apparently it was important to such marginalized Greeks, because, as Fraser noted, there was no evidence when he wrote of any perceptible intermarriage in the 3rd century between Greeks of this or any other social class and the Egyptians in Alexandria. Foreign ethnics of all descriptions comprised the next level. They might be few or many, but they included Syrians, Jews, Arabs, Babylonians, Assyrians, Medes, Persians, Carthaginians, Italians, Gauls, Iberians, and probably an occasional Indian. Of such polyglot peoples, the most distinguished in the city were the increasingly Hellenized Jews, who prospered more and more in the 2nd and 3rd periods and grew more numerous in the city. As a group, they did not enjoy civic benefits the equal of full Greek citizenship, but their community had a royal endowment of considerable autonomy to regulate its internal affairs. Other than the multifarious Hellenistic Greeks, the Alexandrian Jews seem to have been the next most productive ethnic or racial group in terms of their contribution to the cultural life of the city. The Jews, as a whole, were on a higher cultural level than the Egyptians, and, as the surviving works of Jewish Greek literature of the 3rd and 2nd centuries show, the Greek culture which they acquired was of a superior quality. Slaves were a numerous element at the bottom of the social ladder for the 1st and 2nd periods, comprised mainly of Syrian prisoners of war, while the number of slaves of all nationalities seemed to decline in the 3rd period. We have saved the ethnic Egyptians for last, because George James seemed to intimate that the Greeks had welcomed at least the educated Egyptians with open arms as savants to teach at the museum/library. Contrary to James, there was a yawning social and political gulf between the Greeks and the Egyptians, especially for the 1st and 2nd periods. Except for the affectations of the royal family, there was no genuine social interaction between the two races. Within Alexandria, the Egyptians lacked all constitutional status. The Greeks were the conquerors and it would be less than natural not to expect them to enjoy and exploit that happy status. As to the Egyptians, allusion has been made in several places above to their nascent nationalism and exclusiveness as defenses against their new masters. The absolute exclusion of the Egyptians began to erode in the latter's favor after the Battle of Raphia in June 217 BCE, when Ptolemy Philopator was obliged to include Egyptian soldiers as an important manpower element in his victory over the Seleucid king. Antiochus. Two factors here are essential to the question of the action or inaction between the two races. First, there were the various legal and customary barriers raised by the Alexandrian Greeks to intermarriage with any kind of Egyptians particularly effective during the 1st and 2nd periods. It was a common legal practice in most Greek colonies that marriage between Greeks and native women could never produce any children eligible for complete Greek citizenship, and that restriction also applied to Alexandria. Moreover, strict regulations for full citizenship which were based on hereditary rights, are not likely to have been relaxed in the 3rd century, if.at all during the Ptolemaic period, while the evidence which we have for supplementation of the city body in the 3rd and early 2nd centuries does not suggest in a single instance that those chosen were other than true Greek or Macedonian. We may thus be fairly certain that if mixed marriages did occur between Alexandrian citizens, of whatever social class, and Egyptians, the products of them remained outside the citizen body. We may consequently Assume that no Egyptians or half-Egyptians entered the full citizen body until the traditions of Greek society and the qualifications for citizenship in Alexandria based on those traditions were altered. Italics added. 8. It was Fraser's studied conclusion, based on the documentary evidence, that the same sort of legal and customary inhibitions operated upon middle and upper class Greek residents who had maintained their foreign home city citizenship. Even in the Roman period, the marriage of a Roman citizen to an Egyptian still entailed significant legal disabilities. For the period 200 to 150 BCE, polite society in Greek Alexandria sustained a hearty disapproval of such inter-ethnic marriages and that such principles of endogamous citizenship for the citizen body continued unchanged throughout the Ptolemaic period. Italics added, whatever some of the rootless soldiers might have been doing in the Phaeum garrison towns degree. This brings us to the second sociological factor operating to affect the evolution of Alexandrian society, i.e., the intermarriage of the Greek underclass with Egyptians of like social provenance, which signalized a gradual Egyptianization of the city and the country, epitomized by the mindless violence of the city mob. By the reign of Ptolemy VI Philometor, 181 to 145 BCE, the combination of Egyptian nationalism, Egyptianization, and the city mob had begun to so diminish personal security in Alexandria that it was less and less attractive to foreign scholars, many of whom were gradually attracted to the scholarly facilities of Pergamon registered. And to what does all of this sum in relation to George James's claim regarding Egyptian priests teaching in the Ray Library? The kinds of racial restrictions established and sustained by the Greeks vis-a-vis the Egyptians in Alexandria and elsewhere during the first and second periods were not necessarily invulnerable barriers to the employment of ethnic Egyptian priests qua scholars in the library. But such extensive regulations do indicate the attitudes, values, and practices of Greek society in Egypt and its capital, to which the government gave its ready support. Many Greek scholars before Aristotle may have admired the power, culture such as they knew of it and the antiquity of pharaonic Egypt, but with Alexander, the Greeks were now masters of Egypt and such dominion may well have cooled their ardor and lessened their admiration for what was now so close at hand. All of the racial barriers erected by the Alexandrian Greeks suggest very strongly that at least for several generations after 332 BCE, the ruling Greeks were little inclined to be lectured on any subject by a bunch of officious and benighted zoologers chattering away in a language they could little understand, especially when all of the cultured world knew that Greek was the refined lingua franca of philosophy, science, and literature. 2. The second body of evidence for the ethnicity or race of the museum/library faculty is to be found in a recitation of the names of the Ptolemaic head librarians and their respective toponyms. The position of librarian or director of the museum/library complex was more than just an administrative post, since the first 8 persons who have been identified as enjoying that royal appointment were also eminent scholars in their own right, and they advised and supervised the acquisition of desirable books which, by the way, were overwhelming Greek and not Egyptian authored works. There is some scholarly disagreement regarding the ordering of this initial listing of head librarians, primarily with regard to Callimachus of Cyrene and Apollonius of Rhodes/Alexandria. Trademark. It is not necessary for our purposes to get involved in that recondite debate, so we will simply adopt the arrangement endorsed by Parsons. Demetrius of Phaleron. 97 to 282 Zenodotus of Ephesus. 282 c. 260 Callimachus of Cyrene, Cent. 260 to 24 Aol Athena Edilysiri 240 c. 230 Eratosthens of Cyrene, Vessels. 230 to 1 Eae Re. AP 195 to 180 Apollonius the Ideograph. 180 to 160 Aristarchus of Samothrace. C. 160,131 Zender of Cyprus. After 89 H. Saman 8 of the appointees are also identified by toponyms. Place of birth is not an infallible indicator of race or ethnicity, but especially in ancient times when few persons traveled very far, it does suggest probable racial lineage. During and before the Hellenistic era, persons born in Phaleron, Ephesus, Rhodes, Byzantium, Samothrace, and Cyprus were in all likelihood Caucasoids Europids, so it is highly doubtful that any of them would thereby qualify as ethnic Egyptians of any color, Egyptian priests, or black Africans. And given their Greek geographical credentials combined with their employment by a transplanted Macedonian Greek royal family, their scholarly interests would have been oriented toward Greek writers and Greek books. Apollonius of Rhodes was involved in a vituperative intellectual dispute with Callimachus, and depending upon the historian, the former either served as librarian after the death of Callimachus registered or that he withdrew to Rhodes following his resignation from the librarianship. Either way, Apollonius was intellectually active in Alexandria sometime between 260 and 230. All of the racial restrictions discussed above would argue conclusively that he and his family were ethnic Greeks. Moreover, the crux of the argument between Callimachus and Apollonius at whatever date seems to have been over whether or not Homer and the Greek epic poets could or could not be emulated as the apotheosis of moral excellence and verbal artistry. Apollonius asserted that Homer and the epic poets remain viable beau ideals, while Callimachus held that they had been the literary giants of their age but that it was impossible to imitate them. The point here for both Apollonius and Callimachus is that no 2 Egyptian priests would have cared a fig for such a foreign, esoteric, purely Greek literary controversy. After all, if they had been Egyptian priests, they would have had all of the wisdom of the EMS to keep them warm. Based on toponyms, both Callimachus and Eratosthens were born in Cyrene on the north coast of Cyrenaica/Libya/Africa. As we said earlier, the Afrocentrists have the quaint but quite erroneous belief that everyone in antiquity who was born anywhere on the continent of Africa must therefore have been Negroid by race and black by skin color. Regarding Eratosthenes, George James declared that Ptolemy II ordered Eratosthenes, the Cyrenian, i.e., a black man and native of Cyrene, and librarian of the Alexandrian Library, to write a chronology of the Theban kings, and that Eratosthenes did so with the aid of the Egyptian hierophants at Thebes, SC 50. It is interesting that James made no mention of Callimachus of Cyrene, thereby missing an opportunity to categorize him as being a black African. The crucial question here relates to the ethnic origins of the Cyrenians. In brief, Herodotus reported that the founders of Cyrene were Dorian Greeks from the island of Pharos circa 630 BCE, who were linked by tradition and language to Sparta. Apparently, there was a great rush among the Greeks generally to join the colony, because the Cyrenians offered land to any new settlers and the new immigrants came from Thera and its neighboring islands, the Peloponnese and Crete, and the Greek islands of the Aegean. Such places were not the nurseries or habitations of black Egyptians or black Africans. The classes that counted in Cyrene invoked the same sort of restrictions on marriage between Greeks and Libyan women as were practiced in Alexandria. Fraser pointed out that such ethnic or racial sequestration continued through the Ptolemaic and well into the Roman period. The substantial prosopography of the 4th and 3rd centuries BC, provided by funerary inscriptions and numerous lists of magistrates, military officials, priests, and similar persons, is strongly tinged with Dorian forms, and native names, though not unexampled, are rare, and that Callimachus was part of this long-established racial elite, claiming direct descent from Attus, founder of the city. Such evidence as we have suggests that Eratosthenes sprang from the same ethnic and class background in ancient Cyrene. Thus a person's birth in Cyrene need not imply that he or she was therefore a black African. Lastly, the bulk of modern scholarship disagrees with James's contention that Eratosthenes with or without the help of Egyptian hierophants had compiled a listing of the kings of Egypt. 7. Why would Ptolemy II have asked Eratosthenes to compile such a list when Manetho was so eager for such an assignment? A second proof that the librarians were neither black Egyptians nor black Africans is to be found in the subject matter of their writings. In one degree or other, the head librarians were cultured scholars in their own right and they composed Greek comedies and dramas, Greek poetry, Greek histories, plus new editions of and commentaries on the classics of Greek literature, especially Homer. Degree. For the sake of brevity, mention will be made only of the scholarly interests and writings of Callimachus and Eratosthenes, since James and the Afrocentrists would like to have us believe that they were somehow black Africans. Callimachus was famous for the composition of hymns and his were addressed to the old Hellenic deities, i.e., Zeus, Apollo, Artemis, Delos, Athena of Argos, and Demeter. And of his two most celebrated poems, the Jambai and the Isha, the latter displayed a profound and loving knowledge of the cults and practices of the old Greek world, which he perhaps felt were passing away and needed recording. For Eratosthenes was a true polymath. His philosophy was a mixture of Platonism and Stoicism, his poetry was well known, his Greek literary and philosophical studies were epoch-making. His chronographia or history was focused on the history of Greece from the Trojan War to the 2nd century BC. Degree. It was not a study of Egypt or Africa. Equally so, Aristophanes' Geographicus centered on the Greek world from Greece proper eastward to cover the areas of Alexander's conquests and India. His knowledge was weakest west and north of Italy. The intellectual interests of Callimachus and Eratosthenes were plainly not those likely to be entertained by ethnic Egyptian priests or black Africans. The pair were clearly Greeks interested in the Greek intellectual world. George James was obviously wrong about Eratosthenes being a black African. 3. The third body of evidence relates to the information we have regarding the scholars who came to Ptolemaic Alexandria to use the scholarly resources available in the library. Of course, no one has a complete roster of such intellectual visitors to the museum/library and their toponyms, but quite a number have survived and we will list them below. No effort has been made to put them into either chronological order or area of scholarly specialization. Demetrius of Adramyttium, Theocritus of Syracuse, Demetrius of Phailron, Philetus of Kos, Stratian of Lampsacus, Aristophanes of Byzantium, Alexander of Aetolia, Archimedes of Syracuse, Sosibus of Sparta, Zoilus of Amphipolis, Agatharchides of Cnidus, Heraclides of Calatis, Nemon of Side, Asclepiades of Samos, heading. Luz of Samos, Posidippus of Pella, Lycophron of Chalcis, Phylacus of Corcyra, Rinthan of Syracuse, Sopater of Paphos, Timon of Phlius, Sotades of Merones, Muchon of Corinth, Rhianus of Crete, Sphaerus of Bosporus, Apollonius of Perge, Aratus of Soli, Praxagoras of Kos, Herophilus of Chalcedon, Chrysippus of Cnidus, Erasistratus of Ceos, Heraclides of Erythrae, Aristarchus of Samos, Eudacus of Cyzicus, Callippus of Cyzicus, Hermippus of Smyrna, Aristarchus of Samothrace, Apollodorus of Athens, Apollonius of Citium, Philon of Byzantium, Philon of Byblus, Philon of Larissa, Galen of Pergamum, Dionysius of Thrace, Hesychus of Miletus, Onsander of Cyprus, Crates of Malos, Heraclides of Tarentum, Xenocritus of Kos, Bacchius of Tanagra, Lycophron of Chalcis, Apollonius of Rhodes, Conon of Samos, Leonidas of Tarentum, Antiochus of Ascalon and Diodorus of Sicily. The place names cited above are clearly not localities noted for producing either ethnic Egyptians or black Africans. The toponyms denote that the scholars named were in all probability white persons. James and the Afrocentrists would argue that either they were all somehow black Africans or else that they came to study under the black priest professors at the museum/library. Yet the only proof they give us for their claim is nothing more than bald assertion. There was, of course, Manetho and his Aegyptiaca, written in Greek. It is feasible to assume that Manetho probably utilized the resources of the library, but there is no indication that he ever lectured there. However, even if he did, he would have been merely one Egyptian amidst hundreds of Greek teachers and scholars. It is instructive that for all of his bilingualism, there is no record of Manetho ever writing in Greek or Egyptian about Greek religion, Greek philosophy, Greek history, Greek politics, Greek literature, Greek science, or Greek mathematics, with the possible exception of some criticism of Herodotus's reports on Egypt. Manetho was rare exception and not the common rule. James claimed that the museum teachers were all black Egyptian priests, but he never quoted any of their names, except for Manetho. If there had been any Egyptian professors at the museum/library, surely the names of at least some of them would have survived, but none did, all of which confirms that either they never existed or else they were never employed on the museum/library teaching staff. Moreover, if Egyptians were such a prominent part of the teaching staff, one would think that all of those eager young Greek students would have written extensively on all facets of Egyptian life, but such never happened. Egypt was of interest only to a few marginal Greek scholars of the late period. Registered and by definition, few of the Egyptian priests would have been fluent in Greek and fewer still would have had even a glimmer of reliable information about anything Greek or Greece. For the fourth body of evidence concerns the authors and books which were the central interest of the library staff. By their massive efforts over time, the scholars in the library collected, organized, and edited, and evaluated the works of the great Greek poets, dramatists, orators, historians, scientists, mathematicians, and philosophers, beginning with Homer and Hesiod. They established the methods of textual and literary criticism in almost all its forms. They wrote biographies of great writers and scientists, they gathered and saved the fragmentary data which are now all that we know concerning these men. Saddened by the degeneration of Attic Greek into the Orientalized Pidgin Greek of their time, Hellenistic scholars compiled dictionaries and grammars, and the Library of Alexandria, in the manner of the French Academy, issued edicts on the correct usage of the ancient tongue. We can see no logical, historical, literary, or political reason why black or white Egyptian priests would have had a scintilla of interest in preserving either the Greek classics or the usages of Attic Greek. It all sums to the conclusion that George James never did his homework on this or most of his other claims. He was a greatly misinformed racial propagandist, but as the world learned to its dismay from the meteoric and catastrophic career of Adolf Hitler, a lack of education and information is no invincible barrier to the commission of terrible mischief. 12. Socrates and the Stolen Legacy. According to George James, the principal Greek expositors of the wisdom of the Egyptian mystery system, EMS, were Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle. We will begin with Socrates. Socrates left no writings of his own to inform posterity regarding the nature of the man and his thought. Our two sources of information regarding Socrates are Xenophon's Conversations of Socrates, also translated as the Memorabilia, 1899, and Plato's Dialogues. Aristotle claimed that Xenophon's reports of Socrates' conversations are nothing more than forms of fiction, imaginary conversations in which Socrates becomes, more often than not, a mouthpiece for Xenophon's ideas, but the same sort of problem inheres in the Socrates of the Platonic dialogues. In virtually all of his dialogues, Plato employed Socrates as the verbal centerpiece of the philosophical discussion. The problem for the modern student is the difficulty in discerning how much of Socrates' affirmations truly reflect his views and how much and where in the dialogues Plato began to take philosophical command. Classical scholars have puzzled over the dialogues for generations in an attempt to organize them within the framework of Plato's productive life, but while there is no complete agreement, the so-called Socratic dialogues represent his early life and generally include the following: Apology, Crito, Euthyphron, Laches, Ion, Protagoras, Charmides, and Lysis. Degree. What distinguishes these dialogues from Plato's later works are the twin facts that in the Socratic dialogues, there is actually some genuine dialectical debate among the participants and Socrates has yet to become omniscient. By the time of the Republic, the discussion has become a monologue for Socrates/Plato, merely punctuated by cheers of approval for his argument. First, James's indictment of Socrates alleged that nous or mind is the intelligent cause of creation, which somehow James believed had come from the 262. EMS by way of Democritus's alleged view that mind fills the universe and that the former is composed of fire atoms, SC 79, 90, 141. Second, he charged Socrates with the espousal of an incomplete doctrine of the summum bonum or supreme good where the latter was seen as a combination of virtue, happiness, well-being, and knowledge. The complete version was supposedly grounded in the EMS, which, according to James, centered on the religious onjo rite attaining purification of body and mind, in order to achieve a godlike status in this life and salvation of the thus purified soul, so that it could escape reincarnation and thereby achieve unity with God, SL 87, 91. Third, James quoted the indictment against Socrates reported in Plato's Apology, 18, 19, 24, that he is an evildoer, who busies himself with investigating things beneath the earth and in the sky, and who makes the worse appear the better reason, and who teaches others these same things, SL 29, italics added. From that statement, James made a leap of credulity that Socrates had offended the Athenian government by the study of geology and astronomy, and that his investigation of those sciences confirmed that Socrates was, without question, an advanced member of the Egyptian priesthood, SL 92-94, because the candidate priests had to study the sciences as part of their process of spiritual liberation, SC 29-30. Fourth, James claimed that the injunction know thyself had for centuries been wrongly ascribed to Socrates, when, in fact, declared James, it had been inscribed on the exterior of the Egyptian temples, SZ 92, 156, 169. Fifth, it was James's contention that virtually the whole roster of Greek philosophers from Thales to Aristotle in some unspecified fashion had been assigned portions of the Memphite theology which centered upon metaphysical opposites. Each Greek philosopher received only one pair of opposites, example being, and not being, whereas such metaphysical characteristics were really all encompassed and represented by the divine pairs contained in the Ennead of the god Adam, SL 141-44. Sixth, James reiterated a jumble of claims that Socrates and other candidate priests in the EMS had sought godlike bliss in this life, plus the possibility of the transmigration of the soul and the immortality of the latter, all such beliefs issuing, of course, originally from Egyptian sources. Lastly, the allegation that Socrates and Plato and Aristotle had trained in the EMS and that as a consequence Socrates was a master mason, SL 89, 9394. By way of evaluation of James's views on Socrates and the EMS, let us begin with his alleged notion of mind and fire atoms. Where did James obtain the idea? That Democritus and or Socrates believed that mind was the intelligent cause of everything and that such omnipresent mind was composed of fire atoms. For either philosopher, mind was not a central concern of his philosophy, i.e. similarly, Socrates had no interest in atoms or atomism fiery or otherwise * mind was more important to Plato, but only as a synonym for or as a subdivision of the soul, Philebus, 29-31. There is no evidence that Democritus or any of the other atomists ever defined the basic unit of the universe as in any way consisting of fire. Epicurus's definition of atoms illustrated the general classical atomist view. Moreover, we must suppose that the atoms do not possess any of the qualities belonging to perceptible things, except shape, weight, and size, and all that necessarily goes with shape. Such postulated atoms are infinite in number, indivisible, and unalterable, and there is no mention of any relation to or inclusion of fire. As their quintessential element, such was also the fundamental view of Leucippus and Democritus, the founding fathers of atomism. Even Edward Zeller, who was one of James's favorite sources, affirmed of these atoms, that all qualities of things rest on the shape, size, position, and arrangement of their atoms. John Burnet, also favored by James, noted that for classical atomism, the four elements of fire, air, earth, and water were composed of atoms, but that the atoms were not comprised of or a compound of the four elements registered. The upshot of all of this is that fire was neither the cause of nor the compound of such atoms. Classical atomism, with its mechanistic materialism, was the absolute antithesis of everything in Egyptian religion and cosmology. James confounded two unrelated ideas as proof for his claim regarding fire atoms. First, that the Egyptians were fire worshippers, and somehow James even managed to associate Isis and Osiris with fire worship, SL 68-69. In point of fact, Isis was actually identified with agriculture, medicine, and the institution of marriage, while Osiris was originally a fertility god, who was gradually transformed into the supreme god of the dead. Second, James argued that the Egyptian god, Adam, was the sun god and fire god, SZ 141, 168-69, and that the Greek atomists borrowed both the name, Adam equals Adam, and the concept of atoms from the all-inclusiveness and emptiness of the Egyptian sun/fire god, SL 142, 146-48. Regarding James's equation of Adam and Adam, Mary Lefkowitz declared that some of his assertions are simply fanciful, such as the idea that the Egyptian sun god Adam is connected with the Greek concept of the atom. The word atom is Greek from a, not, and temnein, ker, dot. Degree. If Greek atomists knew what they were doing, it is strange that they would appropriate the name and concept of atom to define what for them were the preeminent microcosmic units of reality. If they didn't know or understand what they were doing, then the allegation that they plagiarized their paramount ideas from the Egyptians is totally meaningless. Since James believed that they did know what they were doing, for the atomists to apply the description and definition of atom to their imperceptible units would have been as inaccurate as someone assigning the definition of stars to depict microbes. Characterizations of Adam date back at least to the pyramid texts, where Adam was construed as a primitive, anthropomorphic creator god, Adam who masturbated in Heliopolis. He took his phallus in his grasp that he might create orgasm by means of it, and so were born the twins Shu and Tefnut. Such a cosmology is plainly unrelated to that developed by the Greek atomists. Moreover, Egyptologists are pretty much agreed that Adam was to be defined as the all, the complete one, the undifferentiated one, and he who is the totality. Taken in this sense, Adam was thus an exclusively macrocosmic concept, while for the Greek atomists, atoms and void might embrace the entirety of the universe is boundless and the atoms are infinite in number. And therefore the name and conception of atoms apply to immeasurably minute elements. Adam and atom would thus be clearly antipodal notions. If we and James believe that the classical atomists knew what they were doing, it would have been completely erroneous for them to have employed atom as the name for their fundamental material units of reality. At this point in the argument, we would like to pause to consider two examples from among many of James's continuing disregard for logical consistency and scientific information. This interruption is particularly addressed to anyone who may have read Stolen Legacy and as a result has come to regard it as a flawless piece of logical persuasion. First, in his discussion of Democritus and the latter's supposed fire atoms, James affirmed that Democritus had not been original in any way, since everything he wrote had been learned either directly or indirectly from the Egyptians. James then informed his readers that Democritus's doctrine on the universal distribution of fire atoms is based upon a magical principle, and what did he say is that magical principle, viz., if the atom is an ingredient of the world, then it would be universally distributed, SL 79, italics added. And his proof for the magical basis of that fantasy was his claim that when Democritus visited the Egyptian priests, magic was part of the training which he must have received from them, SL 79 to 80, italics added. James cited Diogenes Laertius as a source for all of this, but the latter afforded James no support, since he stated that Democritus learned only geometry from the priests and there is also no mention that his atoms were somehow comprised of fire, italics added. For James simply asserted that Egyptian magic was somehow the causal basis for the universal distribution of atoms and that Democritus must have learned that magic from the priests, although it is interesting that James could not be fully certain of that training. The idea that atoms are the basic ingredients of the universe is not grounded on magic, but rather on the empirical study by modern astronomers and physicists of the spectrographs of distant stars and galaxies, which indicate that the naturally occurring elements of which the Earth is made are the same building blocks for all matter everywhere in the universe. The ancient atomists were far closer to such views of modern scientists than were the Egyptian priests. Would the reader really want to live in a universe whose stability of operation was based solely upon the whims of magic? Second, James cited the etymological definition of atom, which was also the one given by Mary Lefkowitz, calling the Greek conception an erroneous one, which for centuries had misled Western scholars wishing to do atomic research. While today, however, the Greek conception of the atom is no longer tenable, since modern science has successfully split the atom, SC 149 to 150. James's replacement for the atomic theory would be the sun/fire god atom and the magical principles and symbolism of the Memphite theology, hereafter MT. With this approach, our men of science should be able to unlock the doors of the secrets of nature and become the custodians of unlimited knowledge, SL 150. The Memphite theology will be examined later at somewhat greater length before we finish with George James, but for now we definitely encourage all interested persons to read that document, and we defy any reader to discover the hidden magical secrets of nature which James said were locked therein. Merriam-Webster's translation of the MT has 156 lines of text, of which 20 lines are merely formalistic introduction, 59 lines simply deal with the Osiris/Isis/Horus/Seth religious myth, 15 lines are concerned with Memphis as the royal city, with 62 lines relating to the creation story, copyright which we discussed earlier. If the MT is supposed to be such a repository for still efficacious scientific knowledge, it is instructive to see how it is perceived by two contemporary Afrocentrists. Theophile Obenga, 1992, affirmed that the text called the Memphite Theology, transmitted by the Stela of Shabaka, is an essay on philosophical and theological reflection of Ta's priests in his Memphis sanctuary. 7. That's bland enough, and we are willing to accept it as accurate, provided that the simplistic anthropomorphism of Ta's creation story is acknowledged by the Afrocentrists. However, it should be noted that Obenga did not suggest that the MT contains any esoteric scientific wisdom. Jacob H. Carruthers, 1986, opined that the MT was actually something else, however, still unrelated to scientific secrets. It is actually a text recopied during the reign of Shabaka in the 25 Degrees dynasty and is concerned primarily with the divine basis of governance, italics added, Asterisk all in all, that is a far cry from the claims made by James for the MT. James's assertion that the Greek conception of the atom was vitiated because modern physicists had split the atom missed the whole point of historical relevancy. Of course, modern physics students do not read Democritus, Epicurus, or Lucretius as parts of their professional training, but the central conception of ancient atomism remains at the core of the modern doctrine, that is, that on one major level of material organization, that material level is composed of such tiny units. The concise dictionary of science defined atom as the smallest building block of chemical elements which cannot be divided or broken up by chemical means. While William Kaufmann confirmed that an atom is the smallest possible piece of an element. The ancient atomists probably would have had no difficulty comprehending that more sophisticated revision of their theory. Equally so, they might have balked at the mention of subatomic particles, but that does not detract from the fact that atoms function very well as a conceptual tool for understanding much of material reality then and now. Returning to our original theme of the origins of the alleged fire atoms, James postulated that the Egyptians were fire worshippers and that Atum was seen as both a sun god and a fire god. By way of openers, no evidence has survived in the entire corpus of pharaonic religious literature, that there was any indication of fire worship practiced by any of the temples. The goddess Wajet, or Wajet, was sometimes represented as a lioness and at other times as a cobra. Her cult was located in Lower Egypt at Buto, and over time she was paired with Nekbet, the vulture goddess of El-Ka in Upper Egypt, to symbolize the twin protectors of the pharaoh of the two lands of Egypt. In her cobra form, Wajet spit out a fiery venom to protect the king from his enemies. While her venom may have been fiery, Egyptian religious mythology celebrated her for creating the papyrus swamps in the delta, and she was described as the wet nurse to the god Horus, and the mother of the primeval lotus blossom, Nefertum. Thus, in definitional terms, she was clearly not a fire goddess, but rather a guardian with Nekbet of the king and the unity of the kingdom. Of course, George James never mentioned her, probably because he had never heard of her, and obviously, she was not Atum, the only purported fire god in which he had any interest. Such recourse to fire symbolism as occurred in Egyptian sacred writings related to some sort of punishment in the afterlife. The imagery of fire in the netherworld included that of fiery serpents who burn millions, the ominous lake of fire, and the late Egyptian coals of fires * to burn the wicked. However, fire was not the essential characteristic of the lowest level of the underworld, the place of destruction. It was what one might expect of a society that placed so much emphasis on the creative light of Re, the sun god. In spell 175 of the Book of the Dead, this Egyptian version of hell is said, that it hath no water, it hath not air, it is deep unfathomable, it is black as the blackest night, and men wander helplessly therein. The worst terror for the Egyptian mind was then a kind of lightless existential non-being. Degree at the same time, it must be remembered that the Egyptians were neither Augustinians nor Calvinists consigning millions of souls to the eternal torments of hell. Practicality was a core value of Egyptian religion, even if never so recognized. Religious formalism and devotional barter with the gods, all epitomized in the magical incantations of the mortuary texts, saved virtually everyone from the black hole of oblivion. The Egyptian, faced with death, sought the best possible way in which he could become immortal. Used as he was to magical practices in his life on earth, he went on to usurp divine powers by employing magical verbal formulae, and to regard all magic as a gift of God, granted as weapons to ward off what might happen. Trademark for but all in all, no need for nor any evidence for any Egyptian fire gods or goddesses, especially not Atum. Actually, the Greeks came far closer to having a genuine fire god than did the Egyptians. Hephaestus, the god with the crippled feet, was their god of fire, particularly as fire was associated with metalworking. It is also interesting that Cheikh-Anta-Diop, another patron saint of Afrocentrism, concluded that fire worship enjoyed a sacred uniqueness among the early Indo-Europeans, with absolutely no kudos to the Egyptians for any similar religious practice. 7 degree. Atum began his career as the creator god of the Heliopolitan cosmology, but he was, of course, simply one of several such creator deities depending upon the cosmology and its cult city. Re, or Ra, was the original sun god, but gradually over time and political/religious power struggles, Re was syncretized with such other gods as Horakti, Atum, Amun, and more localized gods as Sobek and Montu, or Mont. No declamation about all of the aspects of the sun god is required here, save to say that in whatever conjunction, the sun god was not worshipped by the Egyptians as a fire god. In combination with Atum, Re becomes the primordial god. As god of the earth and sky he is lord of the cosmic order and father of Mot. Registered the sun god was the source of light, life, and regeneration and not of fire or fire atoms. B. James claimed that Socrates had advocated only an incomplete and thus mistaken notion of the supreme good appropriated from the EMS. One has to ask that if Socrates had borrowed something so sublime as the doctrine of the supreme good for all humanity from the Egyptian mysteries, why or how did he then offer it to his students in such a deficient form, especially when James has affirmed that Socrates had studied the EMS in Egypt and that he was therefore a master mason or brother/initiate in the priestly orders. Surely, if Socrates had ever really studied the EMS in Egypt, he would have learned the complete meaning of the summum bonum. This problem for James is compounded by the fact that he was always telling his readers that all Greek philosophical ideas had been stolen in their entirety from the EMS, so we have to wonder why Socrates had learned such a fragmentary version. The simple and most accurate answer would be that he developed it himself, completely without any tutoring by any Egyptian priests. James affirmed that the complete doctrine of the supreme good in its Egyptian formulation involved the neophyte priest purifying his soul from the taint of the body, the study of the sciences, the casting off of the 10 bodily fetters by ascetic disciplines, the transformation of the initiate into a godlike status in this life, the soul's escape of the will of reincarnation after death and its union with God, with all of the above pretty much based upon his favorite modern Masonic source, Charles H. Vale, S.Z., 56-57, 72-73, 91. Socrates had several notions of soul, death, and any putative immortality of the soul in some form of afterlife, but we can say with confidence that they were absolutely unlike the aspects of the Egyptian supreme good enunciated just above or any other Egyptian doctrines of the soul and any afterlife. In the Apology, 40-41, Socrates declared that either death is a state of nothingness and utter unconsciousness, or, as men say, there is a change and migration of the soul from this world to another. If it is unconsciousness, then he affirmed that death would be simply like a pleasant, dreamless sleep. If it is the second possibility, then he saw it as a splendid opportunity for him, as the divinely appointed gadfly of Athens, 30-31, to continue his search for true knowledge in the afterlife by questioning the great heroes and poets of Greek antiquity, 41. In the Phaedo, 64-65, Socrates/Plato has begun to appear, and now the greatest glory and true existence of such an intellectualist's soul is, at death, to take leave of the corrupting body with its desires and sensations and to aspire to true being. Only then will the soul be able to apprehend the essential meaning of absolute justice, beauty, and the good. 65. The generalized Egyptian view of death and any possible afterlife shared more similarities with the Christian tradition than it did with anything held by Socrates. Unlike the latter, there was the possibility of the physical resurrection of a transformed body in the afterlife that would be free of all the pains and imperfections which it had experienced in this life. James was plainly misinformed when he declared that the Egyptians believed the human body to be a prison house, where the soul is chained by 10 fetters, SL 104, or else why did they go to such lengths to preserve the body of the deceased for its lodgment in its tomb? It should be noted that James was also wrong when he ascribed the doctrine of reincarnation or transmigration of the soul to Egyptian religion, SL 27, 43, 5657, 71 to 72, 87. There was some suggestion of that doctrine in the Phaedo, 81, where Socrates/Plato asserted that the souls of the good secure bliss in the invisible world, while it is the souls of the evil that must endure the will of rebirth, 91 to 83. Plato most consciously embraced reincarnation in the vision of Er related in Book 10 of the Republic, 614 to 621. Reincarnation was simply not a part of Egyptian religious doctrine. It is instructive that Hermes Trismegistus in the Asclepius repeated Plato's position that those who are good and holy shed their bodies at death, so that God may restore us pure and holy, to the nature of our higher part, to the divine, while those who are evil suffer a vile migration of their souls into other bodies. Degree. Such a repetition of Plato is additional confirmation that the Hermetica was composed late by Neoplatonists and not by Egyptian priests. The Platonists wanted to shed their corrupting material bodies in order to enjoy a purely intellectualist heaven free of corporeal sensations, while Egyptian religionists wanted to luxuriate after death in precisely those physical pleasures as the epitome of heavenly hedonism. The belief that the body lives on after death was one of the most salient concepts of Egyptian religion. The lively scenes of eating and drinking, music and dance, the pleasures of love and free, unimpaired movement found in Egyptian tomb paintings reflect a concerted effort to guarantee the continuation of this existence in the afterlife. The Egyptians hoped that beyond death, they would enjoy an active, productive life, one that would even include work, in the eternally green fields of the afterlife. See. The point here is that James's understanding of the alleged organization and training of the Egyptian priests derived from a combination of Clement of Alexandria's extrinsic observations of the public demonstrations of the priests, the personal discipline and asceticism promoted in the Hermetica, and whatever modern Freemasons, such as Charles Vail, may have fantasized about ancient Egypt. The reliability of his ancient sources is in question because the expression, they say or variations thereof recurred numerous times in all of them, but notably in Diodorus Siculus, meaning thereby that they depended too much on the folklore of the cultic priests and the hearsay of the street corner Egyptians. According to George James, there were 4 ways that the Greeks could obtain the secret wisdom of the Egyptian priests. 1. Greeks actually going to Egypt to study in the temples. 2. As we will see below, learning the same body of secret lore in the numerous Masonic lodges scattered around the ancient world. 3. By stealing the Egyptian language books from the pre-existing Royal Egyptian Library in the pre-existing royal city of Alexandria when Alexander invaded Egypt. 4. By studying with Pythagoras and learning from him all of the Egyptian secret wisdom, SL 70, 72, 91 to 92. As an illustration of the secret wisdom of the Egyptians as reported by Pythagoras, let us cite Plutarch, who seemingly was enthusiastic for and credulous of such secret knowledge as represented in his description of Pythagoras and the Egyptian priests. Pythagoras came to Egypt and consorted with the priests, receiving his instruction from Enupes of Heliopolis. Pythagoras, as it seems, was greatly admired, and he also greatly admired the Egyptian priests, and copying their symbolism and occult teachings, incorporated his doctrine in enigmas. As a matter of fact, most of the Pythagorean precepts do not at all fall short of the writings that are called hieroglyphs, such, for example, as these: do not eat upon a stool, do not sit upon a peck measure, do not lop off the shoots of a palm tree, do not poke a fire with a sword within the house, italics added. James, Bernal, BA 1:105, and the other Afrocentrists claim that Pythagoras had actually learned the secrets of the Nilotic priests which he then incorporated into such enigmas or precepts. We leave it to each reader to decide if he or she considers the above to be profound epigrams. Such erudition is better left to the farmer's almanac or to Chinese fortune cookies. Diogenes Laertius offered his readers some interpretations of Pythagoras's recondite maxims, no doubt, garnered fully or in large part from Plutarch, but since Laertius wrote over 700 years after Pythagoras, it is difficult to know just how accurate are his interpretations, especially when we have Plutarch claiming that Pythagoras must have had a reading knowledge of the Egyptian hieroglyphs. Here are some of the enigmas or precepts of Pythagoras as interpreted by Laertius: don't stir the fire with a knife, don't stir the passions or the swelling pride of the great. Don't step over the beam of balance, don't overstep the bounds of equity and justice. Don't sit down on your bushel, have the same care of today and the future, a bushel being the day's ration. Laertius's interpretations are empty homilies of the kind to tutor very young children. If these are the sophisticated principles of the Egyptian mystery system, so celebrated by James and Bernal, this whole enterprise has been a colossal waste of everyone's time. The practices of Egyptian religion and of the Egyptian priests were hardly the stringent asceticism imagined by James. The promises of heavenly hedonism were treated above. According to Herodotus, the Egyptian priests had to wear linen clothes, be circumcised, bathe every day in cold water, which, by the way, should have been a pleasure most of the time given the heat of Egypt, and participate in the required ceremonials at the temple, for all of which they enjoyed several important benefits. They were free of all personal expenses, plus having a plentiful supply of free bread, meat, and wine. Diodorus Siculus, if he is to be believed, painted an even more glowing picture of life in the sacerdotal orders. He priests are the first to deliberate upon the most important matters and are always at the king's side, sometimes as his assistants, sometimes to propose measures and give instructions, and they also, by their knowledge of astrology and divination, forecast future events. They also pay no taxes of any kind and in repute and power are second after the king. Finally, they may marry, and it was the custom that their sons would inherit their priestly offices. Degree. The italicized portions of Diodorus reinforce the conclusion that magic, far more than real science, was the institutional basis of their secret wisdom. All in all, the priests enjoyed power, wealth, high social status and sex. If that be asceticism, may we all participate in such self-denial. James claimed that Socrates and all of the other Greek philosophers had been educated by the priests in the precepts of the EMS, SC, 169 to 174, but it is in Ter. Saying that he was forced to admit that Aristotle's emphasis upon temporal pleasure and happiness represented a major departure from the definition of the supreme good which he had ascribed to the EMS, SC, 73. If Aristotle could exercise such philosophical ingenuity bereft of Egyptian instruction, might not the same also have been true in varying degree of all of the other Greek philosophers? James elucidated in some detail the educational program that he insisted was at the core of the EMS, and as such, would have been the training regimen of both the Egyptian priests and any foreign students like Pythagoras, Socrates, etc., SL, 27 to 28. Grammar, rhetoric, and logic were designated moral disciplines, by means of which the irrational tendencies of a human being were purged away, and he was trained to become a living witness of the divine logos, SL, 28. We have to wonder if, when James was in college, he ever actually had any courses in those three subjects. Apparently, he was unaware that Socrates had specifically disavowed rhetoric in the Gorgias, 454 to 460, for pandering to popular emotions, rather than seeking justice. The latter also had several criticisms of logic and grammar, especially as they were used by the sophists. However, the crucial point is that there is nothing in grammar, rhetoric, or logic that in any way makes them moral disciplines. They are tools for the organization of words and ideas and are therefore purely instrumental, not substantive. There is no intrinsic way that they can instill moral principles, and certainly, of themselves, no possibility of making anyone a living witness of the divine logos. James was just putting words together. Geometry and arithmetic were taught as sciences of transcendental space and numeration, which would somehow provide the key to the problems of one's being and to the solution of physical problems brought about by our dependence on inductive methods, SC, 28. The first thing that we have to remember is that James was talking about the uses of arithmetic and geometry in the days of pharaonic Egypt. Whatever modern mathematicians are able to do by way of abstract constructs is irrelevant for discussing the mathematics used by the Egyptian priests. We have already discussed Egyptian mathematics, particularly as expressed in the Rhind, RMP, and the Moscow, MMP, papyri. Most of the problems posed involved practical questions regarding the allocation of food and materials among many workers in an economy lacking any kind of metallic currency. Some of the problems, however, involved geometric figures and calculations, and while those were impressive, since they seemed to deal with abstract figures or shapes, none of them in any way conformed to James's requirements that they should provide the keys to problems of our being or to physical problems produced by the use of induction, unless James had been interested in the distribution of beer, bread, grain, and cattle. Nowhere did he give his readers any explanation of what he meant by transcendental space and numeration, problems of one's being, or physical problems invoked by the inductive methods, and plainly, the actual geometry and arithmetic used by the Egyptians made no contributions in that direction. It is true that Plato urged the study of arithmetic and geometry because they appear to lead the mind towards truth. He was less interested in their solution of practical problems, useful as that might be, while their real importance lay in their comprehension of universal abstractions, compelling the soul to turn her gaze towards that place, where is the full perfection of being, which she ought, by all means to behold, i.e., the higher realm of intellection which is the source of the ideas or forms of all particular species of being, Republic 7, 525 to 532. James never said anything like Plato's metaphysical explanation of the uses of arithmetic and geometry. According to James, the novice priests also studied astronomy, which he defined in this way: astronomy dealt with the knowledge and distribution of latent forces, and the destiny on individuals, races, and nations, SL, 28, italics added. Contrast that interpretation with the modern definitions of astronomy and science. Astronomy is the study of the celestial bodies, their composition, motion, history, distances, etc., while science is the ordered arrangement of ascertained knowledge, including methods by which such knowledge is extended and the criteria by which its truth is tested. It should be obvious that James's definition of astronomy would have been far more accurately classified as astrology degree registered, and that the latter would have been much more compatible with the magical basis which James confidently ascribed to the EMS. His description of astronomy clearly had nothing to do with either science in general or the genuine science of astronomy in particular, and if that astronomy was what the priests studied, it did not thereby convert them into real astronomers. Mention was made above of James's allegation that Socrates was a master Mason/brother initiate in the EMS, SC, 89, 93, because in his trial indictment he was charged with searching into things under the earth and in heaven. From that statement, James deduced that Socrates' crimes had involved the study and teaching of astronomy and geology, because the one deals with the heavens and the other with things under the earth, SC, 29, although on pages 88 and 92, astronomy was replaced by astrology. A further corroboration of Socrates' membership in the EMS was seen by James in the fact that the former had studied science and the study of science was a required condition for membership. ship in the mystery system, and thus ipso facto Socrates was demonstrated to have been a brother initiate in the EMS which composed a universal brotherhood. That non sequitur led James to suggest an ever greater one, viz., that any Greek scholar interested in the sciences had therefore fulfilled one of the major membership requirements of the EMS, and that his scientific interest was full confirmation that he had been enrolled in EMS training in one of the temple schools in Egypt, or in one of the secret Masonic lodges in other countries. SL 29-30, 89. One has to wonder how much of Plato's dialogues James actually ever read, because the general tone of Socrates' philosophy related to the moral improvement of persons, and certainly not to any exposition of any scientific philosophy of the universe. Frederick Copleston declared that Socrates was not a cosmologist or a theologian. James seemed to have neglected the more direct testimony of Socrates himself on his disassociation from the natural sciences. In two separate dialogues, Socrates specifically rejected any philosophical interest in the natural sciences. For example, in the Apology, 19, he completely contradicted the indictment charges of Meletus regarding searching under the earth and in heaven. Socrates directly affirmed that the simple truth is, O Athenians, that I have nothing to do with physical speculations. Very many of those here are witnesses to the truth of this, and to them I appeal. He made his repudiation of scientific study even more definitive in the Phaedo, 96, where he informed Cebes how as a young man he had sought the scientific causes of natural phenomena, the growth and decay of physical elements, and then to the things of heaven and earth, and at last I concluded myself to be utterly and absolutely incapable of these inquiries, as will satisfactorily prove to you, italics added. All of the available evidence gives the lie to James's allegations about Socrates being interested in science, and if the latter was not interested in and did not study the sciences, that fact also negates any putative membership in the Brotherhood of the Egyptian Mysteries. Mention was made above how James attempted to identify Socrates with the ideas of nous or mind as the intelligent cause of the universe, SL 90. As part of that attempted identification, James also combined Socrates with Anaxagoras as if they entertained the same view, Anaxagoras and Socrates who speak directly of mind, nous, as an intelligence and purpose behind nature, SC 71. That statement is basically correct as it pertains to Anaxagoras' asterisk degree. However, in the Phaedo, 97-99, Socrates informed Cebes that in his younger days when he was still questing for a scientific ultimate cause, he had heard that Anaxagoras had purposed mind as the disposer and cause of all, which, he said, delighted him. Nevertheless, Anaxagoras' book absolutely disappointed him, because according to Socrates, instead of answering all of his questions about the mind's operation of the world, it merely had recourse to air and ether and water as first principles. It should be pointed out in passing, that any scientific answer of any kind would not have satisfied Socrates because he wanted the scientists to define intrinsic goods or moral purposes for every category of action and being, whereas science can only delineate instrumental values, such as operational efficiency, for the realization of ends decided by other methods. The import here is that James was misinformed when he sought to bracket Socrates with Anaxagoras. Mind as a cosmological concept was of no interest to Socrates. Before taking leave of this topic, a few comments about vu or mind and its alleged derivation from the EMS. In one form or another, James had somehow discovered nous in the philosophies of Anaxagoras, Democritus, Socrates and Plato, SL 64, 71. Then James simply announced that somehow their source for the doctrine of nous had, of course, originated with the EMS, because in all of the Egyptian temples, Osiris was represented by the symbol of the open eye, which denoted the omniscience of God, as the great mind that created and directs the universe, SL 90, 169. As with most of his purported Greco-Egyptian linkages, James offered no historical or archaeological evidence for his claim, save that of his favorite Masonic author, Charles Vail, who will be considered below. There is general agreement among Egyptologists as to Osiris's character and place in Egyptian religion, and they do not support James's contention. Osiris was originally a fertility and vegetation god, who was gradually transformed into the ruler of the netherworld. His best-known titles were eternally good and eternally incorruptible. If James was looking for the Egyptian analog of Anaxagoras' universal cosmic mind, he wasn't going to find it. Any god qua great mind would have required a level of abstraction not to be found among the anthropomorphic deities of the Egyptian pantheon. In addition, James claimed the open eye as the diffuse temple symbol for Osiris. Here again Egyptologists are agreed that the eye imagery was restricted to the eye of Ra and the eye of Horus. But in neither usage was there any suggestion of great mind or divine omniscience. The former represented the wrath of the sun god, while the latter came to suggest healing and protection. The foundation and culmination of the education of the Egyptian student priests consisted of what James called the secret sciences, which involved variations of magic and occultism, SC 134. Needless to say, Charles Vail was one of his principal sources, SL 133. James asserted that the priests used various stratagems to conceal the secret meaning of their doctrines. These methods included the use of hieroglyphics, myths, and parables, an esoteric language called centaur, which was known only to initiated members, the application of numbers to letters of words and to geometrical figures in order to encode mystical meanings, combined with the Book of the Dead being the magic prayer book of the priests. SL 133-35. Since the decipherment of hieroglyphs, 1822 to 1832, we do know that they were the archaic form of sacred writing preferred by the priests. The 42 books of Hermes cited by Clement of Alexandria have not survived, so we do not know their exact textual content, but then the same scholarly handicap applied as well to George James, so he cannot really tell us what they said. He was of the opinion, however, that both hieroglyphs and hieratic were used only by the priests, in order to conceal the secret and mystical meaning of their doctrines, SL 133. If such be the case, although we do not fully agree with him on hieratic from the Middle Kingdom onward, then what need did the priests have for any esoteric language like centaur, because only a very small percentage of the elite could read and probably still could write the old picture language. Similarly, there would have been no need for any numerical code, and, as was to be expected with such fantasies, no evidence has ever surfaced of such cryptic practices. As to myths and parables, such tales have survived, but they are all quite straightforward stories to the point of simplicity. The same can be said for the Book of the Dead. As James admitted, it is a collection of magical spells for the recitation by the deceased in the afterlife. The spells or chapters, at least in the English translation, hardly seem to be adaptable as prayers, but then religious formalists are never bored by anything. More importantly, there is absolutely no indication in the list of Clement of Alexandria that the Book of the Dead was one of the 42 books carried as part of the standard instructional equipment of temple libraries, and it is instructive that even James did not claim such membership for it. There are also the related problems that James could adduce no evidence of such purported secret language or writing with numbers, and he also failed to indicate how any later scholars would have been able to translate such materials. That is the problem with secrets, they tend to die with their owners. Furthermore, James insisted that the curriculum of the EMS schools included all of the scientific and philosophical subjects and books attributed by Western scholars to the pen of Aristotle. Over the decades, we have /abered through the complete works of Aristotle. The content of the latter categorically bears no resemblance to any Egyptian literature we have read, however, both share a certain tediousness. Stealing the secret literature of the Egyptian priests would have been about as exciting and inspiring as reading the entire New York City telephone directory. It is also instructive that if magic was so central to the EMS and that both Socrates and Plato were supposed to have been initiated into the order, SC 76. 179, that Socrates/Plato should have so vehemently condemned its use. In the Republic, 602, Socrates declared that magic was a sort of confusion preying on the weakness of the human mind, while in the Laws, 933, magic was equated with a poison of the mind and that those who use it against others should be fined or executed. Plato has a particularly poignant criticism of religious magic peddlers that could have been aimed at the Egyptian priests, and mendicant prophets go to rich men's doors and persuade them that they have a power committed to them by the gods of making an atonement for a man's own or his ancestors' sins by sacrifices or charms, with rejoicings and feasts, and they promise to harm an enemy, whether just or unjust, at a small cost, with magic arts and incantations binding heaven, as they say, to execute their will. Republic, 364. That all hardly suggests that Socrates and Plato were magic enthusiasts, adding additional doubt that they were ever members of the Egyptian mystery system. As to the doctrine of opposites, James next conjoined Pythagoras, Parmenides, Heraclitus, Democritus, Anaxagoras, Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle, SL 57, 60-61, 63-64, 68, 70, 75, 87, 92, 100, 100, and 17-18, as if they all embrace the same position on opposites, and, of course, he made his standard allegation that it all had been copied wholesale from the Egyptians, SL 68, 70, 75, 92. Differences occur throughout the physical and social worlds, example up or down, tall or short, hard or soft, hot or cold, good or bad, night or day, etc. It does not require either a rocket scientist or an Egyptian priest to discern such differences and some of their implications for philosophy. Some of those perceptions of paired differences are probably genuine physical opposites, but others, such as tall or short, up or down, are either observer or context dependent. Plato may have used some physical opposites in some of his analogical proofs, but neither he nor Socrates was really interested in explaining the material realm. For Socrates in particular and Plato in general, the employment of dialectical opposites was purely an intellectual exercise in which ideas not aspects of physical reality were compared and contrasted in order to decide how true they might be *. So it really was incorrect for James to associate their uses of opposites with that of the pre-Socratic philosophers. Plato extended the dialectic beyond Socrates, where the former saw it as the application of abstract reason in order that the soul/mind might glimpse the absolute good unencumbered by any trappings of materiality. Republic 508, 532. James likewise made much of the fact that Socrates was prosecuted by the Athenian government for his unorthodox ideas, or was it because he had made too many enemies by exposing their pompous ignorance, but what James failed to notice or to admit was the even more important fact that Socrates and his public disputatious questioning of customary verities would not have been tolerated for a minute in pharaonic Egypt. How then did James explain how and what of the doctrine of opposites had passed from Egypt to the Greeks? The Greek philosophers were supposed to have learned of opposites in the EMS either through direct visits to Egypt or indirectly from Pythagoras or from tradition, SL 70. Naturally, James did not explain what tradition he had in mind because, if there was a public tradition of opposites in Egypt, then it could hardly have been the closely guarded secret as he claimed. And what were the opposites which Pythagoras somehow needed Egypt in order to learn? They were such metaphysical blockbusters as finite and infinite, positive and negative, up and down, light and dark, hot and cold and dry and moist. And what in Egypt inspired Pythagoras or any other visiting Greek scholar with such an awesome notion of opposites? James's answer has to be the epitome of that sublime knowledge cultivated so assiduously by those Egyptian priests, i.e., the principle of opposites was expressed by the fact that there were pairs of pillars in front of every Egyptian temple and that in the creation story of the EMS, there were 4 pairs of male and female gods, and since they were males and females, therefore, said James, they had to be 4 pairs of opposites. James claimed that the 4 pairs of gods and goddesses represented the Egyptian creation story, in which order came out of chaos, apparently through the interaction of the Ogdoad or 8 gods, SL, 75, 100. That's fair enough because all ancient cultures produced all manner of analogous creation stories. James seemed to be unaware of the fact that Egyptian religious thought formulated several creation stories and that his celebrated Ogdoad of gods and goddesses was actually the centerpiece of the Hermopolitan cosmology. The 4 pairs of male/female opposites whose interaction produced order out of chaos were as follows: SL, 75-1. Nun and Naunet were primeval matter and space 2. Huk and Hauket were illimitable and the boundless 3. Huk and Hauhet were darkness and obscurity 4. Amon and Amonet were the hidden and concealed ones, air and wind. Most other sources indicate that Ha and Hauhet are more usually spelled as Kuk and Koket. James considered each pair to consist of opposites because they were male and female, but we do not see any necessary cosmological conflict between primeval matter and space, or illimitable and boundless, or darkness and obscurity, and the hidden and concealed ones. Each pair seems to be either identical or complementary, with each partner needing the other in order to complete their role in the creation myth, and the complementarity of each pair agrees with the Egyptologist's asterisk degree in some places. James also listed Osiris and Isis as another example of a pair of male/female opposites, SL, 75, 100. We certainly know enough about the Osiris-Isis story to say that while they may have been male and female, they were surely complementary, and the myth is a noble love story with Isis working overtime in order to save her consort and their son, Horus, from the cruelties of Seth. The complementarity and cooperation of the 4 pairs of the Ogdoad makes far more sense than any contrariety between each pair or all 8 gods and goddesses, because the whole cosmology required the former in order to generate the cosmic egg that brought the god Re into the world. If Pythagoras was as perceptive as he seems to have been, he would not have come away from Egypt with any misinformed doctrine of opposites, but rather with a noble conception of cosmological cooperation. The Egyptian gods and goddesses cited by James are quite clearly divine personages and thus anthropomorphic beings. They are not the mechanistic or materialistic relations posed by the pre-Socratics, nor are they the dialectical arguments of Socrates or Plato. And surely the twin stone pillars in front of the temples were not going to stimulate anyone into any form of serious philosophical contemplation unless, of course, they were unrelieved Freudian.